Alas, I never anticipated being discovered. Indeed, no one can foresee their own fate. These were the last words of Nightwind, a young physician of merely 29 years. At least on the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary human, leading a conventional life. However, as a doctor, he frequently encountered various corpses. He held great respect and responsibility for his profession, unless one considers a peculiar penchant of his. Nightwind had an affinity for beautiful eyes. In City F, he was a somewhat renowned doctor, investing considerable sums to procure information, urging anyone who encountered exquisite eyes to inform him. Before they were discarded for cremation, he would extract those beautiful eyeballs and place them in a container, adding to his collection. Prior to his conviction and arrest, he had discreetly amassed 3 pairs of eyes. Regrettably, those engaged in unsavory dealings had already been apprehended. It was likely that within a week, he, the buyer, would also be implicated and subsequently incarcerated. This constituted the desecration of corpses. Alas, fortune seemed to turn a blind eye to him. As Nightwind envisioned his monotonous life in prison, he walked along a rain-soaked path, gazing at the classic anime Naruto, engrossed in a flashback episode where Itachi effortlessly dispatched Orochimaru. What a pathetic, slippery, serpent no need for Tsukuyomi. Just the potency of the Sharingan suffices to obliterate him. Is that all? Is that truly it? The young man scoffed disdainfully. Boom! A flash of purple lightning streaked across the sky, leaving behind a charred corpse and astonished bystanders. Nightwind's soul gradually drifted toward the unknown. He traversed through realms in a spectacular manner. In the world of Naruto, the year was 49 in the era of Konoha. Following the devastating attack of the Nine Tails a year prior, Konoha was gravely weakened. Not only was the Nine Tails rendered unusable as a weapon, but the young fourth Hokage had also perished, plunging the ninja world into an unprecedented tranquility. At this juncture, Orochimaru had quietly completed his forbidden human experimentation. He had transformed his own body into a monstrosity, a colossal white serpent with 8 heads, its bulk resembling a small mountain. At last, I have succeeded, the enormous creature spoke with human articulation. Though possessing 8 heads, only one soul resided within, that of Orochimaru, commanding the body. His voice was somewhat hoarse, imbued with a chilling malevolence. An indescribable allure emanated from him. All 8 serpent heads widened their eyes, as Orochimaru's soul endured a tearing agony. In truth, he was indeed being torn apart. A soul from another realm was traversing time and space, emerging from within him, threatening to shred him into fragments and become the new Orochimaru. Was all his painstaking research of decades to end in such a manner? Damn it, where am I? The night breeze left Yefeng feeling disoriented, still reeling from the excruciating agony of being struck by lightning. Suddenly, countless flashes of light flickered before his eyes, as if 100 different films were being screened simultaneously, each featuring the same protagonist. That protagonist was Orochimaru. Decades of memories belonging to Orochimaru surged chaotically into Yefeng's mind. It was not merely a dizzying sensation, the entire universe seemed to quiver before his eyes. Minutes passed, and the white, 8-headed serpent opened its eyes once more, gazing curiously at its own form as if encountering itself for the first time. The expression was laden with disdain, silence, profound unwillingness, and confusion. Vivid scenes from Orochimaru's childhood flashed before him, as if he had lived those decades himself. An orphan from a young age, beset by the brutality of war, he experienced the fragility of life as companions departed, and in his quest for immortality, he resorted to conducting various cruel and cold-blooded human experiments. In that moment, Yefeng felt as though he had truly transformed into Orochimaru. Damn it, couldn't I at least have been given a protagonist's identity in this reincarnation? Naruto or Sasuke would suffice. Why must I become a scheming serpent? Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed. A silence ensued, and the immense body trembled slightly, startling Yefeng with the sound of his own voice. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted within the dark cavern, as the colossal 8-headed serpent morphed into a human form. It was a rather sinister-looking middle-aged man. His long black hair cascaded down, and his serpentine vertical pupils glimmered with gold, while purple eyeshadow extended to the wings of his nose. His pallid skin bore no trace of color, adorned with azure-hued magatama earrings. Deceptive, yet undeniably cunning. At least, that was Yefeng's impression. This visage is that of a true monster. Yefeng's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Orochimaru was indeed a madman, a terrifying, ambition-driven individual, and now he had inherited this body along with its memories. He was now the new Orochimaru, possessing everything that came with it. Regrettably, I was already a damned monster. Only this time, the world has no rules to bind me. For the rules of this world only constrain the weak, the strong dictate the rules. Even a scheming serpent can evolve. The cold voice resonated. Yefeng's tone grew increasingly frigid, his demeanor increasingly reminiscent of the true Orochimaru. Cast aside the past to embrace a new life. Abandon humanity to pursue divinity. From this night onward, I shall be the new Orochimaru. The fate of the ninja world had quietly begun to shift, with no one aware of how far a transmigrator could ascend. The following day, Konoha. Orochimaru returned from his secret base, blending seamlessly back into the village of Konoha. Lord Orochimaru! Lord Orochimaru! Two gatekeepers greeted him respectfully, not daring to exhibit even a hint of disrespect. Although a flicker of trepidation passed through his eyes, it was overshadowed by a profound respect for the strong, particularly for the legendary figure of his village. The night breeze paid no heed to these insignificant minions and returned directly to his abode in Konoha. Though termed a home, he hardly frequented this place, as his experimental bases were scattered far and wide, and he had scarcely visited them more than a handful of times. The ninja world is at peace. I find myself bereft of missions, he mused. Moreover, the research on the body flicker technique demands my full focus. In time, there is no need to squander further moments appeasing Konoha. Now is the optimal moment for defection, he contemplated. The question lies in whether to brazenly assert my presence before leaving in plain sight. Pouring himself a glass of water, he spoke softly. According to the script, the third Hokage would undoubtedly show leniency and allow him to depart, even if he intentionally left traces of his experiments that led to an ambush by the third. However, the mere fact that he had traversed into this world indicated that the narrative would not unfold as before. What if the third were to suddenly harden his heart and take decisive action? That would turn his grandiose plans into a perilous predicament. While he had confidence in his ability to escape Konoha using the eight-headed serpent technique, who would willingly inflict severe injury upon themselves. Unbeknownst to him, his thought processes had undergone considerable transformation. He was now both Nightbreeze and Orochimaru, more terrifying and insidious Nightbreeze, as well as a more cautious and avaricious Orochimaru. A cunning serpent? Indeed delightful. Students, Yushui Li Hongdo naively gambles on whether the other will show mercy. I, however, quietly slip away, which yields the same result. Yifeng ultimately reaches a conclusion. With the intelligence at his disposal and the current capabilities of his body, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. To feign strength when one possesses it is merely bravado, while to do so without strength is foolishness. Having prepared in advance, most of his belongings have been transferred to an external base. Only some materials remain in the laboratory behind Hokage Rock, along with Hongdo. Orochimaru descends into contemplation. Lying silently on a bench for an extended period, he has deceived numerous children in the past, utilizing them for his human experiments and forbidden jutsu research. Yushui Li Hongdo is a particularly exceptional case, as she is Orochimaru's disciple and a publicly acknowledged Konoha ninja. Her heart belongs to Konoha. Yet she holds an even deeper affection for Orochimaru, who rescued her from a bleak existence. Alas, she possesses little in the way of special value. Keeping the young girl by his side is a burden, and she is utterly worthless. Yifeng mutters subconsciously, his voice hoarse, laced with the genuine ruthlessness and venom akin to that of a serpent. He aspires to become the ultimate being, the most powerful immortal, and he has no need for detritus in his vicinity. Yet, in that moment, a flicker of light flashes in Yifeng's eyes and a shiver courses through him. Goodness! Has my last vestige of conscience been devoured by Orochimaru? Yifeng contemplates with a twinge of fear. In his previous life, he merely held a profound disrespect for corpses. Now, he has escalated to using the living for experimentation. The lives of others are inconsequential to him. This embodies the true mindset of a cold-blooded creature, rather than that of a human being. However, he does not inherently dislike selfishness, he merely detests solitude. He yearns for strength, but does not wish to become a solitary figure. Sunlight gently spills through the window, imparting a warm sensation that permeates the man's being. It is only now that Orochimaru notices a vase in his room, adorned with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. They appear freshly bought, their vibrant yellow petals glistening. What a delightful scent. Yifeng picks up the flowers and gently inhales their fragrance. He can almost envision the child cautiously opening the window, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing no one is present, ultimately placing the bouquet in the vase. As she departs, her small face must be etched with feelings of loss and regret, for she has not seen her teacher in several days. Hokage building. So, he returned to the village this morning, did he? The aged third Hokage sits behind his desk, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. A flicker of unease, guilt, and sorrow suddenly crosses his weathered, wrinkled face. Although he is yet to uncover concrete evidence, the recent spate of disappearances among the ninjas of Konoha is alarming. Aside from that individual, no one else possesses the capability to orchestrate such events. He is acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Jiraiya and Tsunade. Only his most promising student, the one he regards as a prodigy, Orochimaru, could potentially engage in malevolent deeds. Has he truly strayed onto a dark path? The third Hokage exhaled a plume of white smoke, while the Umbu reported on Orochimaru's recent movements, leaving the elder in contemplative silence. What a splendid day it is. Excuse me, dear sir, may I trouble you for a glass of juice? It is rare to see Orochimaru meandering through the streets of Konoha. Donned in his green Jonin vest, his uniquely slender physique and pallid complexion, accompanied by his deep, gravelly voice. Yes, my lord. The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, hurried to prepare a glass of juice. Trembling slightly, he accepted the coins offered by the figure of the knight and breathed a sigh of relief once he departed. As for the other patrons, they had long since bowed their heads in deference and retreated at the mere presence of the night wind. Indeed, there are troubling rumors circulating. As evidenced by the civilians' palpable fear, the man ambled slowly, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. The recent disappearances of numerous ninjas from the village are likely linked to Lord Orochimaru, which explains the palpable trepidation among the onlookers. Teacher. The night wind sat idly in a chair, lost in thought. Suddenly, a young girl's voice resonated from afar. A 13-year-old girl approached, her short purple hair framing her face. Her gray-brown eyes adorned with the Konoha ninja headband, clad in black fishnet stockings and a gray-red coat. It was Anko Mitarashi, his sole student. This body had not concealed the experiments he had conducted, yet Anko refrained from reporting Orochimaru, for her life had begun to flourish under his influence. Though she had initially been a mere pawn in his plans, it still filled her with warmth. She held her teacher in high regard. Ah, Anko, Orochimaru smiled, ruffling the girl's hair and gesturing for her to sit beside him. Thank you, teacher, the young girl replied politely, her head nodding in appreciation. For reasons unknown, she sensed that today her teacher appeared gentler than usual, a delightful peculiarity. Have you been diligently training recently? It has been quite a while since I last assessed your progress. The night wind inquired quietly. He had inherited Orochimaru's memories and thus recalled his relationship with this young girl well. Reporting to you, teacher, I have become quite proficient in the summoning technique. Anko declared with a serious demeanor. You are truly a commendable student, the night wind praised. Anko beamed, her eyes narrowing into joyful crescents as if she had received the highest of accolades. She understood that this man was wicked, often cold-blooded, yet every so often she sensed a flicker of warmth emanating from him. Before encountering Orochimaru, she was merely a timid and solitary child. It was her teacher who imparted the art of ninjutsu to her, treated her to delectable meals, and facilitated her life in the Hidden Leaf Village. This child undeniably belonged to the naive category. The night breeze appeared calm, yet within, she silently sighed. The most remarkable trait of Akane was her unwavering loyalty. Just a modicum of affection was sufficient for her to offer assistance, to believe in you, and even to lay down her life. However, this child lacked the will to grow stronger. Her heart bore no desire for strength, devoid of the hatred, anger, and obsession, essential components for empowerment. Yet, Night Breeze was not the true Orochimaru. That soul had long since dissipated. He required subordinates, formidable ones at that, but there was no necessity to discard all the weak. After all, what did it matter if a legendary Sannin was accompanied by a burdensome little girl? Orochimaru-sama? Akane inquired cautiously. The man seemed lost in thought, remaining silent for an extended period. Life in the Hidden Leaf village was indeed splendid. They resembled a tranquil lake, while I was merely a gust of wind, uncertain of where I would blow next. The cold-hearted man opened his eyes, his tone unremarkable. Akane's heart suddenly found tranquility. Gone were the bustling streets and crowds, leaving only this enigmatic man before her, speaking in perplexing riddles. "Your eyes are truly beautiful," he suddenly remarked. "Eyes?" Akane was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Nightbreeze nodded, as if admiring a piece of art, scrutinizing her closely. Akane felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. While her grayish-brown irises were not conventionally beautiful, such eye color was exceedingly rare, and their steadfast yet bashful nature seemed paradoxical. Wasn't that how a young girl's gaze ought to be during the innocent stirrings of adolescence? Orochimaru jested. The naive infatuations of youth. Though his words were light-hearted, they were merely casual remarks. By the way, I have made significant breakthroughs in my recent experiments. A considerable advancement. Remaining in the Hidden Leaf holds no further benefit for me. It merely confines my research endeavors. With a shift in tone, Nightbreeze continued, maintaining a subtle smile throughout. Then, does the teacher wish to leave the Hidden Leaf? Akane whispered timidly, deliberately choosing the word leave rather than betray. Pretty much. Once I finalize the last experimental site in the Hidden Leaf, I can depart at any moment. I have grown weary of this decaying village, Orochimaru replied coldly. Upon witnessing the icy indifference etched upon her teacher's face, a surge of fear welled up within Akane. Deep down, she understood that her teacher was far from ordinary. Yet, this madman is the one who saved her. Sensing a hint of hesitation and fear in the girl's subtle expression, a faint smile graced the face of Nightwind. "Did you place the flowers in my room? I rather enjoyed that little gift. Although I have scarcely visited that place, I am still pleased that someone cares about my life." "Thank you, Red Bean," spoke Orochimaru calmly, extending his somewhat cold hand to gently caress the girl's cheek. The emotions reflected in his eyes were less tender and more akin to a patronizing pity reserved for fools, mingled with a touch of admiration. Such beautiful eyes. Nightwind mused inwardly. "Tonight, I shall attend to that laboratory behind Hokage Rock. If you wish to join, you are welcome. Of course, if Red Bean prefers to remain in Konoha, no, I want to follow my teacher." Red Bean interjected, interrupting her instructor mid-sentence. It was her first time behaving so audaciously, rudely cutting in before her teacher had finished speaking. Yet Nightwind was not angered. He merely smiled and nodded in agreement. A gust of wind swept through the street, and the man beside her had vanished. It was night. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting its glow upon the bustling, vibrant Konoha village. The statue of the first Hokage stood silently on a distant mountaintop, its gaze fixed upon the thriving village below. "Lord Orochimaru," the girl's voice suddenly rang out, prompting Orochimaru to turn his head as he admired the nightscape. His visage was filled with an eerie charm, and even his smile evoked a chilling sensation. Yet, to Red Bean, he appeared exceptionally kind. What a good child, keeping her promises. Nightwind walked ahead, while Red Bean quietly followed behind. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at a deeply concealed laboratory. With a creak, as the wooden door swung open, a pungent, acrid scent of chemicals assaulted their senses. The dimly lit room was expansive, with a wooden rack on the right densely stacked with various dark red glass vials, containing human or animal organs immersed in liquid. To the left lay rectangular experimental apparatus resembling coffins, designed to freeze intact specimens. Some were corpses, while others were barely clinging to life, recently captured ninjas. A white cloth covered a specimen on the testing table. Its owner had died a few days prior, emitting a faint but discernible smell of decay, though masked by the overpowering scent of chemicals. "This place has truly become a mess in just a few days," Nightwind remarked casually. The specimens and research notes here held no value for him. The necessary knowledge was already inscribed in his mind, and the technique of Yamada no Orochi had been completed. Strictly speaking, he was no longer human. He now resembles a serpent cloaked in human guise, a true monstrosity. Red Bean could not suppress a frown. Though this was not her first visit to Orochimaru's laboratory, each time filled her with trepidation and dread. They have lost their value. I have consumed them entirely. And now they are mere refuse, the man mused to himself. He strolled leisurely to the side of the examination table, grasping a delicate scalpel in hand. With a swift thrust, Orochimaru plunged the blade into the eye socket of the lifeless corpse, the knife nearly penetrating the man's skull. A slight twist of the handle and he withdrew it, leaving behind a gaping, inky void. As the body began to decay, a viscous, dark liquid oozed from the fissure. This eye has perished, unpreserved, rendering it grotesque. Moreover, it was of inferior quality to begin with. Discarding the scalpel with disdain, Orochimaru cast a loathsome glance at the cadaver. He walked to the water source to cleanse his hands, his gaze returning to Red Bean. "Master," she uttered, struggling to mask her fear. "Are you afraid of me?" "That's a fitting emotion," Night Wind chuckled dismissively. He patted the girl's head and then took her hand, guiding her through the wooden door. Red Bean kept her head bowed, silent. Meanwhile, Orochimaru began forming hand seals rapidly, completing them almost instantaneously. The art of summoning: boar, dog, bird, monkey, snake. Night Wind bellowed, unleashing a malevolent surge of chakra. A colossal serpent's maw materialized from thin air, sweeping through the laboratory and devouring all its contents in a whirlwind. The entire room seemed to vanish into the serpent's jaws, the remnants disposed of entirely. This was the exquisite utility of the summoning technique, invoking merely a portion of the serpent's form. Though the residual potions might prove lethal to the great serpent, ordinary colossal serpents are plentiful. If one dies, it is of little consequence. Clean it up. In the blink of an eye, the serpent vanished without a trace, leaving the interior room barren. Nightwind clapped his hands, turning to lead Red Bean away. "Master, when shall we depart?" Red Bean inquired suddenly along the way, her cheeks flushed with an inexplicable anxiety, her small hands clenched tightly. "Huh, are you worried about being abandoned?" "Red Bean?" Nightwind replied with a light chuckle. "I have no need to deceive you. I will not leave you in Konoha." "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru." The girl responded earnestly, while silently vowing, "I shall forever follow you." The following day in Konoha, Nightwind, unusually, refrained from conducting experiments, wandering aimlessly, or undertaking missions. He merely indulged in a tranquil slumber, akin to an ordinary individual. It was not until the sunlight gently streamed through the window that he languidly opened his eyes. Subsequently dressing and attending to his morning rituals within the confines of this modest chamber, Orochimaru remained unmistakably Orochimaru, his golden, sinister eyes gleaming with a chilling light. His tongue, like that of a serpent, extended unnaturally. Even in the absence of any ninjutsu, it could nearly reach the nape of his neck, a sight both exaggerated and absurd. Were he to employ ninjutsu, it could effortlessly extend for several dozen meters. Ah, what a disgraceful thought for Orochimaru to entertain. Only the weak require the affection of wealthy patrons. Swiftly, he shook his head, restoring a semblance of normalcy to his expression. How peculiar. This sensation of hunger, what could it signify? Just as the previous day, Orochimaru found himself traversing the streets of Konoha, having recently enjoyed breakfast at Ichiraku Ramen. Yet, upon the passing of several members of the Uchiha clan, he was beset by an inexplicable hunger, much like a feral beast instinctively yearning for its prey. In the original narrative, Orochimaru was not depicted as having a penchant for consuming humans, he mused. Those were mere children from the ninja academy, their garments emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest. Why did he experience such a visceral reaction towards them? Why did it stir excitement within him solely in regard to the Uchihas? Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Could it be related to their bloodline limit? He murmured, the bloodline limit, a special familial heritage, often endowed with extraordinary capabilities and jutsu. It elicits no response from ordinary individuals, yet ignites fervor when encountering an Uchiha. Has this body undergone further transformation? In the 49th year of Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto were merely about 1 year old. Itachi Uchiha was 7, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. And then there was Shisui, a prodigious talent. For years Itachi's senior, who presumably had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, dutifully executing missions for Konoha. Nightwind pondered silently. Having inherited everything from Orochimaru, he was determined to strive towards becoming the strongest in the ninja world. Among the essential elements for this pursuit were the Sharingan and the Uchiha bloodline, prerequisites for awakening the Rinnegan. Thus, he might eventually seek to usurp Sasuke's body. It seemed prudent to ascertain Shisui's whereabouts before leaving the village. Those youths from earlier should possess that knowledge. Nightwind resolved firmly. His gaze inadvertently flicked towards the umbu shadowing him, and with a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from the spot. Moments later, the coldly stoic figure re-emerged, now within the forested mountains behind the village. 3 young Uchiha children were bound, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at Orochimaru. That accursed man! How dare he act with such audacity within the village? Even as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, are you not concerned about inciting a war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan? Humph. It seems you are yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. One must learn to show respect to those in authority. Do you understand? Orochimaru's expression darkened as he withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and swiftly severed a young boy's wrist. Ack! The boy let out a harrowing scream. It was only then that the three youths comprehended the terror standing before them. Reveal to me the whereabouts of Uchiha Shisui, or the next to lose their head will be you. Nightwind threatened, his raspy voice hissing like a venomous serpent as he silently activated the Naraka technique. The three boys envisioned a hellish sea of blood, picturing their own lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground, their hearts chilled to the core. Shisui. One boy, unable to withstand the pressure, was on the verge of betraying his clan. Silence. We are Uchiha. We cannot surrender. Another boy roared, his obsidian eyes transforming into a vivid crimson, with two black tomos swirling around his pupils. Thud. The kunai plunged into the boy's heart. A torrent of blood gushing forth like a fountain. The one who had just displayed his two-tomo Sharingan was now left gasping for breath. Next, what about you? Will you speak? Orochimaru inquired with unhurried composure. Even if he could not extract the information from these three, he could always find another trio to interrogate. After all, they were leaving Konoha, and the killing of a few was inconsequential. I will speak. Shisui went on a mission 2 days ago. Today is the birthday of the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi. He will surely return. Sir, you need only wait outside the village. The distraught boy divulged everything. Faced with the choice between life and death, he opted to betray his comrades for a chance to survive. Orochimaru, being one of the legendary three ninjas, would certainly keep his word. He would be saved. And as long as they remained silent, who would know they had betrayed Shisui? Indeed. You possess a modicum more intelligence than the one lying lifeless on the ground. Nightwind narrowed his eyes slightly. One boy clutched his severed arm, desperately using chakra to staunch the bleeding, while the other, who had revealed the information, knelt on the ground, head bowed, too fearful to meet Orochimaru's gaze. Crack! A small white-scaled snake slithered from Orochimaru's sleeve and snapped the neck of the boy with the severed hand. You provided the information, thus I allowed you to live. Nightwind stated calmly, his face betraying no emotion as he observed the two additional corpses on the ground, instead retrieving a spatial scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Bang! He bit his finger, began forming seals, and then pressed down on the center of the intricate markings. A multitude of surgical instruments and tools emerged. Nightwind expertly donned his gloves and approached the nearby corpses, extracting the ocular organs from the two Uchiha bloodline bodies. He placed them into a delicate glass container, subsequently immersing them in a life-preserving solution. Sir, you promised to bypass me. The sole survivor could not restrain a scream upon witnessing Orochimaru advance with a scalpel in hand. I never declared my intent to kill you. I merely require your eyes. I believe these two objectives are not mutually exclusive, Nightwind replied coldly. No. The youth, driven by madness, rose abruptly, attempting to flee this hellish scene. Yet, would Orochimaru grant him the opportunity? Disobedient child, Nightwind frowned and swiftly dispatched the boy with a kunai. He extracted a third pair of eyes with the scalpel, completed the containment procedure, and stored all items within a space scroll. These eyes were merely an appetizer. Shisui, your Sharingan shall be mine. A swarm of obsidian serpents emerged from the ground, encircling the three lifeless bodies. The perpetrator had vanished without a trace. As the day approached noon, 3 members of the Uchiha clan had mysteriously disappeared, yet none had noticed this anomaly. However, Orochimaru's own mysterious disappearance had been reported to the 3rd Hokage by the Umbu. Regrettably, the indecisive Sarutobi remained hesitant to search for his wayward student, particularly in the absence of concrete evidence. The sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha, the bustling crowd as lively as ever. Yet, Akane found little solace in the village's vibrancy. Today was a momentous occasion, and she was so anxious that she had forgotten to have breakfast. Since 8 in the morning, she had stood alone on her balcony, her gaze scanning the street for familiar figures. Little girl, you appear somewhat disheartened. May I inquire who has wronged you? A chilling voice resonated from behind her. Akane spun around, startled to find Orochimaru standing behind her, a smile gracing his face. Teacher, she managed a shy smile. Come. Nightwind instructed succinctly, lifting Akane into his arms and leaping onto the rooftops. To evade those Umbu searching for him, he carried her in a princess carry. The speed and agility of the 3 legendary ninjas were unparalleled. From Akane's home to their exit from Konoha, they remained undetected by any shinobi. He did not engage in any overt confrontations. Their route was exceedingly discreet. Neither the 3rd Hokage nor Jiraiya, the 2 strongest individuals in the village besides himself, had discerned Orochimaru's intentions to betray the village. Whoosh! Outside Konoha, Orochimaru leapt among the branches, cradling Akane, occasionally glancing around. "Let us pause here for a moment," Nightwind remarked calmly. A peculiar glimmer flickered in their eyes, hinting at some nefarious intent. "Teacher, why are we pausing here?" Hongdo inquired with curiosity. This was a forest that one inevitably traverses when approaching the main gate of Konoha, resembling a place where one might lay in ambush. Moreover, there were no research facilities belonging to Orochimaru in the vicinity of Konoha. It was clear that they weren't merely stopping for a respite. "Uchiha Shisui. You must have heard of his name. After all, he is only a year or two younger than you. I require his bloodline and eyes, and must capture him alive," Orochimaru stated with serene confidence. Hongdo had already become one of his own, and he intended to nurture her well. There was no need for concealment, as she would inevitably come to witness these events in due time. The Uchiha clan, Hongdo pondered quietly. It seemed her teacher was beginning to take an interest in the bloodline limit. However, without the Uchiha bloodline, how could one harness the power of the Sharingan? Kakashi was a prime example. He had received the Sharingan from Uchiha Obito, yet he could not deactivate it, remaining in an eternal state of consumption. He would never be able to increase his chakra reserves. The delightful prey has finally arrived, the night breeze whispered as it licked its lips, the golden hue in its eyes shimmering with excitement. Hongdo swiftly glanced towards the distant forest. 3 shadowy figures leaped through the underbrush, rapidly approaching this way. Though details were unclear, it became evident that 3 youths were in motion, with one among them standing out remarkably. A handsome boy with short black hair, though merely 11 years of age, had already emerged as a skilled fighter, tempered by the ravages of war. "Uchiha Shisui. Halt." A foul odor wafted through the air, wrinkling Shisui's brow in dismay. He had not detected the hidden presence of Orochimaru and Hongdo 100 meters away. Instead, he was startled by the inexplicable stench ahead. Truly a genius. Even his sense of smell was extraordinarily acute. The night breeze, now even more exhilarated, had laid traps in advance, setting the stage of 10,000 snakes to summon a multitude of serpents. He hadn't anticipated that this young prodigy would catch a whiff of something amiss. A testament to possessing the most formidable genjutsu, the Kodo Amatsukami, even though he might not yet have awakened his eyes. He felt a wave of relief that the timeline was still early enough. Otherwise, once Shisui awakened his Manjiki, his own strength might not guarantee a definitive victory over him. Nothing to worry about. Shisui's 2 companions cautiously ventured forth. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any peculiarities or traces left by others. Nonetheless, the odor was undeniably strange, reminiscent of a repulsive stench one would associate with a den of serpents. "Snakes? Run. It's a trap." Shisui's expression shifted dramatically as he seemingly connected the dots, crying out in alarm. Could it be that man? Damn. Among the powerful beings associated with serpents in the Hidden Leaf Village, there is only that man. Such keen reflexes, but alas, it is still too late. The serpent's array of 10,000 snakes. A sinister smile crept across Yufeng's face as he completed the hand seals. Beneath the feet of Shisui and his 2 companions, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters was suddenly rent asunder, and a writhing mass of serpents surged forth with astonishing speed, resembling a tsunami. The 2 youths were instantly devoured, leaving not a trace behind, as the serpents swept outwards. 10,000 snakes? Or perhaps 100,000? Shisui could not discern. But there was no time to ponder the number of serpents. He could only hear the calls of his comrades as they perished, filling his heart with sorrow as he hastily retreated. With his focus sharpened to a razor's edge, he scrutinized his surroundings, kunai firmly grasped in hand. His eyes activated to the 3-tomo Sharingan, not daring to blink. For someone like Orochimaru, even a single flaw would be enough to seal his fate a dozen times over. Indeed, the Sharingan is as beautiful as I imagined. A chilling voice echoed. Under Shisui's watchful gaze, a pale-skinned man emerged, clad in the vestments of a leaf jonin. The legendary Sannin, the 3rd Hokage's most favored disciple, Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, why are you doing this? It will surely incite conflict between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of the leaf. Shisui attempted to stall for time, his mind racing as he sought an escape from this perilous situation, for he knew that in a direct confrontation, he could not hope to defeat Orochimaru. As for the body flicker technique, while it was formidable in combat, it was inadequate for flight. Who knows how many traps and ambushes Orochimaru has laid in this vicinity? Come with me, or I shall incapacitate you first before taking you away. Yufeng declared with unwavering certainty, his demeanor unyielding. Shisui offered no reply, tightening his grip on the kunai in his hand. In the next moment, He began to weave hand seals at a speed that left afterimages in its wake. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. He expelled 3 colossal fire dragons from his mouth and immediately activated the body flicker technique. With the Sharingan engaged in Genjutsu, he sought merely to affect Orochimaru, even if only for a heartbeat, as he replaced the kunai in his hand with a wind-release shuriken. In response, Yifeng merely chuckled coldly. Shisui's fiery assault was evaded with a mere sidestep, and as for the Genjutsu of the Sharingan, his current spiritual strength rendered him impervious to even the 3-tomo Sharingan. Surely not. That movement. Could it be that technique? A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Akane's forehead, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Self-destruction? The Kusanagi sword? Shisui offered a bitter smile. Orochimaru, facing someone of his youth, had resorted to such a divine artifact. Yet, from this, he gleaned a clearer insight into the man's determination to capture or kill him, rather than lamenting his fate. It would be wiser to fight desperately for a sliver of hope. The night wind gaped, its elongated tongue dangling below. And then it extracted a sword over a meter long from its belly. The Kusanagi sword, a legendary artifact forged from the hardest materials known to mankind. Capable of extending and retracting at will when infused with chakra. With a flick of its wrist, the night wind unleashed a multitude of serpentine creatures from the sleeve of its left arm, resembling a web of spiders encircling the young man named Shisui. Damn it! The boy cursed, wishing fervently for a pair of extra legs to facilitate his escape. Escape? I thought you would attempt to kill me, the night wind replied, shaking its head in disappointment. Shisui's lips twitched as he quickened his pace. Kill you? Who in Konoha dares to claim they have the capability to slay Orochimaru? Aside from the 3rd Hokage, with a snap of his fingers, the night wind pursued him at a leisurely pace, unconcerned with intercepting Shisui, for the area had long been enveloped in danger. Upon detecting a foul stench ahead, Shisui realized he had unwittingly stumbled into the heart of a trap. Why are there so many colossal serpents? Red Bean exclaimed in astonishment from a distance. Over 100 gargantuan pythons, each approximately 20 meters long, blocked every avenue of escape, while Orochimaru loomed ominously behind Shisui, leaving him with no glimmer of hope. Though he might be capable of slaying these non-ninja serpents, before he could do so, Orochimaru would have the opportunity to eliminate him countless times over. The honor of the Uchiha clan shall not perish here, Shisui mused, a faint smile breaking across his face. A sense of foreboding surged within the night wind. Stop, it urged, accelerating with all its might. Its right hand morphing into a phosphorescent serpent that darted toward Shisui's body like a bolt of lightning. Without a second thought, it comprehended the significance of Shisui's smile. Families possessing bloodline limits adhered to a grim principle. In the face of certain death, one must destroy oneself, preferably obliterating their remains completely. Otherwise, should outsiders acquire their corpse, it could lead to disastrous consequences for the entire clan. Shisui intended to destroy his Sharingan, and then take his own life. With a resounding thud, 2 kunai simultaneously pierced his eye sockets, causing a faint popping sound as his eyeballs burst. Blood streamed down his face, and Shisui's hands trembled. Thud. The massive serpent in the night wind's grasp arrived in an instant, shattering the boy's arms and nullifying any chance he had to perform a suicide technique through hand seals. Damn you, little brat, the night wind seethed, a wave of genuine fury washing over it for the first time since arriving in this world. The celestial eye, destined to harbor the most potent illusions, had not yet evolved into a mangeki before being destroyed by its own master. Do you comprehend the destruction you have wrought? The nocturnal breeze howls with an almost feral intensity. The once-armed Shisui emits a vague and indistinct laughter, seemingly indifferent to Orochimaru's presence. Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a severed portion of his tongue, which falls to the ground with a dull thud. A desperate act of self-destruction? How naive. The fury of the night wind twists into a bitter smile. At such a moment, Shisui foolishly contemplates suicide. Those who bite their tongues to end their own lives succumb to excessive bleeding, which obstructs their airways, ultimately leading to suffocation. While the average person may be oblivious, the night wind, in a past life a physician and in this one a madman conducting human experiments, possesses an intricate understanding of the human anatomy. Every bone and muscle laid bare. Such delusions. A cruel smile graces the night wind's lips as he forcibly pries open Shisui's mouth, delivering a punch that renders the youth unconscious. A surge of chakra materializes in his hand, which he channels into Shisui's mouth to staunch the bleeding from his wounds, before carelessly discarding the boy onto the ground. Bah! What misfortune! The night wind grits through clenched teeth. He had schemed against a junior, and yet found himself thwarted. This damned Uchiha Shisui would not be forgotten, Today's events would linger in memory. You wish to blind me, do you? I refuse to believe there is no means to restore your eyesight. Young wretch, I shall tend to your wounds and ensure you are well when you awaken. The night wind mutters curses under his breath, retrieving a multitude of vials filled with medicinal substances from another space-time scroll. Shisui's shattered eye reveals decaying tissue, and the injuries within his mouth require urgent attention. This youth must remain alive to serve as a test subject. At some point, Akad approached quietly, standing by with a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes before swiftly vanishing. Choosing to follow Lord Orochimaru demands a readiness for any eventuality. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, colossal serpents dissipate as the night wind dispels the summoning technique, leaving only one behind. Under command, it cradles the unconscious body of Uchiha Shisui upon its head. The night wind and Akad take their place atop the serpent as they hasten towards the nearest underground base. The man's countenance darkens slightly, and Akad wisely refrains from uttering a word. The sky gradually deepens into twilight. After traversing over 100 miles, they finally arrive at a concealed underground facility. Lord Orochimaru, two ninjas adorned with the Sound Village headbands appear, bowing respectfully. Confine this individual to the first-level chamber. Completely seal his chakra, and provide sustenance at regular intervals. Temporarily, he is entrusted to your care, the night wind declares wearily. Yes, my lord. The two men promptly accept the unconscious Uchiha Shisui. Daring not to inquire further, she merely complied with the directives given. In this realm, Orochimaru reigned supreme, the sole sovereign. All who dared to oppose him had either perished or been transformed into experimental subjects. Master, you have already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Why then pursue such actions, even to the extent of betraying your village? Akatsuki gently grasped Orochimaru's hand, posing her question in a hushed tone. Everything. For I desire everything. Every aspect of this world, encompassing all jutsu, bloodlines, and physical techniques, along with the ultimate power and status, extending even to a life that defies the constraints of mortality. The fleeting nature of a mortal lifespan is intolerably brief, thus I pursue this path. What significance does Hokage hold? Was not the once revered god of shinobi, Hashirama, ultimately laid to rest? And what of the Sage of Six Paths? He too has long since departed this world, over a millennium ago. I shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Nightwind unabashedly unveiled his ambition and insatiable greed. Devour. Moments later, Nightwind led Akatsuki into the underground base. This labyrinthine sanctuary housed not only laboratories, but also numerous chambers for imprisoning experimental subjects. Candles flickered in the corridors, casting a dim yellow glow that barely masked the faint hissing of serpentine tongues. Akatsuki had grown accustomed to this eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Every one of Orochimaru's experimental bases bore a similar essence. You shall reside here from now on. Should you require anything, simply summon my subordinates or come to find me. My chamber is adjacent to yours, Nightwind hastily instructed. Having arranged Akatsuki's accommodations, he prepared to inspect the holding area for Shisui. Although the most precious pair of eyes had been lost, Shisui remained a subject of considerable value. Even if restoration of his ocular faculties proved impossible, there remained the possibility of creating clones. The technique of the celestial deity was an ambition he was determined to achieve. 5 minutes later, in the first-level secure chamber, Lord Orochimaru, two individuals clad in white protective suits bowed respectfully. These were his subordinates at the base, tasked with assisting him in various matters. Nightwind nodded in acknowledgement and entered the room. There, Shisui lay stripped of all garments, bound tightly to an experimental table. Numerous tubes affixed to his body. These were employed for constant monitoring of his physical condition and for the injection of nutrients, ensuring he did not perish from starvation. The injuries to his eyes and tongue were under control. This wretched little imp dares to thwart my grand designs. I shall settle this score with the Uchiha clan. Nightwind scoffed. The data from the bodily assessments appeared relatively normal, yet uncertainty lingered regarding the recovery of his ocular injuries. Let us begin our research with the prospect of cloning, Orochimaru murmured. How many female subjects are available for use here? Nightwind inquired of one subordinate. The so-called female body refers to ordinary individuals who have been captured or slaves purchased from the dark underbelly of society. Occasionally, they are utilized for specialized experimental research, however. The majority of their purpose is relegated to breeding. Fertilized eggs, cultivated through experimentation, are implanted into these women, allowing them to carry and give birth to infants. Previously, During his research on columnar cells, he had conducted a large-scale experiment involving the creation of hundreds of newborns, attempting to integrate columnar cells into their bodies. Unfortunately, the rejection response was exceedingly severe, as the assimilative nature of the columnar cells was too potent. Ultimately, these children transformed into trees, consumed by the wood-style chakra. The only survivor, while capable of utilizing wood-style techniques, was as feeble as a child playing house. Returning to the adults, there were 14 in total, all in good health and ready for experimentation. One subordinate replied, "Clone the cells of Uchiha Shisui. You know how to operate those machines. I want to see 14 newborns in a year. Remember, do not let them die. Contact me in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Nightwind cast a final glance at the youth on the experimental platform before turning and departing from the facility. The individuals here were trustworthy, whether due to fear, monetary gain, or their admiration for Orochimaru. Regardless, they dared not defy his orders. A single person's energy is finite. Perhaps it is time to retrieve Kabuto from Konoha. As long as I am sufficiently powerful, I can obliterate Konoha at any moment. Kabuto's talent as a spy is far too valuable to waste. The man's chilling voice echoed through the corridor. The subjects in the prison trembled, prostrating themselves in fear, unwilling to gaze upon this malevolent figure. A madman, devoid of conscience or humanity. A night of silence passed. The following day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Nightwind awoke as usual. Expressionless, he dressed and, after a brief moment of grooming, emerged from his room. Teacher, Akamatsu stood patiently at the door. "This is breakfast. I've arranged for sushi to be prepared." The young girl smiled faintly. Nightwind nodded, patting Akamatsu's head as a reward. The sushi was quite palatable. Yet, as he chewed, he was suddenly reminded of that peculiar feeling of hunger he had experienced earlier. Glancing at the cheerful Akamatsu, he decided to wait until after breakfast to investigate further. "After a few days, I will be going to the land of Whirlpools, and I will take you with me then. For now, endure a little longer." Nightwind reassured her. He could clearly see that Akamatsu was not particularly fond of this eerie underground base. However, it was understandable. Who in their right mind could cherish such a ghastly place? Although she held a high status here as Orochimaru's disciple, it was of little consequence, for she had no friends in this desolate environment. Orochimaru was preoccupied with his experiments, leaving him little time to accompany her. Upon hearing that she would soon be allowed to venture outside, Akamichi nodded enthusiastically. Without waiting for Yefeng's further instructions, she swiftly exited the room with her tray, remembering to bow respectfully to her master before leaving. Almost forgetting that detail, Yefeng quickly dismissed Akamichi from his mind. At present, the most pressing matter was to ascertain the source of his bodily anomalies. He retrieved a spatial scroll, within which lay the Sharingan obtained from the 3 Uchiha clan members yesterday, 6 ocular spheres suspended in a verdant solution. One pair exhibited the 3-tomo design, while the remaining 2 pairs each displayed the 2-tomo. Indeed, Yefeng squinted his eyes. As soon as he extracted these ocular spheres, a profound hunger stirred within him. It appeared that he had not only traversed into this body, but had undergone other transformations as well. Only by consuming them could he uncover the truth. Yefeng muttered to himself. Even if this endeavor failed, ingesting a few ocular spheres would pose no harm to his body. He swiftly opened the glass container and placed all 6 ocular spheres onto a plate. The deceased eyes were preserved remarkably well, as if they had merely been removed from their sockets mere moments ago. Hiss. His right hand gradually morphed into a white phosphorus serpent, its body as thick as his arm, voraciously devouring all the ocular spheres in one gulp. This was a manifestation of his true form, one of the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi. Although he could have consumed them directly, he opted for this ninjutsu after some contemplation. Minutes passed, and Yefeng's body exhibited no signs of abnormality, neither positive nor negative. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a sudden, sharp pain pierced his eyes, akin to a scalpel slicing through the nerves behind his ocular spheres. Cough. Orochimaru covered his mouth, his breath becoming notably rapid. This excruciating agony felt as though a knife had penetrated his skull, severing nerves one by one. Yet, within his heart, he felt an overwhelming joy. He soon dismissed the pain. It was a success. Gazing into the mirror, Yefeng was overwhelmed with a desire to roar in exhilaration. The eyes that should have been golden vertical pupils had transformed into the round pupils of an ordinary person. Amidst the blood-red hue, a black tomo gently revolved around the pupil. A 1-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the second son of Sage of 6 Paths, could be awakened through intense emotional stimuli and continuously evolved. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, and then the Mangeki. To evolve the Mangeki into the eternal Mangeki, one must transplant the Mangeki Sharingan of a fellow clansman. As for the Rinnegan, it could only be awakened by a reincarnated vessel of Indra's chakra who had transplanted the flesh or cells of a reincarnated Asura. The Rinnegan represents the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. A single tomo, perhaps? Its absorption efficiency is exceedingly low, Nightwind mused as he gazed into the mirror, observing his own eyes. The primary capabilities of the Sharingan encompass insight, replication, and illusion, yet the potential of a single tomo is remarkably limited. He had consumed 6 eyeballs, but the conversion ratio remained disappointingly low. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. This ability was still rather impressive. With a mere thought, Nightwind deactivated the Sharingan, restoring his eyes to their former appearance. As long as he possessed experimental subjects from the Uchiha clan, he could cultivate as many new eyes as he desired, provided the quantity of eyeballs was sufficient to achieve the ultimate evolution. Since eyeballs were viable, he pondered whether other substances would suffice. Would drinking blood work? What about consuming flesh? It appeared further verification was necessary. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, he realized that 2 hours had unknowingly passed. It was noon. 1 o'clock. The underground base remained eerily silent. Aside from the occasional passing staff member, there was no other noise to be heard. Nightwind pushed open the door to the room where Shisui was confined. Thud. The bound youth tapped the experimental table with his hand. Ah, you're awake? Your vitality is indeed tenacious, but alas, you cannot speak, Nightwind remarked coolly. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Uchiha Shisui continued tapping on the table. He was unaware of Orochimaru's intentions for keeping him alive, but regardless, he felt as though he were living a fate worse than death. He yearned for release, unwilling to become a mere experiment. Rest assured, I shall not terminate you before extracting your value. Today, I stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot my purpose for being here. Orochimaru tapped his head, then adeptly retrieved a pair of gloves. He prepared a scalpel, a glass vial, along with some bandages and hemostatic agents. With an impassive expression, he incised Shisui's blood vessel. After draining half a glass of blood, he skillfully excised a small piece of flesh from the arm. He then proceeded to apply the necessary hemostatic measures and finally wrapped it in white bandages. The entire process flowed seamlessly. The man displayed no extraneous emotion. Whether as a doctor or Orochimaru, this was work executed with unparalleled proficiency. Once he completed the task, Nightwind smiled in satisfaction. He casually discarded the gloves into the trash, then departed the confinement room with half a glass of blood and a piece of flesh. What a splendid discovery! This body possesses the capability to absorb the power of bloodline limits. Given sufficient time to settle, he might very well inherit all the unique bloodlines and powers within the ninja world, evolving into the next immortal Kaguya. Perhaps he could even consume Kaguya herself? Inside the room, let us commence with blood. Yifeng inhaled the scent of the crimson, viscous liquid in the cup, extending his tongue to moisten his lips. The pangs of hunger surged once more. Gulp. The man consumed it in a single draught, akin to one savoring whiskey. The second reaction was swifter than the first, his body responding with heightened fervor and greater agony. Yet, alongside the torment, there emerged a wondrous warmth, as if his eyes were bathed in tepid water. And the flow of blood within him quickened significantly. It was not until half an hour had elapsed that this ravenous consumption gradually subsided. Yifeng opened his eyes, activating his Sharingan once again. Still in the form of a single tomo, yet his perceptive abilities had markedly intensified, suggesting that the effects of the blood were quite promising. Next came the flesh. Yifeng admired his eyes before summoning the white phosphorus serpent once more. His right hand transformed into a serpent, which promptly devoured a small piece of meat. Regrettably, while the effects of the blood were remarkably pronounced, the consumption of flesh yielded only negligible changes, seemingly less than a tenth of the blood's efficacy. It appeared that only the ocular organs and the blood of the Uchiha clan bore any significant benefits. With approximately 6 years remaining until the annihilation of the Uchiha, all spoils would eventually reside with Danzo. Seeking him directly would suffice. Yifeng pondered silently. The protagonists were still mere infants, the official narrative yet to unfold. Thus there was no rush to gain strength immediately. It was more prudent to strategize for the future. Next, he resolved to summon Toby back. The child's aptitude for learning could alleviate a considerable amount of pressure for him. Then, he planned to venture to the land of Whirlpools in search of the death god's mask, to uncover the method for releasing the Shinigami sealing technique, as well as to attain one of the 3 great ocular jutsu, the Byakugan, which would present an opportunity in due time. The more Orochimaru contemplated, the more tasks seemed to accumulate. His self-preservation capabilities were ample, rendering total annihilation nearly impossible. Each of his cursed seal techniques contained a fragment of his essence, allowing for resurrection through the remnants of his soul even if his physical form were to perish. However, in terms of sheer strength, there remained considerable room for enhancement. Time slipped by imperceptibly. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had elapsed within the base. Clones derived from the cells of Uchiha Shisui were now developing within 14 female hosts. During this period, Yifeng had also drawn blood from Uchiha Shisui once more. Yet, the Uchiha bloodline within him remained insufficiently potent. Or perhaps due to his original lineage not being Uchiha, the evolution of his Sharingan progressed at a painfully slow pace, still lingering at the single Tomo stage, barely functional. Orochimaru-sama, my eyes are so uncomfortable. I haven't seen sunlight in ages, and suddenly Red Bean shielded her eyes with her small hands. A prolonged absence from the sun resulted in a rather severe stinging sensation. It's nothing. You will soon adapt to life above ground. Your body merely requires a period of adjustment. The night breeze caressed the eyes of Hongdo, gently soothing them. The young girl let out a slight sigh of relief. Relishing this rare moment of relaxation, a sense of comfort gradually enveloped her eyes, allowing her to barely open them. Thank you, teacher, Hongdo smiled sweetly. Due to the underground base being predominantly filled with experimental equipment and prison-like surroundings, there were no items that a girl might desire, leaving her in the same attire as days prior. The black fishnet outfit was undoubtedly stunning, yet a change of clothing would not be amiss. Although Hongdo did not voice it, she certainly yearned for new garments. Let us head to the village to purchase some clothes, the night breeze suggested with a smile. Thank you, teacher. For the first time in several days, the girl beamed with such joy. She resembled a delicate flower blooming amidst the icy wilderness, offering a glimmer of warmth even to the most despairing souls. In the land of waves, the Sound Ninja Village was an ordinary little ninja settlement, devoid of any notable presence or the existence of a leader. Lacking fame and significance, its true master was Orochimaru, who had commanded its establishment. Most of the ninjas in the village were his loyal subordinates. Lord Orochimaru, the night breeze remarked, having shed his Konoha Nin attire and discarded his forehead protector, now draped in a dark cloak. Upon entering the village, he was immediately recognized. His golden snake-like eyes were too distinctive to be overlooked. No need for commotion. I am merely passing through, he said calmly. Suddenly recalling something, he instructed a ninja from the Sound Village, by the way. Keep an eye out for a girl with red hair, approximately 5 years old, named Karen. If she appears within the borders of the Land of Grass or near the Sound Village, please attempt to bring her in peacefully. If she resists, remember to avoid injuring her limbs. Having conveyed this, the night breeze took Hongdo's hand and entered the village. These individuals were astute. He need not elaborate further. Teacher, who is Karen? Hongdo asked curiously. A survivor of the Uzumaki clan, with some potential utility, the night breeze replied nonchalantly. Now, let us change into new attire. Our journey to the land of waves will take about a week. Understood. 3 hours later, as they emerged from the Sound Village once more, both had donned new outfits. The night breeze wore the attire of the Sound Village ninjas, without any ostentation, simply draped in a black cloak and foregoing the forehead protector. Hongdo had changed into a casual outfit, a light red top paired with ultra-short black shorts. She still wore specialized ninja sandals, but had acquired a new pair. She appeared refreshingly youthful, exuding a vibrant spirit that would not hinder her in battle or travel. Quite lovely, the night breeze remarked. And Hongdo beamed as if she had received a sweet treat. There exists a beautiful student who, in truth, evokes a sense of accomplishment. Speaking of curses, the body of Akadama has yet to be imbued with the celestial curse marked by me. She should be capable of withstanding such formidable power. Yet that ferocious energy could easily transform one into a mindless beast. Yifeng shook his head, contemplating briefly before dismissing this notion. He has left behind numerous experimental subjects bearing curse marks in various concealed laboratory bases. Thus, the absence of Akadama is inconsequential, even if he wished to cultivate her strength. Alternative methods could be considered. With a swift motion, 2 figures traversed the boundless forest, leaping atop the treetops. Although one could employ a colossal serpent for travel, it would undoubtedly attract undue attention. When serpents are mentioned, the name Orochimaru is likely the first to spring to mind across the entire shinobi world. He had no desire to expose his whereabouts or position. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, bang, Danzo sat in the Hokage's office, coldly confronting the third Hokage. Also present were the esteemed elders, Midogate and T. Kaharuno. What transpired days ago must be addressed, Danzo huffed. The three Uchiha clansmen were not to be mentioned. Yet Uchiha Shisui was a renowned prodigy of that clan. He had high hopes for Shisui, intending for him to serve the foundation. However, Uchiha Shisui had mysteriously vanished in a forest not far from Konoha, leaving behind a plethora of serpent traces, coupled with Orochimaru's numerous suspicions, including the possible harm to the village's shinobi and his simultaneous mysterious disappearance. The culprit was nearly confirmed to be Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's mentor, the third Hokage had discovered nothing, proving utterly ineffective. Given the circumstances, we can only declare Orochimaru a rogue shinobi. Danzo, do not be overly aggressive. I believe this matter weighs heavily on Sarutobi's heart as well, the two elders counseled. While Danzo appeared to accuse the third Hokage, he truly sought to unseat him and claim the Hokage position for himself. Did he not realize how suspicious Orochimaru was? The Foundation had similarly accomplished nothing. Yet, as Hokage, the responsibility for such occurrences undoubtedly fell more heavily on the third Hokage. Needless to say, I concur with the decision to apprehend Orochimaru. But this position will never be relinquished to you, Danzo. This is a grave responsibility entrusted to me by the second Hokage. And only upon my death will it be passed on. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, sighing. You had best perform your duties diligently and prevent such incidents from recurring. Consider the caliber of students you are teaching, Danzo retorted before slamming the door behind him. The Hokage's office fell silent once more, while Jiraiya, seated atop the Hokage building, gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Tsunade's mind fractured due to the demise of Kakashi in the war, plunging her into a state of despair as she became increasingly consumed by gambling, to the point where she was oblivious to her surroundings in the Land of Fire. Once, the three members of their ninja team were united. But now even Orochimaru had betrayed the village. Such abruptness left no opportunity for a final meeting. Perhaps it is time for me to embark on a journey. Even if merely to gather inspiration for a new work, Jiraiya murmured. The village of Konoha remained vibrant and bustling, with throngs of people milling about as usual. Yet, beneath the surface, many events had quietly unfolded. 5 days later, in the land of Whirlpools, a small island situated in the waters adjacent to the Land of Fire, the Uzumaki clan, distant relatives of the Senju clan and descendants of Ashura, were renowned for their expertise in sealing techniques. The wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, hailed from the Uzumaki clan. Regrettably, as time passed, the influence of the Uzumaki clan within Konoha waned perilously, compelling them to retreat to their ancestral lands, this very island. However, the clan's notoriety proved too formidable to escape. Despite their desire for seclusion, they were relentlessly pursued by ninjas from various nations and villages. They faced overwhelming assaults, leading to near annihilation, with only a handful of clan members managing to conceal their identities and disperse across the globe. Members of the pure-blooded Uzumaki lineage, such as Nagato and Karen, were characterized by their striking red hair. Waves crashed incessantly upon the sandy shore. Beneath the radiant golden sunlight, a small boat glided across the cerulean sea, its oarsmen straining against the wooden paddles, accompanied by two rather peculiar passengers, a brooding middle-aged man and a striking young woman. Is this the island of the Land of Whirlpools? It appears quite deserted, Akane remarked softly, her face a canvas of curiosity, her large gray-brown eyes wide with wonder, reflecting the sea and sand. Alas, it is said that this place once thrived with people. However, it remains a mystery what transpired. Those who currently inhabit this island are merely outsiders who had no other refuge, the boatman recounted. Here's 100,000 Ryo. Await our return after our business is concluded. The Night Wind nodded slightly, handing over 10 notes of 10,000 Ryo each. He harbored no fear that the boatman would dare abscond with the money. Should he attempt such a thing, he would face lethal consequences. Not a soul in sight. Akane observed as she strolled ahead, surveying her surroundings. The ground was littered with ruins, some charred by flames, others obliterated by diverse ninjutsu. With the remnants of buildings scattered about, there were no signs of life, nor any well-preserved structures. Teacher, how did the Uzumaki clan meet their demise? Were they truly besieged by ninjas from many nations? Akane inquired with curiosity. Amidst the remnants of these ruins, one can faintly discern what this village once was. Although it may not rival the Hidden Leaf, it was nevertheless a formidable ninja village. Yet, in this secluded land, nearly the entire clan has been annihilated. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it remains uncertain how many have survived or continue to be passed down. Who can say? Only the ninja who ventured here are privy to the events of the past. Perhaps it was a coalition of ninjas from several nations. Or perhaps it was an operation orchestrated by the Hidden Leaf itself, Nightwind replied softly. As the two conversed, the first living soul appeared before them. He appeared to be a vagrant, disheveled and unkempt, likely having gone days without bathing. Hey, can you hear me? Nightwind inquired tentatively. Do you know where the Uzumaki clan's Namin Hall is? Yet, the vagrant merely stared vacantly at the sky, his expression blank and drooling, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Just as the ferryman had indicated, those who still come to this small island are predominantly those without a place to go. Perhaps this man is in debt. Or perhaps he is being pursued. Regardless of the reason, it is evident that he has succumbed to madness. It seems I must resort to ninjutsu. Searching methodically would likely take an inordinate amount of time, Nightwind muttered. Moreover, these individuals have only recently arrived, even if they were lucid. They would likely remain unaware of what the so-called Namin Hall is. Summoning technique. Countless serpents emerged at Nightwind's call. Thousands of shadows dispersed in every direction, seeking out any structures on this island that remain intact. Teacher, what exactly are we searching for here? Redbean inquired once more. Whatever could compel Orochimaru to journey this far must undoubtedly be of great significance. It is a means to unravel the dead demon-consuming seal, Nightwind replied succinctly. The dead demon-consuming seal is the most potent sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, capable of summoning the Shinigami to devour the soul of the target, sealing it within the Shinigami's belly for eternity. Once the technique is executed, the user too is destined to be consumed as a sacrifice by the Shinigami. The souls of both the practitioner and the adversary remain trapped in the Shinigami's belly, condemned to eternal torment. A year prior, Uchiha Obito summoned the Nine Tails to attack the Hidden Leaf. In that battle, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, employed the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing the young Nine Tails within his son, Naruto Uzumaki, while the Nine Tails accompanied the fourth into the Shinigami's belly. However, this technique possesses a method of reversal. Within the Uzumaki clan's Namin Hall lies a unique Shinigami mask. When the practitioner dons the mask, they can summon the Shinigami as a sacrifice, cleaving open its belly to release what has been sealed, ultimately becoming a new sacrifice to be devoured. As long as we locate that mask, it equates to acquiring the reanimated body of the fourth Hokage, along with half of the Nine Tails chakra. After a considerable time, Night Breeze and Akkad lingered on the island, finally receiving news from a serpent. Deep within the western jungle of the isle lies an intact structure. If all goes as anticipated, it should be the repository of the Uzumaki clan's masks. Let us proceed, Akkad. The sooner we acquire the item, the sooner we can conclude our business and return. Night Breeze gently remarked, patting Akkad on the head. Yes, master, the young girl replied respectfully, having prepared provisions and fresh water in her spatial scroll. She did not feel hunger. Soon, the duo set off toward the location indicated by the serpent's message. Within the depths of the jungle stood a massive wooden cabin. One of the pillars supporting the entrance had collapsed, causing the door to lean precariously, adorned with the crest of the Uzumaki clan. Dust blanketed the ground, a testament to years of abandonment. Upon entering, Akkad and Orochimaru were greeted by a myriad of masks adorning the walls. Among them was a special artifact capable of summoning the Shinigami. Night Breeze extended his right hand, from which a white serpent emerged, keenly sensing the essence of these masks. Ultimately, he selected one from among the dozens. This particular mask bore the distinct aura of a unique jutsu, setting it apart from the others. I have found it, Night Breeze said, narrowing his eyes. At last, he had secured this treasure. With it, he could summon the fourth Hokage and that fragment of the Nine Tails. As for the individual to perform the summoning, whether through brainwashing or genjutsu, it mattered little. Anyone could suffice. To speak bluntly, in this world, there are plenty willing to barter their lives for a sufficient sum of money. Let us depart. Night Breeze suppressed his excitement. Akkad examined the mask closely but offered no further commentary. The pair made their way back to the beach. As dusk approached, the ferryman remained steadfast in his position, unwilling to breach his promise. Let us return. At this hour, we shall arrive just in time for a late-night snack. What would you like to eat? Night Breeze stowed the mask away, and his expression revealed his delightful mood. A late-night snack? Master, I would love grilled meat. Akkad contemplated briefly before responding with a smile. Affectionately linking her arm with Orochimaru's, she found comfort in his perpetually cool demeanor. The girl clearly relished the closeness, deriving a sense of security and happiness from being near him. Grilled meat, is it? Very well, Nightbreeze chuckled. What they consumed mattered little. As long as Akkad was pleased, he was content. In high spirits, he was eager to spend the evening delighting the young girl. And witnessing her joyful smile warmed his heart further. The silent ferryman quietly paddles with his wooden oar, while a man and a young girl engage in light-hearted conversation. The night deepens, countless stars twinkle softly, and a gentle moon peeks from behind the clouds. The waves perpetually surge, and seated in the swaying little boat, the sea breeze carries a slightly briny scent. The girl with the bun playfully nestles in your embrace, gazing at you with her charming, large eyes. The night breeze feels utterly delightful. Since his arrival in this realm, this is the first time he finds such joy beyond mere experimentation or the pursuit of strength. Life offers other intriguing pleasures. The teacher, with a hint of shyness, bows her head. Orochimaru gently kisses her forehead and then her cheek, his lips cold against her skin. In that moment, she resembles a bewildered prey cradled by a serpentine embrace, yet all she feels is happiness. Nightwind, chuckling, cradles her face, admiring those beautiful eyes, ultimately refraining from kissing her lips. Next time, as if perceiving the girl's thoughts, the man whispers. A week later, in the underground base near the Sound Village, Lord Orochimaru, a boy of approximately 13, kneels respectfully. Kabuto. He is the spy Orochimaru dispatched to Konoha. Having grown up in the orphanage there, currently posing as a medical apprentice working in Konoha Hospital. He is also a medical prodigy, endowed with a mind adept at manipulation. Of course, he is fiercely loyal. Do you know why I summoned you back? Nightwind smiles. Forgive my ignorance. I do not understand, Kabuto replies honestly. Initially, he was meant to be a vital pawn in Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's destruction. However, with his recent mysterious disappearance, returning to Konoha would prove challenging. I have more pressing matters for you. With your talents, it would be a waste to remain a spy. Come assist me in managing the experiments. I have been quite busy lately, and Akatsuki could approach me at any moment, Nightwind explains calmly. The last statement is the crux of the matter. He has now become a renowned rogue ninja in Konoha, making him a target for Akatsuki's recruitment, although he harbors no particular aspirations for world peace. The influence of Akatsuki in the Naruto universe is profound, and becoming a member could serve him well. Additionally, once he joins, it would lower the vigilance of those hidden figures against him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I understand, Kabuto acknowledges, grasping the situation. He has heard whispers of the enigmatic organization known as Akatsuki, rumored to comprise formidable rogue ninjas. It is no wonder Orochimaru mentioned he might be busy in the future, requiring assistance with experiments and bases. Let us go. It has been long since I last saw Shisui, and I've nearly forgotten the taste of his blood. The night breeze caressed his lips, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, in the underground base, within a level 1 confinement chamber, 2 medical personnel were diligently recording data and observing the physical condition of Uchiha Shisui. His body was normal, essentially healthy. Do skillfully took the form, glancing over the data before speaking. During his time as an undercover agent in Konohagakure, he had not been idle. He had continuously immersed himself in the study of various medical techniques. Although he was not yet as skilled as Orochimaru, his capacity for learning was exceptional. Having already mastered the chakra scalpel, with a plethora of fundamental knowledge firmly etched in his mind. What about the blood from these recent days? Nightbreeze glanced at Shisui, only to lose interest. This body, having lost its most precious eyes, possessed little value beyond generating blood, serving merely as a sample for cloning. The eyes, akin to human limbs, would not regenerate once lost. Restoring such an organ would likely require a level of terrifying vitality akin to that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, the invasive nature of the first cells was too potent for an ordinary person to endure. Orochimaru-sama, in accordance with your instructions prior to your departure, blood will be drawn at regular intervals without affecting Uchiha Shisui's survival. A total of 2 bags containing 400 milliliters of blood. The next extraction will occur in 2 days. One subordinate reported respectfully. From the cold storage, he retrieved 2 bags of dark red blood, presenting them on a tray. Nightbreeze replied nonchalantly. His right hand transformed into a white phosphorus serpent, extending its form to consume the 2 bags of blood. Perhaps experiments could commence with the clone bodies. Nightbreeze pondered, a flash of insight crossing his eyes. Once the 5 clone bodies of Uchiha Shisui are born, attempt to fuse them with Hashirama's cells, observing the results and reactions throughout the process. Additionally, other bases should begin cultivating. A year from now, I want to see at least 100 individuals of Uchiha lineage born. In due time, I will retrieve the Byakugan lineage to initiate the cultivation of the Byakugan bloodline limit as well, Night Breeze commanded. On his way back with Akamichi, he had already heard news that the envoy from the Land of Lightning was soon to arrive. Following the plot's development, he could then secretly scheme for the Byakugan lineage. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, Do replied respectfully. For him, the commands of this master were paramount. It was Night Breeze who had saved him on the battlefield. His life was granted by Orochimaru. For the dreams of this master, he would spare no effort. His eyes seemed close to reaching the second tomo. Night Breeze felt a burning sensation emanating from his eyes, contemplating within. However, with the increasing consumption of blood, the effects appeared to diminish slightly. If this pace continued, he would likely have to rely on devouring to achieve the peak power of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Desiring the power of the kaleidoscope, one must likely devise alternative plans. The Uchiha clan's bloodline is indeed formidable, yet it is a pity that Shisui is not the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. One cannot ascertain whether he can withstand the cells of Hashirama. Nightwind shook his head, dismissing the thoughts that lingered in his mind. It is imperative to address the pressing matters at hand first. As for those uncertainties, they can be contemplated once the clone is birthed. He must also allocate time to study the body replacement technique. This body is nearing 50 years of age, although it appears remarkably youthful. It has begun to affect his ability to release ninjutsu. At most, he has 6 years to complete his research on the technique. And he must seek a suitable new vessel. To emerge as the ultimate victor in the impending ninja world war, meticulous preparations are indispensable. Let us go, Akkad. The teacher has yet to have lunch. Today, I wish to sample your culinary skills. Nightwind spoke softly. A fleeting flash of crimson light glimmered in his eyes. His expression returning to its usual demeanor, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. The white-scaled serpent, having fed on blood, had returned to its normal state. Of course, teacher, Akkad replied with a gentle nod. A week later, in the underground base, where the distinction between day and night ceased to exist, the corridors were perpetually illuminated by dim candles. Apart from the occasional muffled screams of experimental subjects, the atmosphere was predominantly quiet, with Orochimaru's subordinates diligently toiling away. At last, I have attained the second tomo of my Sharingan. My bloodline can now be deemed authentically Uchiha. Nightwind stood before a mirror, admiring the novel transformation within his eyes. Against the blood-red backdrop, the second black tomo had formed. The path to the Manjiki Sharingan remains long, yet progress has been made, and breakthroughs realized. Upon reaching the level of Hokage, further advancements become increasingly arduous. It is through that mysterious devouring ability that he has accelerated his strength so rapidly. Such exquisite eyes are true artistry. Should Danzo discover my secret, it would likely infuriate that old dog to his demise, Nightwind remarked with a mischievous grin. Not merely confined to the limits of the Sharingan, he intends to amass even more bloodline limits in the future. The more powerful he becomes, the greater his capacity to collect the blood of those with bloodline limits, thereby enhancing his own strength. Teacher has grown stronger again today, Akkad observed quietly from the side, her eyes sparkling with golden flecks. Let us return to Konoha and navigate the murky waters, Nightwind stated nonchalantly. Certainly, teacher, Akkad replied, nodding as she affectionately linked her arm with his. Today, she donned a white dress, her feet adorned with pristine white shoes. Her hair was styled into a lovely short cut rather than a bun, and her delicate, charming face needed no makeup to be captivating. Let us proceed. The Night Breeze plucked 2 masks from the wall. Today, he donned a traditional suit, a coat of deep gray and black trousers. With the addition of the mask for disguise, none would recognize him as Orochimaru. Only Jiraiya, in sage mode, could discern and sense his chakra. This mask is astonishingly lifelike. Did the teacher craft it himself? Akkad gazed curiously at the soft, thin mask in his hands. The man emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. Indeed. It was made by the teacher, crafted from genuine human skin. Nightwind smiled, affixing the mask to his face, transforming his appearance entirely. He now resembled a somewhat antiquated and solemn young man, perhaps 23 years of age. Akkad remained silent, merely swallowing hard. Summoning her courage, she donned the mask. Realizing her own visage had morphed, devoid of any trace of Akkad. The reflection in the mirror revealed an utterly unfamiliar woman. Let us proceed. Orochimaru altered his voice, adopting the tone of a gentle youth. Yes, teacher. Akkad slightly adjusted her voice with the technique, rendering it cooler and more mature. A while later, at the entrance of Konoha, 2 ninjas were stationed to monitor the gate. With the arrival of emissaries from the Land of Thunder in the past few days, security had tightened, preventing any suspicious individuals from entering. Greetings, please present your identification. Noticing the young man and girl approaching, the guard spoke with a measured tone. Esteemed ninja, my sister and I have come to Konoha for business. Yefeng smiled, handing over a prepared scroll. We hail from the Sound Village, where we cultivate a substantial harvest of seasonal fruits, hoping to sell them in Konoha's commercial district. The guard examined the contents of the scroll. It appeared authentic, bearing the seal of the Sound Village leader. That small village resided within the borders of the Land of Fire, and they had heard of it to some extent. You may enter. The guard returned the scroll, speaking in a neutral tone. He had observed closely. The young man and girl bore no signs of having trained in ninjutsu. Their chakra fluctuations consistent with those of ordinary individuals. There was nothing suspicious. Thank you, esteemed ninja. Nightwind smiled once more. Soon, he and Akkad returned to Konoha openly. Red bean cake is a perfect match. The girl exclaimed, her eyes narrowing with delight, nearly transforming into a slit. Be cautious. Uttering such signature lines might lead to trouble if overheard, Nightwind remarked with a smirk. Should the mention of red bean cake reach the ears of a discerning individual, it could potentially link back to the ever-constant Mitarashi Akkad, and complications would surely arise. Very well, I acknowledge my mistake. Hongdo swiftly apologized, her head slightly bowed, revealing a touch of vulnerability in her expression. I shall be more attentive next time. Yifeng gently patted the young girl's head in a gesture of comfort. His thoughts enigmatic, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions as he gazed into the distance. What is the teacher pondering? Is he unhappy to be back here? Hongdo inquired with curiosity. Since entering this confectionery, Orochimaru had scarcely consumed anything, lost in contemplation as he stared vacantly at the throngs outside the window. No. It is nothing, merely some matters that evoke a sense of nostalgia, Yifeng replied nonchalantly. In truth, according to the original timeline, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning were meant to visit Konoha, secretly intending to abduct Hinata of the Hyuga clan when she was merely 4 or 5 years old. Yet, at present, Hinata was but a 1-year-old infant. However, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning had indeed arrived in Konoha today. From the moment he traversed into this world, the course of fate began to shift, diverging from its predetermined path. The occurrence of unforeseen events in the future is entirely plausible. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall cover it with earth. As long as one's own strength is formidable enough, it matters not whether gods or demons approach. I shall vanquish them all. Yifeng shook his head, dismissing this futile line of thought. If it was to be preempted, so be it. It presented an opportunity to subtly seize the Byakugan bloodline. Ah, how delightful. Sweet treats are indeed the finest. Hongdo beamed with joy, her face radiating happiness. A flicker of warmth stirred within Yifeng, his lips curving into a slight smile. Teacher, may I order a few more skewers of dumplings? Certainly. Feel free to order as you wish. Your happiness brings joy to me as well. Thank you, teacher. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen, and a full moon hung high in the sky, adorned by a few stray clouds that graced the horizon. Stay here and wait for me. No wandering about, Yifeng instructed solemnly as he patted Hongdo's head. He needed to collect the Byakugan and could not have Hongdo accompany him, for unforeseen circumstances could arise. The matter was of utmost importance, demanding meticulous care. Understood. Hongdo nodded earnestly, aware that her current abilities were insufficient to assist her teacher. Although the Hyuga clan may not rival the Uchiha in prowess, they were nonetheless one of the foremost clans in Konoha, boasting numerous skilled individuals. Within the territory of the Hyuga clan stood a grand estate, where 2 guards were stationed, patrolling vigilantly. Within, ninjas remained on standby, ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. This was the residence of the clan leader's family. Fortune has taken a turn. Yifeng mused, concealed within the embrace of a large tree not far away, blending almost seamlessly with its surroundings. This is the art of earth concealment. An excellent choice for hiding and infiltration. Given the level of ninjas present here, it would be impossible to detect him. Suddenly, a shadow leaped gracefully atop the tall buildings in the distance, cloaked in a black mask and dressed in dark attire. The Land of Lightning ostensibly came to Konoha to discuss the remnants of the Third Ninja World War. However, the true objective was to stealthily abduct the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, specifically the daughter of the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata. The stage was set for a grand performance. Nightwind perched upon a tree, silently witnessing the entire process of this intruder's clandestine entry. Although this ninja's prowess was not particularly impressive, his stealth and technique for infiltration were second to none. Throughout the endeavor, the members of the Hyuga clan remained oblivious to the presence of the invader. Nightwind followed closely behind, slipping silently into the Hyuga estate. "This is it, the new bloodline limit, the Byakugan," murmured the cloaked man. According to intelligence, this room was the residence of the esteemed Hyuga lady, Hyuga Hinata, the pure-blooded heir of the Byakugan lineage. The mere thought of bringing this back to the Land of Lightning made the man unable to suppress a chuckle. With a soft creak, the wooden door was gently pushed open. Within mere seconds, the black-clad man emerged, cradling a slumbering infant in his arms. The young man, too naive in his pursuits, was unaware of the lurking dangers, like a mantis stalking a cicada, oblivious to the aureole behind. Nightwind sensed this scene and refrained from obstructing the intruder's departure, for he sensed that someone had already caught wind of the disturbance and was patrolling the estate. Heading towards Hinata's room. Within 2 minutes, the entire Hyuga territory would be engulfed in chaos. The ninja from the Land of Lightning could not possibly escape, and he remained blissfully unaware that he was merely collecting the Byakugan. Nightwind's expression hardened as he turned towards the hidden corners around him. The Hyuga clan was divided into the main house and the branch house. Those born into the branch family were subjected to a peculiar life and death curse. Should anyone dare to resist, or if a member of the branch family were captured, the main house could unleash this technique from afar, capable of killing the branch members at any distance. This was precisely why the leader of the Land of Lightning sought to abduct Hinata, as only members of the main house could be taken alive. Capturing a branch member would yield nothing but a lifeless body. Time was of the essence, and Nightwind moved swiftly. The actions taken here tonight would ultimately place the blame on this ninja from the Land of Lightning, allowing Nightwind to act without restraint. He could not return with a living hostage. His focus was solely on collecting as many Byakugan as possible. Nightwind steeled his resolve. In the silent darkness, the Hyuga clan was in disarray, blissfully unaware that a venomous serpent was hunting in the shadows. "Come to me." Nightwind seized the opportunity, waiting for a lone branch house ninja to act. From the sleeve emerged a great serpent, extending from the ground and tightly coiling around the ninja's neck. Bang! The night wind decisively rendered this individual unconscious. The lifeless body was quietly set aside for disposal, and soon a pair of glistening white eyes were extracted and cast into a pre-prepared container. That fellow still had approximately 3 minutes left. During this interval, he could eliminate several more branch family ninjas and procure additional pairs of Byakugan eyes. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hizashi was abruptly awakened. Upon learning that his daughter had been abducted by a mysterious ninja, he commenced a furious search. Fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon the cloaked figure near the main gate. "Who are you?" Hizashi demanded, his voice low and menacing. Veins throbbed at his temples, and with his Byakugan activated, he prepared to unleash the gentle fist technique. In just a second, he could strike this ninja. Yet, the cloaked man merely chuckled, dismissing Hizashi with utter disdain, his gaze filled with scorn and an eerie, peculiar hue. From the moment he encountered Hizashi, he understood that tonight's plan had shifted. A ninja never operates with a singular strategy. All contingencies must be accounted for, especially in dire circumstances. Suddenly, Hizashi unleashed a gentle fist strike, his form moving like a specter as he struck the cloaked man squarely in the chest. Such a powerful blow, yet the black-clad figure did not evade. He allowed himself to be struck down without any resistance. "It's fine," Hizashi murmured as he cradled the still-sleeping Hinata. Inspecting her closely with his Byakugan, he confirmed that his daughter was indeed unharmed. Lord Clan Head. Lord Clan Head. At that moment, several others began to arrive. "Let us see who he is," Hizashi said calmly. Yet, a foreboding sense gnawed him. The ease with which the cloaked ninja had perished, devoid of struggle, felt deliberate, as if he had approached with a purpose, intending to fall at Hizashi's hands. What is this? Damn it. He is the leader of the envoy from the Land of Lightning. The crowd gasped, their brows furrowed in concern. Konoha had suffered greatly from the Nine Tails assault a year prior, losing many elite shinobi, including the fourth Hokage. To declare war against the Land of Lightning at such a juncture would be a grave misstep. Hizashi slowly closed his eyes, letting out a sigh. In that very moment, 8 individuals, 16 Byakugan eyes from the branch family ninjas, clicked together in a dissonant harmony. TSK, TSK, TSK. The night wind smiled with satisfaction. He needed not speculate about the external situation. He already knew how the outcome would unfold. seizing this opportunity amidst the chaos. He had indeed reaped significant rewards, though the absence of living specimens for further study was a slight disappointment. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He could take his time with the Byakugan research. The true princess of the Byakugan has yet to be born. The ordinary Byakugan pales in comparison to the Sharingan, lacking even the qualifications to serve as its underling. However, it is essential to recognize that the Byakugan is not inherently weak. Rather, the bloodlines of these individuals are insufficiently potent. The Byakugan possesses the potential to evolve into the Rinnegan, placing it on par with the supreme ocular arts. In a hotel room, a young man clad in white stealthily entered through the window. Despite having engaged in a fierce skirmish outside, his attire remained pristine, even the edges of his clothing untouched. The act of eliminating those unfortunate souls demanded little effort. Not everyone possesses the skill to evade him before being captured. Master, how did tonight's operation unfold? Red Bean, clad in her pajamas, awaited his return on the bed, her cherubic face flushed and endearing, as if she had just emerged from a warm bath, her hair still freshly dried. Everything proceeded smoothly, he replied, nodding. Once more, he unfurled a spatial scroll, retrieving the 16 eyeballs he had just acquired. He spared them little admiration, for these eyes lacked any aesthetic appeal. With a hiss, his right hand transformed into a serpent, its gaping maw engulfing all the eyeballs in one swift motion. Once again, he experienced the agonizing sensation reminiscent of his first consumption, yet, having grown accustomed to such pain, it was ultimately bearable. His mastery of the eight-headed serpent technique allowed him to endure these tribulations. The absorption process unfolded at a pace quicker than anticipated. Nearly 20 minutes passed before he reopened his eyes. Within his blood, the Byakugan's ocular limit slowly emerged, altering his body at the genetic level. He was now capable of awakening the Byakugan, albeit, like all members of the Hyuga clan, it was the basic form of the eye. It allowed him to perceive the human body and gauge the chakra levels of his adversaries. This enhancement was, at best, marginally beneficial. How grotesque, he lamented, receiving a small mirror from Red Bean. These eyes are utterly foolish. I shall refrain from using them until I awaken the Rinnegan. The Byakugan was a mere expanse of lustrous white. Its presence in his gaze felt like a desecration of the very notions of art and beauty, monotonous and tedious, and undeniably feeble. Let us rest. I am weary this evening, he declared, his golden slit pupils returning, his voice calm and unperturbed. Yes, master, Red Bean replied cautiously. True to form, he soon succumbed to slumber, his breaths deep and steady, his eyes firmly shut. The young girl nestled beside him, gently cradling one of his arms with both hands. A night of silence ensued. The following day, in Konoha, at the Hokage building, a commotion erupted. Your agents have been slain. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha must provide us with an explanation. The Hyuga ninja bore no marks of injury. Yet it was our envoy who fell victim to a single, lethal strike. Who, then, was the true assailant? The atmosphere in the Konoha conference room was charged with a cacophony of voices early that morning. The ninja from the land of lightning adamantly refused to acknowledge the deceased's culpability, nor would they concede that the deceased had intended to abduct the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. They steadfastly clung to their narrative, insisting upon the fact of their envoy's murder. Should Konoha fail to surrender the perpetrator, the village of Kumogakure would declare war. The envoy's delegation unleashed their ultimatum. Presented was a document bearing the seal of the Fourth Reikage, permitting the envoy to declare a state of war under exceptional circumstances. It was evident to any discerning eye that these preparations had been meticulously orchestrated in advance, even down to their scripted rhetoric. Yet, Konoha's upper echelons and the third Hokage found themselves powerless. In a time of considerable weakness, compounded by the looming threat of the Uchiha clan, Konoha could ill afford the trials of warfare. Moreover, should the two great ninja villages engage in conflict, the sand and rock villages would surely seize the opportunity to intervene, igniting the flames of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The prospect of Konoha's defeat loomed ominously. As the envoy departed, the third Hokage remained with the senior officials and members of the Hyuga clan. The conference room fell into a chilling silence. What could be done? If my life alone could safeguard the village, then Hyuga Hayashi smiled with a sense of resignation, regardless of the circumstances. It was indeed he who had dealt the fatal blow. The opposing faction's demand was for his corpse, a clear indication of their intent to study the body of a member of the main family. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, feeling as though he had aged several years in that moment, sighing without uttering a word. Wait, Hayashi, do not hastily decide, spoke an elder from the branch family. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is an invaluable asset to Konoha, Safeguarding this bloodline is the duty of the main family. Yet, the very guardianship that was our obligation has led us to the precipice of war, Hayashi lamented. It was a harsh reality that only through his sacrifice could the greater good be preserved. I am fully aware of this, he acknowledged. Which is why the existence of the branch family is essential. We shall offer the body of Hisashi as a substitute. He has consented to this arrangement. The elder spoke slowly. As a senior member of the branch family, it was his duty to advocate for such measures. As a member of the main family and leader of our clan, Hyuga Hayashi cannot be so easily lost. For the benefit and future of our entire family, having Hisashi as his brother take his place is the most prudent course of action. However, what they sought was the secret of the Byakugan upon Hisashi's death. The ocular ability would be sealed with a curse, a fact that might not satisfy the Land of Lightning. Unable to contain his retort, Hisashi declared that regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear the thought of his brother dying in his stead. Nevertheless, the conditions set forth by the Land of Lightning demanded the surrender of his corpse. After feigning agreement, they intended to substitute him with a doppelganger, a scenario to which they could offer no rebuttal. It was indeed Hayashi who had struck down the assailant the previous night, unbeknownst to the clan head, Hyuga Hayashi. The elder spoke with an unmistakable authority. Yet, Hisashi remained hesitant. This was his own flesh and blood, his younger brother, who had only been born a little later, thus becoming the head of the clan. Let me go, brother, Hinata urged gently. I despise the fate imposed upon us by the Hyuga clan since my birth. I resent you for it. For me, this is liberation, a chance to alter my destiny, and an opportunity to sacrifice myself in order to protect you. This is my own will and decision for the sake of our family and village. Hisashi fell silent, struck by the profound impact of his brother's words. At this juncture, it appeared that there was no turning back. The third Hokage adjusted his hat, his gaze tinged with melancholy. In silence, he departed from that place steeped in sorrow. Meanwhile, in the vibrant realm of Konoha, where the will of fire eternally flourished, Nightwind stood upon Hokage Rock. The streets were alive with the fervent crowd bidding farewell to the delegation from the Land of Lightning, as Hinata's lifeless form, swathed in white cloth, was carried away like a trophy. Oh, the tragic world of ninjas, where only one thing is destined to be passed down through generations, Nightwind sighed. What could that be? Sensei? Asked Akane, resting her small hands on her head. Hatred, he replied. Hatred can perpetuate infinitely, be it during the Warring States, the era of ninjas, or even in the time of the Sage of Six Paths a millennium ago. Generations pass, yet there will always be victims. Evil persists, creating an unbreakable cycle. An immutable truth. Only victors write history, and only the strong are afforded the privilege to live freely and with dignity. How many tragedies has the will of fire of Konoha wrought in the shadows? Has Konoha never harmed innocent villages? Has it never taken the lives of the blameless? Justice is merely the rhetoric of hypocrites, Nightwind scoffed. Wars are brutal and bloody, and they can never be beautiful. The true victims are forced into silence. While the 5 great ninja villages continue to indoctrinate their shinobi, convincing them that they are the righteous ones, everyone involved in war fights for their own sense of justice. Yet this justice is merely a pretext. The world is drenched in blood, nauseating and repugnant. What do you think? Nightwind gently patted Akane's head. Hongdo simply wishes to remain by her teacher's side, for her teacher's dreams align with her own, and her teacher's aspirations resonate with hers. It matters not how it unfolds. With a light chuckle, Hongdo provided her answer. She is such a straightforward girl. The slightest gesture of affection compels her to dedicate herself entirely. Endearingly naive and charming. Good child, a man's hoarse and chilling voice echoed. His frigid hand stroking the girl's head, a hint of indulgence flickering across his smile. The old man is no longer suited for the role of Hokage. He has surpassed his prime and lost the vigor of youth. The Hidden Leaf Village has decayed, reduced to a mere shadow of its former glory. A village that once witnessed the pinnacle of strength, now forced to endure in silence, too timid to declare war. Time is indeed a formidable poison. Only the path to immortality holds the truth. Let us go, Hongdo. There are some items to retrieve before we depart. Yifeng stated nonchalantly. Yes, teacher, Hongdo obediently nodded. The Rinnegan, the pinnacle of the 3 great dojutsu, is said to be the eye technique of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage's 2 sons are Ashura and Indra. Indra is the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, while Ashura is the progenitor of the Senju clan. To awaken such a supreme ocular technique as the Rinnegan, one must be a reincarnation of Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra. Decades ago, Madara awakened the Rinnegan. As a reincarnation of Indra's chakra, he had already activated the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and, at the brink of death, bit into a piece of flesh from Hashirama. Thus, he acquired the power of Hashirama's cells and awakened the Rinnegan. In this era, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra is Sasuke. However, it seems impossible to seek him out before the Uchiha clan's demise. Yifeng soon abandoned the notion. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are not on the same level. Even he would be detected immediately by those formidable warriors upon infiltration, leaving him no choice but to retreat. The reincarnation of Ashura's chakra is Naruto, an advantage bestowed by the third Hokage. Yifeng smirked coldly. Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the son of the fourth Hokage sets him apart. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto was raised in an orphanage. Although monitored by Umbu ninjas, those individuals would never discern his presence. This visit to the Hidden Leaf Village presents the perfect opportunity to procure some of Naruto's cells for cultivation in the laboratory. Soon, at the orphanage, a child of just over a year lay under the care of a nurse, among other orphans. This child is Uzumaki Naruto. He should have been a descendant of the hero of the Hidden Leaf, but is now regarded as a harbinger of misfortune due to the nine tails sealed within him. As for the identity of the son of the Hokage, it was ordered to be concealed by the third Hokage. The revelation of the fourth son could indeed lead to assassination. However, the exposure of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's identity would surely attract the attention of other villages. Nightwind felt a profound disdain. Danzo once proposed an idea to raise Naruto as a mere tool, indoctrinating him to serve as a war machine. After contemplation, the third Hokage rejected this notion. While it might seem an act of compassion, Naruto, as a descendant of heroes, was entitled to a better life. Instead, he found himself deprived of what he deserved, abandoned in an orphanage, shunned by villagers, and unaware of his parents' identities or their demise. The presence of four Umbu was indeed stringent. Nightwind left Akane behind at a clothing store on the street and approached the orphanage. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds resembling whack-a-mole echoed through the air. A man's body emerged eerily from the ground, shattering a person's skull with his bare hands. Simultaneously, dozens of small white snakes slithered out from his sleeves. One victim was killed, while 3 others were ensnared and strangled by the serpents. However, the Umbu proved their rigorous training. Even in death, one managed to pull out an explosive tag. Boom! An explosion resonated near the orphanage. Nightwind understood the urgency of the situation and chose not to linger over the 4 corpses, instead hastening towards Naruto's location. The power of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was indeed formidable. But carrying him would be a burden. If he were to abduct Naruto, not only would the major shinobi villages be wary, but the Akatsuki would demand his surrender. Surrendering Naruto would undoubtedly unravel the narrative and lead to chaos beyond control. Conversely, refusing to hand him over would invite terrifying pressure. A risk he was not prepared to face against the Akatsuki. To safeguard his own interests, extracting only a portion of the cells for research was the most prudent course of action. With the Death Goddess mask in his possession, he effectively wielded half of the Nine Tails' power, rendering such recklessness unnecessary. Wah wah wah. The explosion caused the infants in the orphanage to wail almost in unison. Several nurses frantically attempted to soothe the children. The Konoha authorities were undoubtedly aware that something was amiss with Naruto, and soon countless ninjas would encircle the area, leaving him with little time. There he is. Nightwind emerged from the ground, surveying his surroundings, quickly spotting the blonde infant. He immediately produced a small knife and a glass container for the flesh. What are you doing? An enemy. An enemy is invading. The nurses screamed in sharp panic. Regrettably, they were merely ordinary medical personnel, not ninjas, and could only watch helplessly as Nightwind severed a piece of flesh from young Naruto's arm. Having completed his grim task, Nightwind paid no heed to the wailing infant or the nurses. It is not that he harbors a desire to slay these women. Rather, the paramount concern at present is to escape. Should he be encircled by a multitude of ninjas, the situation would undoubtedly become dire. With a flick of his hand, Yefeng summoned his belongings back into the spatial scroll, subsequently forming hand seals. He had previously placed a small serpent bearing a summoning mark onto Akkad, enabling him to teleport himself. With a sudden puff, the enigmatic figure transformed into a wisp of white smoke, dissipating into the air. 10 seconds later, a sense of irritation washed over him. Had he arrived too late? Reports indicated that members of the Umbu had already perished. 3 of the deceased had met their end by strangulation, while another had suffered a shattered skull. Moments later, the Hokage arrived at the scene of the incident. But by that time, the perpetrator had long since fled into the distance. At the gates of Konoha, Akkad inquired with curiosity. Teacher, will we return to Konoha in the future? Should you wish to play, my dear, I shall accompany you when time permits, wherever you desire to go. However, at present, we are constrained by time, do you understand? Yefeng gently ruffled the young girl's hair, speaking softly. Without sufficient strength, one cannot wield authority in this world. The weak cannot dictate their own destiny. I am willing to follow you forever. Please grant me the curse seal, Akkad declared after a moment of contemplation. The curse seal, a technique researched by Orochimaru, possesses the capacity to unleash terrifying power within a person, yet the survival rate of the experiments is less than 1 in 10. Those who do survive gain access to the seal's formidable strength. In its first state, the body becomes adorned with peculiar black runes or spots, enhancing ninjutsu and chakra. In its second state, the seal's power envelopes the skin, transforming the body into a grotesque form, significantly amplifying abilities. In this second state, even a low-ranking ninja can exhibit strength comparable to that of a Nin. However, the side effects of the cursed seal are dire. Prolonged dependence on such power leads to the consumption by malevolent chakra, inevitably resulting in the loss of one's consciousness, transforming them into a mindless beast driven solely by the urge to kill. Furthermore, each cursed seal is imbued with a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, should the original body perish. Resurrection is achievable through the seal. Such a resolute gaze, yet I must decline, Yefeng replied. Why? Akkad questioned, puzzled. If she were to grow stronger, she could assist her teacher rather than merely serve as a decorative ornament. There are myriad ways to gain strength, but the cursed seal is the most inferior choice. I could forge you into a weapon, yet I desire this blade to endure far longer than a mere few years. Do you comprehend? Yefeng shook his head. The original intent behind the development of the cursed seal was to unlock the sage mode, harnessing natural chakra. Who could have foreseen that the experiment would fail, resulting in the current cursed seal? Yes, I understand, teacher, Akkad replied. Hondo nodded slightly. In that moment, her heart was filled with a newfound conviction that her teacher was not merely exploiting her, but rather harboring some genuine sentiment. Even that which is utilized holds a certain value, rather than being utterly worthless. However, Orochimaru was disinterested in deciphering the thoughts of the young girl. In the experimental base, a figure named Do respectfully knelt partially on the ground. Rise, there is no need for such formality, Nightwind remarked with a smile. Yes, Do replied, his demeanor already quite reverent, his eyes shimmering with an intense flame of fervor. Lord Orochimaru was the sole deity he worshipped. This is the cell of Uzumaki Naruto. Please cultivate it alongside the cells of Hashirama, ensuring it is preserved well. Although it may serve no immediate purpose, it is imperative to safeguard this material. As I intend to delve into the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, Nightwind stated calmly. Understood. The shinobi world lay enveloped in tranquility, at least on the surface. It appeared serene and undisturbed. Although the Land of Lightning had inflicted losses upon Konoha, what they acquired was merely a lifeless corpse. The scars from the Third Shinobi World War still lingered, as each village recuperated. In Konoha, although there had been minor issues with the oversight of the Jinchuriki, fortunately, it seemed that the intruder had no intention of harming Naruto. The third Hokage had since intensified the supervision, deploying 8 Umbu to ensure constant vigilance. For every minute within a 24-hour span, someone would be monitoring the Jinchuriki, taking turns in the watch. There was no alternative. The Nine Tails was of utmost importance to the village. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan had begun to stir restlessly in the shadows. Danzo had engaged in several discussions with the third Hokage. As for the content of their conversations, it is likely known only to the 2 elderly men themselves. Time passed quietly. 3 months later, near the Sound Village. Have the sacrifices been prepared? Nightwind's voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement. His eyes, though weary, sparkled with exhilaration. The forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, left behind by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had finally been unraveled by him. While it still bore some imperfections, it was now usable. With further refinement of the ninjutsu, he could resurrect the dead in their prime, bending them to his will. The 2 sacrifices are ready. All actions executed as per the Lord's instructions, Do responded respectfully. Though the young man appeared somewhat naive, his methods were chillingly ruthless, exhibiting an unwavering loyalty and fervor towards Orochimaru. Excellent, bring them forth, Nightwind said nonchalantly. Yes. Do gestured towards the door, and 2 subordinates clad in protective gear entered. Leading in the 2 sacrifices. One was a Chunin from the Sound Village, while the other was merely a villager they had randomly captured. Have you made up your minds? Once the technique is initiated, there will be no turning back. The night breeze carried a chilling laughter. Yes, I have made up my mind, Lord Orochimaru. After my demise, I hope you will fulfill your promise and provide my wife with 1,000,000 Ryo. The Chunin spoke resolutely, unperturbed by the specter of death. His body was already afflicted with a terminal illness, leaving him with less than 5 years to live. Seizing the opportunity, he volunteered to become a sacrificial offering for Orochimaru, believing that even in death, he could bestow some wealth upon his loved ones. Just complete your task obediently, and in due time, your family will receive the funds. Kabuto remarked coldly. After all, 1,000,000 Ryo was a trifling sum. The entirety of the Sound Village could be considered Orochimaru's South Private Estate. Now, wear this and cut open your abdomen. Night Wind ceased his idle chatter and issued the command. With the activation of his double Tomo Sharingan, a crimson glow enveloped the room as a simple genjutsu was set into motion. The Chunin man responded in a low voice, yes. A pale, deathly mask was fastened tightly to his face, from which an immense wave of energy emanated. A grotesque demon, with purple skin and horns, emerged, its form nearly filling the dimly lit chamber, draped in a voluminous white robe, brandishing a long blade in its mouth. This was the Shinigami of this world. With a soft gasp, the Chunin, as the sacrificial offering, utilized a kunai to slice open his own abdomen. The Shinigami mirrored the gesture, similarly cutting its own belly, from which a blue light escaped. This was the soul of the fourth Hokage, sealed by the dead demon-consuming seal, along with the 9 tails of darkness. Following this, the wound on the Shinigami's abdomen swiftly healed, while the Chunin, as the sacrificial offering, succumbed, his soul entering the Shinigami's belly. Lord Orochimaru, this is the second offering, Kabuto said softly as he brought forth an unconscious ordinary person. Nightwind nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, he produced the prepared remains, some foul, decayed bones. He had plundered the graves of the Hokages, gathering the remains of the first, second, and even the fourth, who had sacrificed his life a year prior, ensuring he had the bones of all 3. This was essential for performing the impure world reincarnation technique. First, a portion of the deceased's remains, and a living person as a sacrifice. Secondly, the soul of the deceased must not be sealed. With the completion of the tiger, snake, dog, and dragon seals, Night Wind clasped his hands together, unleashing a surge of chakra. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The remains of Minato Namikaze gradually approached the living body. As black runes spread across the ground, encircling the offering in the center of the technique, the remains from the Pure Land began to manifest, enveloping the living individual. Integrating piece by piece into the body, signs and appearances began to transform, everything shifting towards a new direction. Gradually, he morphed into a young man with golden short hair, adorned in the Hokage cloak. Within his being, a powerful aura of chakra subtly emanated, signifying the strength of the 9 tails. Excellent. It appears the technique has succeeded. Night Wind licked his lips, producing a shuriken inscribed with the name Minato Namikaze wrapped in a slip of paper, a component of the reanimation jutsu. By integrating this into the resurrected's body, the deceased would retain their consciousness from before death and obey the commands of the practitioner. The forbidden technique has been successfully executed. Here, Minato gradually opened his eyes, finding himself in a dim underground chamber. His memories remained suspended at the moment of his death, leaving him somewhat dazed. It has been quite a while, Minato, Night Wind greeted. Though his expression bore signs of fatigue, the fruits of relentless months of research filled him with great joy. Are you Lord Orochimaru? Minato gasped, his pupils slightly constricting. However, Orochimaru had not issued any command for him to move, rendering him only capable of speech. I understand you have many questions. Alas, I do not possess the luxury of time for idle chatter. Should I require you, I will summon you again. Night Wind replied with a satisfied nod. With the half of the 9 tails power at his disposal, Minato could now serve him. Yet, the reanimation jutsu was not yet perfect and required further refinement to allow Minato to fully unleash his potential. Bang! A wooden coffin emerged from the ground, enveloping Minato within and sealing shut the lid. Subsequently, the coffin vanished back into the earth. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru. We have made further progress towards our goal. Congratulations, Master. Kabuto and Anko beamed with delight. Indeed, Nightwind squinted, reflecting on the matter. This achievement was certainly worthy of celebration with the reanimation jutsu. He could clandestinely assemble a formidable army of the deceased. This would include numerous renowned figures from history, as well as the former kages of the 5 great shinobi villages. Grave robbing suits me best for this task. When Akatsuki approaches, it will be an opportune moment to complete the mission while simultaneously gathering corpses from around the world. Night Wind mused silently. It was not that he wished to shirk his responsibilities, but rather that grave robbing required strength. Should he be discovered mid-task, he would lose both the bodies and his subordinates, a grave miscalculation. The greater the strength of the grave robber, the more secure the endeavor. Thus, it was most suitable for him to undertake this personally. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, amidst your recent research, there is a matter that remains uncommunicated to you. Kabuto respectfully stated. Oh, what is it? Night Wind inquired softly, returning to the present. It is said that there is a girl you once requested to find, with red hair, named Xiangli. However, some discrepancies exist in your description. She is only around 2 years old, rather than 5. She is the adopted daughter of a couple who recently moved to the Hidden Sound Village. Currently, Xianglin is at the base, under the constant care of someone. Indeed. Do remarked lightly. Oh, that makes sense. I had mistakenly recalled her age. She is indeed 2 years old now. Let us go and see her, replied Yefeng. At that moment, it was merely a casual mention, but an error had been made. In this timeline, Xianglin is still quite young. Teacher, does she possess any unique qualities? Asked Hondo, her curiosity piqued. Xianglin is one of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Her bloodline holds certain advantages, such as healing capabilities and decent reconnaissance. Albeit not on par with Sage Mode, Yefeng stated calmly. With an innate talent for sealing techniques, her blood can heal wounds. And she has chakra perception extending for dozens of miles. From birth, Xianglin has exhibited remarkable qualities befitting a tool. If nurtured properly, she may become another Do in the future. After a brief moment, the three entered a primary care room. She is so small, Hondo exclaimed, surveying the sleeping infant in awe. Indeed, she is only 2 years old, quite diminutive. Do we have any blood samples? If not, take a little for me, Yefeng instructed. As for the infant, he showed little concern, knowing there was still a long time before she would grow up. Sir, here is a blood sample collected 2 days ago. One subordinate replied respectfully, presenting a small blood bag. The volume was minimal, as taking too much from such a young child could pose life-threatening risks. Excellent, Yefeng acknowledged. With a swift motion, his right hand transformed into a serpent, skillfully consuming a portion of the blood within the bag. Soon after, a warm sensation spread within him, slightly enhancing his ability to sense chakra in the surroundings. It seemed this was indeed a talent for chakra perception, a marginal yet beneficial enhancement. From now on, take good care of her, and extract blood only in minimal quantities to avoid harming her body. As for the knowledge and skills she will learn as she grows, that will be entrusted entirely to Do. Everything should proceed according to his instructions, understood? Yefeng commanded. Yes, sir. 1 year later, in the Land of Waves, on a deserted island surrounded by the sea, the island boasted natural forests and toxic cover, further enhanced by Yefeng's deployment of various venomous snakes. Even a Chunin, if careless, could be devoured by the beasts or succumb to poison here. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, Yefeng shouted, as his voice echoed, for wooden coffins rose from the ground, and 4 figures slowly emerged from within. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And the first love of Tsunade, Dan Cat. Truly exquisite masterpieces. As reanimated corpses, they can resurrect infinitely even when obliterated, with only sealing techniques capable of restraining these departed souls. My array of pawns has expanded once more, Night Wind mused, his eyes glimmering with the 3-tomo Sharingan, a vivid crimson radiating forth. The blood of Shisui had nearly lost its potency. He had ceased consuming it 3 months prior. Furthermore, the new generation of clones had been birthed, artificial beings spawned from the cells of Uchiha Shisui. As clones, these children possessed the 2-tomo Sharingan from the moment of their birth, with a select few among the 14 even exhibiting the 3-tomo Sharingan. He had consumed their ocular organs with the white serpent, thereby enhancing his own Uchiha bloodline, elevating his ocular prowess to the 3-tomo level, nearly reaching its zenith. Regrettably, this accumulation alone could not transcend to the Meijiki. Perhaps success was attainable, but it would require an astonishing quantity. Rather than pursuing that path, it would be wiser to devise a means to acquire the Meijiki, or even to mass-produce Meijiki Sharingan. Master, you mentioned leaving yesterday? Akato inquired curiously from the side. Her abilities remained largely unchanged, though she had developed further, becoming even more beautiful. I have accomplished most of what needed to be done. It is time for me to visit the range shinobi village and meet with those two. To join the Akatsuki and initiate the next phase of my plans. Night Wind replied nonchalantly. Could you take me along, master? After considerable hesitation, Akato posed this naive question. Silly girl, my strength within the Akatsuki would only suffice for self-preservation. The level of danger is beyond your comprehension, Nightwind chuckled, gently ruffling the girl's hair. In no less than a year, but no more than 2, endure a while longer. You shall reside in the Sound Village. Convey any needs to those individuals, but remember not to stray too far, Nightwind advised. But without you, it feels as though I have lost a part of myself. Akato murmured, her eyes shimmering with tears as she averted her gaze from the man. Nightwind fell into a contemplative silence. To be frank, he found this tedious scene rather distasteful. They were not the protagonists of a tragic romance. There was no need for such sorrow. It was not a matter of life and death. Akato was merely a beautiful and charming flower. The loss of one flower did not diminish the multitude of others that existed in the world. Whether plucked, admired, trampled, or destroyed, all of these remained his sovereign prerogative. For he was Orochimaru, a man destined to transform the shinobi world. Teacher, I am aware of my obstinacy and my perceived inadequacies, yet I cannot deceive my own heart. What meaning does life hold without you? Hongdo choked back her emotions. Love resembles a bottle of slow-acting poison. By the time one becomes cognizant of its effects, it is often too late to amend the situation. Death is inconsequential. I need you to live for me, to pursue my ambitions. I have no use for inept subordinates, especially those who weep and refuse to listen. Yefeng stated coolly. However, Hongdo, I shall not punish you this time. You have indeed reminded me of something I neglected to retrieve from Konoha. Since you so ardently wish to join Akatsuki, prove your resolve and let me witness your potential. Should you perish, I will resurrect you using the impure world reincarnation, extracting every ounce of your value. Do you understand? Yefeng's voice carried an icy undertone. Yet to Hongdo, it felt like a form of redemption. Yes, teacher, the girl replied with unwavering determination. 2 days later, in Konoha. According to Konoha's calendar, it was now the 50th year. 50 years since the founding of this village by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Here, numerous exceptional ninjas safeguarded the village. Although they were insignificant compared to sages, they were remarkable for reconnaissance purposes, Yefeng mused. After changing their attire, the two donned human masks and infiltrated Konoha once more. Having absorbed Karen's blood, Yefeng possessed the unique ability to sense chakra within a radius of several dozen miles. He had encountered that individual previously, thus he could easily sense his chakra now. Locating him would be exceedingly simple. This was the advantage of bloodline limits. As he grew stronger and acquired more abilities, he would inevitably become the mightiest in the ninja world. Let us proceed. There is no time for games. After acquiring the target, use the reverse summoning technique to depart immediately. Understood? Yefeng stated calmly. Yes, Hongdo replied obediently and quietly. A closer look would reveal her expression was grave. She recognized this was her singular opportunity to continue by Orochimaru's side through external means. Moments later, in a residential area of Konoha. Knock, knock, knock. Yefeng rapped on the door. Who is it? A lazy, impatient voice emerged from within. Upon the door's opening, they were met by a silver-haired youth clad in a Chunin uniform, his Konoha ninja headband askew, obscuring his left eye. He appeared somewhat disheveled and indifferent. Hatake Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. Once a student alongside Uchiha Obito in Noara Rin in Minato's class, he was the disciple of Jiraiya's disciple. The reason for the concealment of the left eye lies in the transplantation of Uchiha Obito's Sharingan. This is precisely the objective of Nightwind's venture. A kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activated with the Kamui technique, remains unbeknownst to Kakashi, who furrows his brow. Though he maintains an outward composure, his right hand discreetly rests upon his ninja tool pouch, poised to form hand seals or draw a kunai at a moment's notice. Both the peculiar man and the girl appear utterly unfamiliar to him. Kakashi, have you forgotten me so soon? Night Wind licked his lips, his golden serpent-like eyes shimmering with a cold radiance. Orochimaru. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating. His mind raced to devise any possible escape. Bang. I shall not repeat the same mistake. Another Night Wind emerged silently from within the room, stealthily approaching from behind to deliver a swift chop that rendered Kakashi unconscious. From the very beginning, his true self had been concealed underground using Earth Release, while the Night Wind outside was merely a chakra-enhanced mud clone. I nearly overlooked the fact that, aside from the Uchiha clan, Konoha is not devoid of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. They are, in fact, within easy reach, Nightwind remarked with a calm demeanor, expertly retrieving the necessary tools and extracting Kakashi's left eyeball. Let us return first. I shall implant the eye for you later, he added, glancing at Anko. Although he could consume the eye's power himself, allowing Anko to experiment with it posed no issue. After all, should the need arise, he could effortlessly reclaim the eye from her and consume it later, no trouble at all. Understood, Anko nodded. Reverse summoning technique. The master and disciple simultaneously executed the ninjutsu, arriving silently and departing just as discreetly. As for Kakashi, he would have to await his own awakening. 1 hour later. In the underground base. Do not fear, this process will be swift. I will take great care of your eye and can reimplant it in the future. However, should I discover that you are unable to wield its power, I will reclaim it immediately. Do you understand? Nightwind spoke as he donned gloves, addressing the girl upon the operating table. As he organized the instruments and anesthetics required for the transplant, he occasionally glanced at the slightly anxious Anko beside him. Yes, sensei. Please proceed. I am determined to succeed, Anko replied earnestly. It is difficult to fathom such a resolute expression on the face of a 13-year-old girl. Yet, she is a ninja, and a ninja must endure what ordinary people cannot. Her choice to follow this malevolent man destined her for a path of no return. The data appears normal. Your body is in excellent health. The night breeze once again confirmed the various data on the instrument, speaking softly. His gaze returned to the operating table, fixating on the beautiful gray-brown eyes of Hongdo. Your eyes are exquisite, but should you perish, their beauty would fade. They only radiate such splendor when you are alive, with your rosy and charming visage. Live for me, Hongdo. The tone of the night breeze was low and somewhat hoarse, reminiscent of a venomous tongue hissing, akin to a devil's whisper in the dead of night. Are you prepared? He inquired once more. Yes, Hongdo replied without hesitation. The night breeze commenced the procedure, injecting the anesthetic into Hongdo's body, patiently awaiting the drug to take effect. After a brief interlude, observing Hongdo's slightly dazed expression, the night breeze firmly grasped the scalpel. The eye transplant commenced. The surgical operation proceeded remarkably smoothly. With no apparent signs of rejection, Hongdo's body successfully accepted the Sharingan. Yet, one could only wonder to what extent Hongdo would be able to harness this newfound power. The twilight cast a dim glow. The forest lay tranquil and silent. A gust of cold wind sweeping through. Perception, duplication, illusion. Under your control, the Sharingan remains in its three-tomo form. Can you sense anything else? The night breeze queried. If it were merely akin to Kakashi's half-hearted ability, I would retract this eye, he mused. I can feel an increase in strength. But it seems there is nothing particularly special. Hongdo strained to unleash the power of the eye, but regrettably, he was unsuccessful. Like Kakashi, he remained perpetually in the activated state of the Sharingan, limited to the three-tomo form, unable to awaken the Manjiki. I see, the night breeze responded, somewhat disappointed. Falling into silence as the atmosphere grew tense. Orochimaru-sama, I have a suggestion, Do suddenly interjected, his eyes flickering as they glanced at Hongdo's left eye. Seemingly struck by an idea. Speak, the night breeze replied indifferently. Given that Orochimaru-sama's body has undergone a transformation, gradually merging with various bloodline powers through the consumption of blood, might it not be feasible for others to also attempt to ingest your blood to achieve a form of equilibrium? I apologize for my audacity, but there may indeed be theoretical merit to this. Additionally, there are cursed seals, which can enhance a person's chakra while distorting their will, leading them towards aggression and bloodshed. The Sharingan, being a cursed and malevolent ocular technique, might resonate with the cursed seal, thereby unearthing the true potential of this eye. Do spoke earnestly, respectfully half-kneeling on the ground, evidently having given this considerable thought. Indeed, a commendable suggestion, yet Hongdo is not the most suitable candidate for experimentation. And time is of the essence. Yeffing hesitated momentarily. There is some validity to your words, yet they remain mere conjecture. Should an error occur, it is highly probable that Hongdo may perish on the spot. Let us postpone the curse seal for another time. Your reminder regarding blood is appreciated, as I have yet to try having my blood consumed by another. After a brief contemplation, Yeffing replied, drink. Without further hesitation, Yeffing deftly used a kunai to pierce the skin of his arm. Dark crimson liquid gushed forth from the vessel, collected in a glass cup below. Given the experimental nature of this endeavor, Yeffing only extracted half a cup, for he himself was uncertain of his bodily condition. Should poisoning occur, A smaller quantity would be easier to manage. Yes, teacher, Hondo affirmed, her left Sharingan glimmering with a dark red hue in the night, as she unhesitatingly drank the blood from the cup. Simultaneously, Yefeng activated his Byakugan, intently observing the chakra within Hondo's body. Do, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, watching for any change in Hondo's expression. Indeed, my blood proves effective for others. Yefeng narrowed his eyes. Within the realm of his Byakugan, he could discern alterations occurring within Hondo's chakra. The first signs manifested around her eyes, particularly the transplanted left Sharingan. It was as though her chakra resonated with the bloodline, gradually merging with the power of the Sharingan, as if she were becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. Has it succeeded? Do exhaled in relief. This notion was his, and failure would have been dire. How do you feel? Yefeng inquired. My left eye's vision has become more lucid. A warm sensation envelopes me, and I sense a peculiar transformation. The more chakra I utilize, the more my eyes will evolve, Hondo replied. Then let us attempt to infuse chakra, Yefeng commanded. If my suspicions are correct, it should lead to the Meijiki. Indeed, Hondo nodded, gradually closing her eyes, attentively perceiving the power residing within her gaze as chakra converged towards her left eye. Moments later, the young girl reopened her eyes. In her scarlet left eye, 3 black tomo had transformed into 3 black pinwheels, encircling in a harmonious circle. Piercing, sinister, and frigid, the power of the Meijiki caused even Yefeng's heart to flutter. Do, on the other hand, was even more terrified. This is the Meijiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Both Do and Yefeng marveled in astonishment. Teacher, may I try? I feel this power is extraordinary. Hondo's cheeks flushed with excitement. Kamui should not be tested recklessly. Let that tree be our target. The night breeze gestured towards a nearby grand tree. That was the eye technique capable of distorting space with an immense degree of danger. As long as the chakra was sufficiently abundant, it could even transport an entire mountain into another dimension. Red Bean nodded in understanding. The eye technique was immediately activated. Fixating intently on the targeted tree, a series of ominous clicks echoed as an eerie vortex began to materialize, tearing at the fabric of this space. An invisible force crushed the tree, reducing it to numerous tiny fragments. In the blink of an eye, these shards vanished from their original location, teleported to another realm. Indeed, it was the left eye of Uchiha Obito, remarkably effective. Obito's right eye possessed the ability to phase oneself, to transfer external objects. Direct contact was necessary. In contrast, the left eye could unleash Kamui from a distance, though it was incapable of phasing. However, both eyes shared a commonality. They could access other dimensions and also transport others. Teacher, have I succeeded? Red Bean inquired anxiously, her small hands clenched tight. The crimson hue of her left eye faded, reverting to its normal black appearance. It seemed that the blood from the night breeze had indeed caused some alteration in her constitution. Now, she could be regarded as half a member of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, that is quite commendable. If other techniques can restrict the enemy's escape, this maneuver would be exceedingly difficult to defend against. Possessing the eternal Meijiki Sharingan already qualifies you for entry into the Akatsuki. As for other aspects, I shall nurture you gradually, the night breeze reassured, gently patting Red Bean's head. It was unexpected to discover such a surprise today. Red Bean could genuinely wield this pair of eyes. In the future, as experiments yield the Uchiha clan's Meijiki Sharingan, he could eventually provide Red Bean with a complete set. As for the left eye possessing Kamui, it would surely be reclaimed by him. It was merely a matter of time. The right eye currently held by Obito was equally a target of his intentions. Do. From now on, these bases will be under your management, the night breeze stated calmly. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, rest assured, I shall execute your orders without fail, Do replied respectfully. Very well, the night breeze concluded. Beneath the night sky, the moonlight cast a somewhat chilly glow. 2 figures vanished into the depths of the forest. 5 days later, in the land of rain, within the Rain Village. Since the onset of the First Shinobi World War, conflicts among great nations had persisted relentlessly. On the brutal battlefield, even children as young as 4 or 5 years old were not uncommon. For instance, Shisui, Kakashi Hitaki, and Itachi Uchiha all graduated from the ninja academy at 6 or 7 years old, subsequently entering the fray as prodigies. Resources were finite. Thus, as population pressures increased, great nations chose to instigate wars to seize resources. Yet, the unfortunate reality lies with the smaller nations. These feeble states possess no rights to choose their fates, often relegated to the battlegrounds of conflicts instigated by the great powers. The Land of Rain is one such nation, situated at the confluence of the lands of fire, sand, and earth. Each time war erupts among these colossal nations, it is the innocent civilians of the land of rain who suffer, with countless souls left to perish in the streets, starving and desolate. Once the war concludes, the great powers commence the redistribution of resources, leaving the diminutive nation of Rain with naught but devastation and countless corpses. The village of Rain Hidden is a peculiar small town, perpetually ensconced in the rainy season. Shrouded in gloomy clouds, seldom graced by the sun throughout the year, as if cursed by some malevolent force. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Nightwind, holding a black umbrella, stood beside the solemn-faced Red Bean. The two had not altered their appearances this time, but instead directly infiltrated the village. Due to the incessant rainfall, Nagato had developed a secret technique, perceiving every raindrop as his eye. Anyone who entered this village fell under Nagato's vigilant surveillance. During Hanzo's reign, the Rain Village was renowned as a training ground for assassination ninjas, famous for its mastery of stealth and assassination techniques. However, after Pain assumed control of the village, all communication with the outside world was severed. Indeed, the rain is quite heavy. Do you find this place to your liking? Nightwind inquired softly, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair with his left hand. As long as I am with my teacher, I can go anywhere, Red Bean replied slowly. Such a good child. The man's voice, typically devoid of emotion, bore a rare tenderness towards the girl. Having already been detected, why not arrange for a meeting? Nightwind stated calmly, as if conversing with the air itself. He brought Red Bean to a corner of the street and quietly awaited their visitor. Will anyone truly come? Red Bean blinked in confusion. The rain, that individual has infused vast chakra into it. In this village, he is akin to a god who knows all. And no secret can be concealed, Nightwind elucidated. Although executing such a technique demands immense chakra, for one who possesses the Rinnegan, it is merely a trivial matter. Oh, Red Bean nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Indeed, it is as mysterious and terrifying as the rumors suggest. The Akatsuki is composed of monsters. 10 minutes later, at last, someone approached them. Orochimaru, a rogue ninja of the Leaf Village, was suspected of having captured Leaf ninjas, including members of the Uchiha clan, before his disappearance. A cold, emotionless voice resonated. Nightwind and Red Bean turned to see a woman walking towards them, holding an umbrella. Her short, pale blue-purple hair framed a lovely face. Her light orange eyes glimmered, and a delicate purple paper flower adorned the right side of her head, complemented by a black stud beneath her lip. Draped in a voluminous black robe adorned with crimson clouds, this is the attire of the Akatsuki members. Pain has summoned you, Conan stated coolly, her gaze lingering on the two without any intention of approaching. How cautious, Nightwind murmured, casting a reassuring glance toward Hondo before gradually following Conan's lead. Before long, they arrived at a modest dwelling in the Rain Village. While Nagato's true form resided at the pinnacle of the tallest tower, the one they were to meet today was Pain, specifically the Deva path among the 6 paths of Pain. The rendezvous was quite informal. I had intended to send someone to seek you out, the man spoke in a detached manner. The Deva path, constructed from Yahiko's corpse, possessed the Rinnegan in its eyes and was punctuated with black rods that transmitted chakra, giving it a rather peculiar appearance. Clad in the same Akatsuki robe of red clouds against a black backdrop, it was evident that the organization had long been renowned. And today's encounter certainly lived up to its reputation. Perhaps we might engage in a transaction, Nightwind suggested with a light smile. The Akatsuki was indeed in need of talent at this moment, thus they would not hastily take action against him, as senselessly eliminating him would yield no benefit. Very well. Share your thoughts, the Deva path replied while seated, maintaining an expression of neutrality. I require corpses, numerous corpses, particularly of the strong. In exchange, I can assist the Akatsuki. Nightwind stated plainly. Oh? The Deva path regarded Nightwind with a hint of curiosity. However, it matters little. Everyone present here harbors their own secrets and motives. Besides, corpses are seldom sought after. Scorpion might utilize some for puppet making, but beyond that, they generally hold little value. Agreed. I accept this condition, the Deva path nodded shortly. However, before we discuss matters of substance, could this young one demonstrate their prowess? The strength of Orochimaru is undoubtedly unquestionable, qualifying him for the Akatsuki, but what of Hondo? He appeared to be merely an ordinary ninja. Show them what you can do. After all, you are a proud product of my experiments, Nightwind commanded. Yes, master, Hondo responded, activating his left Sharingan to reveal its kaleidoscopic form. The strikingly crimson and exquisite irradiated a sinister chakra, an anomaly for one who is not of the Uchiha clan. Is this Mangeki Sharingan an implant? The Deva path was once again taken aback by the sight. The individuals I have brought with me undoubtedly possess a certain confidence. As for the matter of their identities, I kindly request that you keep it confidential for the time being. Hongdo will serve as my subordinate and a provisional member of the Akatsuki organization, albeit not an official member. Shall we proceed to discuss matters further? The night breeze spoke softly. Excellent. With your inclusion, the organization shall undoubtedly flourish even more. Here is your communication ring. I will inform you of any matters through this medium. This child, as you have indicated, will temporarily remain a provisional member. Should you have any inquiries regarding the Akatsuki, you may channel chakra into the ring to reach me. Tiandao spoke deliberately, without hesitation, as he passed over the ring inscribed with the character for Void. Your code name is Void. Do you have any further questions? Conan inquired. What is the organization's objective? To my knowledge, you have been functioning as mercenary ninjas during the war, generating income without any peculiar activities. Is this wealth merely preparatory? What follows? The night breeze questioned, although he had a premonition of the answer. Failing to ask anything would be rather peculiar. War. The Akatsuki will personally initiate the fourth Great Ninja War, which will also be the final one. After amassing wealth, our next target will be the tailed beasts from each village, to make the world experience pain and ultimately bring about lasting peace, crafting true peace amidst fear. Tiandao stated coldly, his gaze drifting to the rain-soaked window. Peace, you say? Perhaps this world indeed longs for peace. The night breeze paused momentarily, then offered a faint smile. The peace he referred to, however, was not the same as that which Tiandao spoke of. Recently, the Akatsuki has not undertaken any significant missions. If you are interested, you could try your hand at bounty hunting, assisting the organization in earning some funds, much like Kakazu. If not, it matters little, should there be any tasks. I will contact you through the ring. Otherwise, feel free to act at your discretion. Pain concluded, departing with Conan. The rain continued to fall outside. The night breeze found himself clad in the Akatsuki's large cloak, alongside Hongdo, who similarly wore one, albeit without a ring. Master, where shall we head next? Hongdo inquired softly. To the village hidden in the mist, the night breeze replied calmly. Our primary objective is to collect the bodies of the former Kage from the great ninja villages. If the opportunity arises, we may also intervene with the Jinchuriki. There is no rush for the one tail from Sunagakure or the fourth Kazakage, however. The techniques of Inoki from Iwagakure present a greater challenge. Thus, our highest priority will be the second Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi from Kirigakure, and the third Reikage, A, from Kumogakure. As for Konohagakure, the three Hokage have already become collectibles. 1 week later, after returning from the land of rain to the land of fire, we shall then proceed to the coastal region, passing through the land of waves on our way to the land of water. The Hidden Mist Village is indeed a unique entity among the 5 great shinobi countries. Due to its geographical peculiarities, it seldom faces assaults, nor does it readily engage in the conflicts of the ninja world. This island village boasts a distinctive culture, nestled within deep mountains and often shrouded in thick mist. Several years ago, the Three Tails was sealed within the body of Lin, who ultimately chose to perish at the hands of Kakashi, thwarting the village's plans to ambush the Hidden Leaf. Subsequently, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, sealed the Three Tails within himself, becoming the second Jinchuriki. However, upon Yagura's demise, the beast returned to a wild and unclaimed state, slumbering in a vast lake. Lacking a suitable vessel, the Hidden Mist Village chose not to disturb the tailed beast further. The current fifth Mizukage, a woman named Terumi Mei, maintains a policy of isolation, refraining from any interaction with the outside world. Teacher, this place feels so eerie. Hongdo could not help but remark. Both the Rain Village and the Mist Village emanate a bizarre and chilling atmosphere. Night Breeze merely smiled and patted the girl's head. Clad in their distinctive red cloud cloaks, the two figures traversed the Hidden Mist Village. With their skills, penetrating the defenses of Mist Village's ninjas to access the inner sanctum was trivial. However, their unusual attire would inevitably draw attention over time. After all, this village has remained sealed off, with scarcely any outsiders, making it easy to expose the identities of foreign ninjas. Old man, do you know where the ninja cemetery is? Night Breeze inquired. Every ninja village typically has a dedicated burial ground for its heroes, where those who sacrifice themselves for the village are interred. The cemetery is located to the east of the village, controlled by the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. An elderly fish vendor quickly replied. Excellent, Night Breeze nodded with satisfaction. And together with Hongdo, They gradually made their way toward the eastern part of the village. Along the way, although many noticed the two, nothing untoward occurred. The thick white fog hung heavily, and the streets were enveloped in silence. Even if something peculiar were afoot, it was within the realm of a ninja's duty. And ordinary folk wished to remain uninvolved in inexplicable dangers. Half an hour later, at the cemetery, Night Breeze and Hong Do wandered around, eventually discovering the largest grave sites. Yet, only the second Mizukage retained some remains. The others were empty coffins, adorned merely with monuments. The ground had been disturbed, and a faint odor of decay permeated the air. Night Breeze had already prepared an offering beside him, an unfortunate middle-aged man, whom he had easily subdued and brought along as a sacrifice. Hong Do said nothing, likely accustomed to the man's brutality. Very well, it appears we have not yet been discovered. The Night Breeze utilized the sensory abilities derived from the bloodline of fragrant incense. Discerning that there were no anomalies in the vicinity, the village of the Hidden Mist exhibited excessive confidence in its outer defenses, believing that no ninja could penetrate their barriers, resulting in a laxity in their internal security. Summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Night Breeze formed hand seals, and a black sigil emerged from the ground. The tainted earth from the Pure Land enveloped the offerings, gradually taking on the visage of the ghostly lantern, a semblance of its former self. In less than 2 minutes, the jutsu was fully realized. However, due to the incompleteness of the Impure World Reincarnation, these summoned entities currently possessed only about 30 to 40% of their peak strength from life. Yet, it mattered little, as long as the entities were summoned. There would be ample time to refine the jutsu later. Teacher, a ninja is approaching. Red Bean exclaimed in alarm. How intriguing. Had they set up chakra sensing devices in the cemetery? The use of jutsu in this area would discreetly trigger an alarm. Night Breeze licked his lips, retracting the second-generation Mizukage of the Impure World Reincarnation before turning to regard the approaching ninjas from the Hidden Mist. There were approximately 7 or 8 individuals, likely members of the village's Umbu. The leader, however, stood out, appearing as if hastily emerged from an office, donning a conical hat inscribed with the character for water. It's the Mizukage. Red Bean's small face was etched with seriousness, with only a few dozen meters separating them. She employed her transplanted Sharingan to discern the situation through the mist. The circumstances had escalated. She had not anticipated the Mizukage's swift arrival. To dare to act within our village's cemetery, they possess quite the audacity, the woman remarked coldly. Her clear, aquamarine eyes sparkled with intensity, while her chestnut red, cross-spiraled hair cascaded to her waist, resembling a small tree, with one eye obscured by her locks. Her figure was alluring, her face radiating the charm of a mature woman. The fifth Mizukage, possessor of the 2 bloodline limits, Lava Release and Boil Release, Terumi Mei. According to the timeline, she should be 21 today. Without further ado, her 7 or 8 subordinates retreated behind her, placing their utmost trust in their leader's prowess. Despite Terumi Mei's youth, not a single individual in the village dared to question her strength. Lava Release, Lava Monster Technique. Boil Release, Skilled Mist Technique. Terumi Mei, disinterested in the 2 individuals before her, parted her fiery red lips to unleash 2 jutsu from her bloodline limits in rapid succession. First, a viscous and highly corrosive liquid shot forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at Night Breeze and Red Bean. Immediately afterward, she expelled a torrent of scalding steam, engulfing the distant figures entirely. The Umbu ninjas lowered their heads, their eyes betraying their trepidation. They were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this technique. Thus far, no defensive measure had proven capable of withstanding Terumi Mei's might. A technique that could even melt Susanoo? I truly feel dread. The Night Wind whispered with a raspy voice, yet seemed entirely unfazed. Shinwei, without awaiting the command of the Night Wind, unleashed the formidable ocular technique residing within his left eye, a force that tore through space manifesting before the 2. Both ninjutsu were devoured, vanishing eerily into the air. Terumi Mei paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of grave concern. Your fair skin and beauty are but illusions. Who exactly are you to commit such an affront against the Hidden Mist Village? Terumi Mei furrowed her brow. Appearing calm, she discreetly signaled an Umbu to return and notify the village to dispatch more ninjas immediately. Today, even if it meant encirclement, these 2 intruders must be eliminated. To insult the modern shadow is an act unforgivable by any village. Do you wish to kill me? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to achieve that? The Night Wind chuckled lightly. Within his golden snake-like eyes, a hint of disdain and arrogance emerged. With his current trump cards, he could indeed obliterate the entire Hidden Mist Village, though there was no justification for such an action at this moment. It was not the time to initiate war, nor was there a need to reveal his capabilities. "Are you Orochimaru?" One of the guards beside Terumi May exclaimed in astonishment. Orochimaru's reputation in the ninja world was immense, and he quickly recognized the face before him: long black hair, pale skin, golden snake-like eyes, undoubtedly. This was one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. It was unexpected that this rogue would venture into the hidden mist village with ill intentions, daring to desecrate the grave of the modern shadow. "Have you recognized me?" the man remarked with surprise. "Regardless of who you are, you shall not escape from here today," Terumi May declared sternly. "Oh, do you genuinely believe you can overwhelm me with sheer numbers?" The night wind retorted dismissively. Terumi May did not respond. Instead, she clenched her fists, her irritation palpable as she regarded the two. The earlier incident had left her feeling quite troubled. Her most prized ninjutsu had inexplicably been consumed by a force of space. Deep down, she understood that the hope of capturing these two was exceedingly slim. "One day, I shall level this land," the night wind declared, taking hold of Hondo and departing without a backward glance. Terumi May did not issue any orders, and the ninjas remained motionless, merely observing as the two vanished from sight. "Lady Mizukichi?" Ao spoke with concern. The hidden mist village had endured numerous internal conflicts, leaving its internal strength rather feeble. If a dangerous individual of Orochimaru's caliber were to appear, it indeed left them feeling helpless, especially since even Terumi May's ninjutsu had proven ineffective. "Today, no one is to speak of this incident." Terumi May gritted her teeth, speaking with resentment. "Understood. Teacher, that was quite perilous just now. I can only utilize the space-time ninjutsu twice. If Conan were to attack again, we would have no choice but to flee," Hondo remarked, relieved as she patted her chest. At present, her chakra reserves allowed for just 2 uses of Kamui, which was her limit. As the Mizukichi, Conan was not someone she dared to gamble against, and thus, she had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. "I hope Kabuto is making progress. Once he can mass-produce the Manjiki Sharingan, the entire shinobi world will be within our grasp," Yeffing mused lightly. 2 weeks later, the duo traveled with haste towards the hidden cloud village when they received a communication from within the ring. It was not Nagato or Conan, but Kakuzu, who managed the finances of the Akatsuki. "Orochimaru? You've joined the Akatsuki, yet you haven't made your presence known to everyone?" A spectral figure materialized before them. A man clad in the Akatsuki's long cloak and adorned with a black mask. "Speak your business," Yeffing replied coldly. "Ah, you are aware, I presume, that the organization is currently amassing substantial funds in preparation for war. I hear you are headed to the Hidden Cloud Village. There's a task I need you to handle, a bounty on a ninja, an elite from the Hidden Cloud named Samui. She is said to be a striking beauty with fair skin, and there are those who desire her head, with a bounty of 10 million ryo," Kakuza stated. "How depraved. What kind of man would spend such a fortune on the head of a rare beauty instead of capturing her alive?" Yeffing chuckled, though there was a hint of madness in his smile. "Money is all that matters. Why concern yourself with anything else? This task is entrusted to you. It will be your first assignment for the organization, so do not disappoint. The underground bounty exchange in the Hidden Cloud Village is located at." Kakuza quickly divulged all the necessary details. Yeffing, indifferent, acknowledged that since they were already en route to the Hidden Cloud Village, killing someone along the way was of little consequence. "Teacher, will we often undertake such tasks in the future?" Hondo couldn't help but inquire. "Yes," the man affirmed with a nod. "Do you find it inappropriate?" Yeffing asked. "No, I simply wonder if it might be dangerous, especially since we will be in another village," Hondo replied. The act of killing had become an inevitability since the day she chose to follow Orochimaru. What troubled her was whether such audacious actions would invite danger. After all, the Fourth Reikage was a formidable force, a long-revered powerhouse in the shinobi world, and the Hidden Cloud Village housed both the Eight Tails and Two-Tailed beast weapons. Should they become trapped, their lives would be at grave risk. Surrounded indeed, but revealing one's true intentions is not a concern. Moreover, the Hidden Cloud Village has always been arrogant, with defensive measures that can only be described as abysmal. In the past, I even stumbled upon a horn from the Eight Tails here, which I utilized to cultivate tailed beast chakra, and not a soul discovered my secret. A band of brutes. Truly nothing to fear, Nightwind mused. The Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 most formidable ninja villages, lies under the jurisdiction of the Land of Lightning. It is perched upon towering peaks, shrouded in mist, resonating with the thunderous roars of lightning. The inhabitants, predominantly with dark skin, excel in swordsmanship and lightning release techniques, with a penchant for physical prowess in combat. In essence, it is a land of formidable warriors, where brawn prevails over intellect. Master. The roads in this hidden cloud village are utterly tortuous, Red Bean could not help but exclaim. Below them lay the vast ocean, while above, the mountains pierced the heavens. For an ordinary person, a mere glance would likely induce fright, yet it is only the ninja who can traverse such treacherous terrain. However, it is astonishing that not a single defender ninja is in sight. As Nightwind stated, the inhabitants here are indeed quite careless. Their journey revealed a lack of ninja presence, with no obstacles encountered along the way. As night descended, the expansive hidden cloud village remained ablaze with lights and bustling activity. Beneath the uniquely shaped rock dwellings, throngs of people moved about ceaselessly. The villagers, predominantly tall men with dark skin, were robust, each more muscular than the last, resembling titans. Even the women exhibited strength akin to their male counterparts. In stark contrast, Nightwind's frail physique and pale skin appeared almost feeble, as if a gust of wind could topple him, a true underdog. As they walked, the crowd cast scornful glances at Orochimaru. It must be said that the aesthetics of the villagers were remarkably peculiar, valuing dark skin and muscularity as ideals of beauty. The notion of fair skin and delicate beauty seemed utterly fanciful. Lin Dayu? I could easily fell 10 Lin Dayus with a single punch, one might jest. Master, how do you feel? Red Bean inquired with a smile. In the past, many faced Orochimaru with nothing but trepidation. Yet now, these villagers regarded him as a mere weakling. It's nothing new. I have always said this place is filled with brutes, Nightwind replied calmly. Let us proceed. We must inquire about the location of the cemetery and the whereabouts of Samui. As they ventured forth, utilizing the Genjutsu capabilities of his Sharingan, Nightwind effortlessly extracted information from a commoner regarding two rather well-known subjects, whether it be the burial site of the ninjas or the renowned beauty Samui. The villagers were almost universally informed. Speaking of which, Samui was reportedly quite a robust figure. As Nightwind recalled Samui's image, a subtle smile graced his lips. Robust indeed, he mused. As Hondo's cheeks flushed, she was taken aback to hear such words from the teacher's lips. Indeed, those were formidable weapons of unparalleled nature. One could only wonder which peculiar man had spent a fortune in pursuit of another's head. Could it be a case of necrophilia? Yet, it was not commonly known that such inclinations favored heads. Yifeng chuckled once more. Hondo remained silent, her complexion still faintly crimson. Let us proceed to the tomb of the third Reikage. The reanimation jutsu is of utmost significance, Yifeng stated, shaking his head as he led Hondo to the heart of the cemetery. After excavating several tombs of former Reikages, they ultimately discovered a small remnant of bones within the grave of the third Reikage. The reanimation jutsu necessitated the use of the deceased's remains. Even a mere fragment would suffice, yet the other graves yielded no traces whatsoever. With the summoning technique for reanimation in mind, Yifeng retrieved a random male villager as a sacrificial offering and initiated the ninjutsu. He incorporated the third Reikage, into his collection, then departed from the site. Indifferent to the disturbed graves, unlike the tomb raiding in the hidden mist village, this operation went unnoticed. Their next destination was Samui. Minutes later, a firm knock echoed against a wooden door. Who is it? A cold feminine voice inquired from within. Soon, the rumored beauty of the hidden cloud village appeared at the entrance. At 19, she possessed a strikingly neat golden bob, a pair of formidable assets rivaling Tsunade's, and a figure that was nothing short of captivating. Her fair skin, alluring physique, and aquamarine eyes paired with a strikingly beautiful yet icy visage left a profound impression. Yet, her countenance also conveyed an understanding nature. Who are you? Samui asked, a mixture of curiosity and caution evident in her tone. Given the lateness of the hour, she had expected to see ninjas from the village, not two unfamiliar faces, particularly the man, who emanated an aura of undeniable complexity. Hello, beautiful. Farewell, beautiful. Yifeng's raspy and sinister voice resonated. With the activation of his three-tomo Sharingan, he ensnared Samui's consciousness in a temporary illusion, seizing the fleeting moment of her distraction. The Kusanagi sword materialized in his grasp, swiftly severing her neck and claiming the head valued at millions. At present, Samui was merely a Chunin. However, even had she been a Jonin, her chances of escape before Yifeng were non-existent. As for the notion of harming a flower, he regarded it with indifference. It was merely an act of murder. Who was to say whom he could kill? Man or woman, it mattered not. He would take a life as he pleased. After all, this marked his first task in service to Akatsuki. Conceal it, Yifeng commanded Hondo. Yes, teacher, she replied. Hongdo then produced a cloth bag that had been prepared long in advance, placing Samway's head within. The blood quickly saturated the fabric. With crimson droplets seeping from the bag, the night wind continued to mock with an unfeeling laughter. To the underground bounty exchange. Yes, master. The two leisurely departed from the hidden cloud village. Several minutes passed before a villager noticed the peculiarities at Samway's residence. As for how the ninjas of the hidden cloud would react in their fury upon discovering the desecration of the former Hokage's grave, the night wind felt indifferent. After all, he was now a rogue ninja. Knowing this would not alter their response, at most elevating his notoriety as a traitor. After a brief interval, the pair left the hidden cloud village and soon arrived at a desolate mountain peak. After searching for a few minutes, they eventually found a cave entrance obstructed by a massive boulder. Though it appeared to lack a door, a narrow crevice beside it allowed entry. This was the underground bounty exchange near the hidden cloud village. The so-called ninjas, apart from those affiliated with the ninja villages, also included bounty ninjas who operated independently. They undertook various bounty tasks, willing to risk everything for monetary gain. Wealthy individuals seeking to engage in unsavory deeds often came here to post their requests, much like the task Night Wind held in his hands. Upon entering this expansive space, it bore little resemblance to a cave and resembled more of a tavern. There were areas for posting tasks, counters for task submissions staffed by personnel, and dozens of tables for dining and drinking. Over 100 people moved about, creating a lively atmosphere. Night Wind, accompanied by a young girl and clutching a bloodied cloth bag, naturally attracted considerable attention. However, none dared to confront them. In this place, where various characters mingled, the unknown backgrounds of each individual meant that reckless actions could lead to fatal consequences. Is this the place to submit tasks? Nightwind inquired casually. Indeed, sir. May I ask what you have there? A female staff member responded courteously. The head of Samway, a Chunin from the hidden cloud village. You may verify it. Nightwind handed over the bag. The staff member's expression shifted in surprise, yet she swiftly opened the bag and examined the freshly severed head. After comparing it with the recorded photograph of Samway, she confirmed the completion of the bounty task. Please hold on. I shall fetch your reward immediately, she said, lowering her head slightly in utmost respect. To be able to act within the hidden cloud village and eliminate a Chunin while escaping unscathed earned admiration from many ninjas. This man, at the very least, possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Never did I expect to see you here. It is truly an honor, a middle-aged man remarked, stepping forward with great deference. It seems that the identity of Night Wind has been recognized. Here's your bounty, totaling 10 million taels. The man presented a black box filled with a considerable amount of cash. Well, let us arrange some appetizers, perhaps some roasted meat, Night Wind said, nodding. He made no effort to conceal his appearance. Those with keen eyes could still identify him. Yes, my lord, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. After completing the task, Nightwind and Red Bean took a seat at a table, awaiting the bounty exchange personnel to serve drinks and dishes. Ha ha ha, my friend. You actually accomplished the assassination mission in Cloud Hidden Village. Quite impressive. How about sharing a portion with your brothers? 3 burly men approached with ill intentions, their eyes fixated on the box of money beside Nightwind. Many others in the vicinity were also tempted, but lacked the courage to act. After all, it was 10 million taels. Oh, is that so? Nightwind narrowed his eyes, realizing that robbery was now directed at him. Truly, these desperate individuals lacked any sense of reason. Before Nightwind could make a move, Red Bean had already activated her ninjutsu. The Sharingan in her left eye manifested, casting powerful illusions over the 3 reckless bounty ninjas. A dozen small snakes emerged from her sleeves, biting into the necks of the 3 men. In the blink of an eye, they fell lifeless to the ground. The onlookers shuddered and promptly averted their gazes. Money? No matter how much wealth one possesses. What use is it if one is dead? This was a formidable opponent. Even a young girl under his command could dispatch 3 Chunin in an instant, demonstrating the man's extraordinary strength. Clap, clap, clap. A man wearing a black mask stepped forward, applauding. The onlookers soon realized he was clad in the same black robe adorned with red clouds as the 2 fallen men. As expected of you, Akatsuki, truly formidable. I never imagined your human experiments had progressed to such a degree. The man laughed heartily. He approached Nightwind's table, unceremoniously taking a seat and seizing the box that Nightwind had just received. You money-obsessed fool, I had a hunch you would be here, Nightwind remarked, somewhat irritably. Knowing that Kakuzo had assigned him this task, he had suspected this man was lurking near Cloud Hidden Village. This man, who had lived for many long years, had only one passion: wealth. Of course, he was also quite fond of preserving his own life. Your escape techniques are notoriously exceptional, which is precisely why this task was entrusted to you, Kakuzu said with a casual grin. Is that so? Am I only proficient in escaping? Would you care to test your skills in battle against me? The night breeze, with an odd smile, cast a sinister gaze upon Kakuzu. Let it be. I am not a battle enthusiast. I shall cover the cost of this meal for you both, but as for the bounty, I shall not hold back. Kakuzu glanced once more at Orochimaru and Conan before carrying the black box away, fully engrossed in the allure of wealth. Teacher, is he also a member of the Akatsuki? Conan inquired as the man receded into the distance. Indeed, he is responsible for managing the finances. His name is Kakuzu, the night breeze replied nonchalantly. Before long, the table was adorned with roasted meat and wine, surprisingly delightful in flavor. Night breeze and Conan sat side by side, savoring the succulent morsels. After a taxing journey, they finally had a moment to unwind, and Night breeze indulged in a few cups of wine. Conan, too, hesitantly partook of 2 cups, her cheeks flushing a charming shade of crimson, prompting Night breeze to affectionately pinch the young girl's cheek. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, the two departed leisurely, seeking a modest inn nearby for a night's rest. The following day, at dawn, an irate roar echoed throughout the hidden cloud village. Cursed. Useless. All of you are worthless. The fourth Rakage, bellowed as the first light broke. The grave of the former leader had been desecrated, and Samui had been beheaded in her own home, in affront as if someone had defiled the very heart of the village. Such indignities could not be tolerated. In the span of a single night, his subordinates had failed to find even a single strand of hair from the perpetrators. They only vaguely recalled 2 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds having been sighted within the village. Akatsuki? Soon. One of the subordinates unearthed information related to that attire, but alas, the culprits had already vanished without a trace. Teacher, where do we go next? To another ninja village. Perhaps? Conan asked. There's no rush to visit a Wagakure or Sunagakure. First, we shall journey to the site of the second Hokage's demise. Why? The brothers Kin and Jin from the Hidden Cloud Village once ambushed and killed the second Hokage. They possessed the chakra of the 9 tails, and some relics left by the Sage of 6 Paths. Time slipped by quietly, and before they knew it, 3 years had elapsed. After joining the Akatsuki, Night Breeze gradually established connections with various members: the puppet master Sasori, the enigmatic Zetsu, the prospective member Tobi, and Kisame, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As for Itachi, Haiden, and Deidara, they had yet to join the organization. In the 53rd year of the Hidden Leaf Village, at the base of Otogakure, Orochimaru's lair, Conan, somewhat fatigued, remarked, Teacher, at long last, can we rest for a while? The girl, in the bloom of youth, stood at the cusp of innocence and maturity, her form exquisitely developed, clad in a snug black fishnet garment. It was indeed Conan. The organization has already conveyed their message. I have matters to attend to, replied Nightwind. Over the years, he maintained the same appearance as before, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Only he knew that this body had aged considerably, and it was time to employ the technique of rebirth without a corpse, to acquire a new vessel. In the pursuit of crafting the perfect container, he had invested a great deal of thought over the past few years. With the assistance of Kabuto, he had conducted numerous experiments, all aimed at creating the most flawless and suitable vessel for reincarnation. This vessel was neither a bearer of unique bloodline limits nor a member of the Uchiha or Senju clans. Rather, it was his very own clone. Indeed, he had instructed Kabuto to create a clone using his own bodily materials, due to the alterations in his bloodline. He had even reignited a previously abandoned experiment, the study of natural chakra, which endowed individuals with the ability to wield sage techniques. Over the span of 3 years, he had subjected Kabuto to over 1,000 trials, resulting in the creation of more than 2,000 newborn clones, all incorporated into the natural chakra research. Naturally, a new body should surpass the current one in strength. Despite the challenges faced, fortune smiled upon him in the end. Against a backdrop of nearly 100% mortality, one unique experimental subject managed to survive. This was the new body Nightwind had prepared for himself, cultivated with a special potion and infused with Orochimaru's own blood. This body, though only 3 years old, bore the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old child. With black hair and golden serpent-like eyes, it resembled a younger version of Orochimaru. The technique of rebirth without a corpse could only be employed every 3 years, and each use resulted in a slight loss of one's soul. Thus, Nightwind had naturally prepared the optimal body for himself, as only one's own body is most suited to one's soul. The bloodline limit could also be inherited through blood, and he had even acquired the innate talent to wield sage techniques. In the dimly lit room, Kabuto and Anko observed from a distance, hesitant to approach Orochimaru. As the transformation unfolded, the man morphed into a phosphorescent white serpent, his serpentine form adorned with a head resembling a monstrous human, with cascading black hair. This was one of the manifestations of his true self, though not the complete form of the eight-headed serpent. Hissing, Orochimaru flicked his tongue, the golden serpent eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. In the eyes of Kabuto and Anko, who appeared as fervent devotees, the white serpent merged with the form of the small boy on the experimental platform, an unimaginable process occurring before their very eyes. Meanwhile, the corporeal body of Orochimaru stood motionless, transformed into an empty shell devoid of a soul. The young boy slowly opened his eyes, his body visibly growing taller, morphing into that of a youth approximately 11 or 12 years of age. The golden, perilous serpentine eyes suddenly transformed into 4 ominous black pinwheels, set against a backdrop of a chilling scarlet. Over the span of 3 years, the foremost concern of Yifeng had been the study of the Uchiha bloodline, meticulously overseen by Orochimaru. As a result, he successfully cultivated several clones of Uchiha Shisui within the first year. Furthermore, there were hundreds of newborns possessing the Uchiha lineage. Although a method to restore Uchiha Shisui's eyes eluded them, Yifeng discovered that consuming the eyes of those Uchiha Shisui clones proved to be effective. Coupled with the presence of numerous Uchiha bloodline descendants, the formidable ocular power finally elevated the Sharingan to the level of the Meijiki. Perhaps due to the absorption of an excessive amount of Shisui's blood, the abilities of his left and right eyes were also distinct. The left eye's Kodo Amatsukami manifested as a fleeting illusion, akin to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. This technique could be executed multiple times, yet its effects paled in comparison to those of the right eye. The right eye's Kodo Amatsukami, renowned as the ultimate genjutsu, directly altered human memory and will. Despite its formidable nature, its cooldown period extended to a staggering 12 years. With the ocular prowess reaching the Meijiki level, Yifeng ceased the cultivation of the Sharingan. Unless a breakthrough in technique facilitated the nurturing of the Meijiki, ordinary eyes held no further value for him. Thus, in the second year, Yifeng and Orochimaru concentrated on the development of a new body, simultaneously assisting Akatsuki with their missions while conducting experiments. Ultimately, 2 years later, they succeeded in creating a brand new youthful body endowed with the innate powers of a sage, capable of wielding natural chakra to perform ninjutsu. While ordinary ninjas relied on the chakra condensed within their bodies to execute jutsu, natural chakra could only be harnessed by those who had mastered sage mode. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, were both formidable users of sage mode. Now, Orochimaru had also attained this power. And what of the blood curse seal? Is everything functioning normally? Yifeng inquired. Over the course of 3 years, his achievements extended well beyond the mere acquisition of a pair of Meijiki. He delved into the study of his own blood, melding it with the curse seal techniques to devise a new form of curse seal. Those who bore the blood curse seal would not transform into monsters, nor would they gain immense power. However, the presence of his blood within their veins endowed them with remarkable vitality. If they continuously absorbed blood, they could even achieve eternal youth, reminiscent of Tsunade's mitotic regeneration. Master, the blood curse seal exhibits no abnormalities. The body is currently in perfect condition, Akatsuki replied respectfully. Although the individual before her had transformed into a boy appearing merely 11 years of age, she dared not exhibit any hint of complacency. This was Orochimaru, after all. Regardless of his outward appearance, he remained Orochimaru. That is reassuring. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Let us go. Take me to meet Uchiha Shisui. Yes, my lord. Uchiha Shisui, as a test subject, had never been discarded, sustained by the personnel within the facility. Now, Nightwind sought to meet him for the last vestige of Shisui's worth. Bang! The experimental door swung open. A somewhat frail figure entered, the youth's eyes shimmering with a golden hue. Behind him stood Kabuto and Anko, 2 subordinates respectfully trailing in his wake. After all these years, your willpower remains remarkably tenacious, Nightwind sighed. Shisui was kept here like livestock, devoid of vision and unable to speak. The people of Konoha had long since mourned his death. In truth, he was merely confined here, cultivated as experimental material. The boy on the test bench remained silent. He had matured significantly, Yet each day was spent locked away in this lightless abyss. If he could have taken his own life, he would have done so long ago. After a moment, Lord Orochimaru, the offering you requested, announced the two subordinates clad in protective gear, presenting a villager captured from the Sound Village. Nightwind nodded, signaling them to withdraw. Without hesitation, he picked up a scalpel from the side and swiftly pierced Shisui's throat, severing his head entirely. Deliver this to the gatekeepers of Konoha and inform them it is my gift. A cold smile graced Nightwind's lips. After all, he had lost all value. Presenting it to Konoha was inconsequential. Understood. A subordinate in a white protective suit accepted the severed head. At that moment, Nightwind began forming hand seals. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, using the body of a living being as an offering and the bones of the deceased to tether the soul. He summoned the spirit of the pure land into the present world. The bizarre impure technique coalesced around the living body, rapidly manifesting into the likeness of Uchiha Shisui as he had appeared before his demise, a boy of approximately 12 years. My lord. This individual did not awaken his own Manjiki Sharingan before his death. Even if revived, he remains. Kabuto did not finish his sentence. Yet the implication was abundantly clear. Even if Shisui were to be reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation, he would merely be a being devoid of the Manjiki. That matters little. I can still extract value from him. Moreover, Itachi will surely appreciate this gift upon witnessing his former friend in such a state. Nightwind remarked with a sinister grin. Both Sasuke and Itachi, as well as Uchiha Fugaku, were all prey in his eyes. Is the master planning to return to Konoha? Anko inquired with curiosity. Considering it, the two hadn't been back to Konoha for several years. They had either been executing missions across the world or conducting various researches at the experimental base. It seems the time is nearly right. Nightwind nodded. Only 2 years remained until the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Within a year, Naruto and Sasuke would enter the Ninja Academy. He harbored numerous plans, all of which he intended to realize in Konoha. I wish to accompany you, Sensei, Akane murmured softly. I plan to infiltrate the Hyuga clan using the Byakugan's bloodline limit. What about you? Nightwind chuckled. The Rinnegan is indeed a formidable ocular technique, and he had no intention of overlooking the Hyuga clan. Moreover, possessing the Byakugan would allow him to blend in without drawing attention. Akane hesitated for a moment. Ha ha ha, Sensei is merely jesting with you. Come along. You can simply assume the identity of an ordinary person's niece, perhaps a distant relative of a fruit shop or grocery store owner. As long as you conceal your chakra, Konoha should remain oblivious to your presence. Nightwind smiled and patted the young girl's head. His current form was still quite youthful, requiring him to stand on tiptoe to reach Akane's head. Yet, Akane was perceptive, slightly bending at the waist as if savoring the affection of her master. A smile blooming on her youthful, beautiful cheeks. It was then that Nightwind realized how much Akane had grown, not only in intellect, but also in her physical maturity. Resembling a ripe peach, tempting one to take a bite. The matters concerning Kimimaro and those children will be entrusted to you. Although you and Honglian may not see eye to eye, if you become too occupied, you can delegate some tasks to her. Understood? Nightwind instructed. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The boy replied respectfully, kneeling partially to the ground. The woman referred to as Honglian was one endowed with the unique bloodline limit of crystal release and possessed commendable capabilities. However, she and Diyu had their differences, hence her absence from this base. New identity. Hugakaze Konoha, year 53 Konoha Village. Another ordinary day, yet an extraordinary one. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage clenched a smoking pipe between his teeth, his expression exceedingly grim. On his desk lay a blood-soaked bundle, revealing a severed head, a youthful visage. This was the head of Uchiha Shisui, who had mysteriously vanished years prior, now delivered to Konoha posthumously. Accompanying it was a brief note inscribed with 3 simple words, Orochimaru. So, he truly intends to oppose Konoha? The third sighed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Several Umbu agents knelt silently nearby, refraining from disturbing the Hokage. The room was enveloped in a haze of white smoke. Konoha. Within the Hyuga clan, the main house received considerable familial regard, while the branch family members often found themselves relegated to mere embellishments, regardless of their innate talents. Many were left to navigate their paths alone. Hugakaze was just an ordinary boy from the branch family, orphaned at a young age due to the Ninetales incident. Kaze's talent was rather unremarkable, rendering him just another inconspicuous individual. To this day, I remain merely a low-ranking ninja, having abandoned the path of ninjutsu after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Alas, yet another tedious day has dawned. If only I possessed the prodigious talent of young Niji, my circumstances might be different. As the boy entered his modest chamber, he was astonished to find a golden-eyed individual within, seemingly of similar age. You. Hinata F. managed to utter before darkness enveloped him. From this day forth, I shall be known as Hinata F. A chilling voice resonated within the room, subtly transforming into that of Hinata F. With a forceful tug, the figure tore away the skin from the corpse beneath. The body replacement technique, employing human skin for disguise. Even if Hinata F's biological parents were to be resurrected, they would discern no external signs of deception. Simultaneously, Akamichi, as the niece of a fruit merchant, made her entrance into Konoha. Thus, Orochimaru and his apprentice infiltrated the village. The following day, a furious voice echoed from the main house, Hinata. Your training progress is utterly disappointing. The clan leader's ire reverberated early in the morning. Hinata, by nature timid and overly kind, lacked the qualities required of a ninja. Yet, as the eldest daughter of the clan, she was compelled to undergo rigorous training. Regrettably, her efforts fell short of the expectations set by Hige Hayashi. Family bonds, one might as well call them a cage. Nightwind shook his head, dismissing his concern for the Hige clan. After a brief adjustment of his attire, he stepped out of his small room. An unremarkable boy with black hair, the only distinguishing feature being his Byakugan, emblematic of the Hige lineage, rendered him otherwise indistinct amidst the crowd. Good morning. I would like 2 pounds of apples, please, Nightwind cheerfully addressed the proprietor of a grocery store. Certainly, esteemed customer. The middle-aged man replied, casting a respectful gaze at Hinata F. At that moment, Akamichi emerged from the shop, smiling at Nightwind. Konoha is wonderful. It is even more harmonious than I imagined, and the ninja are quite kind, she remarked with a smile. She too had donned a new visage, rendering her past identity as the missing Akamichi unrecognizable. May I inquire your name, dear sir? Akamichi asked, batting her eyelashes playfully. Hinata F., he replied with a subtle smile. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed from the scene. Minutes later, as he passed by the Ninja Academy, Nightwind noticed an unusual gathering of children. Ah. Isn't that a child from the Hige clan? Indeed, those eyes, she must be Niji's cousin. Humph, aren't they usually so arrogant? This individual must surely possess a disagreeable disposition, given their prestigious lineage and remarkable talents, which they flaunt with an air of superiority. A group of young children, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, gathered around. It transpired that little Hinata, in a fit of displeasure, had dashed through the streets too swiftly and collided with an ice cream cone held by someone. Subsequently, the children, upon noticing Hinata's Byakugan, escalated the situation to its current state. I am not like this, Hinata murmured, lowering her head. The esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan, now 5 years old, had a cherubic face, exceptionally adorable, with a short, pristine hairstyle. To attempt an escape without offering an apology was utterly unacceptable. Such behavior could not be forgiven. Just as Hinata contemplated fleeing, a young boy unexpectedly seized her hair, emboldened by the absence of adults around, normally wary of the arrogant Niji Hyuga. They perceived this timid girl as an easy target and were unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Hey, apologize, the ringleader commanded coldly. With a casual shove, he knocked Hinata to her knees and grasped her hair. I'm sorry. Hinata, devoid of any inclination to resist, succumbed to her fright and began to cry. Sigh. Nightwind approached slowly, sighing internally. Clearly, with her Byakugan and gentle fist technique, she could easily subdue these children. Yet Hinata remained oblivious to this fact. True to the original narrative, her nature was exceedingly meek. Hinata-sama, I am here, Nightwind bellowed. The 3 young rascals were startled by the mention of the Hyuga clan and promptly released Hinata, preparing to flee. This boy not only possessed the Byakugan but also bore a Genin forehead protector, making him an adversary beyond their ungraduated capabilities. Humph, Nightwind scoffed and immediately pursued them. Under Hinata's gaze, he swiftly dealt with the trio, leaving them with swollen faces and several missing teeth. Were it not for the restrictions against taking lives in Konoha, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. Thank you, Hinata said, standing up at some point. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Nightwind. A faint blush adorned her charming face, her thoughts a mystery. It was my duty, Hinata-sama, Nightwind replied with a gentle smile, presenting himself as a protector. What is your name? Hinata inquired once more. Hinata-kaze. It is an honor to assist you, Hinata-sama. I hope we may meet again, he responded, leaving behind a graceful silhouette as he vanished from sight. With his intervention, it seemed Hinata would have little chance to develop any affections for Naruto, the protagonist. His chakra perception extended throughout Konoha, granting him intimate knowledge of everyone's whereabouts, ensuring that there would be no opportunity for Hinata and Naruto to connect. As for the primary objective, it is not to engage in any nefarious games, but rather to facilitate future abductions. We do not create bloodline limits. We merely serve as their transporters. The following day, at the Hyuga clan's residence, a middle-aged man with Byakugan inquired, "Hinata, are you certain you do not wish to accept this position as a guard?" Considering the sacrifices made by Hinata's parents for the village, the family had originally intended to offer him a more leisurely role. Although nominally a guard, it was essentially a position devoid of significant responsibilities, involving a mere 7 or 8 hours of work daily, accompanied by a generous salary. It seemed to be quite an enviable position, given Hinata's lackluster ninja talent. Being merely a lowly genin, you should have felt fortunate for such an opportunity. There's no need for you to worry, uncle. I prefer to seek work elsewhere. Hinata replied with a smile. Very well, I wish you happiness in life, the middle-aged man conceded, not pressing further. Despite the strict regulations within the clan, Hinata was not regarded as a formidable successor, and the family was disinclined to concern themselves with him. Unless one possessed a talent akin to Niji's, few would take notice. At noon, Hinata returned to the fruit and grocery store, swiftly making his way inside to find a chair to sit. "Welcome, sir," greeted Akane with a smile. "Since you enjoy desserts so much, perhaps we should transform this place into a dessert shop," Hinata suggested. "Yes, sir, I will prepare it immediately," the owner readily agreed. Understanding the significance of the young boy before him, legendary Orochimaru, his superior, the funds that enabled him to open this small shop in Konoha were derived from Orochimaru's resources. "You are truly kind, Lord Wind," Akane playfully winked, deliberately saying so. "Kind?" Hinata chuckled softly before shaking his head. What does a cold-blooded creature know of kindness? Nevertheless, he was disinclined to elaborate further. Let Akane speak as she wished. The charming young girl certainly had her privileges. "I will entrust the renovations to you. As for what to prepare in the dessert shop, heed Akane's advice. She is the expert in confections. In a couple of days, I shall return here as a worker." "Yes, sir." Time passed swiftly. With wealth, tasks often become considerably easier. The original single-story building was promptly transformed into a 2-story structure, having hired a construction team at a high cost. The first floor became a reception hall, while the second floor served as living quarters. The sign was rather casual, reading Red Flower Dessert Shop, a name Akane casually suggested. The dessert shop was completed in no time, with Akane remaining in the establishment as the owner's niece. In truth, the proprietor could only retreat to the chilly confines of the basement each night, while the bedroom on the second floor was reserved for Hondo. The night breeze, with an air of inevitability, assumed the role of a waiter and began to learn the art of dessert making. Due to the prevailing circumstances, this matter was reported to the desk of the third Hokage. The reason was simple. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had become increasingly strained. A single misstep could potentially ignite internal conflict within Konoha. Thus, even matters such as home renovations or a Hinata clan genin taking up a position as a waiter at a dessert shop would be noted by the Umbu and presented to the third Hokage for review. Of course, Sarutobi seemed not to ponder this too deeply. Whether it was the niece of the proprietor or the so-called useless boy of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Kaze, none of it seemed particularly significant. Days turned unexpectedly monotonous, akin to plain water. Absent were the organization's missions, and the blood-soaked research had ceased. The instructor teaching Hinata Kaze the craft of desserts was an exquisite and mature woman, possessing a certain charm. Whether this was a deliberate arrangement by her subordinates or mere happenstance, it mattered not. In any case, he appeared disinterested in women. Aside from occasionally teasing Hondo, he showed little inclination towards others. A week later, in the afternoon at the Honghua dessert shop, the establishment was rather devoid of patrons, lending it a slightly desolate air. At that moment, a figure traversed the streets of Konoha, escorted by 2 family guards. The young lady of the Hyuga clan was accompanied by her protectors. Especially after the recent incident where she had nearly been bullied, the Hyuga clan had intensified their vigilance regarding Hinata's security. "Ah, Miss Hinata, we meet again." Hinata Kaze waved in greeting. The little girl turned her head in curiosity, her gaze stopping abruptly. "It's that brother from the other day," Hinata mused to herself. "Oniai-chan." She smiled gently, her voice soft. Her adorable face still bore a hint of baby fat, and her eyes narrowed slightly in delight. "What brings you here?" The young lady observed the dessert shop with intrigue. Her guards glanced at Hinata Kaze but refrained from saying anything further. "I'm working here, Miss Hinata," he explained. "Would you like to sample my creations? The cake is quite sweet." The young man grinned as he retrieved a small dessert from the display case. "Thank you." Hinata replied politely, extending her hand to accept the gift. "Miss Hinata, if you return late, the clan leader may be displeased." One of the guards approached from behind, offering a quiet reminder. He, too, wished he could accompany the young lady for a bit longer, but orders were orders. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, even if Hinata had moments of respite, they were seldom prolonged, as most of her time was dedicated to training in taijutsu and gentle fist techniques. "Goodbye, brother. Farewell. Soon." Hinata reluctantly bid farewell to the dessert shop. The once lively establishment quickly returned to tranquility. Just then, Night Breeze returned, discovering Red Bean seated at a table, surrounded by an array of desserts. Each hand held a piece of cake, and she was chewing contentedly. "Little Red, if you eat like that, you might consume the entire day's earnings. Should you gain weight, I assure you, I wouldn't want you, as I prefer not to have plump girls." Night Breeze remarked with a smirk. Red Bean chuckled, playfully winking. The following day, Hinata visited again, likely passing by on her way out and yearning for more sweets. "Why do you work here, brother?" she inquired curiously. Although she remained oblivious to many matters, she understood in part that the Hyuga clan held considerable prestige. Surely, someone with Byakugan would need to seek employment elsewhere. Because living this way is quite enjoyable. There are lovely girls to behold, and making desserts isn't too tiring. Night Breeze replied, absent-mindedly patting Hinata's short hair. "Enjoyable?" Hinata looked at the young man in confusion. For her father's commands and tasks constituted the essence of life. Indeed, Hinata will understand when she grows up that life is always lived for something. If one meanders aimlessly, unaware of who they are or what they should do, then they cannot truly be considered alive. Night Breeze spoke in a peculiar tone. Hinata nodded, somewhat dazed, unsure of how much she comprehended. The bustling streets of Konoha. The next day, "Little Red, what are you daydreaming about? Aren't you going to prepare a bag for the customer?" Night Breeze urged. Ever since this girl entered, Red Bean seemed somewhat distracted. Approximately 19 or 20, she possessed long black hair and striking blood-red eyes akin to rubies, with an admirable figure. She was Waihai Kurenai, a Chunin of Konoha, her father having perished during the Nine-Tails incident, thus making her a descendant of heroes. Proficient in genjutsu, her overall strength was average. Oh. Red Bean finally snapped back to reality, hastily packing the cake Kurenai wished to purchase. "Please visit us again, dear customer." Night Breeze smiled gently, watching Kurenai depart. He then turned to Red Bean, anticipating her explanation. "Go on. No one is watching here," he encouraged. "Teacher, I used to have friends in Konoha." Namely Red Bean scratched her head, speaking somewhat shyly. She was not born in Konoha but had come with Orochimaru. Due to Orochimaru's notorious reputation, she has not forged many friendships, and most individuals regard Akkad with a sense of respectful distance. However, there exists an exception. Kurenai, the only ninja with whom she shares a decent rapport. In the past, they often indulged in desserts together. "Ah, I see." Night Breeze nodded thoughtfully. "Do you have anything to express?" "If I were to take action against Konoha, she would likely be in grave danger, being a ninja of Konoha herself." Night Breeze remarked nonchalantly. "Those who stand against the Great One become my adversaries," Akkad replied. Night Breeze nodded in satisfaction, gently ruffling the girl's hair. She is indeed a subordinate worthy of nurturing. These years have not been in vain for Akkad's training. Her eyes are truly exquisite, a testament to the lineage of the Uchiha clan, resplendent in blood-red hues. Regrettably, her talent does not match that of her father, Uchiha Kakashi. Night Breeze continued. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Akkad's delicate form trembled slightly, yet she remained silent, her gaze tinged with melancholy. "Are my eyes truly beautiful?" In a certain sense, such a comment does not serve as praise. Rather, it resembles a curse bestowed by the world's most nefarious man. "Brother, will you accompany me for training?" A young boy's innocent voice resonated. Two children adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem strolled down the street. "Sasuke, I have a mission today and cannot accompany you. Forgive me." "This is the last time," the elder child, Itachi, around 11 years of age, stated. The younger boy, referred to as Sasuke, is merely 5. Humph. Sasuke averted his gaze in dissatisfaction. Itachi, accustomed to the moment, gently tapped Sasuke's forehead with his finger. A warm yet ordinary scene. Night Breeze observed through a pane of glass. Ah, the daily antics of sibling admiration, huh? Could you two please just marry each other already? Ahem. Would you both care for some desserts? Our shop is having a grand promotion today, Akad cheerfully announced as she stepped outside. Itachi glanced at the newly opened confectionery, promptly deciding to purchase a small bag of sweets for Sasuke before attending to his own mission. Nightbreeze watched the brothers retreat into the distance, refraining from taking action. It was not yet the opportune moment. Oh, are you intrigued by the Uchiha clan, young brother? A voice interjected. Nightbreeze returned to reality, noticing a silver-haired young man standing not far from him, adorned in a black mask and the vest of a Konoha Jonin. Hatake Kakashi, renowned as a ninja capable of matching any adversary evenly. Oh wait, the individual had been stripped of his Sharingan, failing to earn the title of copy ninja. Yet he displayed an extraordinary mastery of the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan. As for techniques like Raikiri, those two were abandoned midway by Kakashi. The Uchiha clan was tasked with the security of Konoha, a responsibility befitting their stature. Nightwind expressed his admiration. For someone of his humble lineage as a member of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha truly embodied greatness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kakashi Hatake, the man stated. Unbeknownst to him, the very assailant who had extracted his eyes years prior now stood brazenly before him. Call me Wind. You are indeed as dashing as the legends proclaim. Nightwind replied with a grin. Kakashi, a young jonin, enjoyed considerable renown within Konoha. Why, pray tell, are you here seeking employment? The Hyuga clan seems to be far from a state of decline, Kakashi jested. Not at all. My affairs are unrelated to my clan. While I do have a leisurely job, I find this work much more to my liking. There are lovely young ladies here, and should I marry the boss's niece, I could enjoy a life of leisure, Nightwind chuckled. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, opting to steer clear of that topic. This fellow appeared somewhat lewd. It was surprising to encounter such frivolity within the Hyuga clan. I have some matters to attend to, Wind. Would you be so kind as to settle the bill? Kakashi inquired, selecting a few pieces of cake and handing them to Nightwind. That will be a total of 120 ryo. Thank you for your patronage. Nightwind replied. Kakashi seemed to offer a fleeting smile, though his expression quickly reverted to neutrality. After settling the payment, he swiftly departed. Of course, Nightwind held little interest in Kakashi. He had already acquired the most coveted Sharingan and had no desire to even glance at the Hatake clan's techniques, which he considered beneath him. Things have stabilized. Konoha does not suspect my true identity, Nightwind mused inwardly. The plan was progressing more smoothly than anticipated. Is anyone there? Another customer entered the shop. Upon closer inspection, it was a middle-aged man dressed as a merchant, accompanied by an elegantly clad woman and a young girl with a bun hairstyle in her arms. Tion, the girl was one of the future formidable Konoha 12. Already attending the Ninja Academy this year with commendable grades, particularly excelling in kunai throwing and target practice. Daddy, I want cake, the little girl whined. All right, Daddy will buy you some, the man replied, a smile gracing his face, clearly doting on his daughter. Welcome. Redbean greeted them with a warm smile. Upon witnessing this, the night breeze relinquished its aspirations of ascent. Glancing outside, a small boy with tousled golden hair crossed the street, his shirt stained and unkempt. He gazed enviously at the cakes displayed in the shop window, along with a little girl cradled in her father's arms. The night breeze smiled silently. Reality is invariably more fantastical than fiction. Having sacrificed their lives to safeguard the village, the children of the Hokage find themselves ostracized and discriminated against by the villagers, lacking even the means to purchase a cake. What right does such a Konoha have to proclaim itself as just? Moreover, does true justice ever truly exist? Suddenly, rain began to fall outside, pattering down relentlessly. The golden-haired boy quickly sought refuge from the rain and vanished into the distance. The bustling village of Konoha remained alive with throngs of people in the streets. At the Ninja Academy, the night breeze slightly opened its eyes, discovering a blue-haired woman with a bun standing before it, accompanied by a red-haired little girl. Honglian, how did you come to be with her? The night breeze inquired. Astonished. Honglian was supposed to be under the tutelage of Kabuto. What purpose did she have in Konoha at this hour? Reporting, sir. I am gathering bloodline limits. I wonder if my crystal release might be of use. Honglian respectfully stated. Crystal release? The night breeze paused, then shook its head in mild disappointment. Crystal release. A bloodline limit of Honglian's could produce unique red crystals of considerable hardness, rivaling that of metal. However, it was not particularly formidable and could even be deemed somewhat superfluous. There was little potential for development. No need. I prefer the children of the Uchiha clan. You may keep the power of crystal release for yourself, the Night Breeze replied. Regardless of defense or offense, it had superior alternatives to crystal release. Such an ability would be of little use. Yes, sir, Hong Lian nodded respectfully. How did you come to be with her? The Night Breeze queried once more. Reporting, sir. Kabuto is currently researching the cells of the first Hokage, and so, Conan was sent to me, Hong Lian answered. Kabuto spent the majority of his days in the laboratory, naturally lacking the time to assist in educating Conan. Very well, you shall be responsible for her upbringing, although your medical skills may not quite match Kabuto's. Teaching a child should pose no problem, the Night Breeze remarked. Conan hid behind Hong Lian, listening to the conversation between the two adults. Understood. Konoha is in a tense period recently. It would be best not to seek me out here, Hong Lian acknowledged. Understood. When you're later, in Konoha. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene, almost as it had always been. However, the expressions of the ninjas appeared considerably more solemn than before. Even Hinata Kaze was instructed to return to the Hyuga clan's residence at night, forbidden from wandering about after dark, though the reasons remained unspoken. Nightwind comprehended that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had deteriorated. Ever since the passing of the first and second Hokage, the Uchihas had been increasingly ostracized by the village. Once the most significant family in Konoha, they were now relegated to the role of mere security personnel, their entire residence distanced from the heart of the village. With Danzo's covert machinations and the third Hokage's waning strength, aged and decayed, the situation had only worsened. The chaos surrounding the Ninetales incident, particularly with the masked man possessing the Sharingan controlling the beast, had further heightened Konoha's wariness of the Uchiha clan. Nightwind's elimination of Shisui had only exacerbated the already tense relations. A storm was brewing. Nightwind stood on the second floor, gazing out the window. However, he was not in a dessert shop, but rather in a secluded room belonging to the Hyuga clan. Teacher, Azuki yawned, rising from the bed. Since Nightwind had chosen not to visit the dessert shop, she decided to accompany him to this place. Today marked the opening day of the Ninja Academy. Shall we go together? Nightwind inquired with a smile, tousling the young girl's hair. He had grown accustomed to having this makeshift pillow beside him at night. Well, in truth, it was Azuki who had taken him for a pillow. The Ninja Academy? Azuki blinked in surprise. Hinata is enrolling too, if given the chance. I would love to hang around the school, play games with the children, bask in the sunlight, and enjoy afternoon naps. Nightwind smiled faintly. It was difficult to envision this seemingly ordinary boy, with his bright smile, harboring the soul of the notorious Orochimaru. Teacher. Are you sure you don't mean to abduct children? Azuki pouted. She recalled how she had stumbled upon Orochimaru and willingly followed him, leading her down this irretrievable path. Abduction is a matter of mutual consent. How could it be called abduction? I am here to save the world, Nightwind chuckled insensitively. I'd like to sleep a bit longer, so you can go by yourself, teacher. Azuki pouted again and pulled the blanket over herself. Outside the window, sunlight streamed in, cascading over a few potted plants. The room fell into a tranquil silence. In the wardrobe lay Azuki's cherished clothing, while the bookshelf held several volumes on human anatomy and ocular neurovascular structures. A transparent glass jar sat on the bottom shelf, containing two blood-red gemstones resembling eyes. The gentle sunlight illuminated the jar, revealing the exquisite colors of the eyeballs within. A beautiful collection, indeed. These eyes belonged to Yuhi Kurenai, a Konoha Chunin who had gone missing for 2 days 6 months prior. Her eyes had unfortunately become the art of some malevolent individual. However, out of consideration for Azuki, Nightwind had no intention of claiming her life. He merely replaced her ordinary black eyes, akin to performing an ocular transplant. Although Konoha had received reports of the incident, capturing the assailant was, of course, an impossibility. At the Ninja Academy, the annual enrollment day drew a bustling crowd. As Nightwind passed through the school gates, he noticed a small boy with golden hair sitting alone on a swing, idly swaying back and forth. Occasionally, villagers would point and whisper, their disdain for the child unabashed. Neither adults nor children seemed inclined to engage with him. He was the embodiment of the Ninetales, which had wreaked havoc upon the village, sealed within his very being. Father, the thought of studying is such a bother. Why don't we just head home? A small boy with pigtails approached, hands stuffed in his pockets, exuding a languid demeanor. Impudent child, his father chided, lightly tapping his son's head as he ushered him toward the school. Nara Shikamaru, one of the future Konoha 12, possessed an intellect rivaling that of Kabuto, particularly adept at devising intricate strategies and discovering various pathways to victory. His flaw, however, lay in his overwhelming laziness, lacking motivation for any endeavor. "Good morning, Naruto," a chubby boy approached, clutching a bag of chips. Akimichi Choji, the heir of the Akimichi clan, was one of the few friends Naruto had, along with Shikamaru, who were willing to play with him. Damn it. Having to enroll alone on the first day of school is infuriating. Just then, a golden-haired girl with a long ponytail appeared. Yamanaka Ino, representing the Yamanaka clan, was among the prominent ninja families of Konoha, closely allied with the Nara and Akimichi clans. "Oof, you old man," the young girl huffed in annoyance, kicking a small stone that fortuitously landed in Nightwind's hand. "Little one, perhaps you should pay a bit more attention," Nightwind remarked with a gentle smile. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there," the girl quickly apologized, realizing her lapse in awareness. "Let this be a lesson." "I shall let you off this time, young one," Nightwind said, patting Ino's head before proceeding into the school. He was there to see Hinata. Having little interest in others, he had long obtained Naruto's cells, and as for Sasuke, the time for action had not yet arrived. On the playground, despite it being the first day of school, several children were already engaged in training. Hinata stood alone in a corner, honing her skills with shuriken and kunai. Perhaps she wished to avoid disappointing her stern father, or perhaps she simply found herself at a loss for what else to do. "Hinata," Nightwind called out. "Brother, what brings you to school today?" Hinata inquired, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. "I heard today marks the beginning of your school year, so I brought some sweets for you," Nightwind replied with a smile. "Thank you, brother," Hinata said cheerfully as she accepted the bag, momentarily setting aside her ninja tools to sit alongside him. Now, as a member of the Hyuga clan, he was merely recognized as a loyal companion to the esteemed young lady of his family. Neither the Umbu nor the third Hokage could fathom his true intentions. "Hinata, remember to maintain a balanced diet after your training. Solely exercising without proper nourishment is detrimental to your health," Nightwind remarked innocently, his smile unwavering. Since assuming this new form, he found himself rather fond of the youthful tone in his voice. "Thank you, brother." Hinata took a sip of water before indulging in a piece of cake. Though she was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, many merely respected her position, while a few harbored disdain, particularly a certain prodigy named Niji Hyuga. He believed himself to be the foremost among the younger generation of the clan, deeming Hinata unworthy of being a ninja. Hinata, in truth, was a child craving affection. He had a penchant for such lost souls. A mere morsel of kindness could lead them to follow you, willing to sacrifice their lives, transcending the boundaries of right and wrong, casting aside the shackles of morality and humanity. Whether as experimental subjects or subordinates, these children would willingly lay down their lives for you. "Aren't you going to eat, brother?" Hinata blinked, breaking the silence. "I've already eaten," Nightwind replied. Reclining on the soft grass, he gazed up at the azure sky, the sun's rays pleasantly warm. Hinata, having trained diligently, was flushed from exertion. "Hinata, why do you train so earnestly?" Nightwind inquired. Hinata pondered seriously but ultimately shook her head, at a loss for words. After a while, she finished 2 pieces of cake and retrieved her ninja tools once more. "Brother, I'm going to train." "Are you heading back?" she asked. "By the way, you used to practice kunai and shuriken throwing quite often, didn't you?" A flicker of nostalgia crossed Nightwind's eyes. Those days of learning were decades ago, under the guidance of a youthful third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Back then, Jiraiya often teased Tsunade, only to be met with retribution, while the third was a young man brimming with a sense of justice. No, it was this body that bore those memories. He was not the one who experienced those moments. "Can you teach me, brother?" Hinata requested earnestly. "Of course," he replied. As the night breeze returned to reality, he smiled and acquiesced. In the evening, after attending a gathering for freshmen, Hinata spent most of her time on the playground. Night breeze, feeling leisurely, seized the opportunity to cultivate a bond with the young girl. Exhausted and sweating profusely, Hinata's face glowed with a rosy hue. Ultimately, Night breeze carried her home on his back. Hinata blushed, seemingly relishing the feeling of being nestled against him, remaining silent throughout the journey. "Hinata, we have arrived home," he announced. "Goodbye, brother. Farewell." Thus, the day passed in its entirety. Night breeze acted with impunity, largely due to the third Hokage and the family being too preoccupied to monitor them. Although they had grown slightly closer, it hardly drew any attention. The Uchiha clan posed a significant challenge for the Hokage, while each family maintained a stern atmosphere, strictly overseeing their members. In the world of ninjas, the hierarchy is exceptionally stringent. The term Chunin denotes ninjas who have successfully passed their academy graduation assessments. To ascend to the rank of Chunin, one must undergo a more rigorous examination conducted collaboratively by several ninja villages. As for Jonin, the assessment hinges upon a ninja's capabilities, the variety of missions completed, and the cleanliness of their background, among other factors. The Hokage serves as the village leader, typically selected from among the Jonin ranks. Logically speaking, the Hokage is often the strongest individual within the village. However, what if someone possesses strength that surpasses the average Jonin yet does not attain the status of Hokage? In such cases, they are granted the title of Elite Jonin, which often implies candidacy for the Hokage position, like Kakashi Hatake, for instance. Additionally, there exists the Umbu, a ninja force directly under the Hokage's jurisdiction, in the Root, a faction led by Danzo. Konoha boasts many Jonin, several of whom are renowned figures, such as Kakashi, Yuhi Kurina, Nara Shikaku, and Marino Ibiki. Yet, during the impending Fourth Great Ninja War, even Jonin may merely serve as high-ranking cannon fodder. This is a world rife with external enhancements. Without a bloodline limit, it is nearly impossible to become a true powerhouse. Aside from a few rare exceptions like Might Guy, the majority of those who are formidable owe their strength to the influence of Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra. Both Naruto and Sasuke, as reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, were destined for extraordinary paths from birth. Ashura and Indra's father is the Sage of Six Paths, who, in turn, is the son of Kaguya. Across the span of millennia, countless powerful individuals and bloodline limits have emerged, concealing numerous conspiracies and shadows, all encapsulated by a singular phrase, Kaguya's maternal rescue. Presently, however, Nightbreeze endeavors to rewrite this narrative as a tale of a gluttonous snake dominating the world. Ramen. Red Bean beamed radiantly while linking her arm with Nightbreeze. To the eyes of outsiders, they likely appeared as an intimate pair of siblings, a 12-year-old boy and a beautiful young maiden in her blossoming years. Ichiraka Ramen? Nightbreeze glanced at the sign of the ramen shop. He inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, realizing that the scent was indeed robust, befitting the renowned ramen establishment of Konoha. Naturally, the prices here were surprisingly steep. Even the most ordinary bowl of ramen cost several hundred yen. However, Konoha was home to many affluent individuals, and if one were a ninja, wealth was even less of a concern. As he lifted the curtain and stepped inside, he noticed the seating was arranged in a row. "Welcome. What would you two like to eat?" I.M. greeted them with a smile. The owner of the ramen shop was a burly man, and she, his daughter, assisted him here. A luxurious seafood ramen. Red Bean ordered without hesitation. Just like her. Nightbreeze remarked in a rather indifferent tone, his expression equally flat. He gently patted Red Bean on the head, as if he were the elder of the two, though. In truth, that was indeed the case. "Please wait a moment," I.M. said cheerfully as she entered the kitchen. What a coincidence. Kakashi, clad in a mask, walked into the ramen shop. "Good evening, Kakashi-senpai," Nightbreeze greeted with a smile. Kakashi nodded, pulling out a book titled Make Out Paradise to read. Nightbreeze was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiraiya was just as bad, constantly indulging in such questionable novels, and here was Kakashi, clearly enjoying the same. It was ridiculous. If he wanted to pursue women, why not simply do so directly? Why read novels? Who reads novels, anyway? Do you? Tonkatsu ramen. Kakashi called out to the back of the shop, then returned to his reading. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Naruto. This meal will be on your teacher today," boomed a hearty voice. Nightbreeze and Red Bean turned to see Irika Umino entering with Naruto Uzumaki in tow. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at Naruto before resuming his novel. "Thank you, Irika-sensei," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, Kakashi is here too. Who are these two?" Irika inquired. "Hello, Irika-sensei. I am Hugakaze," Nightbreeze replied with a smile. "This is Little Red." He patted the girl's head affectionately. Irika regarded the unusual pair of youths and nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "A young member of the Hyuga clan, huh? You seem rather mature for your age." However, the third Hokage had tasked him with befriending Naruto, so he paid little mind to others' affairs. "The stars are out tonight," Red Bean remarked, gazing up at the night sky. Beneath the soft moonlight, her dark and brownish-gray eyes revealed a peculiar beauty. The young girl, adorned with an adorable bun hairstyle, possessed an exceptionally well-developed figure that would surely captivate any man who laid eyes upon her. Although the Nightbreeze held little interest in the female essence, the mere presence of such a charming young lady was undeniably delightful. "Look, there stands Lord Orochimaru." Indeed, it is Lord Orochimaru. Even his young companion is remarkably formidable. Having a beautiful and capable girl as a subordinate is truly a matter of pride. Presently, life felt tranquil, akin to that of a commoner. Hongdo glanced at the youth beside her and then surveyed the surrounding crowd. Everything appeared harmoniously serene. Perhaps. The night wind responded languidly. As the saying goes, one may desire calm, yet the winds remain unrelenting. Peace is not always a choice one can make. Take, for instance, the current state of Konoha in the Uchiha clan. This prominent family, which co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju clan, has been deliberately marginalized by the village's upper echelons for decades, distanced from the power center and met with distrust. In the words of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, they are merely the inherently malevolent Uchiha brats. Such a notion is intolerable for the proud Uchiha. Devoid of power, lacking trust, and perceived as a dire threat to the village, the outwardly resplendent Uchiha clan has long harbored a deep-seated fury. Given the right catalyst, the Uchiha would not hesitate to declare war on Konoha, seeking to reclaim justice for their clan through force. However, the timing is exceedingly delicate. Konoha, already in a state of recuperation, would never permit a civil unrest to erupt so freely. Such an occurrence could very well result in Konoha's expulsion from the 5 great shinobi countries. Thus, Uchiha Itachi became the quintessential pawn. For the sake of the village and the greater good, Konoha needed to resolve the Uchiha issue before strife broke out. Itachi was dispatched to confront his own kin, including his enigmatic father, while the remaining Uchiha would be dealt with by a masked member of the Akatsuki organization. In return for shouldering the blame on behalf of the village, Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, would be spared. Danzo staunchly upheld this plan, while the third Hokage sought to negotiate a resolution. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Tobarama's policies were explicitly aimed at the Uchiha clan, and Konoha had indeed adhered to this course for many years. Decades of repression and anger cannot be resolved merely through negotiation. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, was acutely aware of this truth. Yet, the arrow was knocked and must be released. Even as clan leader, he could not overturn the sentiments of his people. After all, those who court their own destruction are impervious to external counsel. The title of clan leader held little weight. The resurrection of Uchiha Madara would be more impactful. Whether it be the clansmen, those from Konoha, or even Itachi himself, Fugaku perceived the situation with utmost clarity. Certainly, he also respected Itachi Uchiha's decision. Whether Itachi chose to walk towards extinction with his family or opted to bear the blame to save Sasuke Uchiha, it was his choice. A few days later, at noon, Night Breeze arrived at the Ninja Academy. Although he was not a teacher and had no particular reason to be there, his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan sufficed. As long as he mentioned that he was looking for Lady Hinata of the Hyuga family, no one dared to stop him. The Hyuga clan, though not as renowned as the Uchiha, had existed since the founding of the village and remained a noble family. Hinata leaned against a large tree, having just completed her first lesson on ninja tools, practicing with shurikens. Fortunately, she had previously studied within her clan, and Night Breeze had taught her this type of technique a few times, allowing her to perform commendably, though not quite at the top. The top student was a cool boy named Sasuke Uchiha, the object of affection for many girls in the class. Despite their tender age of 6 or 7, ninja children were remarkably precocious. In times of war, children as young as 6 or 7 could directly take to the battlefield, and by 12 or 13, some had already attained the rank of Jonin, like Kakashi Hatake, Itachi Uchiha, or Orochimaru. Although these children were small in stature, they possessed considerable understanding, especially regarding the question of who was Sasuke's girlfriend, which was a topic of intense speculation akin to court intrigue. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the class's underachiever was a solitary boy with golden hair named Naruto Uzumaki. The clan's guards had specifically advised Hinata to avoid that boy. Hinata. Night Breeze appeared on the playground. Brother. Hinata squinted her eyes and waved her hand joyfully. I brought red bean cakes today. Night Breeze handed her a small bag. Yum. Hinata smiled again, her expression innocent and pure, her gentle and kind eyes radiating warmth. Little did she know, the boy harbored sinister thoughts of abduction. Not only was she a target, but her younger sister, Hanabi, a darling just over a year old, was also in his sights. Hanabi was a true princess of the Byakugan, her lineage even more potent than Hinata's. However, this was a secret known only to Night Breeze. The Hyuga clan was unaware that the Byakugan could actually evolve. Reflecting on this, Night Breeze silently pondered how effortless abduction seemed. Due to her temperament, Hinata's life had been fraught with challenges, leaving her somewhat psychologically twisted. She was unable to resist her family's arrangements, feeling both weary and perplexed, yet could not halt her circumstances, passively accepting everything. It was reminiscent of the children he had previously abducted, with a little cunning that could easily be taken home, whether as specimens or subjects for his experiments. The moonlight was enchanting at the Ninja Academy. On Fridays, it seemed either by design or mere coincidence that the night breeze would arrive precisely during physical education classes, whether it be for stamina training or the art of throwing shuriken. Occasionally, students were paired for one-on-one duels, governed by the principle of friendship first, competition second. Yet, one particular underachiever often found himself embroiled in fierce clashes with the self-proclaimed champion. Some girls, caught up in the excitement, would begin to hurl playful insults at one another. Suddenly, a shuriken flew through the air. Nightbreeze lifted his gaze slightly and nimbly evaded the projectile. "Ah, my apologies," exclaimed a girl sporting a long golden ponytail, Konoha. It appeared she had miscalculated her throw and failed to notice someone approaching. "Little one, this is the second time you've nearly injured me with your clumsiness," Nightbreeze remarked with a smile. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Konoha hastily apologized. "Is Brother Wind here to see Hinata today?" she inquired. Nightbreeze often visited the Hyuga family as heiress, and as a result, his presence had become well known within the class. "Yes, I brought some sweets for Lady Hinata." "Konoha, to be careful next time. It wouldn't do to hurt someone," he replied gently, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Konoha found herself thinking that this seemingly ordinary boy possessed a hint of charm. Despite his plain appearance and lackluster features, a peculiar allure emanated from him, leaving her perplexed. Moments later, Lady Hinata stopped playing hide-and-seek. "I possess Byakugan, you know." Nightbreeze chuckled. Amidst the rustling of leaves, a bashful Hinata emerged from the branches. Her cheeks slightly flushed. She glanced at Nightbreeze before gracefully leaping down. "Brother," she greeted him with an innocent and warm smile. "Today, I made you some special dumpling skewers." As Nightbreeze spoke, he skillfully handed her a bag containing the treats. With a radiant and harmless smile, one would never suspect that he was once the most favored disciple of Orochimaru. "Lady Hinata, your Byakugan is as beautiful as ever. However, I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to. If anyone bothers you, do let me know, and I shall ensure they regret it." He waved goodbye and swiftly departed. Hinata, biting into a dumpling, watched the boy-esque carefree silhouette fade into the distance. How free he seemed, so optimistic and cheerful. Almost inconceivable for a member of the Hyuga family. Nightbreeze lay languidly on a bench at the Red Flower dessert shop in Konoha, resembling a lifeless corpse. Occasionally, Hongdo would engage in a conversation with the guests, while stealing glances at the figure not far away. Is Orochimaru a villain? Undoubtedly, Orochimaru is indeed a villain. A true antagonist with the potential to become the ultimate embodiment of evil. If Hashirama Senju were still alive, he would likely scoff at this mischievous little demon. This man seems to harbor no interest in women, and certainly none in men either. Yet, he does not seem to mind Hongdo's proximity, allowing her the occasional one to act coyly in his embrace, willingly drawing closer to him. This has been the case before, and it remains so today. "Orochimaru-sama, it is time to clock out," Hongdo murmured, whispering warm breath against the man's ear. The night breeze appeared to have fallen asleep. Draped in a book titled The Clinical Applications of Chakra Blades, authored by Tsunade. "Orochimaru-sama?" Hongdo gently removed the book. Noticing the man seemed to be in a deep slumber, she longed to inch closer and bestow a kiss, but the night breeze had already awakened. What as for dinner?" Night breeze's voice was calm, as it often was. "Barbecue? Pizza? Or perhaps ramen?" He gazed out at the dimming sky, softly suggesting. He cherished this little girl and thus allowed Hongdo to decide on such trivial matters. "I want to see the true form of Orochimaru-sama," Hongdo spoke up, a blush blooming on her cheeks, yet mustering the courage to voice her thoughts. "Eh?" Nightbreeze paused, momentarily taken aback. After all, she believed that Orochimaru-sama, in his youth, was indeed quite handsome. No matter his appearance, he is still Orochimaru-sama, Hongdo stammered, her face growing warmer and her voice dwindling to a whisper. By the end, she had lowered her head, sneaking furtive glances at Night Breeze's expression. Should he show any displeasure, she would immediately apologize. Really now? This could lead to misunderstandings among the readers. "I'm the one in control here," Night Breeze chuckled softly. He reached out to lift Hongdo's chin, restoring his usual demeanor. With his long black hair cascading down, golden serpentine eyes, delicate features, and pallid complexion, he resembled a severe patient from a mental institution. However, in Hongdo's eyes, he radiated countless shimmering golden stars. "Your eyes are truly beautiful," Nightbreeze said, leaning down to kiss the gray-brown orb of Hongdo's right eye. The girl felt flushed, her gaze becoming hazy. Whether it was "I love you" or "I like you," such declarations felt unnecessary in that moment. There was no need for confessions, as they both understood each other's feelings. Hongdo gently wrapped her arms around the man's neck, a slight smile gracing her lips, her face aglow with happiness. Perhaps in this moment, even if it meant her demise, she would depart with a smile. However, the Nightbreeze would not permit such an end. "Sir," Hongdo's voice was tinged with shyness and a hint of nervousness. Nightwind swiftly redirected his focus, sealing the girl's lips with a profound kiss. Whatever words Hongdo had intended to utter were now replaced with breathless gasps. After an eternity, the lingering kiss finally subsided, and Nightwind cradled Hongdo in his embrace. "Are you happy?" Nightwind inquired with a mischievous grin, clearly relishing the sight of her bashful expression. Hongdo replied softly. "How happy are you?" Nightwind asked, narrowing his eyes. "My soul feels weightless, as if it wishes to be entirely consumed, akin to sinking into the depths of the sea. Lord Orochimaru is the most significant person in my life, both now and in the past." Hongdo smiled blissfully. "That is good to hear," Nightwind remarked, gently patting the girl's soft cheek with satisfaction. Not long after, the wide-eyed youth and Hongdo strolled along the streets of Konoha. Their dinner was at a barbecue restaurant. The moon hung full in the sky, unmarred by a single cloud on this pristine night. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji happened to be enjoying grilled meat as well. But Nightwind did not feel inclined to greet them. The moonlight was exquisite, and the streets outside were equally enchanting. Some gazed at the moon, while others admired those who admired the moon. Whose dreams were graced by the moon, and whose dreams welcomed those who beheld it? The Uchiha clan's demise, Konoha, year 55. The Uchiha, once the illustrious foremost clan in Konoha, was gradually descending into despair. Itachi Uchiha ultimately chose his younger brother, allowing that foolish sibling to continue living. He personally executed the destruction of their clan, shouldering the blame and infamy, while the Uchiha still publicly remained a part of Konoha. Had he acted alone, it would have been quite a challenge, given the number of formidable Uchiha warriors. Thus, Danzo would lend his assistance, and members of the Akatsuki would collaborate with him. "Teacher, will we make our move tomorrow?" Hongdo asked, a mix of excitement and apprehension in her voice. "Yes," Nightwind nodded. The third Hokage ultimately acquiesced to the plan. Though he did not intervene, he would not obstruct Danzo's and Itachi's actions. He granted Itachi his word that Sasuke would live. Meanwhile, Danzo contacted Akatsuki, and coincidentally, Nightwind was present in Konoha, with the executioners being Tobi and Orochimaru. This was the will of their leader, Pain. While the members of Akatsuki may not have been fully aware, Pain held a profound wariness towards Tobi, who had existed since the inception of Akatsuki. "Orochimaru, remember the promise you made to me," Danzo stated coldly from the dimly lit basement, wrapped in white bandages and leaning on a cane. "And do not forget to procure more Sharingan for me." Nightwind chuckled dismissively. Tonight, he manifested in his true form as Orochimaru, embodying the external perception the world held of him. Employing a transformation technique, he concealed his present appearance. Regarding his transaction with Danzo, he assisted in the implantation of a Hashirama cell arm and the embedding of several Sharingan in exchange for a portion of the eyes. Naturally, Akatsuki would also claim some. In summary, this endeavor was met with collective satisfaction. As evening descended, Konoha shimmered with its customary brilliance. Yet, the atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha clan's stronghold was ominously peculiar. A few crows occasionally soared overhead, as if drawn by the scent of death. This night was destined for bloodshed. In a certain location, a man spoke softly. "So, this is your choice, Itachi?" Tears streamed down the face of the 13-year-old boy, his hand gripping the knife trembling slightly. Since becoming a ninja, this was his first moment of weeping. "You are my son, and I respect your decision, but I entrust Sasuke to you," the man said with a faint smile. The woman beside him also revealed a subtle smile. "I'm sorry," Itachi uttered slowly. Despite his tears, his gaze steadily transformed into one of resolve. This was an unavoidable decision, made for the sake of the family and the village. He could accept everything, but he could not allow his brother to perish. Thus he chose to shoulder the burden of darkness. 2 corpses fell to the ground, blood soaking the floor. The room fell into utter silence. The boy's eyes filled with sorrow, but soon all emotion receded like a tide, morphing him into a cold, unfeeling man. Upon exiting that room, he was no longer Itachi Uchiha, the ninja of Konoha, but rather a rogue ninja, Itachi Uchiha. The slaughter was merely beginning. You may strike if you wish, or refrain as you please, Akatsuki remarked softly to Orochimaru. Oh, Nightwind nodded in acknowledgement. The root ninjas had already encircled the area, establishing a barrier with the intent of complete annihilation. With Akatsuki entering a residential house, piercing screams heralded the onset of battle. In less than a minute, he emerged from the dwelling, leaving no survivors among the men, women, and children inside. Whether awakened or not, none could evade the fate of death this night. The man clad in the whirlpool mask traversed from house to house, while Nightwind meandered leisurely through the streets. Soon, someone noticed the intrusion of ninjas into the clan's stronghold, prompting the Uchiha to resist, but their efforts bore little fruit. The root had sealed the area tight, leaving the outside world oblivious to the turmoil within. Amidst the chaos, screams and the explosive sounds of jutsu reverberated continuously. A Fae possesses immunity to physical attacks, swiftly reaping lives with his ethereal form. The air is thick with the scent of blood. Itachi, I am here. A young girl rushed in a flurry, several meters behind her. A Fae was engaged in combat with several members of the Uchiha clan. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Itachi Uchiha held a bloody blade in his hand. Uchiha Izumi. Nightwind observed the scene with keen interest. This girl was a prodigy, a contemporary of Itachi, who had also awakened the Sharingan. Although she had not attained the Manjiki like Itachi, her abilities were commendable. Furthermore, Izumi and Itachi shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship. Had it not been for this betrayal, they might have had the chance to marry and raise a family together. Izumi. A fleeting look of compassion crossed Itachi's eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. Did he harbor no feelings for Izumi? That was unequivocally false. However, he was left with no choice tonight. He would either kill her himself or allow her to be slain by another. Itachi. The girl then noticed the profound anguish in Itachi's expression, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. She had always placed her unwavering faith in him, believing that even with a bloodied knife in hand, he would never harm her clan. Just as he had saved her from the collapsing house during the Nine Tails turmoil, she trusted that he would resolve this predicament, rescuing her and her kin. A sigh escaped someone's lips. It was not the conflicted Itachi, but Nightwind. Itachi's eyes indeed morphed into the shape of the Manjiki, signifying that he was about to commit an act of folly. Uchiha Izumi had not even registered what was happening before she fell victim to Itachi's Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami. This formidable illusion could make a person feel as though they were being sliced by a blade for 3 days and nights, while merely a second passed in reality. Such was the twisted nature of this technique. Illusions are often enchanting. Even if false, they ensnare the heart. Itachi remained silent, gazing for an extended period at the unconscious girl in his arms. Within the realm of Tsukuyami he had crafted for Izumi, there existed a world of complete peace and beauty. The Uchiha clan and the village had amicably resolved their conflicts, and the two led a blissful life together, marrying and having children, witnessing the Uchiha clan flourish over time. As the years gracefully passed, they ultimately concluded their lives with smiles, having lived a fulfilling existence. This illusion was not merely 3 days, it spanned 60 years. Within the confines of Tsukuyami, Itachi bestowed upon Izumi an entirely different life. Thus, even in her unconscious state, a subtle smile graced her lips, radiating happiness. Was it truly worth it? For the sake of a woman? Nightwind shook his head. The Fae, disguised as a Beto, continued his relentless slaughter, indifferent to Itachi's plight. Yet the night breeze reveals the undeniable truth. Uchiha Itachi's body has reached its limits. The strain on his eyes from exceeding their capacity has inflicted immense damage upon him. Merely using the singular illusion has cost him a decade of his life. Shortly thereafter, Itachi unsheathes his blade, swiftly severing the neck of Izumi and placing her lifeless form in a corner of the street. As he turns, his expression is void of emotion, and he resumes the massacre of his own kin. "Oh, my foolish brother, this is yours," Danzo states, offering over 30 Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Their eyes preserved within glass containers submerged in a verdant solution. "I shall return in 3 days to perform the arm transplant." Night Breeze, unwavering in his promise, responds with alacrity. As for Obito, he accepts an even greater number of Sharingan, for he has played the most significant role in this grim endeavor. In just an hour since the slaughter began, the Uchiha compound lies shrouded in silence, the ground littered with bloodied corpses, their eyes plundered. Danzo casts a final glance at Orochimaru before vanishing without a trace. Obito, too, departs without a second thought, taking with him his spoils. Night Breeze takes a moment to inspect Fugaku's chamber, only to find the eyes have vanished, presumably taken by Itachi to prevent outsiders from claiming them. Whether they are to be destroyed or kept for himself remains a mystery known only to Itachi. Thus, Night Breeze leaves the Uchiha compound. As more than an hour passes, the young master of the Uchiha family finally returns home, having endured an arduous day of ninjutsu training. However, upon entering the family compound, Sasuke is met with an eerie silence. Typically, there would be some presence, yet now, it is devoid of life. What has transpired? The 7-year-old Sasuke feels a sense of confusion. He catches a whiff of a potent scent in the air, but hesitates to confirm that it is the stench of blood. What is happening? He could have sworn he sensed someone nearby. Sasuke glances towards a nearby utility pole, noting the absence of light. The compound is engulfed in darkness, devoid of sound, even though it is not yet bedtime. As he traverses an alleyway, dread creeps upon him. The ground is strewn with cold, lifeless bodies. Signs of a fierce battle evident in the surroundings, kunai scattered across the ground, and blood saturating the earth. The faces of the deceased are etched with either defiance or despair. Sasuke's mind goes blank, thoughts nearly grinding to a halt. Instinctively, the young boy moves towards the direction of his home, fearing for the safety of his parents and brother. Sasuke dares not dwell further on the thought, quickening his pace. Indeed, as he traverses the path, not a single living soul is encountered, only corpses lie scattered. Some he recognizes, others he does not. Yet the majority have been robbed of their eyes, the scene grotesquely sanguine. "Father! Mother!" he cries out, running, until he finally spots his home. Trembling, he pushes open the wooden door and steps inside. The atmosphere within was profoundly silent, devoid of any response to his calls. Nevertheless, Sasuke set aside his ninja tool pouch, removed his shoes, and stepped into the room. He clung to a flicker of hope that perhaps his parents were alive and had escaped unscathed, or that everything before him was merely a horrific nightmare. "Father, mother, are you not here?" Sasuke continued to call out, yet silence persisted. He approached the door to the room but hesitated, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to turn the handle. "Move, move." Sasuke's breaths grew heavier, his body trembling incessantly. With a creak, the door swung open. The worst had indeed come to pass. A man and a woman lay on the ground, the floor stained with blood. "Father, mother." Sasuke rushed inside. He yearned to draw closer to the two figures, but from the shadows emerged a man clad in a ninja outfit, wielding a long blade. Sasuke's complexion paled, and he instinctively recoiled. Yet, as the man's face was illuminated by the moonlight, Sasuke realized it was his older brother, Itachi Uchiha. This was the first living soul he had encountered upon returning to his family, and it was his beloved brother, bringing a flicker of solace to Sasuke's heart. "Brother, why? Why did this happen to father and mother? Who could have done this?" Sasuke's voice was laced with urgency and despair. Suddenly, Itachi hurled a kunai, piercing Sasuke's left shoulder and pinning it to the wall. "Brother, what are you doing?" Sasuke was taken aback. However, Itachi's expression remained impassive, a chilling demeanor throughout. "What are you doing, brother?" Sasuke's anxiety intensified. In an instant, all the clan members had perished, and his only surviving brother behaved oddly. "My foolish little brother," Itachi stated calmly. The three-tomo Sharingan began to shift, transforming into a form Sasuke had never encountered. A powerful genjutsu erupted, ensnaring Sasuke within its grasp. It was a gruesome realm. In this space, Itachi would incessantly replay a singular scene, himself wielding a blade, slaying their parents, and mercilessly killing clan members. He aimed to ensure his brother would emerge as a formidable warrior. "No, don't make me witness such horrors. Why would you do this, brother?" Sasuke's psyche began to unravel within the illusion. The act of slaughtering clan members, the murder of their parents, all executed by Itachi's hand. Those kind elderly figures. The brothers and sisters, the younger siblings, and his cherished parents, all of them. Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Itachi maintained his stoic facade, revealing not a hint of vulnerability or weariness. "Do not kill me. You, of such a nature, hold no value in the act of killing, my foolish brother. If you desire to take my life, then harbor hatred toward me, loathe me, and continue to live in wretchedness. Strive with all your might to flee, to survive in the direst of circumstances." The anguish. The following day, the news of the annihilation of the Uchiha clan swiftly permeated the entire village. Uchiha Itachi, the architect of this devastation, was immediately branded a rogue ninja of the highest order, while the sole survivor, Uchiha Sasuke, lay in a hospital bed, rumored to be in a state of mental disarray. No one knew the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi or the motives behind his actions. Yet, many clans began to express interest in the properties and lands once owned by the Uchiha, and there were inquiries regarding the fate of the Sharingan. Most merely lamented the tragedy before returning to their mundane lives. What could they possibly do? No amount of concern could alter the reality of what had transpired. Such terror. Hinata rested beneath a tree, startled by the news. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan remained safe, she remarked. Moreover, with the Uchiha gone, the Hyuga clan can rightfully declare itself the foremost clan in Konoha, replied Niji. This time, I have acquired dozens of 3-tomo Sharingan. It is quite commendable. Hinata, may I ask you something? Yes. If there comes a day when I am no longer Niji Hyuga and have transformed into someone else entirely, would you still consider me a friend? Huh? Why would you say such a thing, brother? For instance, if I were to commit a grave transgression, such as taking a life, would you still regard me as a friend? You are my brother, now and forever. If that time comes, I will surely visit you often in prison, encouraging you to redeem yourself. Prison? Who in this world could confine the current version of him? Yet, such musings were trivial. Amidst the undercurrents of turmoil, time has a way of healing many wounds. Kurenai Yui frequently experienced nightmares wherein a faceless man expressionlessly removed her eyes, only to place them back with utmost care. Though she was grateful to have returned to life, she remained enveloped in confusion and fear. What is the teacher thinking? Akamaru Yakumo, a petite girl with deep crimson hair, gently tapped Kurenai, pulling her from her reverie. She possessed an exquisite visage, radiating an undeniable charm. As a scion of the Akamaru clan, she exhibited exceptional talent in Genjutsu and was a student of Kurenai. Alas, her frail constitution often left her ailing, and her family deemed her unfit to be a ninja. Nothing, Kurenai replied, shaking her head. It was best not to burden her student with the weight of her tragic past. Such revelations could frighten her. Hey, little girl. You're pinching me too hard, exclaimed a youthful voice. Hongdo gazed at the two figures strolling in the distance, a young boy from the Hyuga clan, possessing those distinctive white eyes. His appearance was rather unremarkable, likely around 14 or 15 years of age. Beside him was a youthful, radiant girl, seemingly a few years his senior, her figure ample and adorned with a playful, charming smile. Indeed, she cherished this affection. The girl clasped the boy's hand tightly, her eyes crinkling with joy. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the scene, Hong silently observed the couple drifting away, truly a blissful pair. Suddenly, she recalled a fellow named Asuma, one of the sons of the third Hokage, who had persistently shown her kindness since their school days. However, she had been feeling rather troubled lately, disinclined to engage with him. Should she contemplate it? Or perhaps it was best to let it go. Hong strolled alongside Yiyun for a while. The morning rain had left the air refreshingly crisp, and the earth beneath their feet felt soft and comforting. The village of Konoha was always so serene. Yet beneath this tranquility, there always lurked a turbulent undercurrent. As night fell, Hongdo and Yifeng emerged from a ramen shop. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, successfully luring Hongdo into a nearby flower shop. The establishment was modest in size, yet the variety of flowers within was quite plentiful. The shopkeeper, a rather taciturn middle-aged man with golden hair, seemed to be of the reticent sort. After a brief greeting of welcome, he returned to his newspaper, uninterested in further conversation. Are there any customers? A small girl emerged from the back room. With her golden ponytail and cheerful demeanor, she contrasted sharply with her father's quiet nature. Oh, is that you, Brother Hinata? What flowers are you looking for? Ino blinked curiously, her gaze landing on Hongdo, who was a new sight to her. She had only ever seen Hinata with the esteemed Lady Hinata at the Ninja Academy. The middle-aged man continued to ignore the interaction, engrossed in his reading. I brought Little Red out to buy some flowers, Yifeng said with a gentle smile, opting for a more endearing nickname for Hongdo. Oh, are there pink roses? Hongdo's eyes scanned the shop before settling on several pink blooms. Roses, particularly in pink, wielded a potent charm for young girls, and their combination was simply irresistible. Yifeng, however, was indifferent. As long as Hongdo was pleased, he gladly spent a little money to brighten her day. Do you like them, sister? How many would you like? Ino maintained her cheerful expression. I'll take all of these, Yifeng replied. Hee. Hongdo joyfully leaped forward, planting a kiss on the boy's cheek. At that moment, Ino confirmed their relationship. They were indeed a couple. See you later, brother. In the still of the night, Jingye meticulously wrapped the pink roses and handed them to Hongdo. Farewell, Nightwind lazily replied. At that moment, He embraced Hongdo, and together they strolled homeward. As the night deepened, Hongdo fell into a peaceful slumber, while Night Wind transformed back to his former self, donning the attire of the Akatsuki. He then employed the earth release technique to venture towards a damp underground chamber on the outskirts of Konoha. Master, Do had been waiting here for quite some time. Accompanied by several ninjas from the Sound Village, who carried various experimental apparatus. Let us proceed. Nightwind's golden serpent-like eyes gleamed vividly in the darkness, and his hoarse, chilling voice commanded the attention of all present. Soon, they reached the entrance of the underground facility. A few ninjas from the Sound Village stood guard, while Do and Orochimaru entered with the equipment. How punctual of you. Arriving just past 1, Danzo's voice echoed faintly. Over 30 root ninjas stood poised behind him. With a mere gesture, they could unleash an array of jutsu to overwhelm Orochimaru. Such caution, truly befitting the leader of the root, Nightwind remarked calmly. Do began to unpack the experimental materials, revealing prepared Hashirama cells, several Sharingan provided by Danzo, and surgical tools. Let me make this clear. Should these items be exposed, the consequences for you will be dire. Will you meet your end at the hands of Konoha, or be imprisoned? It is of no concern to me, Nightwind stated expressionlessly. You need not worry about that. I will safeguard this power myself, Danzo replied coolly. Within the Uchiha's bloodline limit, he had discovered a forbidden technique known as Izanagi, which could alter reality, albeit at the cost of sacrificing a Sharingan each time it was invoked. Thus, he sought to transplant an arm to cultivate a Sharingan upon it. Let us begin. Nightwind gestured for Danzo to lie upon the operating table. Danzo, confident in the presence of the 30 or so ninjas behind him, showed no fear of Orochimaru's potential treachery. Do administered a paralytic agent, while Nightwind swiftly severed Danzo's right hand and extracted the eyeball from his left eye. A white arm, cultivated from Hashirama cells, was implanted with a Sharingan and affixed to Danzo's right arm, followed by the application of a sealing technique to suppress the cell's vitality. Finally, a Sharingan was transplanted into Danzo's left eye. With these procedures completed, the major work was done, leaving only the finishing touches. 3 hours later, Danzo adeptly tested his new right arm and left eye, finding himself immensely satisfied with his newfound abilities. Izanagi, a technique capable of reshaping reality, bestowed upon him the semblance of possessing multiple lives. I bid you farewell, Nightwind remarked as he departed with Do, vanishing into the subterranean base. The ninjas of the Sound Village and Do returned to their base, while Nightwind made his way back to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi has now met Pain and has joined the Akatsuki organization. However, the organization has been rather idle lately, leaving him without any assigned missions. Furthermore, he is reluctant to form a team with Uchiha Itachi, as Itachi serves as a covert operative for Konoha, a fact known only to the upper echelons of the village. Regarding Itachi's abilities, he holds the Tsukuyomi in disdain, while the Amaterasu will eventually be entrusted to Sasuke, at which point he can simply take his brother's eyes. The following day, on a rainy day, at the Ninja Academy's training ground, Nightbreeze visited Miss Hinata as usual, and Sasuke continued to be the center of attention. In fact, Sasuke has grown even more aloof than before, which only seems to enhance his appeal among the girls. With his striking looks, exceptional skills, and status as the last surviving Uchiha, he embodies the ideal type for many young girls. Is something troubling you, Miss Hinata? Nightbreeze inquired, noticing her distracted demeanor. I suspect it pertains to Lady Hanabi, he added with a slight smile. Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata's younger sister, is just over 2 years old. In a year or two, she will begin her training in gentle fist techniques and honing her Byakugan abilities, a destined path for those of the Hyuga clan's main house. Well, I hope Hanabi doesn't turn out like me, Hinata whispered softly. Such thoughts were considered rebellious, and she dared only to express them in front of Nightbreeze. The notion of being predetermined to follow a certain path seemed fundamentally flawed, yet it was a notion that society had accepted without question. If someone were to constantly declare their intention to abandon the ninja life to sell ramen, that would indeed be peculiar. It has always been this way, hasn't it? Hinata felt a sense of confusion, but was too intimidated to speak with her stern father, knowing that any attempt would only earn her reprimand. Human capabilities are indeed limited, and the more one schemes, the more apparent these limitations become. Humans are such self-deceiving beings, unwilling to acknowledge the truth, Nightbreeze remarked, his tone reminiscent of an elder. Hinata found his words perplexing, perceiving Hyuga Wind as equally enigmatic. After all, Hyuga Wind was a curious individual who, despite his family's privileges, preferred to work as a waiter and rely on the affection of young girls. Why their relationship was so close remained a mystery. On this rare weekend, the word sage mode and Rasengan escaped the lips of the youth. In truth, it scarcely resembled true sage mode, as it had almost become a part of his very being, allowing him to harness natural chakra for ninjutsu. The Rasengan, a technique developed by the fourth Hokage, involves concentrating chakra into a rapidly spinning form to launch an attack on enemies, a feat that took several years of research to perfect. The basic Rasengan is indeed simple, yet the incorporation of chakra nature transformation escalates its complexity to an insurmountable degree. The reason Naruto, that insufferable genius, succeeded lies in his vast reservoir of chakra, allowing him to endlessly practice shadow clone technique and thereby accumulate copious amounts of experience. Night Wind pondered silently. The ordinary form of the Rasengan is rather commonplace. Many ninjas can execute it, such as Jiraiya and Kakashi. However, to infuse chakra nature transformation into the Rasengan necessitates extensive practice, which unfortunately he lacks the chakra to support. Furthermore, training this technique within the confines of Konoha while maintaining anonymity is utterly impossible. Are you leaving? Red Bean suddenly inquired. Perhaps, Night Wind replied softly, dispersing the blue orb in his hand. Just then, a torrential downpour began outside. Passers-by were drenched, hastily retreating to the shelter of their homes. Among them was a golden-haired boy, who, perhaps due to being far from home, chose to seek refuge under an awning, oblivious to the fact that two Umbu were covertly monitoring him. Regardless of rain or snow, wind or sun, there were always two masked figures silently watching over him. Naturally, Naruto was unaware of this. Hello there, little one. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Red Bean stepped outside with a gentle smile. Huh. Oh. Yes, thank you, Naruto stammered, his surprise evident as he broke into a silly grin. In the village, it was rare for someone to offer him such a warm smile. The third Hokage was one, Irika-sensei another, along with the owner of Ichiraka Ramen, and his few friends like Choji and Shikamaru. Each one was etched clearly in his memory due to their scarcity. Would you like some cake? Night Wind glanced at Naruto, inquiring. I have no money. The boy scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. It's all right. Consider it a treat, Night Wind replied calmly. Red Bean retrieved 2 pieces of cake from the display case and placed them before Naruto. Thank you, big brother. Naruto finally beamed with joy. He recognized the boy with the Byakugan, often seen with the quiet girl from his class. Yet, they had never exchanged greetings. Oh no, it's raining. I wanted to buy a gift for Sasuke, a girl's voice chimed in. A little girl with short pink hair entered the cake shop, holding a small umbrella. Sakura! Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he waved enthusiastically. Huh? Oh, it's Naruto, Sakura replied, momentarily taken aback before her expression shifted to one of disappointment. Clearly, she was not particularly fond of this classmate, while Naruto seemed quite taken with her. 2 pieces of red bean cake. Sakura paid little attention to Naruto, merely selecting a cake. After settling the bill with Anko, she quickly departed the cake shop, umbrella in hand. Without bidding Naruto farewell or inquiring if he wished to share the umbrella, the young girl, her heart fluttering with thoughts of Sasuke, had no excess sentiment to spare for Naruto. He was clumsy and often caused trouble for others, not to mention his rather poor academic performance. Who could possibly harbor affections for such a fool? However, Naruto did not dwell on these thoughts for long. The mere chance encounter with Sakura in such a place brought him immense joy. Goodbye. Soon after, he finished his cake. The downpour showed no signs of abating, and Naruto felt uncomfortable lingering there, so he ventured out into the rain and disappeared down the street. As soon as Naruto left, 2 hidden ninjas also departed from the rooftop. Anko. What is it, sensei? Could you refrain from leaning on my back? It's quite exhausting. I can't help it. I seem to suffer from an affliction that renders me unhappy unless I am leaning on my teacher's back. Is that so? Yes. That rascal Manda has been incessantly demanding a human girl as a sacrifice and even scolded me a couple of times. I believe I was wrong, sensei. Achoo. Another youthful voice echoed, seemingly affected by a cold. As the affectionate night breeze swirled around Anko, she turned to see a petite girl with golden hair standing at the door, her clothes drenched and her golden locks clinging to her back. Upon entering, the little girl removed her shoes, which were also filled with rainwater. Hello, twin brother and sister. Ino beamed with a smile as bright as the sun. Although they weren't particularly familiar with one another, it felt as if they were long-lost friends or distant relatives. Could you lend me a towel? My hair is wet, and I'd like to dry it. Also, if I could change into some dry clothes, that would be wonderful. By the way, Is there a place here to take a hot shower? Please, Ino said cheerfully. Anko thought the current generation of children quite bold, while Nightwind maintained a nonchalant expression as he gazed out the window. Follow me. Anko led the little girl upstairs. How kind-hearted you are. Nightwind remarked with a smile, glancing at Anko. I believe her name is Ino. She seems rather adorable. Charming girls certainly deserve some privileges. Anko replied with composure. I'll prepare some herbal medicine for her. She appears to have caught a cold. Anko headed towards the kitchen. Being a disciple of Orochimaru, she naturally possessed a wealth of basic medical knowledge, and concocting some cold remedy was a simple task. Don't you have anything smaller? Ino, after taking a hot shower, descended wearing a set of Anko-esque clothes. The trousers and jacket were quite oversized, accentuating her petite stature. Little girl, have you always been so familiar with others? Nightbreeze inquired with a smile. Isn't your brother often with Hinata? I thought to myself. Considering that Hinata and I are classmates, which, if rounded off, means we are essentially good friends. Ino chuckled softly, sitting across from Nightbreeze, mimicking his posture to gaze out at the rain. Rounded off? Nightbreeze couldn't help but chuckle. Your relationship with Hinata isn't that close, is it? That rounding off is rather absurd. Did the PE teacher teach you math? Yet, it mattered little. Red Bean was indeed correct. Charming girls always seemed to possess certain privileges. He wasn't the type to harbor ill will toward everyone. Occasionally teasing a little girl could be a delightful aspect of life. Ino-chan, I've brewed some medicine for you. Once you drink it, you won't catch a cold. Red Bean emerged, carrying a bowl and placing it before Ino. Thank you, sister, Ino replied. The medicine appeared quite bitter, and she wondered how it had been concocted. So bitter, Ino couldn't help but grimace. Nevertheless, true to her determination, she managed to finish the entire bowl. Do you want some cake? Nightbreeze inquired cheerfully. Although it sounded like a question, Red Bean had already placed a slice of cake on the table, along with a cup of warm water. I don't have any money, Ino said, feeling a bit embarrassed. You've taken a shower here and borrowed Little Red's clothes. I thought you had already made yourself at home. Nightbreeze chuckled. That's a fair point. Ino soon began to relish the dessert. The rain outside showed no signs of abating. Sitting here was quite pleasant. Before long, Red Bean spoke again. Here is an umbrella. Just go back and fetch it. Ino glanced at Nightbreeze, who lay on the bench seemingly asleep, and pouted. This guy was so warm toward Hinata, yet somewhat indifferent to her. Was it merely her imagination? Thank you. Though she thought this, Ino still accepted the umbrella from Red Bean. The rain continued, but it had lessened in intensity. She would return the clothes and the umbrella on her next visit. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Ino returned with the clothes and umbrella, and she ordered cake while she was at it. Brother, Ino greeted warmly, clearly treating this place as her own home. Oh, Nightbreeze nodded, then resumed his reading. Speaking of medical ninjutsu, one must mention a woman he was acquainted with, Tsunade. Her medical skills were indeed remarkable, exemplified by the book on spinal nerves that he held. Big brother, another voice chimed in. Nightbreeze set down his book, realizing that Sakura was also present, appearing quite close with Ino. What is happening here? The young girls seemed surprisingly unconcerned about competing for Sasuke's affection. Could it be that they have reconciled? Nightwind expressed his astonishment. Haruno Sakura clearly lacked the charisma and eloquence of Ino. She merely greeted them and then stood silently beside Ino. To be candid, Nightwind harbored a certain disdain for girls like Sakura. It was not that Sakura had any faults, rather, it was his own issue. This young girl was rather ordinary, perhaps only excessively infatuated with her idol, which hardly constituted a grave mistake. Yet, to him, such a girl was far from appealing. Sasuke belonged to him. He despised anyone who lingered over what was his, even if it was merely a 7-year-old girl. In matters of love, she seemed to perceive others as cold and handsome, mistakenly believing she had encountered true love. The current generation of girls truly seemed beyond redemption. Nevertheless, Nightwind was more intrigued by how these two little girls had reconciled. If memory serves me right, there is a fellow in your class named Uchiha Sasuke, he remarked. Yes. Sakura appeared flustered, taken aback by Nightwind's mention of Sasuke. Indeed, there is a Sasuke. Ino maintained her cheerful demeanor. Sasuke is quite popular, isn't he? At your age. Young girls should be quite fond of that type, Nightwind said with a sip of tea and a gentle laugh. As anticipated, Sakura's face flushed instantly. Ino, on the other hand, appeared somewhat bashful. Sasuke is indeed handsome, but recently I have come to realize that friendship holds greater significance. Rather than saying I like him, I prefer the rebellious types. That handsome visage is more akin to admiration, Ino stated earnestly. It was hard to fathom such insight coming from a 7-year-old. Nightwind chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. It seemed that Ino had already grasped the realities that would typically dawn upon one only after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Brother, do you have time to play with us today? Ino inquired. I am working here and cannot accompany you, Nightwind replied. Working? Ino and Sakura gazed at Nightwind. This fellow was merely seated with a book in hand, not attending to any customers. It was evident he was loafing around, living off others. Do you understand what living off others means? Nightwind chuckled. Little Hong Hong is the boss's niece, and the boss is a reclusive bachelor with no family, which practically makes me the owner here. Life is so leisurely and pleasant, far better than being a ninja, Nightwind remarked. Both young girls fell silent. Indeed, society can be treacherous and unfeeling. This seemingly harmless older brother turned out to be quite cunning. Yet in truth, the two girls were mistaken in their assumptions. This is not merely a description fitting for a scheming woman. It characterizes a ruthless individual devoid of any moral compass. If one day they were to take a fancy, they might just as easily engage in human trafficking, gouging out eyeballs to confine them in a laboratory. Brother, you must be jesting, Ino exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Ah, can you not discern this? Of course, I am jesting. In truth, my boss is a benevolent soul who has already regarded me as a son-in-law. Thus he indulges my laziness, Yefeng replied with a smile. Time seemed to have passed swiftly. What do you mean by time is almost up? Oh, nothing. I merely recalled Miss Hinata's eyes, which are remarkably beautiful and gentle. 1 week later, at the residence of the Hyuga clan, it was quite rare for Yefeng to return to his small room alone, without bringing Akane. He had come home to gather some belongings. While Akane was busy preparing items to take from the Red Flower dessert shop, he was nearing his departure from Konoha and had many matters to attend to, such as tasks assigned by the organization, the transformation of chakra for making dumplings, research on the first S cells, and blood curse seals, among others. Fortunately, it was a holiday, and Hinata was at home training, while Hanabi was under the constant care of servants. He had a distinct aversion to looking after young children. Thankfully, his subordinates were numerous. Since Kirin had entrusted the training of Akane to Honglien, he might as well assign Hanabi to her as well. Sighing, he thought, no matter how many times I look, it remains a collectible work of art. Yefeng casually gathered a few items and apart from some books. The most precious was a blood-red, exquisite eyeball, Hinata's eyes. Before long, Yefeng found himself at the residence of the clan leader. He shared a good rapport with Hinata, so no one obstructed his path. Brother Phone, Hinata greeted, barefoot and clad in a fitted black taijutsu training outfit, practicing gentle fist techniques against several dummies in a wooden-floored room. Hyuga Hisashi was also present, solemnly supervising his daughter's training. Indeed, he was a traditional and stern man. Clan leader, Yefeng bowed respectfully. Hisashi nodded without uttering further words. Hinata continued her training, while Yefeng observed from the side. As noon arrived, Hisashi left the small wooden house after uttering a brief remark about continuing in the afternoon. As for Hyugafone, he was disinterested in the affairs of the Branch family. They dared not harbor any ill intentions, and it was beneficial for Hinata to make more friends. Miss Hinata, you look truly beautiful today, Yefeng said with a gentle smile. After an extensive session of exercise, Hinata was drenched in sweat, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. The Byakugan had often been regarded by Yakumo as an unattractive feature. However, on Hinata, it possessed an unexpected harmony. Thank you. Hinata was accustomed to Yakumo's compliments, yet she still felt a tinge of shyness. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet Miss Hanabi. After lunch, would you be so kind as to take me to see her? Yakumo inquired with a smile. MHM, Hinata nodded. Soon after, the two ventured outside to enjoy their meal. Hinata's afternoon training commenced at 2 o'clock, granting Yakumo 2 precious hours to engage in delightful conversation with the two young ladies. An hour later, Hinata donned a comfortable home kimono and savored a lovely lunch with Yakumo. They returned to their residence and approached Miss Hanabi's room. The 2-year-old Hanabi was peacefully slumbering, while a woman in her 20s, possessing the Byakugan, patiently watched over her. Miss Hinata, the servant greeted respectfully. Hinata nodded and approached her sister's bedside, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She held a deep affection for her younger sibling. Yakumo observed the little girl with an intrigued expression. This truly is the Byakugan princess, the most untainted bearer of the Hyuga bloodline in this generation, perhaps the purest among several generations. Regrettably, she is still quite young. This is Hanabi. She is rather adorable. Isn't she? Hinata remarked with a smile. Indeed, she is quite charming. Yukumo nodded in agreement. Hee, Hinata chuckled joyfully. However, her expression suddenly shifted to one of fatigue. Perhaps her earlier training had taken its toll? Miss Hinata? The servant gasped and hurried over to support Hinata. Yet, in that very moment, Yukumo flashed an innocuous smile. With a swift motion, he rendered the woman unconscious and cradled the fainted Hinata in his arms. This girl was far too trusting of him. A touch of sedative had been added to her meal, and Hinata remained blissfully unaware throughout the ordeal. Of course, even if she had sensed something amiss, it would have mattered little. Perhaps he would persuade Hinata to accompany him, and if she resisted, he could simply resort to abduction. Hyuga Fu? Who is Hyuga Fu? Merely an innocent bystander he had disposed of from the outset. Half an hour later, the Hyuga clan finally sensed something was amiss. Both Miss Hinata and Miss Hanabi had vanished, along with Hyuga Fu. At that moment, Yukumo had already utilized Earth Release to depart from Konoha with several women in tow. The individual responsible for their extraction was Honglian. Do was preoccupied with his experiments, thus he would not be disturbed this time. Instead, they would retreat to another base for rest. Lord Orochimaru? Honglian gazed at Hanabi in her arms, her expression a blend of bemusement and concern. What on earth has transpired? She is about to become a full-time nanny. One more or one less, this child will be entrusted to you, along with Hinata, Night Wind remarked. Yes. Honglian could only nod helplessly. Night Wind still maintained the appearance of Hinata, while Hongdo had reverted to her original form, donning her favorite black fishnet outfit. 6 hours later, the group entered a cave halfway up the mountain. This base was established within the cave, remnants of the Cursed Seal experiments, and housed many imprisoned test subjects. Of course, they were mostly of no value now. It was merely that Orochimaru had not given the order to eliminate those beings, allowing them to survive until now. In one room, Night Wind sat at the bedside, where a drowsy Hinata lay. This was his designated chamber, which was cleaned daily, regardless of his presence. Brother? After more than half an hour had passed, as dusk began to settle outside, Hinata slowly awakened. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in an exceedingly unfamiliar enclosed room. Though the lighting was bright, the arrangement of items was peculiar. There were numerous books and strange glass containers, some containing human eyeballs. Had Night Wind not been nearby, she would have been too anxious to utter a word. I sincerely apologize, Miss Hinata, Night Wind said. Brother? Where is this? Hinata still felt frightened, tightly gripping one of Night Wind's hands. This is my home. It is no longer Konoha. Although it lies within the Land of Fire, the nearest place is a village called Odogakure. You and Hanabi will reside here from now on, Night Wind gently explained, stroking Hinata's head. Brother, if you are not of the Hyuga clan, why are you outside the village? What exactly is this? Hinata was increasingly perplexed. Why would a member of the Hyuga family have such a home outside the village? Moreover, she and Hanabi had been brought here without any knowledge of the circumstances. Because I have never been Hinata Wind, Hinata. Hinata Wind has long since been slain by me. Night Wind slowly removed the human mask from his face, revealing pale skin, and his white eyes reverted to their true golden serpent pupils. With the disguise stripped away, he appeared as a brooding youth, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Welcome to the ceremony. You. Hinata found herself at a loss for words. This boy with golden serpent eyes was so unfamiliar, devoid of respect or gentleness, instead exuding cruelty. Was this truly his real visage? My name is Orochimaru. Indeed, I am the rogue ninja sought by Konoha, Night Wind stated calmly. Hinata fell silent, lowering her gaze. Observing the girl's reaction, Night Wind had already anticipated this outcome. Do not fret over Huohua. She is thriving. Whenever you feel ready to speak, simply knock on the door, and someone will guide you to me. With those words, the youth exited the enclosed chamber. He merely stated that she was doing well. Yet he did not assert that she would refrain from other actions. Huohua is still quite young. Otherwise, he would have swiftly removed her pair of the most pure white eyes. Furthermore, both Huohua and Hinata are invaluable subjects for experimentation. Should clones of the two be created, it might lead to the cultivation of numerous pure white-eyed individuals. The notion of mass-producing those endowed with the reincarnation eye? Merely contemplating it brings forth a hearty laugh from Yeffing. The power of the reincarnation eye technique could even cleave the moon in twain. The numbers are irrelevant. With just a handful of subordinates possessing the reincarnation eye, the entire ninja world would belong to him, gods would fall before him, and Buddhas would be vanquished. As for Kagaya, that is a matter for another time, with alternative methods to contend with her. In the future, she suddenly felt a pang of sadness mingled with joy. The sorrow stemmed from being an utterly inept heir of the clan, so easily taken away by another. Her father must be frantic with worry now. The joy, however, lay in the possibility of escaping the tedious and arduous training, though uncertainty loomed over what her future would hold and whether she would survive. Orochimaru had once been wanted for allegedly abducting ninjas from the village, leading to a wave of disappearances. The thought of him is indeed terrifying. On the other side, in the laboratory, Master Atron greeted with utmost respect upon seeing Orochimaru's arrival. Lord Orochimaru, K-Rin mimicked, attempting to emulate Atron's demeanor. She was not well versed in the past, but knew this man was a formidable ninja with numerous underground facilities, as relayed to her by Orochimaru's subordinates. Previously, Kabuto would occasionally take time to impart medical knowledge to her, but as he became increasingly occupied, he entrusted her to Atron. Atron is a woman of contrasting demeanor, cold on the outside, yet warm within, a strong-willed individual. She is meticulous in her work and task execution and is exceedingly amiable towards K-Rin, dutifully fulfilling her responsibilities. Here, the test subjects have lost their utility, Yeffing remarked. I understand, my lord, Atron replied with a respectful nod. If they possess no value, their fate is death or casual disposal. Orochimaru once conducted human experiments using animal genes, ultimately creating many monstrous hybrids. These beings typically exhibited traits of wild animals, such as scales and claws, but regrettably, the genetic experiments ultimately failed, rendering the mutated beings too weak. Although many subjects were dealt with, a significant number were simply discarded due to lack of regard, being mere worthless entities. Oh, by the way, have someone fetch Hinata. Let her appreciate the proceedings as a form of welcome, Yeffing said with a smile. At first glance, the clean smile exudes a hint of sunshine, yet the more one delves into the nature of Orochimaru, the greater the sense of awe and dread it evokes. Indeed, Honglian respectfully stepped aside, while Xianglin bent slightly, trailing behind Honglian like a devoted follower. For a mere 7-year-old child, might this be excessively cruel? Hondo suddenly voiced her thoughts. She herself deemed the question rather foolish, yet she posed it nonetheless. If one were to consider the reason, it is perhaps that Hinata is undeniably charming. A girl who inspires affection and sympathy at first sight. Cruelty? This world is inherently harsh. Nightwind remained unconvinced. Hondo nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. He truly was an unprecedented tyrant, engaging in trifling amusements merely for diversion, viewing life as a mere toy, treating justice as insignificant filth. Half an hour later, within the cavern's depths, the entire base was divided into 2 levels, with the lower level serving as a confinement area for various experimental subjects. Presently, all the subjects had been released from their cells and gathered in a plaza, their shackles removed. A throng of over 200 individuals. Most appeared numb, having succumbed to madness after years of imprisonment. Some had been captured by ninjas, while others had sold themselves for monetary gain, yet all had become emotionally desensitized, transformed into something abnormal. Some harbored hatred for Orochimaru, while others had become fervent zealots, willing to do anything. Nightwind and Hondo stood on the second floor, as Honglian led Xianglin and Hinata toward them. Xianglin gazed curiously at the gathered crowd, while Hinata remained silent, caught in a state of pure despair, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Nightwind offered an explanation of what was to transpire. With a faint smile, he began, Firstly, this is Lord Orochimaru's base, and those below are the failed products of some past experiments, now devoid of value. Secondly, Lord Orochimaru has no need for worthless waste. Honglian turned to the 2 young girls and calmly stated, Let the slaughter commence. The last person standing may leave this base, witnessed personally by Lord Orochimaru. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd below erupted into chaos. They had long been tortured into madness, and now, with a glimmer of hope to escape, none would willingly forfeit this opportunity. Furthermore, the implication in Honglian's words was unmistakable. Only one would survive. Those golden serpent eyes were fixed upon them, and none dared to defy the will of their master. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, roars, the splatter of blood, the clash of metal. Some collapsed, spitting blood, while others gnawed with their teeth, brandished knives, or wielded iron rods. The atmosphere was rife with rage, screams, wails, and manic howls. The ground was drenched in blood, and severed heads littered the square, a scene of utter chaos where every passing second witnessed another life extinguished. The individuals engaged in this brutal spectacle were strangers to one another, devoid of any grievances or ties, yet today they unleashed their full might solely to slay one another. presenting a grotesque performance of carnage. "Sister, sister," Xiang Lin exclaimed, her face ashen with terror as she clutched Hong Lian's hand tightly. She had witnessed death before, but never on such a grand scale. It was akin to a hellish tapestry. Hinata fared little better, one hand propped against the railing as she retched. She had never even encountered murder, let alone a scene so drenched in blood. Heads and chunks of flesh were strewn about, with every conceivable manner of death displayed. Even a madman laughingly feasting on the raw flesh, causing her very soul to tremble in the biting wind. The slaughter continued, and Hinata's dread intensified. Was this the fate that awaited all things deemed useless in this place? An hour later, the cacophony of violence began to wane. Ultimately, a lone young man emerged as the survivor. He appeared somewhat frail, yet his strength and ferocity were astonishing. "What is his name?" Nightwind inquired, glancing at Hong Lian. "Huan Yuan," she replied. "Lord Orochimaru." The young man was drenched in blood, his blade dripping crimson. "You may leave now," Nightwind stated coolly. His words would not be rescinded. An experimental subject without value could simply depart. As for revealing the location of the base, few dared to brazenly intrude upon his territory. "I can perish, but I implore Lord Orochimaru to release my imprisoned kin," Huan Yuan asserted. "Kin?" Nightwind was taken aback. "His entire clan has been captured, with several held in another base," Hong Lian elucidated. Nightwind nodded, recognizing the young man's audacity. Despite having the chance to escape, he chose to negotiate terms. Whether to call it foolishness or a noble heart remained uncertain. "Why should I acquiesce to your request?" Nightwind retorted with a cold laugh. "I am willing to pay any price, including this body and my life. If only Lord Orochimaru would free my kin," Huan Yuan pleaded, half kneeling on the ground. Though youthful, he undeniably exhibited the tenacity of a determined young man. "Humph," Nightwind scoffed, as dozens of serpents slithered forth from his sleeves, dragging Huan Yuan's body across the ground, slamming him down with a heavy thud. "Kill him," Nightwind commanded, tossing a shuriken to Hinata with an icy demeanor. Hinata stared blankly at the shuriken in her hand, then at the unfortunate young man ensnared by the serpents. "He has no right to negotiate with me, yet he insists on such discourse. Things devoid of value simply perish." Nightwind continued. Yet Hinata remained in a daze, showing no intention of taking action. "Reflect upon yourself and your sister. Do you wish for death? Just eliminate him." Hong Lian, sensing the precarious situation, gently patted the young girl's shoulder and whispered. It was as if Hinata had awakened from a dream. If she did not kill him, she and her sister might very well be implicated. "Lord Orochimaru, please, I beg you, do not harm my sister," Hinata pleaded, her grip on the kunai tightening. Her gaze was filled with helplessness, yet it shimmered with a glimmer of hope. "Prove your worth to me. I require obedient subordinates, those of value," Nightwind replied. Having entered his domain, one must adhere to his established rules. He has no fondness for mere ornaments. "Yes," Hinata murmured softly. There were no lengthy and tedious training sessions here, yet life had not become any easier, it merely appeared so. This man was utterly capricious, instilling only fear. The kunai pierced the heart, and upon removal, a cascade of crimson flowed forth. Hinata's hands trembled incessantly, yet she bit her lip and ended his life. "Well done. It seems you have begun to grasp the rules of this place, Hinata," Nightwind remarked with a light laugh, as if nothing had transpired. He always wore such a carefree smile, yet it was laced with madness. "Take Hinata to rest," Nightwind laughed heartily as he walked away. Hongdo did not follow, but instead patted Hinata's head. "Come on, Hinata-chan. The Lord favors obedient and understanding children, as long as you do not defy his will. He will not harm you or your sister," Hongdo reassured her. Although they too were valuable experimental subjects, these sisters were entirely different from Uchiha Shisui. If they remained compliant, perhaps they could secure a favorable position. A boy named Kimimaro was such an example. He was a wielder of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit. Due to his unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, even Kabuto treated him with utmost respect, and his life was hardly affected, obeying only Orochimaru's commands. Indeed, Hong Lian and Kabuto were also fine examples, including Hongdo. Many were abducted, yet ultimately became utterly devoted to that man, willing to sacrifice everything for him, even knowing he was a demon. The last being in the world to care for you and offer warmth is a demon. Will you assist justice in vanquishing the demon? Or will you aid the demon in becoming even more malevolent? The answer is evident. "Sister, were you once a ninja of Konoha?" Hinata's once numb face suddenly stirred slightly. Listening to Hongdo speak of her past, a flicker of vitality returned to her heart. Indeed, at that time, Lord Orochimaru was still one of the legendary Sannin of the village, and as his pupil, I was regarded with a measure of reverence by all who encountered me. Red Bean replied with a smile. She had originally been an orphan from a small town in the land of waves, her parents having passed away long ago. With no relatives or means of sustenance, she was frequently bullied and ridiculed by the local children, with no one to offer her assistance. The world felt bleak and devoid of light, day after day. It was until that fateful day when she found herself weeping alone in an alley that she encountered the cold man. Clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja, with pale skin and bright golden eyes, he had a slender physique that nevertheless appeared imposing. The man listened to her woes, treated her to a meal, and empathized with her experiences and pain, sharing tales of the fascinating life of a ninja. Embodying the gentlest soul she had ever met, he invited her to Konoha to become his student and train in ninjutsu, promising to teach her how to become a formidable ninja. Without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. Later, she would discover that her teacher was devoid of conscience, a trafficker of children who often captured individuals for various inhumane experiments. Were there people in this world more malevolent than her teacher? She could not say. Yet, one thing she was certain of was her fondness for being in his presence. Sister, have you truly not been brainwashed? Hinata ventured cautiously. This sister named Red Bean always seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. Hinata, however, was not foolish, far from it. She simply possessed a meek disposition, unwilling to retaliate or speak up, thus never daring to question. What was she thinking? Her sister was well aware of her misdeeds. Her teacher was certainly no paragon of virtue. Yet, what did it matter? What benefits could arise from being virtuous? What could I gain by being good? Red Bean shrugged. Helping others to confront Lord Orochimaru? Impossible. In truth, Lord Orochimaru holds a certain fondness for you. He simply does not wish for you to revert to your former self, which is why he appears so indifferent. A girl who trembles at the thought of taking a life is not the kind of subordinate Lord Orochimaru desires. If you wish to regain his favor and survive in this place, strive to enhance your own worth, Red Bean said, leaning down to plant a kiss on Hinata's forehead. It was late, time for rest. If only Hinata understood Night Wind's affection for Red Bean, she would realize how fortunate she truly was. It was a rare privilege to have Red Bean assigned to accompany her. Others were not afforded such treatment. A month later, in the wake of Akatsuki's movements. It has been a while, Kabuto, Night Wind remarked, arriving alone at the base. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto responded, bowing respectfully. Despite appearing as a mere youth of 15 or 16, he was undeniably the esteemed Lord Orochimaru. The blood curse seal of Hondo has proven to be remarkably effective. For now, it exhibits no adverse effects, proving beneficial for healing and even staving off aging. In your constant busyness, it serves as an excellent means to alleviate your stress, Nightwind remarked. Do is his most esteemed subordinate, excelling in both medical prowess and intellectual strategy. Such a subordinate is indeed rare to find. Thank you, my lord. Do replied without a moment's hesitation, fully aware of the blood curse seal experiment and its efficacy. Hiss. Nightwind's right hand transformed into a small white snake, which then bit Do at the nape of his neck. This was not a matter of blood-sucking, but rather an infusion of Orochimaru's blood. Moments later, a vivid crimson mark appeared, resembling 3 blood-red tomo. Unlike ordinary curse seals, this technique bore no soul imprint. It simply served to aid his subordinate in extending his life and healing with minimal negative effects. Such techniques are reserved for only the most esteemed subordinates. I shall head to the organization. The base is in your capable hands. Understood. Do is a reliable assistant, and Honglien is an excellent caretaker. After arranging for Hinata and Hanabi, Nightwind set forth once more with Hondo, donning the Akatsuki attire as they traversed the ninja world. The task of creating clones was entrusted to Do. One day, the Akatsuki organization assembled, a rare occurrence. Pain, Konan, Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Haiden, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Zetsu, 9 individuals connected through their rings, coalescing into an ethereal shadow for communication. Is that the rogue ninja from Konoha, Itachi Uchiha? Quite youthful indeed, Kisame remarked. His dead fish-like eyes fixated on Itachi, seemingly trying to discern something from his gaze. I have a target in mind from a Wagakure, Deidara. This recruitment task will be assigned to Itachi. Any objections? Pain stated coolly, his eyes uniquely captivating, with white pupils radiating concentric black ripples and a hint of violet. His presence exuded authority and mystery, overshadowing all others merely through his aura. In recent years, the organization's activities would increase. aimed at amassing bounties and collecting Jinchuriki from various villages, inevitably drawing external attention. Members would operate in pairs, while the Jinchuriki would remain undisturbed for the time being. I would handle the 4 tails and 5 tails myself, Pain declared. As for the pairings, Orochimaru will team with Sasori, Itachi with Kisame, Haiden with Kakuzu, and for now, Deidara remains unmentioned. Zetsu is tasked with covertly gathering intelligence. Do you comprehend? Upon concluding, the expressions of the group varied. What? This character reeking of copper will be my partner? It is a gross affront to our revered deity, Haiden exclaimed, visibly displeased, despite his lack of raw strength. He had become a formal member of the Akatsuki due to his unique techniques. The dull-witted fellow, consumed by a singular obsession with violence, is devoid of intellect. As Kakuzu scornfully remarked, this brood is not the kind of ally I desire. Hehehe, Itachi, I look forward to your guidance, Kisame chuckled lightly. Itachi merely nodded, maintaining his stoic demeanor throughout. Are you Orochimaru? The rumors speak of your research into forbidden human techniques, and it appears you have succeeded, Sasori observed, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Orochimaru, in his 50s, now inhabited a remarkably youthful body, appearing no older than a mere teenager. Yet, compared to my artistry, your methods are insignificant, Sasori remarked coolly. Perhaps, who can say? Nightwind shrugged, his indifference palpable. Sasori, too, was a madman, having transformed his own body into a puppet. His entire being was an intricate assembly of puppet mechanisms, with only his heart remaining an organic organ, achieving a semblance of immortality. As long as the vitality of his heart persists, he shall never perish, much like his creations, which will forever remain uncorrupted and eternally beautiful. A year later, in the land of wind, the desert was a vast expanse of yellow sand, devoid of life, save for the relentless sun beating down upon it. Not a single cloud adorned the sky, only the blindingly hot sun. Amidst this harsh environment, 3 figures traversed the desert. That fellow can certainly run. He thinks he can escape to such a desolate place. Too bad his head is worth 20 million Ryo, a man's somber voice echoed. His corpulent form was burdened by a lengthy metallic tail, reminiscent of a scorpion stinger. He donned a black robe adorned with red cloud patterns, signifying his rank. Beside him stood 2 companions in similar attire, appearing considerably more composed. One was a slender youth with long black hair and golden eyes, his skin pale and his physique frail. The other was a petite girl with short purple hair, her figure notably mature and voluptuous, with exquisite features and a strikingly beautiful visage. Notably, her right eye was a hazel brown, while her left gleamed a vivid crimson, adorned with 3 tomo. Tsuchigomo, a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, infamous for the assassination of 11 elite shinobi from his village, had vanished 2 years prior. The bounty on his head had recently escalated from 15 million to 20 million, prompting the organization to dispatch individuals to claim his life. As for information, as long as a person lives, traces will inevitably remain. The Akatsuki organization had an intimate awareness of this individual. There were few secrets unknown to them. Lo and behold, a small town ahead, Akatsuki remarked in surprise. In such an environment, humans have managed to establish a settlement. Let us proceed. Our target must be within. I sense a formidable chakra that is distinctly beyond the ordinary. Tsuchigumo is undoubtedly inside, Nightwind stated calmly. With the combined power of the immortal body and the bloodline of the fragrant forest, he could distinctly sense the chakra presence of everyone within a radius of several dozen miles. Exchanging heads for bounty and delivering corpses to me for puppet creation. Is that agreeable? Scorpion inquired, his tone leaving no room for dissent. It matters not. I harbor no interest in elite shinobi, Nightwind replied lightly. Unless there exists a special bloodline limit, there is no reason to engage with ordinary individuals. In my hands, even elite shinobi can be transformed into formidable weapons. Far more powerful than in life, and eternally immortal, Scorpion proclaimed with pride. In the realm of puppetry, he claimed 2nd place, asserting that no one in the entire ninja world dared to contest his supremacy. When it came to crafting puppets, even the strongest of shadow-level warriors would become mighty weapons under his control, and he could manipulate over 100 puppets simultaneously. The annihilation of a small nation was well within his capabilities. This was the strength of a formal member of the Akatsuki organization. Do not flaunt your puppets before me. Have we not already tested this? I summoned the 3rd Kazekage through impure world reincarnation, while you fought me with your own crafted 3rd Kazekage puppet. In the end, I emerged victorious, proving that a corpse is merely a corpse, Nightwind remarked coolly. TCH, Scorpion, slightly displeased, refrained from further comment. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru possessed the impure world reincarnation technique, capable of resurrecting the deceased in their prime. With chakra unrestricted, endowed with self-awareness, and rendered immortal except by sealing techniques. It was indeed a stark contrast that rendered puppets inferior. 2 days later, the trio exchanged the head of Tujin for bounty and then sought an opportunity to hand over the funds to Kakuzu, who was responsible for the organization as finances. Following this, a brief respite ensued. Nightwind returned to the base with Hondo to check on Hinata and Hanabi, as well as the progress of Kabuto's experiments. In the base, Nightwind's expression turned grave as he entered a heavily secured laboratory. Within, they cultivated a horn from the Eight Tails, naturally housing an abundance of tailed beast chakra, along with a portion collected during the chaos of the Nine Tails rampage. However, the quantity of Nine Tails chakra was considerably less than that of the Eight Tails. What a volatile power! Hondo sighed. Tailed beasts were remnants of the Sage of Six Paths, a unique form of life. Their massive bodies resembled small mountains, wielding tremendous destructive capability. And their tailed beast balls were manifestations of condensed chakra. Even if a tailed beast were slain, it would eventually revive naturally after a period. All 5 great shinobi villages possess their own tailed beast weaponry. Though it is somewhat risky, I wish to give it a try, Nightwind smiled. His physique had an absorbing quality. If he could harness the chakra of the tailed beasts for himself, his ascent in strength would accelerate significantly. Caution, Lord Orochimaru. If success eludes you, please cease immediately, Do advised. The chakra of the tailed beast is not something an ordinary individual can withstand. It can easily lead to a catastrophic demise or render one a fool. I am the immortal Orochimaru. Nothing can extinguish my life. The Akatsuki robe fell to the ground as the man transformed into a colossal white-scaled serpent. Although he had yet to achieve the complete form of the Orochi, his presence was formidable. The chakra of the Nine Tails was swiftly consumed, and Orochimaru reverted to human form, his eyes flickering between gold and red. The potent chakra causing Nightwind's body to heat rapidly. He appeared as if he were being boiled, his skin flushed and emanating steam. Are you all right, Lord Orochimaru? Teacher? Both Do and Hanabi expressed their concerns. However, Nightwind continued the process of absorption, his eyes firmly shut. His blood surged with increased velocity. Yet he distinctly felt the power of absorption manifesting effectively. Though the pace was gradual, the tailed beast chakra was indeed slowly transforming into his own power, augmenting his chakra significantly. This notion proved to be viable. 1 week later, at the base of Honglian, Hinata-chan. Upon seeing the girl with the Byakugan, Hanabi was the first to rush forward. Sister. Hinata blushed slightly. She glanced toward Orochimaru, her eyes betraying a mix of fear and inexplicable anticipation. Excellent. Your gaze has grown much more resolute. Nightwind smiled with satisfaction. Although merely a year had passed, a certain lethal aura now enveloped Hinata. A presence born from having taken lives, perhaps repeatedly. If given a knife now, she might not even flinch while striking. Truly, Honglian's training methods are exceptional. This time, regarding the blood curse mark, aside from Hinata and Hanabi, you two shall partake, Honglian. Nightwind remarked with a grin. Hanabi approached, cradling Hinata, and gently patted the little girl's head. Brother, Hinata whispered softly. Had it not been for Nightwind's keen hearing, he might have missed it entirely. You mustn't call him brother. You should refer to him as Lord Orochimaru, Hanabi said with a cheerful smile. It matters not. It is merely a title. Hinata may call him whatever she wishes, Nightwind chuckled. Hinata's appearance was somewhat disheveled, her hair long and reaching her shoulders. The softness in her Byakugan was gone. Replaced by a steely resolve, she was no longer the naive girl who knew nothing. To survive in such a harsh environment. Her hands were stained with the blood of many innocents, having taken numerous lives. And this was merely training. When the time comes to utilize her, she will undoubtedly claim more lives, perhaps even those of the shinobi from Konohagakure. I have a penchant for obedient young girls, the night breeze whispered into Hinata's ear. After speaking, he bit into the nape of the little girl's neck, infusing her with blood and forming a blood curse seal. Hinata likely comprehended the nature of this mark. It was a reward bestowed upon subordinates favored by adults. Her body felt warm, and she sensed that should danger arise, the seal would grant her formidable power. Protect yourself, for you are mine. Without my consent, you must not allow even a scratch upon yourself, especially those precious eyes of yours. Do you understand? The night breeze kissed Hinata's forehead, uttering softly, This smile was both peculiar and profoundly sinister. Yet Hinata found herself unable to refuse, instead feeling an inexplicable happiness swell within her. She responded quietly. The phenomenon of victims developing feelings for their assailants is commonly referred to as Stockholm Syndrome. However, there exists another saying: love is love, irrespective of all else. Perspectives vary. The world lacks absolutes. Some victims, upon the capture of their tormentors, may even harbor resentment towards the police, believing they have obliterated their happiness. Indeed, the night breeze embodies such a scoundrel, a man devoid of boundaries and morals, willing to do anything for ambition. Hinata is undoubtedly charming, yet his greater concern lies in the potential of those eyes to evolve into the Rinnegan, which he yearns to consume. The same goes for Hanabi. If fortune favors him, he might grant these two girls a favorable conclusion, perhaps akin to Yugao. Conversely, should he find himself in a foul mood, the outcome would be entirely unpredictable. Humanity cherishes what it has yet to obtain the most. Once acquired, the allure often fades. If one could effortlessly replace it with an identical counterpart, it might scarcely warrant a second glance, to the extent that even its name becomes a blur. However, the night breeze differs. He has not yet descended to such depths of cruelty. He does not possess a penchant for novelty. Rather, he is concerned solely with the utility of his possessions. Regarding all else as trivial. Thus begins the tale in the 60th year of Konohagakure. Halt, Naruto. This time, you shall not escape. Several Chunin dashed across the rooftops in pursuit of a young boy with golden hair. You are far too slow. Naruto laughed heartily as he ran, a paint bucket in hand. The Hokage rock had become a canvas for his graffiti, which is precisely why these Chunin were in hot pursuit of the mischief maker. You fellows, are you too timid to undertake what I just did? Yet, I possess the audacity to do so. How impressive am I? Naruto exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Oh no, Lord Third. That rascal Naruto is defacing the statues of the Hokage. Early in the morning, the village of Konoha was abuzz with commotion. Hey, Naruto. Just when he thought he had successfully evaded a few Chunin, a voice echoed from behind. Arika-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. I should be asking you that. It is class time. What are you doing here? Arika responded, speechless. Soon after, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy. Listen up, Naruto. You failed the last 2 exams, and this is not the time for pranks, you rascal. Arika tied Naruto up with a rope. Naruto turned his head away. Today's lesson is the transformation technique. Those who have passed, come forward and line up. Arika said, visibly displeased. Oh, the students began to leave their seats. Sakura Haruno. You start, transform. A petite girl with pink hair formed hand seals and quickly transformed into Arika's likeness, looking 90% identical. Very good. Arika nodded in satisfaction. Did you see that, Sasuke? Sakura smiled as she glanced at Sasuke, who stood at the back of the line. However, the boy remained indifferent, completely ignoring her. Next. Uchiha Sasuke. Arika announced. Upon hearing this, Sasuke stepped out of the line and performed the transformation technique with hand seals. His ninjutsu was evidently more refined, resembling Arika perfectly, though his expression remained somewhat aloof. Full marks. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Arika declared. This is such a hassle. Shikamaru muttered from the back, eyeing Naruto. This is all your fault. Ino added, exasperated. What does it have to do with me? Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes, and stepped out of the line. Transform. Naruto began his transformation technique. However, instead of taking on Arika's form, he transformed into a woman with golden twin tails, completely nude, appearing before everyone. Arika was instantly petrified. Then blood began to pour from his nose. What do you think? I call this the seduction technique. Naruto reverted to his original form, laughing heartily. You fool. Don't create such ridiculous ninjutsu. Arika bellowed. You're not proficient in proper transformation techniques, but excel in these absurd tricks. After school. Damn it. Naruto held a cloth in one hand, accompanied by cleaning supplies. The graffiti he had created in the morning had to be cleaned up by none other than himself. However, Naruto's actions were driven by his desire for attention, stemming from a lack of social connections. His objective was firmly achieved. I shall not permit you to return home until you've completed your task, Arika declared, supervising from the side. It matters not, after all. There is no one awaiting me at home, Naruto muttered. Naruto, what troubles you this time? Arika inquired. Once you finish your cleaning. How about I treat you to ramen this evening? Yay. As dusk descended, they found themselves at Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto. Why do you engage in such reckless doodling in that place? You ought to understand what the Hokage represents, Irika remarked. Indeed, simply put, the one who inherits the title of Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village, Naruto replied after savoring the last of his broth. Then why do you persist in such vandalism? Irika pressed. Because I aspire to inherit the title of Hokage one day and surpass all the previous Hokages, earning the recognition of everyone in the village, Naruto proclaimed with fervent ambition. He yearned to prove himself, as the Hokage is a figure of respect and admiration. Teacher, I have a request, Naruto said, his expression turning serious. Another bowl? Irika guessed. Not at all. Could you possibly lend me your ninja headband? Naruto clasped his hands in supplication. This. Irika touched the headband atop his forehead. No, that's something one receives only after graduating from the ninja academy. It signifies that one is a capable ninja. You must wait for your graduation exam tomorrow, Irika explained. Stingy. Another bowl, please. Naruto huffed. Meanwhile, at the gates of Konoha, two guards examined the scrolls of an incoming group. Villagers from the Sound Village? Merchants, I presume. All right, you may enter. The young man smiled slightly, exuding an aristocratic elegance. In his 20s, tall yet slender, he bore waist-length hair and donned a black ensemble that was both antiquated and austere. His ordinary black eyes were strikingly complemented by his pale complexion, suggestive of some ailment. His voice, somewhat husky, held a unique quality. Beside him stood a vibrant woman with short purple hair, also in her 20s, clad in short shorts and a crop top that accentuated her alluring figure. Her eyes mirrored the ordinary black of her companion. Teacher, what shall we have for dinner tonight? She teased, linking her arm with the man's. Teacher? Isn't this a couple? The two gatekeepers exchanged silent glances. Well, as long as you're happy. The man spoke in a nonchalant tone. He. The two sauntered away, engaged in lively conversation. The visitors were naturally Yefeng and Hongdo. The organization had no special tasks lately, allowing him to leisurely return to Konoha. Remarkably, it had been 5 years since he last visited this village. It remained as bustling and vibrant as ever. Throughout this extensive period, he had acquired numerous treasures, significantly enhancing his hidden assets. First, there was the ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. Together with Do, he diligently researched and ultimately crafted a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, a feat attributed to sheer fortune, as the success rate was exceedingly low. He did not hasten to utilize them himself. Instead, he transplanted the eyes to Hongdo. As for the left eye possessing the ability of Kamui, he consumed it. Secondly, he delved into the study of Byakugan. The cultivation of clones progressed exceptionally well, as he had ingested a substantial amount of Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan, with blood being an indispensable component. The Rinnegan had initially awakened 6 months prior and was currently being explored for its capabilities. As for Hinata and Hanabi, they too had partaken in a considerable amount of materials, albeit with slightly inferior results. Hanabi barely completed her evolution, with snowflake patterns emerging in her Byakugan, while Hinata was only just beginning to form patterns. At this rate, it might take another 6 months to fully realize their potential. Moreover, he had absorbed tailed beast chakra, which counted as a commendable gain. His sage body had also seen some development. He perfected the nature transformations of wind and fire chakra into the Rasengan, a process that consumed 2 years of his life. The tale of the ninja world had only just begun. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, it was time for the graduation examination. Those whose names were called were to proceed to the adjacent classroom, where the test would be the shadow clone technique. Irika, holding a small booklet, announced, what an unfortunate coincidence. This is the ninjutsu I struggle with the most. Naruto's expression shifted, and he hung his head. Nonetheless, he resolved to give it a try. Soon after, in the examination room, Naruto faced 2 examiners, Irika and Mizuki. Shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted with fervor. Amidst a puff of white smoke, a distorted, toy-like version of Naruto materialized, collapsing onto the floor. Not qualified. Irika frowned. Irika-sensei, his agility and endurance are commendable. This attempt could barely be considered a grasp of the shadow clone technique. Even allowing him to pass, Mizuki interjected. Teacher Mizuki, everyone here can at least create 3 identical clones of themselves, yet Naruto stands alone, devoid of any deceit. I shall not allow him to pass, Irika declared. Rules are rules, and they cannot be altered for Naruto. 2 hours later, I am capable of standing on my own. Well done, my son. Congratulations on your graduation. When you return home tonight, your mother will prepare a feast for you. The school entrance was crowded with students, their foreheads adorned with newly acquired ninja headbands. Naruto sat alone on a swing, his gaze melancholic. At that moment, Mizuki approached him, appearing at his side, not far away. The third Hokage and Irika bore witness to the unfolding events. "Irika, I wish to speak with you shortly," the third stated calmly. "Understood," Irika replied with a serious nod. Mizuki was, in truth, a schemer, deeply intrigued by the forbidden scrolls of the village. His intention in seeking out Naruto was to persuade him to retrieve one of those scrolls, offering him the ninja headband as a mere token of gratitude. Given Naruto's unique status, he indeed had the potential to access the Hokage's office to procure it. However, unbeknownst to Mizuki, his intentions had already been unmasked, and he had unwittingly become a pawn of the third Hokage. The third saw this as an opportunity for Irika to impart valuable lessons to Naruto. As for the Forbidden Scroll, it would serve as a gift for Naruto, particularly the shadow clone technique inscribed within, perfectly suited for him. The clones produced by this technique possess physical form, making it ideal for those with abundant chakra. Cunning as the third Hokage was, he had meticulously orchestrated every detail. On another front, the Book of Seals, is it? The third truly knows how to play his part, thought Nightwind, seated in a bar, chuckling softly. The genuine Book of Seals could never be entrusted to Naruto. The one that was stolen was merely a counterfeit, containing only the initial technique, the shadow clone technique. However, this mattered little to him, for he had little interest in the Book of Seals. As a former disciple of the third, he was well versed in many forbidden techniques. Having already utilized the applicable ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage, indeed formidable, could only be mastered by those possessing exceptional spatial aptitude. The following day, exactly as the third had anticipated, Naruto successfully mastered the shadow clone technique. Irika also performed admirably, allowing Naruto to graduate and receive his ninja headband. On the streets. Indeed. I am no longer a student of the Ninja Academy. I am Sakura Haruno, a kunoichi of Konoha, Sakura mused to herself, clad in a striking red outfit. Good morning. Sakura, Ino emerged from her family's flower shop, coincidentally encountering Sakura. Good morning. The two young women proceeded together toward the Ninja Academy. Today marks the class division for the graduates. Following their graduation, the lower-ranking ninjas shall embark on their missions under the guidance of new instructors. Good morning, Sakura. Naruto exclaimed the moment he spotted Sakura entering the classroom. Move aside. Sakura brusquely pushed Naruto aside, her gaze fixed on the boy by the window. Good morning, Sasuke. May I sit beside you? Her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue, showing no regard for Naruto's rudeness while exuding sweetness instead. Sasuke merely glanced at the girl from his class, entirely disinterested. Same old Sakura, Ino remarked, shaking her head behind them before finding a seat of her own. Hey, that spot next to Sasuke is mine. Another girl from the class approached, vying with Sakura for the coveted seat. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupted amongst 7 or 8 girls disputing over the position. How annoying. Sasuke appeared utterly detached from the commotion surrounding him. TCH. What is so great about that guy? Naruto scowled at Sasuke, feeling irked. It was this very person who had captured everyone's attention. Lost in thought, Naruto decided to stand on Sasuke's desk, crouching slightly to meet his gaze. Hey, Naruto, don't get so close to Sasuke. Sakura couldn't help but interject. TCH. Day in and day out, it's always Sasuke this, Sasuke that. What makes him better than me? Naruto glared intensely at Sasuke, who returned the icy stare. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, almost igniting. Their eyes seemed to spark in the air. Ha ha ha, are you serious? At that moment, a student in the front row leaned back slightly. This gentle nudge caused Naruto to stumble forward, and in that instant, the two boys, who had been locked in a gaze, unexpectedly found their lips meeting. Sasuke's first kiss was stolen by Naruto. Ah! Sakura let out a furious roar. How infuriating. Sasuke's first kiss was meant to be hers. The girls turned their gaze upon Naruto, as though he were a sworn enemy. Ugh! Both boys regained their senses, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Naruto, I will kill you, Sasuke seethed, his fury boiling within him. How dare this disgraceful underachiever commit such an act? Wait. There's a murderous intent. Naruto sensed the ominous stares behind him as 7 or 8 girls approached, encircling him. It was an accident. An accident. Naruto attempted to explain, but all he received in return were the girls' fists. The classroom descended into chaos. Naruto was left battered and bruised, while Sakura successfully seized the opportunity to take her place beside Sasuke. At long last, it is about to commence. Sasuke, allow me to witness the extent of your growth. If you seek to become stronger and possess the power of vengeance, then you will undoubtedly come to my side. The night breeze observed this scene from a distance. The playground of the Ninja Academy remained just as it was in my memories, lying beneath a tree, basking in the cool shade, with a gentle breeze blowing. What persona shall I assume for this game? Have we perhaps met before? Congratulations to you all. From this day forth, you shall be known as Genin. The true trials begin now. You three will form a team under the guidance of a Jonin Sensei, Irika announced. Below was Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Their expressions varied. Naruto delighted in Sakura's disdain for Sasuke, while Sakura harbored feelings for Sasuke and looked down upon Naruto. As for Sasuke, he considered his teammates to be burdensome, as he was the top of the class. Hey, Irika-sensei, why must someone as exceptional as I be grouped with such individuals? Naruto exclaimed loudly, rising to his feet. Naruto, your grades are at the bottom, while Sasuke is the top of the entire grade. Please refrain from causing a disturbance. Irika replied with exasperation. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Don't drag me down, deadweight, Sasuke remarked disdainfully, glancing at Naruto. What does deadweight mean? Do you want to fight? Naruto retorted, even more incensed. Bring it on, Sasuke shot back defiantly. This afternoon, I will introduce you to your Jonin Sensei. For now, you are dismissed, Irika concluded. Understood, the class responded. On the streets, Sakura walked alone, pondering, where could Sasuke have wandered off to? It was such a rare occasion to be placed in the same class, and I had hoped to share a meal together. Sakura, since we're in the same class, let us have lunch together, Naruto cheerfully approached her. Why would I want to eat with you? Sakura replied, exasperated. But we're classmates. Naruto insisted. You're so annoying. Sakura said, turning on her heel to seek out Sasuke. A few minutes later, atop a high building, Ino declared confidently, since we're in the same class. You must heed my instructions. Yes, Shikamaru responded lazily, while Choji's thoughts were entirely consumed by the rice balls in his hands. The three of them, hailing from families whose fathers were friends of the previous generation, had known each other since childhood. It seemed as though something intriguing was about to unfold. A voice, unfamiliar yet intriguing, resonated, and the trio turned to see two figures on a nearby balcony, two young adults, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 20s. They seemed ordinary, yet there was an undeniable quality about them that felt unusual. Oh. Shikamaru followed the man's gaze and noticed Naruto, that rascal, behaving rather suspiciously beside Sasuke's room. What was Naruto up to? Ino and Choji also caught sight of the commotion. Suddenly, Naruto leapt through the window and engaged in a scuffle with Sasuke, inadvertently shutting the window in the process. 2 minutes later, the altercation seemed to have reached its conclusion. As Sasuke emerged from the window, evidently victorious, Shikamaru wore a look of indifference. After all, Sasuke was formidable, the last surviving member of his clan, while Naruto was merely a straggler. The man beside him chuckled softly. By the way, big brother over there, haven't we met somewhere before? Ino's gaze shifted back to the two unfamiliar figures beside her. Although their faces were strange, she felt a sense of familiarity. You might be mistaken, Nightwind remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Ino. It had been years since they last met. The little girl had grown significantly, clad in a purple ninja attire, her long golden hair tied in a single ponytail. The two soon left the scene, their arrival and departure shrouded in mystery. Were there peculiar individuals in the village? Shikamaru silently sighed, sensing a disturbance in the air. His instincts were usually sharp, and those seemingly ordinary individuals were certainly anything but. Meanwhile, was Sasuke gazing this way? And with such fervent eyes? Sakura sat on a bench, while Naruto, transformed into Sasuke, fixed his gaze on her. He launched a surprise attack and mastered the shadow clone technique, catching the real Sasuke off guard while he, disguised as Sasuke, slipped out of the window. Your most alluring feature is your broad forehead. It irresistibly tempts one to steal a kiss, Naruto, and Sasuke's guys, spoke with newfound confidence. Eh? Sakura flushed, staring incredulously at the figure before her. It must be a joke. If it were Naruto, perhaps he would say something like that. Sasuke, or rather Naruto disguised as him, casually sat beside Sakura. I have something to ask you, he said. What do you think of Naruto? Isn't he notorious for ruining people's romantic endeavors? He always finds amusement in my insecurities. Naruto doesn't understand me at all. He's just annoyingly persistent. All I need is Sasuke's acknowledgement, Sakura replied softly. All you need is my acknowledgement? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. I would do anything for that, Sakura declared, blushing as she leaned in. signaling for Sasuke to kiss her. How could Sasuke resist? Though it felt somewhat inappropriate, Naruto would certainly not hold back. Just as Naruto was about to act, his stomach audibly protested. Having consumed expired milk that morning. I'm serious. Sakura, with her eyes closed, uttered once more, the horse will return shortly. Naruto, clutching his stomach, fled. Sasuke truly seemed bashful. Perhaps he needed some psychological preparation? Sakura mused, touching her lips. Moments later, the genuine Sasuke broke free from Naruto's bindings and appeared. Sasuke, you really are shy. Are you ready? I'm ready. Oh wait, hold on, Sasuke. Sakura looked at him with a hint of confusion. Where's Naruto? Sasuke replied coldly. Here we go again, deliberately avoiding my questions. Let us not focus on that guy. He is always clinging to you. It's evident he lacks proper guidance. Look at him. He doesn't even have parents. He is always acting on a whim. If I behaved like that, my parents would surely be furious. He is alone and has never been disciplined, which explains his capriciousness. Sakura could not help but ramble on, oblivious to Sasuke's increasingly frigid gaze. Children are just children. Having such a teammate is merely a liability, I senti it. Not only is he weak, but his mentality is also that of a child. Loneliness is not simply the sorrow of being scolded by parents. Sasuke's voice was icy. What has gotten into you all of a sudden? Sakura was perplexed. You're annoying, Sasuke retorted before continuing his search for Naruto. That earlier fellow had transformed into his likeness. She wondered what mischief he was up to. Moreover, that person, who could not even proficiently perform the shadow clone technique, had surprisingly mastered the technique of the shadow clone. It was indeed astonishing. 1 week later, the night breeze swept through Konoha as he arranged what he intended, then departed the village with Anko. Their next destination was the Land of Waves, a small island nation devoid of its own ninja village, thus possessing limited strength. The locals frequently suffered under the exploitation of a wealthy man named Gat. To bring prosperity to the small nation, a master bridge builder named Tazuna resolved to construct a grand bridge. However, Gat would not allow such an endeavor to occur and sought skilled ninjas to covertly eliminate the bridge builder. Aware of the potential threats to his safety, Tazuna ventured to Konoha to commission a ninja for protection. The task was entrusted to Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi of Team 7. The formidable ninjas Tazuna had encountered were none other than rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, specifically Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with his subordinate, Haku. A group traversed the narrow path through the forest, consisting of Konoha's Team 7 and their mission client, Mr. Tazuna. As they walked, a puddle appeared on the ground. Strangely enough, it had not rained in recent days, raising questions about how such accumulation of water could exist on the ground. Kakashi noticed this anomaly but chose to remain silent, opting instead to challenge the young children who were venturing out of the village for the first time. As anticipated, just after they passed the waterhole, 2 shadowy figures emerged from beneath, ensnaring Kakashi with spiked iron chains. What? Kakashi appeared taken aback. What's happening? Naruto and Sasuke finally realized that Kakashi had been captured. In an instant, the 2 hidden ninjas tightened their grip, and Kakashi was gruesomely reduced to a mangled mass. The scene turned exceedingly bloody. Ah, Kakashi-sensei. Both Sakura and Naruto shouted in alarm. Then, another attack ensued as 2 ninjas appeared beside Naruto, wrapping him in iron chains. Overwhelmed with fear, Naruto was at a loss until Sasuke promptly intervened, throwing kunai and shuriken that pinned the assailants' weapons to a nearby tree. His precision, strength, and calm demeanor were exemplary, truly befitting a genius of the Uchiha clan. With a dismissive scoff, the 2 assailants abandoned their weapons and charged towards their primary target, Dasna. Sakura barely managed to grip her kunai, while Sasuke swiftly maneuvered into position. At that moment, the previously slain Kakashi reappeared, effortlessly seizing the necks of the 2 ambushers, incapacitating them in an instant. The earlier victim was merely a shadow clone. Such an ambush was child's play for him. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive, exclaimed Sakura, filled with excitement. Don't steal the spotlight, Sasuke muttered, confident in his ability to handle the 2 thugs himself. Naruto glanced at the remains of the body that had been slain. Now just a heap of splintered wood. I apologize for not being able to assist you sooner, Naruto, but I never expected you to remain so still, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. In any case, Sasuke performed admirably, and so did Sakura. Kakashi continued, noting that at least Sakura had drawn her kunai and positioned herself protectively in front of Dasna, which was already an improvement over Naruto. Is Sasuke not even a little afraid despite this being his first real combat? Naruto thought to himself. feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction at having contributed nothing. "Hey, you're not injured. Are you, coward?" Sasuke couldn't resist throwing in a taunt. Soon after, having dealt with the two Chunin from the village hidden in the mist, Kakashi and the others conferred with Dasna before setting off again. Although this man had concealed vital information, merely stating that he was under threat without mentioning the presence of ninjas, it elevated the task to a higher rank. Now that Chunin assassins were involved, the mission's difficulty had certainly escalated. However, Dasna lamented his lack of funds. Thus, releasing him would mean certain death if the mission were abandoned. After deliberation, Team 7 resolved to uphold their integrity and complete the task at hand. "You have been spectating for quite some time. It is high time for you to emerge," Kakashi remarked suddenly. Throughout their journey, he had sensed a faint yet distinct chakra presence lurking in the shadows, seemingly intended for him to notice, yet subtly evading exposure. "Kakashi, your perceptiveness remains as sharp as ever," a hoarse voice echoed. A young figure adorned in a black cloak embellished with red clouds appeared, not one, but two individuals. A man and a woman, both strikingly youthful, seemingly even younger than Kakashi himself. Kakashi furrowed his brow at their attire, recalling having heard of such peculiar garb but unable to pinpoint its origin. "After all these years, have you forgotten who I am?" The man continued. "By the way, how is the third Hokage faring? It would be quite unfortunate if he were to pass before I could make my move." The night wind murmured softly as he casually adjusted his appearance to resemble that of Orochimaru. Kakashi's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically beneath his mask as he finally recognized the two individuals before him, the rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru, accompanied by his long-lost student, Yukushi Kabuto. "Orochimaru, why are you here?" Kakashi inquired in a low tone, drawing two short blades from his possession. Having lost his Sharingan, he had resumed training in the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan, a skill that had served him well throughout his years in the ninja world. "Let me see, the Nine-Tails brat, Itachi's younger brother, and a rather useless little girl. This combination is rather intriguing," Orochimaru remarked with a smirk. Kakashi was of little concern to him. Whether he lived or died was inconsequential. His curiosity lay more with the children. "Itachi? Do you know where he is?" Sasuke's eyes ignited with the Sharingan, almost roaring in desperation. "And what of it? Itachi is currently in an organization with me. This attire. Perhaps he is on a mission somewhere right now. But tell me, can you truly kill him now?" Orochimaru asked with an air of intrigue. "I will definitely kill that bastard." Sasuke's body trembled with fury. "So, you have indeed joined that organization," Kakashi said, his expression growing more grave. The organization was shrouded in mystery, reputed to be comprised of formidable rogue ninjas, its leader an enigma. "Uchiha Sasuke, we shall meet again soon. In your quest for vengeance, you will undoubtedly require my strength. In Konoha, it feels akin to a child's game of ninjas. Do you truly believe you can vanquish Itachi in such a state?" The two figures swiftly vanished, leaving a heavy atmosphere among the onlookers. Kakashi wore a worried expression, while Sasuke's demeanor was complex. Sakura and Naruto, unfamiliar with Orochimaru, displayed little reaction. The following day, as dawn approached, the ferryman remarked, "We are nearly at the bridge. If we continue along, we shall enter the land of waves. Please remain silent. I only venture out in the thick fog. Should those ruffians discover us, it would be disastrous." He continued, "The shipping magnate, Kato, has been a tyrant in the land of waves for quite some time. Ostensibly the owner of a shipping company, he is, in truth, engaged in nefarious dealings involving thugs and ninjas, trafficking in drugs and contraband. A year ago, Kato set his sights on the land of waves, monopolizing its maritime transport. This is as far as I can take you. Farewell." Accepting his payment, the ferryman departed swiftly. Upon reaching the shore, Yefeng and Azuki surveyed the impoverished town. Most structures were modest wooden huts by the sea, surrounded by dense foliage, with small boats lining the shore, appearing abandoned for quite some time. "Let us proceed. That chakra is not far off, likely lying in wait for Kakashi," Yefeng remarked coolly. "Yes, sensei," Azuki replied obediently. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a forested area. "What purpose is served by hiding here? Why not engage in some trade?" Yefeng suggested nonchalantly. "Escaping is not an option, and you, of all people, would not flee. After all, you are a rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza." No sooner had he spoken than a figure leapt from the trees. The man bore an exceptionally long sword, his lower face and neck wrapped in white bandages, with short black hair. The headband of the Mist Village bore a slash, worn askew, a mark of a rogue ninja. "Who are you?" Do not interfere with my affairs, Zabuza scowled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that if he were to detect this intruder, he must be at least a Chunin. He had a forthcoming confrontation with Kakashi and did not wish to squander chakra at this moment. It is no surprise you do not recognize me. After all, I have been absent from the ninja world for some time, having undergone a transformation. Surrender the boy. I am quite intrigued by his ice release. Otherwise, I shall take your life. What do you think of this arrangement? Yefeng stated calmly. Huh? Are you jesting with me? Zabuza's brow furrowed tightly, his voice laced with fury. He resolved to eliminate this individual. Perhaps it is best to take a day of respite today and seek out Kakashi once my condition improves tomorrow. Zabuza. At the mention of his name, a figure clad in a mask emerged. Haku. This character is quite controversial. Not primarily due to his prowess or any other attribute, but rather the enigma of his gender. Indeed, she is female. Nightwind scrutinized Haku more closely. Lacking an Adam's apple, she had deliberately wrapped her chest tightly, likely to avoid revealing her femininity to Zabuza. Zabuza requires formidable tools, not women. You observe from the sidelines. I shall eliminate this individual. Zabuza cast a glance at Haku, his tone indifferent. This inexplicable fellow must understand today what it means to face the might of the Mist's ghost. I came. Nightwind's languid voice rang out. Such a trivial opponent. He had no desire to engage personally. The decapitating blade could absorb an enemy's blood, subsequently repairing any damage to itself, rendering it an utterly superfluous weapon. It was neither sharp nor resilient, and felt somewhat cumbersome to wield. As for Zabuza himself, he possessed nothing more than the capabilities of an ordinary Chunin, devoid of any remarkable traits. Leave it to me, sensei. Akame nodded earnestly. Her ebony eyes transformed into a shade of crimson, 3 black tomos swirling around her pupils. Had Sasuke been present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. This was the bloodline ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, now inexplicably wielded by an outsider. When Kakashi transplanted Obito's eyes, he could barely utilize them, and the Sharingan remained active, placing a significant strain on his body. Now, Akame could freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan, clearly having mastered the power of these eyes. Why would such eyes manifest in a woman? Zabuza, well acquainted with the renowned 3 great ocular techniques of the ninja world, recognized the Sharingan. However, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated 5 years prior. Presently, the only bearers of these eyes were the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. It was inconceivable for them to appear in a woman. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your demise. Akame gazed disdainfully at Zabuza. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Zabuza leapt sideways, standing upon the surface of the flowing river. Utilizing water-style ninjutsu under conditions where water is abundant significantly conserves chakra expenditure and enhances the technique's effectiveness. The same holds true for fire-style ninjutsu in fiery environments. Naive, Nightwind commented coolly. A dense mist of white vapor rose from the water's surface, swiftly enveloping the area, rendering visibility nearly impossible beyond a few meters. This was the essence of the silent killing technique of the hidden mist, utilizing the dense fog to obscure the enemy's line of sight, while moving stealthily often places the blade at the adversary's throat before they even sense the impending attack. For an ordinary ninja, this technique is indeed a formidable challenge, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. However, Akadu is no ordinary ninja. She possesses the cursed seal of Orochimaru and has transplanted a pair of Sharingan. Even if visibility is compromised and silence reigns, the currents of air shift as a ninja moves. With this alone, one can deduce the location of Zabuza. The throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys. Heart, where shall I strike? It is truly a pity for one so young to meet their demise. Zabuza's voice emanated from all directions, employing a special technique to conceal the source of his sound. It is over. His voice suddenly appeared behind Akadu. A swift strike of his blade arced toward her. Yet her reflexes were swifter, her gaze unwavering. She countered, capturing Zabuza's arm, and her kunai plunged into the man's chest. A gurgling sound emerged, not of blood, but of water. It was a water clone. Perish. Another Zabuza materialized behind Akadu. This time the attack was unavoidable, cleaving her in two. Yet, this too was merely a clone, dissolving into a puddle instantly. Zabuza utilized the hidden mist technique. He could only approximate the enemy's position, incapable of confirming if they were executing any clandestine maneuvers. A clone? Zabuza appeared visibly startled. It is over. Yet another Akadu appeared behind Zabuza. Her kunai pressed firmly against his throat. You anticipated my anticipation. but I have foreseen your anticipation of my anticipation. You are in the third layer, while I am in the fourth. The battles of ninjas often resemble a multi-layered game of Russian dolls. Such a grotesque and corpulent figure, he scoffed. You claim it is over, but such trivial tricks cannot possibly defeat me. Yet, I must admit, you are quite impressive. Managing to replicate my water clone technique with your Sharingan, Zabuza remarked slowly. But I am not so easily vanquished. The second Zabuza Akadu grasped was still a water clone, and the third Zabuza appeared behind her. You thought I was in the third layer, but in truth, I reside in the fifth. Now it is truly over. The blade swung toward her, prompting Akadu to duck and leap into the nearby river. Why does the water feel so heavy? She quickly realized her body was ensnared as though trapped in a quagmire. Indeed, this was the water prison technique. Zabuza leaped into the river, grasping with his right hand, subsequently conjuring a massive water sphere, entrapping Akadu within. With another swing of his blade, he could eliminate this woman once and for all. Then there was that fellow watching the performance. Today, both of these individuals must meet their demise. Sigh. The night breeze suddenly exhaled a breath of resignation. He had grown weary of the game of nested dolls, and he could foresee the unfolding events without needing to observe them. The moment he beheld the Sharingan of Akatsuki, it was evident that Zabuza was doomed. The kaleidoscopic illusions were inescapable. Farewell. Zabuza, seemingly oblivious to this truth, swung his large blade. Yet, instead of severing Akatsuki's head, his vision began to blur. In a daze, he seemingly glimpsed a headless corpse lying upon the river's surface. Only then did the true Akatsuki emerge from behind the trees, his Sharingan now dormant. Quite adept at illusion, Night Breeze remarked. The preceding maneuvers were flawless, yet in the end, Zabuza had ensnared nothing more than a mere shadow of Akatsuki with his water prison technique, misled by the illusion. Zabuza's blade did not strike the shadow but instead cleaved his own head. Zabuza's sense of impending doom dawned upon him, and he attempted to rush forth to save his companion. However, Night Breeze swiftly intervened, rendering the young girl unconscious. A survivor of the Yuki clan from the Hidden Mist village, she possessed the bloodline limit of ice release. To neglect her potential would be an egregious waste of resources. He resolved to take her back to the base of Toby, instructing that she must remain silent and motionless. Night Breeze summoned a coffin, addressing the figure that emerged from within. It was a man with golden hair, adorned with the insignia of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, yet he complied with the sorcerer's commands. Cloaked in a black robe, he assumed the role of a mere tool. Soon, Minato departed with the unconscious girl in tow. As for the beheading blade, it was but a heap of scrap metal to him. Night descended upon the island town of the Land of Waves. Catch the thief. Chaos erupted in the streets. Numerous impoverished children roamed, often starved and neglected, leading many to resort to thievery. Such occurrences were commonplace here. Not just the children, but many adults too regarded Akatsuki and Night Breeze with intrigue. For these two appeared quite affluent. Do you have anything to eat? Sister, could you spare me a morsel? A boy of little more than 5 stood before Akatsuki, his plea tinged with desperation. His hair was a tangled mess, and his clothing had clearly not been changed in months. Do not give him money. It will only be snatched away by other children or the local shopkeepers. If you wish to help, offer him some provisions instead, Night Breeze advised, voicing his indifference but merely reminding Akatsuki. Here, take this. Hondo gently patted the small bag on his back and retrieved 2 pieces of dry food. Thank you, sister. The little boy smiled and dashed away. Thus, the journey in the Land of Waves came to an end. A week later, in the Hidden Leaf Village. As the Chunin exams approached, many ninja villages dispatched their genin to participate in the 3rd round of the exam. Both the 4th Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage would be present, along with nobles from the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The village saw an influx of unfamiliar ninjas, among whom were naturally Yefeng and Hondo. Humph, pretending to be a rock? Naruto remarked as he walked along the path and noticed a follower behind him. A box disguised as a stone, with a few little ones crouching inside, brazenly trailed him. What kind of rock is so square and conveniently has 2 little holes? Naruto scoffed. Truly deserving of my admiration, a worthy rival, Konohamaru emerged from beneath the box, accompanied by his 2 companions, Udon and Mogawa, collectively calling themselves the Konohamaru Corps. All were around 6 years old, with Konohamaru being the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, having trained in the art of transformation under Naruto's guidance. Do you need something? Naruto inquired. Boss, didn't you promise to play ninja games with us? Konohamaru replied. Was there such an agreement? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Humph. Ninja games and all, Sakura approached with a downcast demeanor. She had just sought out Sasuke, only to be told that she was inferior to Naruto, deemed too weak. Could she really be falling short compared to Naruto? Sakura's piercing gaze made Naruto blush slightly. Hee. Could this girl be the boss's girlfriend? Konohamaru remarked mischievously. Haha, who would have thought you were so young, yet so perceptive? Naruto laughed heartily. That's not true. Sakura punched Naruto, sending him flying. In the horrified eyes of the Konohamaru core, Naruto quickly transformed into a bruised visage. Ugly. What did you do, you ugly creature? Konohamaru retorted defiantly. Oh. Sakura, already infuriated, decided to unleash her wrath on Konohamaru as well. Soon, both Naruto and Konohamaru lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Their faces swollen. It hurts. Naruto groaned as he slowly rose. That fat and ugly guy, can he even be considered a woman? Konohamaru grumbled. He was the young master of the village, and no one dared to treat him this way normally. As Sakura was about to leave, she turned back upon hearing this remark, her eyes filled with fury. Hey! Naruto and the Konohamaru core immediately fled, with Sakura hot on their heels. Due to his excessive speed, Konohamaru failed to notice the presence of someone ahead and collided with a man. This individual was clad in black attire, sporting a forehead protector that did not belong to the Leaf Village, and was carrying a massive object wrapped in bandages, the contents of which remained a mystery. That hurt. Kanjiro grimaced, expressing his displeasure. Stupid brat, he added, narrowing his eyes as he seized Konohamaru by the collar and lifted him into the air. Enough. Be careful or you might find yourself in trouble, Temari remarked coolly. It was not the prospect of trouble that concerned her, but rather the wrath of Gaara. I apologize. My recklessness led to this, Sakura said cautiously, observing the two ninjas. They appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, exuding an aura of menace that set them apart from those who had recently graduated from the ninja academy. Hey, I told you to let go. Naruto shouted angrily at Kanjiro, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Before that annoying guy arrives, why not entertain yourselves with me for a while? Kanjiro retorted dismissively, tightening his grip on Konohamaru. Temari, observing the scene, decided against further intervention. You bastard. Naruto charged forward, but Kanjiro deftly intercepted him with a nearly invisible thread of chakra, causing Naruto to stumble and fall to the ground. What the? The Leaf's Genin are weak, Kanjiro scoffed. If you don't let go, I won't let you off the hook. Idiot. Naruto continued defiantly. You're the idiot for provoking an opponent, Sakura quickly interjected, realizing that they were outmatched. You are infuriating. I utterly despise brats like you. And to think you're so much younger yet so arrogant makes me want to obliterate you, Kanjiro said coldly. Naruto and Sakura were at a loss, while Udon and Moegi had already begun to cry. I don't care, Temari remarked nonchalantly, choosing to ignore Kanjiro's antics. First, I'll deal with this brat. Then the other one. Kanjiro clenched his fist, poised to strike Konohamaru. Suddenly, a small stone whizzed through the air, slicing a wound across Kanjiro's hand. Konohamaru seized the opportunity to flee. It was then that everyone noticed a boy perched on a nearby tree. What do you intend to do in someone else's village? Sasuke inquired coolly, still holding a few stones yet to be thrown. He's rather handsome, Temari mused, admiring Sasuke. Although Sasuke often indulged in arrogance, it was undeniable that he possessed a considerable charm. Another irritating brat has arrived, Kanjiro said, visibly annoyed. Get lost, Sasuke threatened, crushing the stones in his hand. Wow, so cool. Sakura began to succumb to infatuation. Udon and Moegi also betrayed their composure, gazing at Sasuke with adoring eyes. Naruto, you're utterly pathetic, lamented Konohamaru, feeling diminished in comparison to Sasuke's striking appearance. Fool, I could easily deal with someone like him, Naruto chuckled. Humph, Konohamaru turned away. Hey, get down here, brat. I despise you little ones who only know how to talk big. Kankuro stated coldly, reaching for something on his back, seemingly intent on employing his puppet techniques. Are you planning to use your crow? Temari asked, somewhat astonished. Kankuro, cease at once, you disgraceful fool. Another figure appeared, perched upon the tree where Sasuke stood. Directly behind him was a boy with red hair, bearing a kanji for love on his forehead. I am Gaara, he announced. Kankuro's expression shifted, startled. When did this guy appear behind me? Sasuke's demeanor grew serious, caught off guard. You, who only brings shame to the village. Do you think we came to Konoha for what? Gaara stated calmly. Listen, Gaara, it was these guys who started the trouble, Kankuro stammered, cold sweat appearing on his brow as he hurried to explain. Silence, or I shall end you. Gaara's countenance darkened, showing no mercy. Understood, understood, my apologies, truly. Kankuro forced a smile, his demeanor conciliatory. How rude, Gaara remarked, glancing at Sasuke. Let us go, we did not come here to play. Gaara issued his command. Despite being the youngest, both Kankuro and Temari appeared quite restrained. Wait, you are ninjas from Sunagakure, aren't you? Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are allied, the treaty forbids ninjas from entering each other's territories without cause. What brings you to Konoha? Sakura inquired. There is but a week until July 1st, when the Chunin exams officially commence. How could you, as a Konoha ninja, be unaware of this? A voice interjected. Responding on behalf of Gaara's trio, everyone turned to see three ninjas adorned with the Sound Village forehead protectors. They were a male and two females, clad in voluminous black cloaks. One of the women appeared quite young, perhaps only 12, her eyes concealed beneath a black mask, exuding an air of mystery. The other male and female appeared to be around 20. Gaara surveyed the Sound ninjas before turning to leave. The Sound Village was merely a little-known ninja village, lacking in formidable shinobi. His true target remained Uchiha Sasuke. This individual exudes an impressive aura, striking Kanjiro with remarkable precision using mere pebbles. The Chunin exam? What exactly is the Chunin exam? Naruto inquired, bewildered. Brother, passing that exam is the key to ascending from a genin to a Chunin, Konohamaru elucidated. Is that so? Then I shall certainly give it a try. Naruto chuckled heartily. Hey, you over there, what is your name? Sasuke leaped down from the trees, calling out to Gaara and his companions. Me? Is it me? Temari turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed. No, I mean the one carrying the gourd, Sasuke retorted coldly. Gaara, I harbor some interest in you as well. What is your name? Gaara replied indifferently. Uchiha Sasuke, came the response. What about me? Aren't you going to ask for my name? Naruto interjected. Not interested, Gaara said, turning away. Konohamaru, do I appear weak? Well, you are certainly much weaker than Brother Sasuke, came the reply. Another trio of Sound ninjas emerged, two males and a female, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age. Their attire appeared significantly more conventional compared to the previous group, though their status seemed somewhat diminished. Tosu, Saku, and Kin, ninjas cultivated in the Sound Village, evidently modified by Orochimaru's enhancements. Tosu's arm apparatus could unleash sonic attacks, while Saku's device harnessed wind techniques. As for Kin, her bells could ensnare others in illusions. No need for pleasantries, let us proceed, Night Breeze said coolly. The six of them swiftly departed. The number of peculiar individuals in the village has increased. Will the Chunin exam pose any danger? Could I potentially hold the team back? That individual, whom even Kakashi fears, would not grace this occasion, would he? The thoughts of the three members of Team 7 diverged. A week later, at the Chunin exam venue. So you wish to participate in the Chunin exam, do you? Just a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears kids. Two youths obstructed a gathering of candidates, adorned with the Leaf Village headbands. Lee pretended to be at a disadvantage, only to be swiftly kicked aside. By feigning weakness now, he aimed to lower others' guard and underestimate his true prowess. Please, allow us to pass. Tintin joined the act. However, she too was swiftly knocked to the ground. Listen closely, this is our benevolence. The Chunin exam is no trivial matter. We have witnessed many who have abandoned the path of a ninja due to this test, or have succumbed to despair, the two continued. In reality, it was the proctor employing a transformation technique, deliberately testing the candidate's perceptiveness. The registration for the exam is in room 301. Yet this is actually room 201 on the second floor. Such tiresome illusions can surely be dispelled. Sasuke stepped forward, exuding an air of arrogance. Oh, you managed to discern that? The proctor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. In the next instant, both combatants surged forward, poised to engage in battle. At that moment, a figure clad in a form-fitting green outfit burst onto the scene, intercepting the flying kick aimed at Sasuke and the proctor. You actually managed to block my attack? Sasuke thought, observing the chakra emanating from the newcomer, which was markedly different from the earlier confrontation. He regarded Lee with a sense of foreboding. Hey, this isn't what we agreed upon. Weren't you supposed to appear weaker to avoid raising suspicions? Ningji remarked, somewhat speechless. Lee, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on Sakura. Ah, here we go again, Tintin muttered, already foreseeing the impending events. My name is Rock Lee, and yours is Sakura, correct? Lee said with a bright smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Huh, Sakura replied, puzzled by his attention. Will you go out with me? I will protect you until the end of my days. Lee declared confidently, giving a thumbs up. Just don't let your eyebrows get too thick, Sakura retorted, her lips twitching. This guy certainly seems rather peculiar. Hey, you over there. State your name, Niji Hyuga approached, directing his gaze at Sasuke. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Sasuke smirked. Are you a newcomer? How old are you this year? Niji asked. I am under no obligation to answer you, Sasuke replied curtly. Let us go, Sasuke, Naruto. We can head to the exam site. Sakura urged. This Chunin exam was indeed filled with an array of peculiar characters. The night wind concealed itself among the crowd. Utterly unremarkable. Teacher, you're being rather harsh on the youth, Hanabi whispered softly. The girl with the black eye patch murmured under her breath. Don't cause a scene. You must remain inconspicuous for now. The night wind gently patted the girl on the head. Yes, brother, she nodded obediently. Before long, Rock Lee caught up with Team 7. Intent on challenging Sasuke. That fierce-eyed fellow. Shall we settle our differences here and now? Lee inquired. Huh, you wish to fight here and now? Sasuke's expression darkened. Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to duel with you, descendant of the renowned Uchiha clan. I want to test my skills against you and see how far I can go, Lee stated earnestly. He had faced the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and suffered numerous defeats at Niji's hands, but he had yet to engage with a member of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Sakura and Lee, with a sudden shift in tone, became quite effusive. No, that fellow with drooping eyelashes, sporting an unkempt hairstyle and bristly eyebrows, is anything but appealing. You are an angel, Lee stated earnestly. Once again, Sasuke overshadowed them, which irked Naruto deeply. Knowing that I belong to the Uchiha clan, yet still daring to challenge me. Truly, such ignorance is staggering. Are you even aware of what this name signifies? Brisk eyebrows, Sasuke replied, exuding confidence and aloofness. I implore you, engage me in battle. Lee struck a pose. Wait, I shall handle this bristly brow. Just give me 5 minutes to dispose of him, Naruto interjected. I seek to duel not with you, but with Uchiha Sasuke, Lee retorted. All of you are incessantly clamoring for Sasuke's attention. It is utterly vexing. Naruto charged forth, delivering a direct punch towards Lee. Smack. Lee deftly sidestepped, simultaneously deflecting Naruto's punch, causing him to lose his balance. Damn it. Naruto quickly adjusted his stance, supporting himself with his hands and launching a kick. Observing this, Lee's expression grew even more disdainful. Konoha Gale. Lee crouched low and executed a sweeping kick that knocked Naruto's hands away. Naruto spun like a top, completely losing his equilibrium and flying through the air. Such a frontal assault seemed foolish against a ninja as adept in taijutsu as Lee. This guy is indeed formidable. Sakura and Sasuke observed, their expressions grave. I hereby declare that it is utterly impossible for any of you to defeat me, the reason being, I am the strongest among the lower ninjas of Konoha, Lee stated coldly. Perhaps we should just let it go, Sasuke, Sakura suggested. Sasuke, however, paid her no heed. His gaze fixed intently on Lee. Intriguing, let me have a go at you. It won't take long. I'll resolve this in no more than 5 minutes. Sasuke stepped forward, his focus sharper than ever. Konoha whirlwind. Lee vaulted into the air, executing a sweeping kick. Sasuke reacted swiftly, attempting to evade the attack. But Lee's speed was unparalleled. Bang! A footprint imprinted itself on Sasuke's face, the overwhelming force propelling him skyward before he crashed back to the ground. If I so desire, I can effortlessly flaunt my prowess, Nightwind observed from a distance, unable to suppress a chuckle. The top student at the Ninja Academy had allowed Sasuke to glide through these years with a sense of ease. Little did he know that at Sasuke's age, Itachi was on the brink of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan and had several years of experience as an Umbu ninja. Meanwhile, he remained merely a one-tomo. Having been bested in the Chunin exams, the matters concerning Zabuza and Haku from the Land of Waves have been resolved. Yet Sasuke and Naruto have merely acquired the ability to climb trees and walk on water without any substantial growth in their skills. Consequently, Sasuke's Sharingan remains in its single-tomo state. Do you yearn for vengeance? You will undoubtedly require my strength. In a fleeting moment, Sasuke recalled the peculiar man he had encountered that day, a rogue ninja from Konoha named Orochimaru. Very well, let us engage in some spirited fun together. Sasuke rose to his feet, activating his one-tomo Sharingan. Is that the Sharingan? Lee's expression turned grave as he observed Sasuke's every move. The Sharingan. A D-jutsu far superior to the Byakugan. Regardless of whether it be Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu, they are mere illusions, I shall perceive them all through these eyes," Sasuke declared confidently. Just a momentary lapse in concentration, he thought, and he was resolute that he would not falter again. Bang! This time, Lee's speed was notably swifter. He delivered a powerful kick that struck Sasuke's chin from below, leaving Sasuke unable to comprehend the motion or react in time. This guy, could it be? Sasuke found himself on the ground once more, his expression grim. Indeed, this is neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu, but purely taijutsu. Lee charged forward. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Sasuke was left battered and bruised, his physical prowess insufficient to match Lee's. And even the Sharingan could not discern the latter's movements. Do you understand? The powerful are categorized as either geniuses or the diligent. If your Sharingan is a testament to the Uchiha lineage, then I embody the diligent type, and I will demonstrate that those who work hard can surpass geniuses. Bang! Sasuke was sent flying through the air for the third time. This time, Lee followed closely, positioning himself beneath Sasuke as the bandages on his arms began to unravel. This is where it ends, Lee. A red-armored tortoise suddenly appeared. Lee promptly halted his technique and approached respectfully, kneeling partially. "Are you all right, Sasuke?" Sakura inquired with concern. She had never anticipated Sasuke would suffer such a humiliating defeat. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lee, colder than ever before. "Excellent. That's the expression I desire. Let us proceed to the examination hall." "Yes, my lord." Several minutes later, after completing the registration process, over 100 ninjas gathered in the grand examination arena. There truly are many here, yet regrettably, few of them hold any value. Nightwind shook his head. "Ino has become even more charming," Redbean remarked, eyeing a nearby girl with golden hair tied in a single ponytail. "Do not reveal your identity. Do you believe you are still the niece of that dessert shop owner from back then?" Nightwind gently patted Redbean on the head. "Hee. I will not go back," said Hongdo with a smile. "How does it feel in Konoha?" she inquired, glancing at the girl adorned with a black eye mask. Not much has changed," Hinata replied softly. Her eyes, once revealed, would betray her, thus she wore the mask. There was no alternative, after all. The Byakugan was far too conspicuous, its icy blue resembling the delicate patterns of snowflakes, exuding an overwhelming aura even without the use of any techniques. As for these eyes, they did not belong to Hinata but to Hyuga Hanabi. The night wind had transplanted the sister's eyes, using Hanabi's body to nurture Hinata's vision. "If I encounter any Konoha ninja, I shall show no mercy," the night wind stated nonchalantly. "Yes, brother," Hinata's voice remained barely audible, although the people here had likely forgotten the missing Hyuga heiress. She remained vigilant. Should her identity be exposed, it would cause unnecessary trouble for everyone. "Silence," barked Marino Abiki, suddenly appearing with a cadre of examiners in the examination hall. The raucous crowd fell silent at once. "Thank you for your patience. The first selection of the Chunin exams commences now. I am Marino Abiki, the one in charge here." The scarred man introduced himself, a renowned shinobi from Konoha's interrogation department, infamous among the Jonin. "From now on, maintain silence until the conclusion of the first assessment. Each of you will receive a number tag and take your designated seats, after which the written examination papers will be distributed," Ibiki continued. "A written exam? A written exam?" Naruto's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Unfortunately, theoretical knowledge was his weakest area. Soon, everyone settled into their places, receiving their paper and pen. "There are several crucial rules you must understand before the first exam begins. I will not entertain any questions afterward, so listen closely. First rule, each participant begins with 10 points. There are 10 questions on the written exam, each worth 1 point. For every incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. Second rule, a ninja's qualification is determined by the total score of their 3-person team. Third rule, if cheating is discovered, 2 points will be deducted for each instance. And upon 5 offenses, the entire team will be disqualified. Finally, if anyone scores 0, the entire team is deemed unqualified, Ibiki explained. Now that the rules have been established, the examination paper contains 9 questions. The final question will be presented after 45 minutes. Let the test begin. Time ticked away as each candidate focused intently on the paper before them. Individuals of exceptional caliber, such as Sakura and Sasuke, effortlessly navigate the majority of the challenges presented. However, for a greater multitude, resorting to dubious tactics becomes an inevitable recourse. In moments of critical jeopardy, I have faced such trials countless times. Thus, how could I be daunted? It is imperative to remain humble and composed, to first peruse all the questions before exerting oneself to tackle those within one's grasp. Naruto, striving to ease his anxiety, glanced at the examination paper. The initial query pertained to the ninja code, followed by another, which required illustrating the maximum range of shurikens launched from the apex of a 7-meter tree, and so forth. As he progressed to the third and fourth queries, despair began to envelop him. Each of the 9 questions appeared to conspire against him, rendering them utterly incomprehensible. Sasuke, though equally challenged, swiftly discerned the fundamental objective of the examination. The revelation that there were 5 opportunities to cheat suggested a tacit encouragement of such methods. As long as one's techniques were sufficiently cunning to evade detection, success was possible. Realizing this, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, mirroring the movements of a fellow examinee's right hand, meticulously inscribing answers upon his paper. Gaara harnessed sand to form an eye, surreptitiously surveying the examination hall. Kankuro employed puppetry to mimic the form of a Konoha examiner, utilizing his marionette to assist him. Neji, with his Byakugan, possessed the ability to perceive distant actions, facilitating direct copying of answers. Kiba allowed Akamaru to perch upon his head, relaying information that only he could comprehend. In their pursuit of success in the first round, each ninja exhibited remarkable ingenuity, employing a myriad of strategies. Yet, the 6 members from the Sound Village remained idle, having gleaned prior knowledge of the 10th question, rendering the examination paper unworthy of their effort. Meanwhile, Naruto remained in a state of panic, grappling with the inability to answer questions while shunning any notion of cheating, his anxiety reaching a fever pitch. Candidates numbered 35 and 62 disqualified. One by one, individuals caught cheating were expelled, their teammates suffering the same fate. Soon, nearly half of the original 100 candidates had vanished from the examination hall, as those whose methods were deemed overly inept were systematically eliminated. Excellent. 45 minutes have elapsed. Ibiki stated, I shall now elucidate the rules for the 10th question. First, you must decide whether to attempt this final inquiry. Should you choose to forego answering, your entire ninja team will be disqualified. Conversely, if you choose to answer and your response is incorrect, regrettably, you shall be forever barred from participating in the Chunin exams and relegated to the rank of a genin. Ibiki continued, how could such a rule exist? Many of the ninjas murmured, recalling their own experiences as former candidates. Unable to contain himself, Kiba stood up and voiced his disbelief. It is because the examiners from previous years were not me. Your luck has been rather unfortunate. This year, I am the one who sets the rules, Ibiki coldly declared. One cannot deny the imposing presence he commanded, being the captain of the Konoha interrogation force. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and gradually, some individuals could no longer withstand the pressure. One team, then 2, then 3 soon, the number of candidates in the examination room dwindled to less than half, with more and more choosing to abandon the test. After all, if one fails this year, they can always try again next year. However, being deemed permanently ineligible would condemn one to a life of servitude as a mere genin, a truly stifling fate. At that moment, Naruto timidly raised his hand, seemingly on the verge of surrender. Bang! Ultimately, Naruto slammed his palm down on the table. Do not underestimate me. I will not falter at the last moment. I intend to participate. Even if it means being a genin for life, I will strive to become Hokage. I fear nothing. Naruto shouted emphatically. This is a life-altering choice. If one intends to give up, it should be now. Ibiki furrowed his brow. This fool's disruption had caused many of the mentally weak to reconsider, resulting in fewer eliminations. I will adhere to my beliefs. This is my ninja way. Naruto stood resolute. At this point, no one else chose to forfeit their qualifications. 78 remain, how intriguing. Ibiki mused, shaking his head. With 26 groups, it appears the second exam will not be dull. 2 minutes later. Therefore, for all those remaining here, I announce that you have all passed the first assessment, Ibiki proclaimed. Previously, the methods to catch cheaters were inadequate, and then there was the 10th question, all aimed at testing these ninjas' mental fortitude, willpower, adaptability, and information-gathering skills. Written exam scores are utterly inconsequential. 78 candidates still remain, quite a significant number. A voice emerged. The candidates turned to see a woman with flowing black hair, clad in a red and white ninja outfit, likely in her 20s. It was Yugao Yuzuki, Konoha's newly appointed J-Nin and the chief examiner for the second stage of the Chunin exams. No worries, after the second stage, this number will be halved. Another voice chimed in. This came from an unremarkable-looking man, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Asuma Saratobi, a Konoha J-Nin and one of the sons of the third Hokage, also serving as an examiner for the second stage. This year has indeed brought forth many intriguing characters, Ibiki noted, casting a glance at Naruto. The specifics will be discussed tomorrow. Assemble where you can consult your Chunin instructors. Dismissed. The following day, afternoon. This is the venue for the second examination. The 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Each ninja must sign a life and death agreement before entering, although they have the option to withdraw. Kurenai spoke softly. This forest, with a diameter of 10 meters, is fraught with perilous creatures and venomous insects, and killing is permitted within its confines. Each year, many lives are claimed in this forest during the examination. Each team is issued a scroll, with a total of 26 teams. This results in 13 possessing the Heaven Scroll and 13 with the Earth Scroll. The examination lasts 5 days. Within this time frame, if your ninja team can collect a complete set of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central tower of the forest, you will pass the second assessment. Furthermore, if any member of the team perishes, the entire team fails. A friendly reminder, do not inspect the contents of the scrolls before reaching the central tower. Now, the captains of each team may come forward to collect their scrolls and enter the training ground through different entrances. Asuma remarked. He ordinarily would not have come to such a place, but since Kurenai was here, he decided to join the fray. After all, as a man, one must be proactive in pursuing women. Although he had been proactive for many years, he had not yet given up. Sir. Toes and his companions respectfully bowed before making their way to an entrance. Let us go in as well. Nightwind licked his lips and ruffled the hair of the 2 women beside him. For individuals of their status and strength to participate in such an examination felt akin to adults competing in a kindergarten contest. Sasuke, recalling the boy's eyes, felt a broader smile spread across Nightwind's face. Despite having awakened the rebirth technique, the Rinnegan remained his ultimate goal. Minutes later, in the Forest of Death, the sky gradually darkened. The 3 members of Team 7 were gathered beneath a tree, unaware that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation through the use of Earth Style. To prevent anyone from impersonating a teammate, if we become separated, we should establish a code word. If the code is incorrect, even if the appearance is strikingly similar, that individual must be treated as an enemy. Listen carefully, I will only say this once, Sasuke stated earnestly. When asked about the ninja song, the response should be as follows. When a large number of enemies stir, it is the opportune moment to lie in wait. One cannot hide in silence. The essence of a ninja lies in seizing the moment, particularly when the enemy is fatigued and relaxed. That is how it is. Sasuke spoke plainly. Understood, Sakura nodded. Could you repeat that? Naruto's face fell. Did I not say I would only say it once? Sasuke chuckled mischievously. Did you not remember? You fool. I memorized it the first time, Sakura retorted. I have also committed it to memory. I merely wish to hear it once more for reassurance, she added. Naruto grimaced. Ah, that hurts. He furrowed his brow as a sharp gust of wind grazed his cheek, stinging like a blade. What is happening? The others turned to face the source of the wind. 50 meters away, Nightwind formed seals and unleashed a powerful wind technique, sending a tempest that targeted Team 7. Particularly Naruto, who was swept away into a swarm of colossal serpents summoned by his own jutsu. With a thunderous roar, the raging wind ravaged the landscape, laying waste to a vast expanse of forest. Is this truly a novice? Sasuke thought, his brow furrowed in concern. The force of the wind had separated Naruto from the group, and he sensed that this technique was aimed directly at them. Stay here. I'll go distract those little rascals, Nightwind grinned mischievously as he strode forward. Sakura and Hinata remained in place, waiting. Hey, everyone, are you all right? Nightwind emerged, transformed into Naruto's likeness. Wait, let us first exchange the code. Ninja song, ninja machine. Sasuke brandished his kunai, scrutinizing this imposter. The moment a throng of enemies stirred was the perfect opportunity to strike. A quiet place offered no refuge. And a ninja's greatest asset was the ability to seize the moment when the enemy was weary and complacent. Nightwind articulated the answer with confidence. However, Sasuke merely smirked coldly and tossed his kunai. Hey, what are you doing, Sasuke? Nightwind and Sakura exchanged surprised glances. That fool Naruto could never remember such a lengthy code. If asked, he would undoubtedly claim he had forgotten. Sasuke grinned with assurance. Then, knowing he would forget, why choose such an elaborate code? Nightwind dispelled his transformation, revealing his true appearance. Because I knew someone was eavesdropping from beneath, Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Heh, you're even more formidable than I imagined. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan, Nightwind chuckled softly. You must possess the Heavenly Scroll. So you should be quite interested in the Earth Scroll I hold. He produced a scroll, the Earth Scroll, with a flourish. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. As he initiated the Nara technique, A wave of lethal intent enveloped Sasuke and Sakura, momentarily conjuring visions of two individuals meeting their demise. In an instant, both collapsed to the ground, their will to fight extinguished. What is this malevolent aura? It's terrifying. Is this truly the Chunin exam? Sasuke trembled inwardly, watching the man approach leisurely, each step feeling as if it were crushing his heart. Move, move, move. Sasuke silently urged himself, yet even his hand gripping the kunai trembled. Is this the extent of your abilities? Upon hearing the voice of the man, a flicker of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes. With a sudden resolve, he plunged a kunai into his right leg, utilizing the surge of pain to jolt himself back to consciousness. In an instant, he seized Sakura and leapt to a tree several dozen meters away. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed, her face etched with concern. It was the first time she had witnessed Sasuke in such a state of disquiet, leaving her pale with fear. A snake? Is there a snake? Sasuke barely registered her words at first. He managed to evade the deadly bite of a massive serpent and swiftly dispatched it with a shuriken. There was no escape. A haunting voice echoed through the air. Sasuke and Sakura turned to see the man emerging from the thicket of trees. Just at that precarious moment, several kunai whizzed through the night air, narrowly missing him. My apologies, Sasuke. I seem to have forgotten our secret signal, Naruto said nonchalantly, having finally escaped the clutches of the giant snake and arrived at the scene. Naruto, I don't care if you're trying to show off by rescuing me. Stop drawing attention and run. Sasuke shouted. This guy's strength far surpasses ours. Activating his Sharingan, he bellowed in desperation. The man before him radiated an aura of power that eclipsed even Kakashi's. He was not an adversary they could hope to defeat. Hey. You think you're tough just because you have the upper hand? Now that Naruto Uzumaki is here, I'll teach you a lesson, Naruto proclaimed boldly. Unfazed by the overwhelming odds against them, escape was not an option for him. Wait, take the scroll and leave with it. Sasuke finally devised a plan after much contemplation. Sasuke? What are you doing? Naruto retorted angrily. Silence. This is the only way we can survive. Sasuke insisted. You clearly don't grasp the situation, kid. That scroll is utterly inconsequential. Did you think I came here for such trivialities? The man laughed derisively, in the midst of Sasuke's terror and despair. The earth scroll he held was torn asunder. As for the heaven scroll in his possession, it held no interest for the man. Sasuke. This isn't the Sasuke I know. You're a fraud. The Sasuke I know is not this cowardly. Naruto seethed with fury. The nine tails within him responded. A faint crimson chakra emanating from him, transforming his eyes to a shade of red. The nine tails? Huh? But you're still too inexperienced to hold any value for me. The man sneered, his figure darting forward to seize Naruto, lifting him effortlessly into the air. 5 elements sealing technique. The man struck Naruto's abdomen with a forceful blow, rendering him unconscious. Sasuke, save Naruto. Sakura cried out in distress. Although she harbored no affection for Naruto, she had come to regard him as a friend during this period and did not wish to witness his demise. Oh, my foolish brother, if you seek to kill me, then loathe me, detest me, and live on in your own wretchedness. Sasuke's pupils dilated as he recalled Itachi's words from that fateful night. Indeed, he was a seeker of vengeance, willing to undertake any action and pay any price for retribution. His gaze sharpened. Oh, little one. The night breeze smiled softly. The tomo in Sasuke's eyes was evolving from 1 to 2, indicating he had reached a critical juncture, thus awakening his latent potential. Sasuke, while Naruto may differ from you, being clumsy and bothersome, at least he is not a coward, right? Isn't that so, Sasuke? Sakura chimed in from the sidelines. The night breeze felt a tinge of exasperation. You have merely watched from the sidelines, yet now you dare to speak of Sasuke. Indeed, the Uchiha blood begins to stir. Let me witness your true strength. The night breeze observed Sasuke's transformation with an involuntary smile. To defeat Uchiha Itachi, I will undoubtedly survive. Sasuke gripped a kunai tightly, his Sharingan focused with unprecedented intensity. Did he dare to initiate an assault? Wind release, great breakthrough. The night breeze unleashed a tempest from his lips. Sasuke remained unfazed. Vaulting onto a branch above, several kunai were hurled, entwined with nearly undetectable threads. The night breeze evaded the kunai, but Sasuke had already closed the distance. Engaging in close combat, relying on his Sharingan for keen observation. As the night breeze was merely testing the waters, Sasuke did not find himself at a disadvantage. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted forth, however, that figure emerged unscathed from the flames. Truly troublesome, Sasuke thought with a serious expression. Red Bean's kaleidoscope. He seized upon an opening and struck down with great force. Yet, the target quickly transformed into mud, a mere earth clone. Was it over? The night breeze's true form appeared from behind. Two fists collided with Sasuke's face, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Boom. At that moment, an explosive tag detonated behind the night breeze. Rising from his defeat, Sasuke launched another set of thread-woven shurikens, ensnaring the night breeze and binding him to a tree. Sharingan, manipulating windmill 3 blades. He simultaneously controlled dozens of threads, restraining his foe and rendering him immobile. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A torrent of flames surged forth, spreading along the specially crafted threads to engulf the night breeze, as nearby trees were pierced by a gaping hole. The high temperatures possessed formidable destructive power, marking this as a rather advanced ninjutsu. Success. At this moment, Sasuke finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. After meticulous calculations, I have finally uncovered the flaws in this individual. Even the most formidable ninja, caught unawares by the dragon fire technique, would undoubtedly suffer severe injury or even death. 2 minutes later, the trees lay charred, and the man appeared lifeless, motionless. Sasuke, we did it. At that moment, Sakura rushed over, supporting Sasuke with one arm. Sasuke gasped for breath, clearly drained of chakra and mental fortitude. Haha. Suddenly, the man let out a laugh, casually tearing off the human skin mask from his face to reveal his true identity, the very same figure that had instilled fear in Kakashi during their encounter in the Land of Waves, Orochimaru. Sasuke, I told you we would meet again soon, Nightwine said with a sly smile. For one of his constitution, such ninjutsu was merely child's play. You monster. Sasuke's body began to tremble. Indeed, this foe was beyond their capability to defeat. If you wish to see me again. Oh, no. We shall certainly meet again, for you, Sasuke, will undoubtedly require my strength. Nightwind's right hand gradually transformed into a white serpent, slithering down the branch towards Sasuke, who could only watch helplessly. Stay away. Sakura brandished a kunai, positioning herself protectively in front of Sasuke. Do not interfere. With a casual wave, Nightwind ordered the white serpent to coil around Sakura, casting her aside. It was Sasuke who should sever the ties by eliminating Sakura. Otherwise, he would have disposed of this bothersome woman long ago. He had never been a patient man. Aya. The white serpent sank its fangs into Sasuke's neck, leaving behind 3 black tomo marks. Cursed seal technique. If you can endure and survive, you will obtain the Heaven's Cursed Seal. This is but a small gift. I hope you cherish it. We shall meet again soon, and next time, it will be you who seeks me, Sasuke. The man chuckled and vanished. Sasuke's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Ultimately, only Sakura remained awake, straining to move the 2 boys into a hollow of a tree. Teacher, brother, Hanabi and Hinata greeted. They had been waiting here, obediently following Nightwind's instructions. Ah, we have guests. Aren't you going to invite them out for a chat? How rude. Nightwind said with a smile. Oh, they're just shy? Teacher, you know how it is with acquaintances. It's a bit disheartening, Hanabi murmured softly. Having implanted the Sharingan and possessing the Byakugan, the 2 would find it quite effortless to detect those hiding in the shadows. Oh no, we've been discovered. The 2 concealed ninjas thought with sinking hearts. Why hi Karinai? Asuma. During the Chunin exams, an intense surge of chakra erupted, an occurrence uncharacteristic of a genin competition. Thus, 2 individuals approached to investigate. Since you are here, this must be Orochimaru, Hondo remarked. Yugao's expression was complex. Despite the years apart, she recognized Hondo instantly, recalling their once close relationship. With Hondo present, the man beside her could undoubtedly be none other than Orochimaru. Red, we must retreat and seek assistance from the village. We are no match for them. I will hold them off, Asuma declared resolutely. True to his lineage as the Hokage's son, he demonstrated both intelligence and courage, intending to stay behind. However, while his intentions were noble, reality often proves to be harsh. Did I hear you correctly? You wish to stay and confront the 3 of us? Nightwind laughed heartily. Asuma certainly overestimated his own capabilities. Even Kakashi would not dare to be so audacious, let alone Might Guy, who could unlock the 8 gates. Having been away from the village for so long, Orochimaru, what brings you back here? Yugao could not help but inquire. The mere presence of Orochimaru at the Chunin exams was astonishing news. Prepare to withdraw. I shall risk my life to hold them, Asuma stated with gravity. Hondo, it seems someone dares to underestimate you. Act swiftly and eliminate him. I do not wish to hear such foolishness, Nightwind commanded. Understood, Sensei. Hondo replied, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Given the chance, she would indeed spare Yugao, but against Asuma, she felt no pressure to act. After all, he was merely an acquaintance. What of being the Hokage's son? If Nightwind commanded it, even the Hokage would not hesitate to strike him down. Phantom illusion. Hondo's left eye gleamed even brighter. The scarlet three-tomo appeared, gradually merging into the shape of a three-petal flower, exuding an aura of gentleness. Having consumed Orochimaru's blood, she could be considered a half Uchiha. The ability of her left eye, named Phantom Illusion, was a genjutsu that could blur the enemy's senses, rendering them in a state of stupor. Although it lacked the devastating mental destruction of Tsukuyomi, it required minimal chakra, allowing for repeated use. The ability of her right eye, Blood Prison, enabled her to manipulate her own blood, allowing her body to liquefy into blood. As long as some blood remained, she could resurrect herself, thus serving as a life-preserving skill. While both ocular techniques were rather ordinary, they were still powerful compared to regular ninjas. Faced with Phantom Illusion, Asuma succumbed without resistance, entering a dazed state. With a swift motion, Hondo struck, and a head rolled onto the ground. In the Blood Prison, aside from the option of fleeing, one can also create unique blood clones, or utilize them for offense and concealment. Asuma had been caught entirely off guard and was eliminated in an instant. Teacher, how shall we handle Kurenai? Hondo clapped her hands, her expression a blend of complexity as she gazed at Kurenai. While she felt no pressure in dispatching Asuma, the thought of killing Kurenai made her hesitate. Once she is dead, she holds no further value for me, the calm night wind declared. Apart from her enchanting eyes, he had no other interest in this woman. Prove your resolve to me, Hondo. You should have anticipated this day if you have chosen to stand by my side. The night wind spoke dispassionately. Yes, teacher, Hondo replied, her Sharingan flickering momentarily before regaining its composure. Indeed, her teacher was paramount. For the sake of his ambitions, she would be willing to undertake any endeavor. At this juncture, is there no turning back for you? Why follow such a man? Kurenai exclaimed. Unlike Hondo, she had been raised under the tenets of the will of fire, trained to sacrifice her life for the village. She could not fathom why Hondo would choose to align herself with such a madman. What can I gain from this village? As a child, I was a neglected wildling, bullied and discriminated against by my peers. Upon arriving in Konoha, I was further isolated as a disciple of the teacher. This world is inherently flawed, Hondo said with a self-deprecating smile. She was acutely aware of her actions. Yet, the question remained, what harm was there in being the villain? After all, she found joy in her existence. Kurenai fell silent, gradually closing her eyes, her body collapsing to the ground. Those lacking sufficient mental fortitude would succumb to the illusion. Meeting such a fate, a kunai pierced her heart, and her lifeless form soon grew cold upon the earth. Excellent, the night wind remarked, patting Hondo on the shoulder with a satisfied smile. He retrieved a container and collected a portion of Asuma's blood and flesh. Though his strength was of little use, he could serve as a means to vex the third Hokage through the reanimation jutsu. The following day, Sasuke appeared to be running a high fever, his expression contorted in pain. Naruto had also fallen victim to the 5-element seal, remaining unconscious to this moment. The three were nestled within a hollow tree, with only Sakura awake. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from a distance. Sakura anxiously turned her head, only to discover a charming little squirrel. As the creature approached the trap she had set, her expression shifted, and she swiftly hurled a kunai, scaring the little fellow away. TCH. Has the squirrel with explosive tags been detected? Sakura mused in surprise. No, she may not have noticed, but it matters not. Let us proceed directly. TOS remarked in a nonchalant manner. Not far from their current location, Hinata Niji called out, "Stop hiding and come out." How troublesome, despite their hurried concealment. They have still been discovered, Ino murmured. Damn it, we have encountered a troublesome opponent. Shikamaru's expression shifted with concern. Niji, having graduated a year ahead of them with the top scores in his class, was indeed a formidable adversary. Let us initiate Plan A. We shall simply walk past him. Ino proposed, raising her hand. That plan has already failed, Shikamaru countered with a shake of his head. Then we have no choice but to execute Plan B. Are we really going to do that? Ino queried. There is no alternative. This plan is bound to succeed. With that, the trio swiftly emerged from the thicket. Oh, is that not the esteemed newcomer, Niji Hyuga, from last year? I would love to have his autograph. The three of them fawned. However, Niji remained unperturbed, his expression utterly indifferent. So it is you lot, he stated calmly. Next, I shall employ my beauty as a strategy to ensnare him, Ino thought confidently. I have long wished to meet you, she said, letting her long hair down and extending a hand with a smile. Get lost, Niji replied, turning away with a blank expression. Why did my charm fail? Ino protested, shaking her small fists in frustration. Are you raising your fists, intending to fight me? Niji halted, his tone icy. And no, of course not, Ino stammered, forcing a smile. Then be gone. Taking the scroll from you worthless fools will only turn you into a joke in the village, Niji scoffed. Very well, we shall leave. Shikamaru's team quickly retreated. Shikamaru's shadow jutsu could only control others, while Ino's mind transfer technique also served a similar purpose. As for Choji, though his expansion technique was powerful, it was still rather average, primarily functioning to control the situation. The combat prowess of their team was not particularly strong. They had previously secured a scroll through ambush. Just as I suspected, as long as we do not initiate an attack, that guy will not target us weaklings, Shikamaru sighed in relief. Let us seek out an even weaker group then. Ino laughed heartily. In the presence of acquaintances, Ino's refined demeanor was scarcely visible. It was a habitual quirk of hers. Though villagers often spoke of the Yamanaka girl as both obedient and lovely, those who knew her well understood her to be a mischievous little witch. Where shall we find a team weaker than us? Shikamaru shook his head. Meanwhile, are you awake all night to protect them? A voice echoed. Sakura turned around to see 3 ninjas from the Sound Village appearing not far away. Wake Sasuke. We wish to challenge that guy, Toze remarked nonchalantly. What are you talking about? What is your true intention? I know that Orochimaru is behind you, Sakura replied, gripping her kunai and staring intently at the 3 Sound ninjas. What is that on the back of Sasuke's neck? You've reduced him to this state and dare to speak of a challenge? What does that mean? Sakura inquired. What that esteemed individual is planning, we are unaware. However, I am determined to eliminate you, Sokka declared. Wait, Sokka, Toze interjected, stepping forward to halt Sokka's intent to strike. The signs of disturbed earth are too apparent. And this grass cannot possibly grow in such a place, Toze continued, discerning the trap Sakura had laid. It was not the explosive tags on the squirrel that alarmed her, but the fear of the squirrel triggering the trap she had set. I will kill you now, Toze and her 2 companions leaped, avoiding the tainted ground. Yet, Sakura wore a confident smile, severing a rope with her kunai. Instantly, a block of wood plummeted from above, crashing toward the airborne Sound ninjas. Is there a trap above as well? Toze queried, touching the wood with her right hand and effortlessly shattering it into fragments. Sakura's expression shifted dramatically as she could only watch the 3 rush toward her. Fair and just, Leaf Whirlwind. At that critical moment, Lee suddenly appeared, executing a sweeping kick that forced the Sound ninjas back, landing gracefully before Sakura. Who are you? Toze frowned. I am Rock Lee, the splendid azure beast of the Leaf Village, Lee proclaimed confidently. Though this is an exam, I could not refrain from stepping in to protect Sakura. Why are you here? Am I not your enemy now? Sakura asked. I told you before, I will protect you until my last breath, Lee replied with a smile. Thank you. Sakura's expression grew complex. Given the circumstances, she felt compelled to accept Lee's assistance. This thick-browed fellow seems adept in taijutsu. I might be able to engage him for a while, Toze remarked coolly. Primary Lotus. Lee executed the Primary Lotus, attempting to capture Toze. But Saku softened the ground beneath him, preventing any injury to Toze. Instead, Lee, weakened and nearly deafened by Toze's sound wave attack, succumbed. Thud. Lee finally collapsed under Toze's pressure, leaving Sakura alone to desperately guard the 2 unconscious individuals. At that moment, Shikamaru's team sprang into action. Choji's multi-size technique, Shikamaru's shadow possession, and Ino's mind transfer technique collectively managed to temporarily stabilize the battlefield. Who harmed you to this extent, Sakura? A faint voice echoed. Uchiha Sasuke awoke, his body cloaked in a dark curse mark, purple chakra seeping forth, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. Originally, Niji had intended to intervene and save Lee. But upon witnessing this scene, he relinquished his intent. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura inquired with concern. There is no need for worry, not only am I unscathed, but an inexhaustible power surges within me. This strength is bestowed upon me by that individual. I have come to realize that I am a harbinger of vengeance. Willing to forsake my very soul to demons in pursuit of power, Sasuke stated calmly. The curse mark continued to spread, swiftly engulfing his entire being. Uchiha Sasuke, perish. Sokka raised his hands. Cease, Saku. Do you not comprehend even now? Toshi roared. Sasuke's acquisition of the Curse Mark's power represented a significant leap in strength. Beyond the capabilities of their group to contest, any further attempts to engage would be tantamount to seeking death. Void Slash. Saku unleashed a torrent of wind from his arms. Yet, Sasuke vanished from sight, reappearing behind him with a ghostly swiftness, subduing him in mere seconds. With a crack, Sasuke shattered Saku's arm. From your device? You summon winds? That will certainly obliterate your hands. It appears you take pride in them, Sasuke remarked with a cold smirk. Stop. Athe. Sokka collapsed, unconscious. Observing Sasuke's readiness to strike the opposing sound ninja, Sakura could no longer contain herself and rushed to embrace him from behind. Sasuke, please don't. This is not the Sasuke I know. I beg you. She wept. The merciless killer before her was not the Sasuke she desired to see. TCH, troublesome woman. Perhaps I should have eliminated that fellow long ago, Yura contemplated from a distance, furrowing his brow. However, he soon relaxed. Sasuke had tasted the allure of power. No one would deter him from pursuing it. Meanwhile, a group of Rain Ninja encountered Gaara and his team. How foolish to challenge us, little brat. One of the Rain trio scoffed. Clearly, Gaara had initiated the confrontation, but these individuals regarded him with disdain. Hey, kid, you ought to choose your opponents wisely, or you may find yourself dead, remarked a scarred one-eyed man. Enough with the chatter, let us begin, Gaara replied coolly. Gaara. Shouldn't we first track them to discover the location of their scrolls before we engage? If the scrolls are identical, there's no need for conflict. Enough. Gaara interrupted Kankuro, his voice growing increasingly frigid. I intend to eliminate everyone I see, Gaara stated impatiently. Only through slaughter can he affirm the significance of his existence. It is in the act of killing that he truly comprehends his vitality. Humph. Then let the carnage commence. The scarred man scoffed, casting 4 black umbrellas into the sky while swiftly forming hand seals. Die, brat. Ninjutsu, rain of 1,000 needles. The black umbrellas spun above, unleashing an innumerable barrage of black needles from all directions, nearly enveloping every inch of Gaara's being, leaving no escape unscathed. Bang! As the dust settled, a wall of sand arose around Gaara, rendering the needles impotent against his defenses. Is this all you can muster? Gaara's smile grew ever more sinister. The quicksand surged forth like a river, ensnaring the scarred man, wrapping him tightly like a zongzi. Sands of binding. Gaara elevated the sand sphere into the air. The immense pressure crushed flesh into a grotesque amalgamation of mangled meat, blood, and sand, falling like a dark rain from the sky. The rain of the deceased mingles with the flowing sands, granting the Azura even greater strength, Gaara remarked coolly. The 2 remaining ninjas from the Rain village were utterly terrified. Alas, there was no escape, as soon as a second deluge of black blood rained down. Once this was concluded, Gaara's murderous intent waned slightly. Days passed in a blur. Nightwind ultimately relinquished his identity as a participant, opting not to continue in the subsequent matches. The curse mark had already been inscribed, and there was little sport in bullying children. However, Akamichi and Hinata resolved to maintain their participation, eager to continue their playful endeavors. In addition, 7 groups of challengers remained. Gaara's trio, 1 from the Sound Village, 1 from Team 7, 1 led by Shikamaru, 1 by Niji, and 1 by Shino, totaling 20 individuals. Notably, Shino's group did not include Hinata, but rather an unfamiliar boy with Byakugan. It was unexpected to see so many remain. The 3rd Hokage, puffing on a cigarette, wore a weary expression. Initially, it seemed only a handful would qualify, yet this year had proven to be an anomaly. Furthermore, Asuma and Akamichi had been slain just the day prior. Umbu ninjas discovered their bodies within the Forest of Death. There were few signs of struggle, indicating their opponent's strength vastly surpassed theirs. He couldn't help but consider that Orochimaru fellow. Nevertheless, tasks must be attended to. Now, we shall commence the 3rd examination. But before we proceed, it is imperative I clarify one matter, the 3rd said slowly. Once again, it was about the prestige of the nations. About ninjas risking their lives in battle, all cloaked in a fade of noble purpose. Inept at everything yet a master of indoctrination, Nightwind scoffed. In the end, was it not all a ploy to bind ninjas to their village, to pledge their loyalty and service to Konoha, turning a blind eye to the darkness within the village, permitting Danzo to wreak havoc? Beneath the seemingly prosperous exterior, this village had long since rotted away. The 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, established the Hidden Leaf Village through his formidable strength, proclaiming that anyone with sufficient popularity could become a ninja. Essentially, It suggested that those with capability could ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet, what is the reality? The second Hokage was the biological brother of the first. The third was a pupil of the second, the fourth was a student of the third's student, and the fifth was the granddaughter of the first and a student of the third. According to this narrative, the sixth Hokage would be the student of the fourth, and the seventh would be the offspring of the fourth and the student of the sixth. Truly, the Hidden Leaf appears to embody fairness and justice. But does the Hidden Leaf village lack powerful and seasoned ninjas? Are all formidable ninjas merely from the Hokage lineage? Certainly not. A prime example is the renowned Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who was the father of Kakashi. That man wielded an unparalleled mastery of the blade, earning a fearsome reputation on the battlefield, rivaling that of Minato. Under normal circumstances, he possessed both the capability and the renown to inherit the title of Hokage, at least contending for the position of the fourth Hokage. However, a rather ludicrous event transpired. It is said that during a mission, he chose to abandon the task to save his comrades, only to return to the village and face scorn. Subsequently, he took his own life. A seasoned jonin, who had endured the trials of war and bloodshed since childhood, succumbed to despair after mere words of reproach. Is this truly the resilience expected of a jonin? The reality is that the higher echelons of Konoha had predetermined that Minato would succeed as the fourth Hokage, given the rising support for the White Fang. They covertly orchestrated his demise to eliminate any unforeseen complications. Brainwashed by the will of fire since childhood, the White Fang dutifully accepted his fate. How hypocritical, indeed, to speak of justice in such a manner. I sincerely apologize, esteemed third Hokage, as I, the referee, Kazekage Shikaz, shall elucidate further. A pallid figure with pronounced dark circles interrupted the third Hokage's address. Known for his frail constitution, Kazekage Shikaz's appearance was unsurprising given his obedient demeanor. However, his condition was due to poor health and a short lifespan. I leave it to you. The third Hokage nodded. Greetings, everyone. Ahem. Before we commence the third exam, there is a matter that requires your attention. Shikaz gazed upon the participants, his sickly appearance eliciting silent exasperation. This pertains to the preliminary round that determines eligibility for the third exam. Excuse me, but what is this preliminary round? Teacher, I do not comprehend what it entails. Why can't the remaining candidates proceed directly to the third exam? Perhaps the first two rounds were excessively simple, resulting in an abundance of remaining candidates. Therefore, we must adhere to the regulations of the Chunin exams to conduct a preliminary round, thereby reducing the number of participants for the third exam. At long last, the rules were articulated, and the preliminary round commenced. Through a process of random selection, the combat pairings were established. Thus began the first match, pitting the formidable red team from the Sound Village against the renowned Uchiha Sasuke from the Leaf Village, as declared by Moonlight Gale. Ugh, I concede, Red Bean muttered, shaking her head in frustration. To her dismay, she found herself facing none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Defeating him was an impossible feat, and she worried that a loss might dampen the spirit of the young contender. The victor of the first match was proclaimed to be Uchiha Sasuke, with Gale offering no further commentary. In the second match, Sak faced off against Oil Girl Shino. Given Sak's severely injured hands and Shino's insect techniques, the battle concluded within mere minutes. Shino emerged victorious. The third match featured the Byakugan-wielding boy from Shino's team against Kankuro, with Kankuro ultimately claiming victory. The fourth match showcased Haruno Sakura against Ino Yamanaka. I never imagined I would be up against you, Sakura. I won T-hold back, Ino declared with a smile. The two shared a cordial relationship, yet neither was willing to yield their chance at advancement. Sakura, give it your all. Don't let her win, Naruto shouted from the sidelines. The two girls quickly engaged in close combat, exchanging taijutsu strikes and occasionally throwing shuriken, which their opponent deftly evaded. Suddenly, amidst the skirmish, Sakura appeared momentarily distracted, allowing Ino to land a slap. Both girls froze in surprise. Sakura was taken aback by the unexpected blow, while Ino was astonished that Sakura had not managed to evade it. Strangely enough, seeing that little girl get hit brings me a certain joy. Red Bean, am I mentally unwell? Nightwind remarked with a grin. Teacher, when have you ever been normal? Red Bean retorted. Nightwind chuckled in response. Don't hold back. I shall take this match seriously, Sakura stated, seemingly regaining her focus. Soon, the two resumed their fierce exchange of blows, each leaving the other bruised yet resolute. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. Ino deployed her technique, aiming to control Sakura's body and coax her into uttering the words I concede. thereby securing her victory. Release my body, Ino. I will not concede. Sakura fiercely resisted. Ultimately, Ino was compelled to release her technique, as both combatants expended their chakra. The match concluded in a stalemate, with no victor emerging. Thus, both were eliminated, as announced by Moonlight Gale. In the fifth match, Temari faced off against Tenten. The wind-released ninja was inherently at an advantage against the weapon manipulator. Despite her relentless efforts, Tion ultimately succumbed to Shoju's effortless victory. After all, no matter how formidable the ninja tools, they require a skilled wielder. With a mere gust of wind, all of Tion's weapons were rendered useless, leaving her with no opportunity to approach. In the sixth match, Nara Shikamaru faced off against Kin. With Shikamaru's remarkable intellect, victory was assured, and he claimed it with ease. Shikamaru emerged victorious. The seventh match featured Uzumaki Naruto against Inuzuka Kiba. Initially, Naruto found himself thoroughly suppressed throughout the contest. However, in a surprising turn of events, he released a flatulent sound that caused Kiba, whose sense of smell was exponentially heightened, to become utterly undone. Naruto triumphed. In the eighth match, Hinata confronted Niji. However, the Hinata of the present was not the timid Hyuga Hinata of yesteryear, but rather a peculiar girl from the Sound Ninja village, adorned with a black eye mask. Where did this enigmatic figure come from? Niji scoffed, declaring, someone like you, with neither strength nor renown, should concede quickly if you possess no hidden cards. Otherwise, you may find yourself injured. He harbored no desire to bully the weak. I shall be the victor, Hinata replied calmly. Through the trials of the years, she had transformed from the timid girl she once was. Use that one. The night breeze from the stage suddenly interjected. Yes, I understand, Hinata responded, momentarily taken aback before gently removing her black eye mask. Revealed were her icy blue eyes, adorned with snowflake patterns, exuding an immense pressure upon mere glance. A bloodline limit? An astonished silence fell over the crowd. A faint green chakra materialized, enveloping Hinata in an ethereal garment. Her aura continued to swell, quickly causing Niji to furrow his brow. The strength of his opponent was evidently formidable, far beyond the weakling he had anticipated. Excellent, this version of you is worthy of defeat, Niji acknowledged, his expression becoming grave as the veins around his eyes bulged. Activating his Byakugan, the battle commenced. So swift, Niji thought, as Hinata seemingly vanished before his eyes, her palm striking perilously close to his face. This was only with Hinata holding back. Although her reincarnation I had not fully manifested, she was capable of unleashing power nearing that of a Kage. To vanquish a mere Niji, she felt no need to reveal too much of her true strength. Returning heaven, Niji spun rapidly, forming a protective circle with his chakra, creating a 360-degree defense that thwarted Hinata's palm. Thanks to the chakra garment enveloping her body, she was merely repelled, unharmed by Niji's swift rotation. It appears I must take this seriously, he declared, adopting a peculiar stance. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. This technique, a hallmark of the Hyuga clan, had been mastered by him to an extraordinarily profound level. A strange expression crossed Hinata's face. Indeed, Niji is a prodigy. Having attained the 64 palms at such a tender age, and even comprehended the technique of Kaiten independently. However, all this proves futile when confronted with the gaze of his sister, Hanabi, who has cultivated the Byakugan. Any attempt at resistance is in vain. Can you evade the first strike? What of the second? The voice of the young girl is ethereal, yet to Niji, it feels like a profound insult. With Kaiten in play, breaching my defenses is an impossibility, he stated coolly. He acknowledges the strength and speed of his opponent. But the defensive prowess of Kaiten is not to be underestimated. You may give it a try. Hanabi narrowed her eyes. At this moment, she obeys the commands of Yukaze unconditionally. Even if ordered to slay Hyuga Niji, she would comply. Ha! Hanabi uttered softly, her figure transforming into a green shadow that darted forward. Even with his Byakugan fully activated, Niji found it exceedingly difficult to discern her attack patterns. The 64 palms were unleashed, yet they merely struck at the air, failing to connect. He could only activate Kaiten at the very moment he sensed impending peril. Kaiten, a blue vortex of high speed reappeared. However, this time, Hanabi had no intention of holding back. Absorb. To his astonishment, Hanabi's hand reached into Kaiten, forcibly unraveling his chakra. The Byakugan possesses the ability to absorb chakra, capable of neutralizing nearly any ninjutsu, unless the chakra is overwhelmingly vast. Bang! Niji was thrown back forcefully. Wow, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seems I have emerged victorious, the genius of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi stated calmly. Hanabi wins, declared the swift moonlight. In the ninth match, Gaara faced off against Rock Lee. Is that a defensive technique utilizing sand? Lee began testing the waters, but the sand surrounding Gaara was impenetrable, boasting formidable defense. As a Jinchuriki, and with the protection of his mother, Lee found himself perpetually on the run from the relentless sand. Lee. It's time to remove your weights, Guy shouted from the second floor, giving a thumbs up with a proud smile. But, teacher Guy, you said I could only remove them when protecting someone important, Lee replied, momentarily taken aback. No worries, I grant you permission, Guy responded with a grin, brimming with pride for his disciple. Ha 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 ha, Lee exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, finally able to unleash his full potential. TCH, removing weights is nothing, Kankuro and Temari scoffed, fully aware of Gaara's terrifying capabilities. Boom. The weights on Lee's legs were discarded. A massive metallic object, weighing hundreds of pounds, plummeted from a height of 5 to 6 meters, stirring a cloud of dust in the arena. The onlookers murmured, "This is quite excessive, Kai." With Kakashi also expressing his incredulity. Is this truly the method of human training? Kai sighed, his gaze profound. You do not comprehend the child. Lee possesses no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu, and thus has dedicated himself solely to the training of taijutsu. Even armed only with taijutsu, he can still triumph over prodigies and emerge as a formidable ninja. This is the essence of Lee's belief. How swift. The Sand's defensive maneuvers were gradually failing to keep pace with Lee's movements. Boom. At last, Lee delivered a punch to Gaara's face, sending him crashing to the ground. This marked the first time since the Chunin exams that Gaara had been struck. Sand? Lee furrowed his brow. A layer of sand had formed around Gaara's body, and Lee's fist had merely struck the sandy surface. Gaara, incensed, wore an exceedingly cold and cruel smile. He intended to eliminate this adversary. Such formidable defense necessitated an even more powerful assault to shatter it, Lee contemplated. Even if he could land a hit on Gaara, a mere punch would not be sufficient to defeat him. Without hesitation, Lee tore off the bandages from his arms and swiftly began to circle around Gaara. Stop running and attack, Gaara commanded coldly. As you wish, Lee responded, delivering a kick from below that propelled Gaara into the air. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of kicks that sent Gaara soaring. The Sand's defense is utterly incapable of keeping up. Prepare yourself, Primary Lotus. The bandages ensnared Gaara as Lee spun him around, descending from the air. With a thunderous crash, they struck the ground, creating a massive crater. However, Lee's assault landed upon Gaara's sand clone. During the execution of the Primary Lotus, the strain on his body caused Lee a fleeting moment of pain and disorientation. It was in that instant that Gaara utilized his sand clone, rendering the Primary Lotus ineffective. Quicksand waterfall, Gaara commanded, manipulating the flowing sand to send Lee flying. Having expended himself with the Lotus technique, Lee's body was now burdened, his speed diminished by nearly 80%, leaving him at the mercy of Gaara's relentless sand assault. Enough, Lee. If you continue, you will perish, Sakura cried out. Yet, astonishingly, Lee's speed returned to its previous caliber, once again surpassing the sand. The Eight Gates technique is indeed a miraculous art, though it can only bloom once. Yufone shook his head. By unlocking the limitations of his body, he forced chakra to overflow within him. Should he open the Eighth Gate, the Death Gate, he could even pose a threat to beings of the Sage level. Though it would be limited to a single strike, and its use would nearly guarantee his demise. I misjudged you, Kai, Kakashi remarked. What do you know about that child? He possesses something he wishes to prove, even at the cost of his life, Kai replied. Third Gate, open. Fourth Gate, open. Fifth Gate, open. As Lee unleashed the 3 forbidden gates in succession, his skin transformed into a deep crimson hue. The vibrant green chakra surged forth from his body, causing even his hair to stand on end, while the surrounding air shimmered with distortion. Another illusion? Is it the sand armor again? Let us see how you fare against this. Lee's body moved with blinding speed. Boom. A single punch sent Gaara flying, shattering the sand barrier. The new grains of sand were unable to form a protective layer in time, as Lee unleashed his second and third punches, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. Gaara, suspended in midair, retaliated with a punch, only for Lee to reappear behind him and deliver another strike. This relentless cycle continued, with Gaara enduring a barrage of assaults. His sandy defenses unable to keep pace. Rirenwa. A cataclysmic kick was unleashed. Gaara plummeted like a meteor, shattering the arena beneath him. The gourd of sand on Gaara's back also cracked, forming a final refuge in the last moment. A fleeting advantage today, yet tomorrow I shall ascend to greatness. The night wind did not favor Lee. Gaara already possessed two formidable advantages. Although the protective sand was rendered ineffective, the life force of the Jinchuriki was immensely resilient. As long as he did not perish instantly, the tailed beast chakra would swiftly mend his injuries. Gasping for breath, Gaara lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise, yet not defeated. Meanwhile, Lee, not far away, had exhausted all his trump cards. Since Rirenwa failed to incapacitate Gaara, the only one left to face defeat was Lee. How could it be? Lee watched in despair as Gaara still wielded the power to manipulate sand. Sand binding coffin. A colossal hand of quicksand grasped him, crushing one of Lee's hands and one of his feet. Bang! Kai rushed in, shattering the sand and rescuing Lee. 9th match. Gaara wins. The final match, Tsunade versus CHG. CHG's meat tank was instantaneously obliterated by sound waves. Toss emerged victorious. Thus, the preliminary rounds concluded. And the official third match would commence in 1 month, announced the swift moonlit wind. The 9 who advanced were Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Kankuro, Shino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Temari, and Toss. Soon after, the advancing 9 drew their lot numbers, determining their opponents. Uzumaki Naruto faced off against Oda Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke was set to battle Gaara. Yamanaka Shino would confront Kankuro. Nara Shikamaru faced off against TS, while Temari had a bye. Kakashi, that bothersome fellow, was indeed vexatious, Nightwind thought. Upon discovering the curse seal, Kakashi placed a binding spell on Sasuke's mark. Unless Sasuke himself chose to wield the power of the seal, it would not corrupt his body. Jiraiya should be returning to the village soon. When that happens, Naruto will follow him to train. And Sasuke will realize that his pace of growth is painfully slow and will inevitably seek me out. 2 days later, in Konoha, the preliminary rounds had concluded. As soon as the third match of the CHNIN exams commenced, we could take action. Deku knelt respectfully before the man. Indeed, Nightwind nodded. He had secretly slain the 4th Kazekage and could assume that identity at will. This was why Sunagakure allied with Otogakure, secretly conspiring to annihilate Konoha. Having set numerous plans in motion long in advance. Eliminating the 3rd Hokage will ensure our victory. For now, we need not obliterate Konoha but merely weaken their fighting capabilities. Nightwind asserted. Yes, my lord, I will cooperate with you in this endeavor, Deku replied with unwavering respect. Emerging from the shadows were 4 individuals, J. Kin, Waikai, D. Maru, and Jirbi. As for Kimimaro, his frail health made Nightwind reluctant to send a sickly warrior into battle. A month is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Kakashi personally instructed Sasuke in the art of the Chidori technique. Although he himself could not employ this jutsu, Sasuke, with his Sharingan, was perfectly suited to master it. As for Naruto, Kakashi had arranged for him to be taught by Ebisu. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Naruto encountered Jiraiya and subsequently began training in the summoning technique. Is Lee's condition beyond recovery? Many felt sorrow for Lee upon hearing the news, having opened the 5th gate and sustained grievous injuries from Gaara's crushing grip. The internal structure of his bones was in disarray. Such injuries left every medical ninja in Konoha powerless to help. It was a stroke of luck that he would not be left disabled, let alone continue as a taijutsu ninja. Sakura brought a bouquet of flowers to visit Lee today, joined by several other ninjas. Ino also made a brief appearance and coincidentally encountered Sakura. The 2 young women entered the hospital room only to find Lee absent from his bed. Venturing into the courtyard, they were astonished to see Lee, clad in hospital garb, performing push-ups. 91, 92. Lee was drenched in sweat, yet persevered. Just as Sakura and Ino approached, he collapsed from exhaustion and fainted. Look at him. I shall fetch a stretcher immediately. The nurse also recognized the situation. This patient was advised against any vigorous activity, yet he engaged in such perilous behavior. Why do boys always feel the need to show off? Sakura lamented. In silence, Ino found herself at a loss for words to comfort her friend. Alas, Sakura still harbored feelings for Sasuke, the rebellious, unconventional young man. Suddenly, memories of a sweet shop from her childhood came flooding back, where a boy named Hinata Kaze once worked. He eventually vanished, along with the heiress of the Hyuga family. Such is the irony of the world, where one might find certain individuals amusing or genuinely kind, only to discover they have inexplicably disappeared. This is the fate of a ninja. One day, Ino was meandering through the streets. Be careful, little girl. Eat too much and I shall no longer want you. I do not fancy plump girls, a languid voice of youth remarked. Humph, I want to get fat, Ino retorted. The woman, possessing a striking figure, wore daring fishnet attire, her thighs encased in black stockings, which caught Ino's eye. a young and affectionate couple. They appeared oddly familiar to her. "Hey, why are you staring at me? Do you want some of the dumplings in my hand?" The woman smiled mischievously, though a hint of caution flickered in her expression. Ino smirked. "If you want them, just ask. Given your cuteness, I'll give you a skewer." Without waiting for Ino's response, a skewer of dumplings was handed to her, accompanied by a kiss on her forehead, as if they were old friends. "You." Ino's eyes widened in surprise, but the couple had already vanished. Was it merely an illusion? Perhaps not. A month swiftly passed. The third and final round of the Chunin exams had arrived. The venue was overflowing with spectators, a bustling crowd creating an exhilarating atmosphere. The fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage occupied the central viewing platform, flanked by prominent nobles and wealthy merchants. This was not merely a Chunin exam. It was also part of the Konoha destruction plan. Today was destined to witness many fatalities. "Now, stand tall and look at the audience above," spoke Narashikaku, the judge for the day, with a calm demeanor. The participants stood in the arena: Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, and Shino. Sasuke and Toshi were absent. Sasuke was training with Kakashi, while Toshi had met his demise after confronting Gaara. "So many people," Naruto murmured. The venue for the Chunin exams was vast, and the audience was lively, with no fewer than 20,000 spectators present. Here, the ninjas had the opportunity to shine and earn the title of Chunin, as it was not imperative to secure first place to achieve this honor. "In this competition, you are the protagonists," remarked Suinjin, a wooden stick dangling from his mouth. Naruto, as usual, nearly arrived late. But where was Sasuke? Ino could not help but comment. Sakura, seated beside her in the stands, wore a troubled expression. With Sasuke's absence, Sakura's demeanor had remained dismal. "Hey, Sakura, at least try to be a bit cheerful. Naruto's here, after all." "You are in the same class," Ino chided. At her words, Sakura snapped back to reality, casting a glance at Naruto below. She nodded, though her heart seemed elsewhere. Ino chose not to press the matter further. "Meanwhile, has Sasuke yet to arrive?" The third Hokage inquired slowly. "Several teams of Umbu have been dispatched to search for him, but they have found no trace. He may have already fallen into Orochimaru's hands," a ninja whispered. "I understand," the third Hokage nodded. At that moment, Yefeng, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, approached leisurely. "Ah, what a rare visitor indeed, Lord Kazekage," the third Hokage greeted politely. Though Sunagakure was considerably weaker than Konoha, it remained one of the 5 great shinobi villages and was the closest major village to Konoha. Cultivating a good relationship between the two villages was of utmost importance. "You must be weary from your journey," the third Hokage continued as Yefeng settled down. "No, it's quite manageable here in Konoha, despite your youth. It would be exhausting for you to attend this gathering. I presume you should soon decide on your successor," Yefeng replied coolly, his tone reminiscent of a calculating politician, tinged with sarcasm. "Ha ha ha, don't regard me as an old man. I still plan to serve for another 5 years," the third Hokage chuckled. "Now let us begin. In the audience, what should we do?" "Sasuke still hasn't arrived," Naruto asked, a note of urgency in his voice. "In such a crucial third round of the Chunin exams, that guy is late. Has Kakashi's habit of tardiness influenced him? If he doesn't show up before his match begins, he will have forfeited," Suinjin remarked coolly. "To clarify, the rules of the contest are that there are no rules. The match concludes only when one side concedes or is rendered incapable of fighting. Any injuries or fatalities are to be borne by the participants. The first round will feature Uzumaki Naruto against Otoge Oda. Let the competitors prepare," Suinjin announced. Soon, only 2 contenders and a referee remained in the arena. "I will triumph," Hinata stated calmly. Despite the insignificance of this exam in Orochimaru's scheme, she was determined to emerge victorious. "Today, I shall demonstrate that even the underdog can attain first place through sheer effort," Naruto declared earnestly. "Begin," announced Jinkan. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, enveloped in a shroud of green chakra. Meanwhile, Naruto unleashed his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique. Victory cannot be achieved solely through numbers. In an effort to swiftly conclude the battle, Hinata quickly dispatched all the clones and incapacitated Naruto with a single strike. The victor of the first match is Hinata. Next, Sasuke Uchiha was set to face Gaara. Many had gathered here, drawn by the renown of the Uchiha name. However, as Sasuke had not yet appeared, the subsequent matches proceeded. Kankuro versus Shino Aburame. "I forfeit," Kankuro raised his hand and declared. To conceal the capabilities of his puppet, he chose to concede. With Tobi absent, Temari faced Shikamaru Nara. Temari opted not to forfeit and gracefully descended onto the arena with her fan. I suppose it's my turn now, Temari remarked lightly. You certainly possess a fighting spirit. Jinken observed nonchalantly. Hey, why are you so enthusiastic? Shikamaru couldn't help but comment. Maybe I should just concede as well. Go for it, Shikamaru. Naruto interrupted Shikamaru's contemplation, giving him a gentle push into the arena. Well then, let the first match commence, Jinken stated indifferently. This is troublesome. I truly despise such bothersome affairs, Shikamaru sighed. The audience was more invested in Sasuke's match, leaving Shikamaru somewhat overlooked. Wind release, gale palm. Temari waved her fan, unleashing a fierce gust that swept through the arena's growth. Shikamaru, taking refuge behind a tree, executed the shadow mimic technique. Realizing the shadow had emerged, Temari quickly retreated. If her shadow were to connect with her own, she would be rendered immobile by Shikamaru's control. Fortunately, shadows have their limits, as Temari retreated a certain distance. Shikamaru's shadow could no longer reach her. I see now. I have deciphered the shadow mimic technique. As long as I maintain this distance, your shadow cannot touch me. Temari stated coolly. 15 meters and 32 centimeters. This is the maximum range of your technique, Shikamaru. Hiding is futile. With renewed determination, Temari unleashed another gust of wind. Shikamaru evaded for a while before casting 2 shurikens as a test. Temari deftly deflected the shurikens with her fan, at which point Shikamaru's shadow began to extend once more. Due to the delay, the angle of sunlight had shifted, causing the shadows to elongate. Temari quickly stepped back, nearly caught by the creeping shadow. Was this the purpose of the delay? Her expression turned grave. At that delicate moment, a circular shadow gradually emerged on the ground. Shikamaru had fashioned his clothing into an umbrella shape, casting it into the air to create a means for extending the shadow. The shadow jutsu, upon encountering a new shadow, could amplify its reach. One tail, Sand Guardian Shikaku. Temari immediately retreated, but Shikamaru's shadow relentlessly pursued her. Was this the end? She contemplated using the shadow clone technique to strike him, while her true self awaited a chance to prevail. Yet, the shadow clone couldn't be executed. Why was she immobilized? Temari was taken aback. She had seemingly escaped the range, yet she was still ensnared by the technique? This position should have been secure. You fled too swiftly. Nearing the wall, my shadow can extend through the darkness, Shikamaru remarked coolly. Temari's proximity to the wall meant he merely had to inject his shadow into the wall's shadow, thereby binding her through the shadow behind her. Every previous attack and strategy had aimed to corner Temari against the wall. How infuriating. Temari glared at Shikamaru. I concede. Shikamaru raised his hand, stating, my chakra is nearly depleted. I cannot defeat you even if I hold you in place. He shrugged nonchalantly and departed from the scene. Temari's expression was complex. Temari wins, announced Genma. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Sasuke had yet to arrive. Genma frowned. Since he has not come, let's declare him disqualified. The third Hokage spoke calmly. Wait, Lord Hokage. Most of the audience came for the Uchiha name. How about granting Sasuke an additional 10 minutes? Suggested the disguised fourth Kazekage. Since it is the will of the Kazekage, let it be so, the third nodded. Soon, the order was disseminated, granting Uchiha Sasuke 10 more minutes. Sasuke, what on earth are you doing? Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. 10 minutes later, just as everyone had begun to believe Sasuke would not appear, he and Kakashi arrived at the arena. Sorry for the late arrival. I hope we won't be disqualified, Kakashi said. No, just in time. You barely made it, Genma replied. Sasuke, don't lose to that guy, Naruto shouted. TCH, do you think I'm like you? The underdog. Sasuke curled his lip. Soon. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, Sasuke's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. After a month of arduous training, he had not only mastered the Chidori, but also enhanced his physical prowess through the application of lightning, achieving significant advancements in taijutsu. Sasuke sneered at the sand, and with a single punch, he bypassed its defenses, sending Gaara crashing to the ground. Is this the famed sand armor? Bring it on, he taunted. Gaara's expression darkened. Recalling the taijutsu ninja, Lee. The current Sasuke resembled Lee from that day, his speed astonishingly swift. If you do not attack, I shall take the initiative. Sasuke's silhouette flickered once more. Gaara frowned as the sand encircled him defensively, yet it could not even graze the hem of Sasuke's attire. With a resounding thud, Sasuke delivered a kick that struck Gaara's chin, propelling him into the air. Sasuke! Sasuke! Numerous infatuated girls in the audience shrieked. Is this all the strength you possess? Sasuke mocked coldly. Gaara, Unable to endure further provocation, resolved to employ that jutsu, plans no longer mattered, for he was determined to end this man's life today. The sand coalesced into a flawless sphere, enveloping Gaara within. He needed to buy time to enter the Ichibi's form and harness its power. This tortoise shell. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, attempting to assault the sand sphere. However, the sphere's hardness and density were formidable, and any approach would result in sharp spikes forming, rendering ordinary taijutsu attacks utterly ineffective. Though unaware of Gaara's intentions, Sasuke smiled confidently, recognizing that his own technique required a moment of preparation. Blue lightning crackled between his left hand, the sound of Chidori resonating. Ah, Chidori. Sasuke launched himself down from a wall several meters high, charging towards the sand sphere with the ferocity of thunder. His formidable presence left countless spectators wide-eyed, while Kankuro and Temari broke into a sweat. Their concern was not for Gaara's demise, but rather the fear that he might become enraged and transform right here, derailing their plans. So handsome, Sasuke. The night breeze admired Sasuke's current prowess. Although Chidori was not particularly formidable, it certainly exuded an air of distinction. Despite his brashness, Sasuke's charisma was undeniable, which explained his popularity among the ladies. With a thunderous boom, Sasuke evaded the sharp spikes atop the sand sphere, his left hand's lightning piercing through the sphere and striking Gaara within. What is this warmth? Blood. I am bleeding again. Mother. Gaara's expression contorted in rage, his hands clutching his head as he lost all semblance of reason. Why? Why must you inflict pain upon me? Little ghost, do you crave my power? If so, surrender your body to me, and while you peacefully slumber, I shall orchestrate your revenge. The sinister laughter of the raccoon's spirit echoed within me. Seizing this opportunity, Shikaka gradually began to erode Gaara's sanity. Kill, only through slaughter can I affirm my existence. I shall annihilate everyone. Ultimately, Gaara succumbed to that insidious temptation. This unsettling aura, could it be Gaara? Temari's voice trembled. Flee. Kankuro swiftly grasped Temari's hand, urging her to escape from the venue of the Chunin exams. This was not the time to worry about Gaara. Rather, they feared becoming casualties of his uncontrollable rage. Such formidable chakra. Sasuke had already distanced himself, casting a wary gaze upon the sand sphere. That chakra exuded a disquieting presence. Lord Kazekage? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, sensing the impending danger. Could that boy be the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure? A Jinchuriki has been brought to participate in the Chunin exams? And judging by this spectacle, hee. At last, I have emerged into the light. A shrill, grotesque laugh erupted, and a colossal figure loomed over the arena of the Chunin exams. It was a monster formed of yellow sand, adorned with purple runes and a long tail, nearly overwhelming the entire examination venue. In a hurried response, Kakashi used the body flicker technique to whisk Sasuke away. The third Hokage's expression darkened ominously. One tail, Shikaki makes its entrance. The plan to annihilate Konoha is set in motion. The technique of the Nirvana Sanctuary. The disguised Umbu agent, Disu, whispered as countless white feathers descended upon the arena, just as Shikaku erupted. This illusion caused most to drift into slumber. Among the Umbu present, many were agents meticulously placed by Orochimaru. And a fierce battle immediately ensued between the two factions of ninjas. Lord Kazekage, do you not owe me an explanation? The third Hokage intoned gravely. An explanation? Nightwind licked his lips. A kunai pressed against the third's throat, and he leapt to the rooftop with the Hokage in tow. The four sound ninjas, long disguised as Konoha Umbu, positioned themselves at the corners of the rooftop. Ninja art. For purple flames formation, a violet barrier unfolded, isolating the battlefield of the third Hokage and Nightwind, preventing outsiders from intruding and trapping those within. Two Konoha Umbu inadvertently brushed against the barrier as purple flames, turning to ash in mere moments. Within the arena, ahaha! Shikaku roared with excitement, casually claiming the lives of hundreds with a single swipe. At that moment, one figure stood atop Shikaku's head. Ah, little raccoon, your teacher has released you for a purpose, not for mere amusement, Red Bean remarked with a smile. Kaleidoscope, you insufferable Uchiha brat. Shikaku was taken aback, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the mesmerizing gaze of Red Bean's kaleidoscope. The eye of the one-tail manifested the kaleidoscopic pattern before it fell silent. Go forth and wreak havoc outside, commanded Red Bean. Indeed. Shikaku's form violently tore through the walls of the Chunin exam venue, making its way into the heart of Konoha. Wind release, vacuum wave. A formidable gust of wind erupted, obliterating the structures of Konoha. Kakashi, We cannot allow that tailed beast to rampage unchecked. Guy charged towards the one tail. Guy, you cannot rush in recklessly. It could cost you your life. Kakashi interjected, cautioning the fervent Guy. Even against a tailed beast, if I employ the 8 gates, no. You would perish. Kakashi insisted. How can a Konoha ninja retreat? 1 gram search. Kakashi. Yet Guy ultimately surged ahead. Numerous ninjas attempted to intercept the one tail, with several being struck down each minute, yet they pressed on undeterred. Outside the village, the hidden ninjas of sound and sand had already chosen to engage. Moreover, Night Wind had earlier concealed summoning scrolls. Aside from the ill-tempered Manda, 3 colossal serpents were summoned, their size rivaling that of the tailed beasts. Konoha was in utter chaos, both within and without. With the Hokage in peril and the tailed beast rampaging in the village, war erupted in an instant. Sensei Sarutobi, you have grown old. Nightwind rasped, tearing off his human mask. Today marked a reunion of teacher and student, thus he had deliberately adopted his former appearance and voice. He had initially intended to see Sasuke amidst Gaara's disruption, but it seemed fortune did not favor all plans. Is your objective Konoha and Sasuke? The third Hokage remained unfazed, his voice calm. In times of crisis, poise is paramount. Is Konoha such a vital entity to you? Compared to that, Shikaku's rampage within the village will afford you a glimpse of many intriguing spectacles. Your folly has plunged Konoha into chaos. I have triumphed. Night Wind chuckled softly. Humph. One cannot ascertain the outcome until the very end. Have I not taught you this, Orochimaru? The third Hokage maintained his composure. Konoha is not devoid of means to counter the tailed beast, and those attacking ninjas are insufficient against Konoha's forces. Even if I were to perish today, there would still be those ready to assume the mantle of Hokage. How unfortunate. My true objective has already been fulfilled, Night Wind sighed, releasing the kunai from his grasp. Orochimaru's original ambition was never to annihilate the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather to eliminate the third Hokage, thereby granting him a noble legacy. He understood his mentor all too well. In his twilight years, the third Hokage had become a shadow of his former self, utterly decayed. To ensure that the third would be remembered fondly and not condemned after his demise, Orochimaru resolved to take his life, allowing him to perish as a hero. This was not the intention of Yakaze, but rather Orochimaru's obsession. Did Jiraiya not have the opportunity to rush back to the village to save his master? It was precisely this understanding that led Jiraiya to remain absent. In the eyes of the world, the third Hokage will forever be a hero. What could be a more fitting conclusion? Yakaze now felt an unusual lightness in his body. From this moment forth, Orochimaru would no longer exist. Only the spirit of Yakaze would remain. I knew this day would inevitably arrive. However, removing my head will not be an easy feat, the third spoke slowly. I warned you to decide upon the 5th Hokage's successor sooner, for today marks your end. Yakaze replied calmly, tears unexpectedly falling from his eyes. Are you so overjoyed that you weep? Or is it that the thought of killing your master brings you a tinge of sorrow? The third chuckled. It is not I who weeps, Yakaze said, rubbing his eyes with a composed expression. I know you are not a man who acts out of hatred. You possess neither purpose nor motive. The third continued. Who can say? Yakaze replied coolly. It seems there is no easy way out of this. The third narrowed his eyes. To feign sincerity and allow those wretches to partake in this battle will only serve as your burden, Yakaze remarked. Ninja art, tile shuriken. The third formed hand seals, and tiles from the rooftop suddenly shot forth. Shadow Serpent S hand. Yakaze leapt into the air, and simultaneously, the sleeves of his garments unfurled like a swarm of serpents. Such a level of attack? Have you truly aged? Yakaze chuckled. The Shadow Serpent S hand grasped a clay clone. Earth release, Earth flow river. The third appeared beside Yakaze, as the ground beneath Yakaze's feet began to transform into a quagmire. Earth release, Earth dragon bullet. Fire release, Fire dragon bullet. 2 high-level jutsu were unleashed simultaneously, nearly engulfing Yakaze's form. You have underestimated me. Did you think such techniques could end my life? Yakaze emerged from the ground and scathed. It is time to take this seriously. This is not a lesson at the Ninja Academy, Yakaze stated. You make a valid point. The third removed his Hokage cloak and hat, revealing a combat uniform beneath. Were you already anticipating your demise by my hand, dressed in such attire? I will show you no mercy simply because you have grown senile, Yakaze declared. As it pleases me, the decision to return you to the Ninja Academy for a retake shall be contingent upon your mastery of ninjutsu. On the battlefield, the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The third Hokage flung a single shuriken, which transformed in midair into dozens. The summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Nightwind showed no mercy. Since we are serious, let us unveil our true capabilities right from the outset. This technique caused the third Hokage to furrow his brow, for coffins rose from the ground. Revealing the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the third Hokage's son, Asuma. How will you respond to this, third Hokage? Nightwind stated with a calm demeanor. This is an almost flawless technique, unlike the flawed version of impure world reincarnation. Those who are resurrected can wield their pre-mortem strength, possess limitless chakra, and enjoy immortality. It has been quite some time, monkey. Hashirama remarked serenely. Ah, it is you. You have aged as well, Sarutobi. Tobirama greeted him. Tobirama was the creator of the impure world reincarnation technique, yet he died before completing it and thus cannot undo the jutsu. Minato remained silent, his expression one of resignation. As for Asuma, he was merely a product of Nightwind's desire to provoke, devoid of any restored consciousness. I did not anticipate meeting you all in such a manner. The third Hokage regarded the resurrected Hokage with immense gravity. Let us cease the pleasantries. We must first deal with that individual, and then we may converse in due time. Nightwind commanded. To toy with time and insult the dead will lead to dire consequences, Orochimaru. The third Hokage's voice brimmed with fury. The forbidden technique has been completed by Orochimaru, and he has summoned the deceased Hokage. It seems that today, I must resort to that technique. Only it can eradicate Orochimaru in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, with the arrival of Guy and Kakashi, the casualties among the ninjas have somewhat decreased. Yet there are still those who fall victim to Shikaku. They Tiger. After opening the seventh gate of the 8 gates, Guy's power finally posed a threat to the tailed beast. Shikaku's legs were shattered into a myriad of fragments, and recovery would be impossible for the foreseeable future. TCH. I cannot allow you to disrupt my master's plans. Red Bean's expression turned icy. Aside from slaying the Hokage, inflicting severe damage on Konoha is also of paramount importance. Little Raccoon, you are quite feeble. Red Bean scoffed. Although she recognized Guy's formidable taijutsu, she still felt compelled to make a remark. After all, it is a tailed beast. Yet it has so easily lost its strength. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku continued its assault. Though immobile, it could still employ this technique to wreak havoc upon Konoha. How infuriating. Our chakra pales in comparison to that of the tailed beasts. Kakashi was drenched in sweat. The chakra of the tailed beasts is boundless and cannot be extinguished. They can only be sealed. Who exactly are you? Kakashi inquired, his gaze fixed on Hondo. The Uchiha clan was eradicated 5 years ago. How could there possibly be a survivor? Aside from Itachi and Sasuke, who else could possess such eyes? An enemy, perhaps? It seems I have no choice but to open the 8 gates and resolve the matter with Shikaku once and for all, Guy panted. If I do not act, who knows how many more lives Shikaku will claim? Open the 8 gates? Hondo's expression turned peculiar. No, it's an illusion, Kakashi exclaimed. From the moment he and Guy beheld the woman's eyes, they had already fallen prey to the Genjutsu. Phantom illusion, Hondo intoned softly. 3 black petals twirled. And by the time Guy and Kakashi regained their senses, they found themselves ensnared within the illusion. Truth-seeking orb, penetrate. Hinata appeared, enveloped in a green chakra cloak. The gravitational pull of the Tensegan activated, drawing Guy's body towards it, the green truth-seeking orb piercing through him. There was no time to open the 8 gates. Guy had already met his demise. Kakashi fell unconscious, while the surrounding ninjas were scattered by Shikaku's destructive attacks. The village of Konoha descended into chaos, with many civilians and ninjas alike suffering casualties. Dad. Amid the turmoil, a young ninja girl fled alongside her parents. 3 colossal serpents clashed with the ninjas of Konoha, while the Sound and Sand Village's ninjas fought fiercely against them. Tintin, merely a Chunin, felt utterly powerless. Her father, a formidable merchant, was no different from an ordinary person in such dire circumstances. A single attack from Shikaku obliterated numerous buildings, and her parents vanished amid the ruins. Oh. The ninjas of Konoha, Honglian stepped forth slowly, her attire stained with blood, a clear indication of the lives she had taken. It's all your fault. All of you. Tintin, losing her composure, confronted Honglian, disregarding the vast disparity in strength. Heh, Honglian sneered, unleashing her Keki-Eye Genkai, crystal release. Tintin's ninja tools met their match, unable to breach Honglian's crystalline defenses. Perish. Crystal release. Crystal dragon technique. Honglian bellowed, summoning a magnificent dragon constructed of red crystals, alive with power and majesty. Though crystal release may not be the strongest, it was certainly formidable enough to deal with a young girl like Tintin. Exhausted of chakra, Tintin was inevitably crushed into a pulp beneath the dragon's weight. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Neji rushed forth, targeting Honglian. Even he, upon witnessing Tintin's demise, was engulfed in fury. It seemed he too was not devoid of emotion. He suddenly recalled the years spent in the ninja team, executing missions alongside his comrades. That young girl had worked so diligently, striving to become an exceptional ninja. She was so kind, yet now she lay dead, her body irretrievably lost. Neji could not comprehend why he was consumed by such fury, but he knew he must eliminate that despicable woman today. Neji, Hinata Hyuga appeared on the battlefield. The situation was unlike any before. Death loomed at every corner, prompting him to abandon his pride and concern for his nephew. He had already failed Hinata. He could not allow Neji to perish here as well. Damn it! Honglian was besieged by a throng of the Hyuga clan, quickly succumbing to a disadvantage in the battle, struggling desperately against the imminent threat of death. Sister, Hinata had dealt with the battlefield involving Shikaku, dispatching the ninjas who obstructed him with lethal efficiency. However, she could not relax for long before sensing Honglian's chakra rapidly waning. The assailants were indeed from the Hyuga clan. Let me go. Hondo observed Hinata's anguished expression and spoke softly. She entrusted the fight against Shikaku to Hinata and hurried to Honglian's side, hoping time was still on her side, praying that the blood curse seal would hold until her arrival. Honglian was a valuable piece on the chessboard. Her death would be a significant loss for their master. In the aftermath of the battle, Honglian had raised Xianglin, Hinata, and Hanabi over the years. Although Hinata never voiced it, she held deep respect for this sister figure. Coughing violently, Honglian expelled a copious amount of blood, her breath growing increasingly feeble. At that moment, Hondo rushed onto the battlefield, with little time for vengeance. Hastily taking Honglian to find Xianglin. Xianglin, hurry! Hondo shouted from several meters away. Sister? What happened to you? Drink my blood to heal. Xianglin's complexion changed dramatically. She had not anticipated Honglian would sustain such severe injuries during this mission. Upon witnessing Honglian's frail state, she swiftly drew a kunai across her arm, feeding her blood into Honglian's mouth. The woman's condition improved slightly, yet she remained exceedingly weak. Sister Hinata approached, lost in despair. If only she had acted immediately to save her, would the situation have been different? Her hesitation stemmed from the presence of the Hyuga clan, including her father. Sister! Sister! Xianglin would have willingly given all her blood to Honglian. If Kabuto was her teacher, then Honglian was akin to a mother figure, a stern yet deeply loving presence. Is this the end? With a gradual closing of her eyes, Honglian succumbed. The Hyuga clan excelled in pressure point techniques and the finesse of their gentle fist style. Though appearing unscathed on the surface, one could shatter internal organs with a mere touch. Silence enveloped the battlefield, and no one spoke another word. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. The fierce battle continued, with Konoha resolutely resisting. In the Chunin exam venue, fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. The third Hokage exhaled a torrent of flames. Water style, water barrier. Tobirama shouted, summoning an immense volume of water in the absence of any, which almost instantaneously engulfed the flames. Water style, water surge wave. While the third Hokage remained in shock, a deluge surged forward. Earth style, earth flow wall. The third Hokage erected a towering wall, sheltering himself atop it from the flood. After a brief exchange of taijutsu with several Hokage, he found himself gasping for breath in mere minutes. Coupled with the presence of the fourth Hokage, who adeptly sought opportunities using Flying Thunder God, the third Hokage found himself in a state of silent despair. Indeed, he had aged, his physical responses and chakra reserves were no longer comparable to his youth, rendering battles against these formidable figures exceedingly arduous. What style? Birth of the Deep Forest. The first Hokage clasped his hands together, filling the entire barrier's space with trees. With no escape, the third Hokage was ultimately ensnared by the vines. This was the wood style of the first Hokage at his peak, a technique not easily escaped from. Rasengan. At that moment, the waiting Minato made his move. He had stealthily marked various positions with shurikens. Now, the instant the third Hokage showed a flaw, he swiftly appeared, unleashing the Rasengan. Boom. The third Hokage was struck, his abdomen caving in, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. With his last ounce of strength, he broke free from the vines, though his vision was already beginning to blur. It seemed he must resort to that technique, Reaper Death Seal. Only this jutsu could halt Orochimaru. The third Hokage pondered silently. Summoning technique. He intended to call forth Enma, seeking to buy time with its assistance. Yet at that moment, his body suddenly froze. Koto Amatsukami. Nightwind's eyes transformed into 4 spinning black windmills. This ability, derived from Uchiha Shisui, utilized a short-term and a long-term genjutsu. Currently, the third Hokage was ensnared in the ordinary Koto Amatsukami, temporarily trapped in an illusion. Thud. Asuma, who had been waiting, approached. With a swift slash, the third Hokage's head was severed, extinguishing his life. Although Nightwind possessed the Reaper's mask capable of dispelling the Reaper death seal, he preferred not to expend effort. Eliminating the third Hokage directly was far more efficient. It's over, Nightwind spoke calmly. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. For the objective of the plan had been achieved. From this day forth, Konoha, once proclaimed the strongest village in the ninja world, would cease to exist, leaving behind only ruins. Summoning technique. Naruto called forth Gamabunta, who dealt with the crane. Gaara returned to human form, quickly escaping with Temari and Kankuro. On the other side, several girls began to retreat. Although carrying a corpse was somewhat cumbersome, fortunately, Hondo and Hinata were quite capable, so they did not encounter significant difficulties. How could this be? Naruto, how could that guy be so strong? Sasuke was rendered speechless by astonishment. He had mastered Chidori and honed his physique. Yet Naruto was able to summon a giant frog and even dispatch that monstrous creature. Is this truly Naruto? How could someone who has always lagged behind be so powerful? Has he surpassed even those who were once above him? What has he been doing all these years? My lord. Teacher. The expressions of the group were complex as they beheld Orochimaru's arrival. Is Honglian dead? Yefeng inquired, a look of surprise crossing his face, followed by a furrowed brow. I'm sorry, it's my fault. My blood couldn't save my sister, Xianglin said, her eyes reddening, her voice subdued. No, it's my inadequacy. If I had immediately rushed to support her, Sister Honglian would have survived, and Nada lamented, guilt weighing heavily on her heart. Due to the presence of members from the Hyuga clan, she hesitated. Enough. This matter is settled. In war, death is inevitable. Let us properly handle her remains, Yefeng remarked. Casting a glance at the women before turning to enter the laboratory. My lord, 2 more ninjas approached, Kabuto and Kimimaro. My lord, are you unhurt? My incompetence prevented me from participating in this mission, Kimimaro stated. It's nothing, Yefeng replied. Kimimaro possessed the bloodline limit of bone manipulation, allowing him to control and extend his bones in combat. His combat abilities were commendable, yet he bore significant drawbacks. He frequently extracted his bones, exposing them to the outside world, which led to infections that left his body in a frail state. Though merely 15, his physique was nearing its breaking point. My lord. This is the product of our recent cultivation. Kabuto respectfully presented a glass vial. Inside the vial was a green solution, within which floated several white eyeballs. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint blue glimmers. These are the eyes of Hinata Hanabi's clones. This experiment is still ongoing. Yefeng promptly instructed Kimimaro to rest before returning to his chamber, summoning the sisters Hinata and Hanabi. Brother. The 2 sisters bowed respectfully. Hanabi, nearing 8 years of age, was a perceptive little girl who held great respect for Orochimaru in the laboratory. Unlike her sister in her youth, Hanabi boasted a healthy wheat-colored complexion and a bolder character, obedient and courageous. As before, let us partake, Yefeng said, pouring the eyeballs from the glass vial. There were 12 in total, perfectly divisible among the 3, each receiving 4. These 2 young girls have been nurtured as instruments of war, and naturally, their reincarnation eyes must not be lacking. With the presence of the blood curse seal, they can, to some extent, strengthen themselves through this means, albeit with relatively low efficiency. 2 days later, in Konoha, the sky was overcast, shrouded in dark clouds. Today marked the funeral of the third Hokage. Ninjas and villagers donned black attire as they took to the streets to mourn the heroes and innocents lost in the war. The crowd gradually offered white flowers. Why? Oh why, must Grandpa Hokage have died? Naruto remained silent, while Konohamaru stood beside him, weeping. Senior Kakashi, have you come to pay your respects to Obito? Yuzuki Yukino stepped forward. Are you here to see the Wind of Youth? Hurry, the memorial for the third Hokage has already commenced. Kakashi replied calmly. Rather than pondering excuses for tardiness, it is better to arrive early. Yukino remarked, clearly, the village was well aware of Kakashi's penchant for arriving late. I arrived quite early. But every time I visit Obito, I cannot help but chastise my past foolish self. The rain continued to pour. Jiraiya appeared in the village, while in the distance, Two peculiar figures manifested in Konoha. Although the village had escaped destruction, it had suffered severe damage. Such a once thriving community was truly pitiful, remarked Kisame softly. Beside him, Itachi remained silent, uttering not a word. This is not like you at all. Do you indeed harbor nostalgia for your homeland? Kisame inquired. No, not at all, Itachi replied, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Half an hour later, in Konoha, three shadowy figures intercepted Kisame and Itachi. They were none other than the ninjas of Konoha, Noara Kakashi, Senju Ibiki, and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi? Upon seeing Itachi remove his hat, the three were momentarily taken aback. Are you acquainted with Mr. Itachi? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kisame Hashigaki. I look forward to working with you. Kisame slowly removed his hat as well. There is no future. You will die here, Ibiki responded coldly. A request for reinforcements had already been sent to the village. The three needed only to delay these two. Mr. Itachi, it seems the villagers harbor a strong disdain for you, Kisame chuckled. He was a rogue ninja from the former village hidden in the mist, wanted by various nations for the assassination of a feudal lord. Kakashi tightened his grip on his blade. How dare you return to the village so brazenly? Itachi, your audacity is remarkable. Ibiki glared at Itachi. Only a select few were aware of the true circumstances surrounding Itachi's past. The majority believed him to be a genuine traitor. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. I have no desire to take your life, Itachi spoke coldly. What brings you back here? Kakashi was fully focused, ready for a confrontation. It seems we cannot leave here peacefully, but do not overstep your bounds. Your techniques are far too conspicuous, Itachi remarked. Kisame immediately swung his sword, engaging in battle with Ibiki and Hibi. You cannot hinder me, Kakashi. Itachi fixed his gaze upon Kakashi. How would you know without trying? Kakashi prepared for combat. It is over, Tsukuyami. The pattern of Itachi's Sharingan suddenly shifted, and he drew Kakashi into the realm of Tsukuyami. In the outside world, only a second had passed. Yet within the mental plane, 3 days and nights elapsed during which Kakashi was repeatedly stabbed by Itachi, experiencing the sensation of death countless times. Kakashi's mind shattered in an instant, and he collapsed, unconscious. Let us depart. Do not linger too long. The Leaf Ninjas are on their way here, Itachi urged. Kisame, unwilling to prolong the fight, swiftly left with Itachi from the Leaf Village. A few days later, Jiraiya took Naruto out to train. First, to teach Naruto the Rasengan. Second, to ensure Naruto's safety. And third, to seek Tsunade in order to have her return to assume the role of the 5th Hokage. If Tsunade could not be found, the Leaf would directly announce that Jiraiya would be the 5th Hokage, leaving him with no choice but to search for her. On that day, in Kakashi's hospital room, Aoba Yamanaka entered abruptly. I heard that Itachi has returned and is searching for Naruto. Thus, Sasuke learned of Itachi Uchiha's visit to the village. Itachi and Kisame lay in wait, seeking an opportunity to abduct Naruto, while Sasuke, consumed by anger and hatred, sought to kill Itachi Uchiha. Is there a blonde fool around my age, along with a white-haired man? Sasuke inquired at various ends. After several hours, he finally received a lead. Knock, knock, knock. When Naruto opened the door, he was confronted not by Jiraiya, but by a man clad in peculiar attire. Come with us, Itachi said coolly. These two individuals were undeniably not ordinary folk. Upon seeing their rogue ninja headbands, Naruto realized he was in trouble. Mr. Itachi, letting this brat escape would be troublesome. Perhaps we should first sever one of his legs, Kisame suggested, preparing to draw his sword. It has been a long time, Sasuke, Itachi suddenly spoke, causing Kisame to pause. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke said through gritted teeth, emerging from the corridor. Itachi Uchiha? Is he the man that Sasuke has always desired to kill? Naruto swallowed hard. Oh, he possesses the Sharingan, and bears a striking resemblance to you. Who is that person? Kisame inquired with curiosity. My brother, Itachi replied calmly. I heard that the Uchiha clan was completely annihilated, all by your hand, yet there are evidently survivors, Kisame chuckled. For these years, I have harbored hatred towards you, despising you, and it is solely to avenge you that I have continued to live. Sasuke was utterly consumed by rage, his reason lost. The Sharingan in his brother's eyes displayed the 3 tomo, while his own bore the 2. Crackling blue lightning emerged, sizzling in Sasuke's hand, resembling the cacophony of 1,000 birds singing. I will kill you. Perish. Sasuke roared as he charged forward. A lightning-release ninjutsu, is it? Itachi's expression remained impassive as he casually struck Sasuke's left hand against the wall, the Chidori merely puncturing a large hole in it. Crack. Itachi exerted force, instantly fracturing Sasuke's left hand. No, I must think of a way. Naruto began forming hand seals for the summoning technique, but Kasame's sword, Samahata, swiftly cut through, directly siphoning Naruto's chakra. It would be troublesome to let you unleash your jutsu. Rather than severing your foot, I'll first take that hand. Kisame swung Samahata once more. Bang! At that critical moment, a frog appeared before Naruto, its armored hand blocking the sword. Jiraiya approached from behind, cradling an unconscious woman. You underestimate me, as a man. How could I be distracted by beauty? Jiraiya grinned lewdly. Previously, to lure Jiraiya away from Naruto, Itachi had employed Jinjutsu, sending a woman to seduce him. However, it appeared Jiraiya had seen through it and arrived just in time. Indeed, your target is Naruto, Jiraiya remarked, his expression serious. The adversaries are two members of the Akatsuki organization, both elite rogue ninjas, and he couldn't guarantee their lives would be spared. Capturing Naruto is the highest order given to us by the Akatsuki, Itachi stated calmly. Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. I will not hand Naruto over to you, Jiraiya declared sternly. Today, I shall put an end to you here. No, only I can kill this man. Sasuke slowly rose, his gaze fixed intensely on Uchiha Itachi. Avenge, is it? I currently have no interest in you, Itachi replied coldly. What nonsense. Sasuke attacked once more, only to be kicked against the wall. Kisame intervened, preventing Jiraiya from obstructing the battle. Sasuke's left hand was fractured, rendering him incapable of performing even the hand seals. He endured a brutal beating from Itachi, coughing up blood and nearly losing consciousness on the spot. Itachi was indeed merciless. Kisame chuckled at the sight. This relentless assault left Sasuke in dire straits, requiring at least a fortnight's hospitalization. Had the force been any greater, his internal organs might have been shattered. Sasuke's expression was numb as he lay motionless on the ground, only to be hoisted into the air by Itachi, who gripped his collar. Why? Why was he so weak? The answer lay in the inadequacy of his hatred and loathing, Itachi whispered in his ear. Simultaneously, Tsukuyomi was unleashed once more. The fateful night of the massacre began to replay, and after 5 years, Sasuke found himself once again ensnared in that illusory realm, enveloped by profound despair. He had accomplished nothing, and once again, Itachi had effortlessly dispatched him. His nightmare returned. Thud. Sasuke was discarded like refuse, his gaze vacant, unable to utter a single word. Yet, no one noticed that Itachi was valiantly suppressing his own physical exhaustion. His body could barely withstand the strain. Utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan placed an immense burden on him. Throughout the years, he had aided the organization in countless missions, exerting himself with Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, long since overexerted. Coupled with the events of the massacre night and the prolonged Jinjutsu he had employed on Izumi, his body was in a state of critical decline. Had he not been continuously medicated to sustain himself, he would have collapsed long ago. Nevertheless, even so, his lifespan would not exceed 5 years. Thus, he needed Sasuke to grow stronger at a faster pace. The current Sasuke was far too weak, as feeble as an ant. Summoning technique, Jiraiya shouted. The walls morphed into a pink hue, resembling the insides of some creature. This was the intestinal tract of the great toad of Myaboku Mountain. No one could escape this place alive, Jiraiya asserted confidently. We must hurry. Itachi, without a glance at Sasuke, took flight with Kisame. Shortly thereafter, a patch of black flames was left upon a wall, and Itachi and Kisame ultimately made their escape. What peculiar flames? Jiraiya mused as he collected a bit of the black fire using his sealing technique. Thus, the events of the day came to a close. Kakashi and Sasuke were hospitalized, while Naruto and Jiraiya continued their training outside. 2 weeks later, Sir, 5 ninjas from the Sound Village knelt partially on the ground, accompanied by 2 particularly small girls. Your task is to retrieve Sasuke, Nightwind stated. Initially, it was intended for the 5 Sound Ninjas to handle the matter, but Hinata, wishing to atone for her past mistakes, insisted on joining. As for Karen, she too sought revenge for Honglian, thus volunteering for this mission. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade successfully assumed the mantle of the 5th Hokage, likely persuaded by Naruto's persuasive words. Tsunade's brother and her boyfriend were once men who aspired to become Hokage, yet both ultimately succumbed to the ravages of war. This led Tsunade to harbor a disdain for the position of Hokage. However, due to Naruto's foolish determination to become Hokage, she wagered with him. Should Naruto master the Rasengan, she would return to the role of Hokage. The outcome is well known. Indeed, Naruto successfully learned that exceedingly difficult jutsu. At present, I find myself devoid of interest. Sasuke lay upon a hospital bed, his mind haunted by the memory of Itachi from that fateful day. He felt utterly powerless, incapable of achieving anything. Meanwhile, several individuals were enjoying a barbecue. Don't overindulge, CHG, or you'll find yourself back in the hospital, Ino remarked with exasperation. CHG, having been injured by TES in the Chunin exams, had spent a considerable time recuperating in the hospital. No worries. I can savor the flavors even if I eat to my heart's content. CHG laughed heartily. Ah, it feels a tad lonely, Shikamaru sighed. Asuma had unexpectedly passed away. Despite his aversion to trouble, Shikamaru held great respect for that teacher. The one responsible for Asuma's death was rumored to be Orochimaru. Shikamaru yearned for vengeance, yet lacked the strength and knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts. These days, Shikamaru's spirits had been quite low. Sakura, care to join us for some barbecue? Ino cheerfully called out as Sakura happened to walk by on the street. Thank you, but perhaps another time. I'm not in the best of moods, Sakura replied, shaking her head in refusal. She had been worried about Sasuke, who had been isolating himself at home, leaving her little appetite for barbecue. Hey, CHG. That was the last piece of grilled meat I prepared. Ino couldn't help but exclaim. The final piece is always special, no matter the food. The last morsel is destined for me, CHG replied solemnly, promptly devouring the meat. Despite receiving a slap, he wore a delighted expression. It is precisely your gluttony that earns you the title of fool, Ino chided. That is a forbidden phrase, and CHG, you too, can't you eat more slowly? It's truly a nuisance, Shikamaru quickly intervened. CHG despised being called a fat pig, and upon hearing such words, he would instantly fly into a rage. Ino, why are you eating so little? CHG asked once more. I'm trying to lose weight. Honestly, Ino replied, rolling her eyes. What if the boy you like in the future prefers girls who are slim? CHG inquired. Most boys tend to favor slender girls, and girls feel the same. CHG, you should pay attention to your figure, or you might find yourself lacking in romantic prospects, Ino said with a smile. The following day dawned. Sasuke, would you care for an apple? Sakura had peeled the fruit and deliberately cut a piece, presenting it on a plate. Naruto had come to visit Sasuke today, standing nearby. However, Sasuke paid no heed to the two, remaining enveloped in silence. With a sudden push, Sasuke sent the plate crashing to the ground, shattering it and scattering apple pieces everywhere. Sasuke? Sakura exclaimed, her face a picture of helplessness. What happened? Naruto turned to look in their direction. Are you giving up on revenge? Hey, Naruto, Sasuke glared coldly at him. What do you want? Naruto responded, visibly irritated. Sakura was concerned for him, yet he seemed utterly unappreciative of her feelings. Let us have a match right now, Sasuke said slowly. Huh, your injuries have only just healed. What are you talking about? Naruto retorted, taken aback. Enough with the questions, just fight me, Sasuke shouted. After a brief silence, Naruto fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Sasuke, what is going on with you two? Sakura could no longer restrain herself and stood up. That suits me just fine. I've been wanting to spar with you as well, Naruto declared. Sasuke had always been superior to him, and now he yearned to defeat Sasuke to prove his own worth. Soon, the two found themselves on the rooftop, with Sakura watching from a distance as they engaged in combat. Their physical techniques were evenly matched, and their ninjutsu skills were comparable as well. Sasuke possessed the two-tomo Sharingan, while Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique as his advantage. In the end, Naruto unleashed the Rasengan he had only recently mastered, while Sasuke countered with the Chidori taught by Kakashi. The two youths, one forming a swirling blue sphere and the other crackling with lightning, were on the verge of colliding. Stop! Sakura finally rushed forward. At this rate, she would find herself caught in the center of their impending clash. Yet, the two were beyond stopping, their focus unwavering as they watched Sakura dash towards them. Boom! Just then, Kakashi arrived, catching Naruto with one hand and Sasuke with the other, tossing them aside. Both the Rasengan and Chidori struck a nearby metal canister. Are you two taking this brawl a bit too far? Kakashi remarked coolly. Naruto's Rasengan left a curved mark on the canister, while Sasuke's Chidori penetrated straight through its surface, twisting it in the process. Do you wish to kill Naruto? Sasuke, you must not indulge in your sense of superiority, Kakashi chided. Humph, Sasuke scoffed, descending from the rooftop. However, upon reaching the ground, he discovered that the canister Naruto had targeted had exploded behind him. It turned out that his technique had faltered against Naruto's. Damn it. Sasuke's gaze grew even colder. If Kakashi had not appeared, could it be that Naruto might have fallen victim to that technique? This is something he simply cannot accept. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura could not hold back her tears. Is it too soon for Naruto to wield that technique? If things go awry, Naruto might end up harming Sasuke. Kakashi remarked calmly. At some point, Jiraiya's figure emerged beside them. It is a mutual concern. Chidori is also a perilous jutsu. Yet you taught it to Sasuke even though you couldn't fully master it yourself. I never anticipated that Sasuke would be the one to use that technique against a comrade. What sort of relationship do these two share? Is there some deep-seated enmity? Jiraiya inquired. It is a lengthy tale, perhaps akin to your past relationship with Orochimaru, Kakashi sighed. For Naruto, Sasuke is both a comrade and a rival. From the moment they entered the Ninja Academy, Naruto has always aspired to surpass Sasuke and has endeavored tirelessly for that purpose. Above all, he yearns for Sasuke's acknowledgement more than anyone else's. Sasuke sensed Naruto's transformation, nearly believing he had not progressed at all, only to find himself pursued by someone like Naruto. As a seeker of vengeance, he cannot abide such a reality. Sakura. Do not worry. Everything will return to how it was before. Kakashi reassured Sakura and vanished from sight. What are you doing? Sasuke, perched upon a tree, suddenly found himself bound by ropes. If I hadn't done this, wouldn't you have fled? Sasuke, relinquish your quest for vengeance. I have encountered many like you. Those who incessantly speak of revenge often meet a dismal end, only to inflict pain upon themselves, spiraling into deeper anguish. Even if revenge is achieved, what remains is mere emptiness, Kakashi imparted. Silence. What do you know? Do not speak of war if you have no wounds to bear. Sasuke roared. Enough, calm down. Kakashi sighed. How about you kill the person you cherish the most right now? Then you would truly comprehend how absurd your words are. Sasuke spoke with venomous disdain. Well, that could work, but alas, those I cherish the most are no longer here. They were long since taken from me, Kakashi replied with a serene smile. Sasuke's expression shifted drastically. I have lived longer than you, witnessing times far harsher than yours. The agony of losing cherished ones is one I have endured countless times. In the end, neither of us can claim to be fortunate, Kakashi spoke gently. Sasuke fell silent. However, we are not the most unfortunate. Both you and I have found new companions, have we not? It is precisely because of past losses that one comprehends such profound anguish. The strength bestowed upon you by the thousand birds comes only after you have discovered significant companions. It is not meant to be wielded for vengeance or to inflict harm upon them. Reflect carefully on my words. If those individuals are to meander about, it will be difficult for us to take action. Zuijin furrowed his brow. Let us patiently await the opportune moment, proposed Gue Tongwan. You wretched lot. I alone can vanquish him, declared Duoyu coldly. Humph, is that so? I believe you will find yourself utterly dismantled by that fellow, is what Jin retorted with a chuckle. Kakashi has inherited the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, making him exceptionally formidable among the Jonin, akin to the legendary Konoha White Fang. Please, let us maintain some decorum. Hinata interjected. Today, she appeared rather aloof, as she was here to execute a mission. Yes, my lady, the others promptly fell silent. They were merely experimental subjects under Orochimaru's curse seal, essentially ordinary subordinates, but Hinata was different. Her powers were immensely potent, and she was a favored individual of Lord Orochimaru. Within the base, no one dared to show her disrespect. To avoid alarming the target, nighttime would be the most prudent moment to act. Sakura? Naruto found himself lost in thought for quite some time. Upon exiting the hospital, he discovered Sakura seemingly waiting for him. Naruto, I have something to discuss with you. Consider it a date, and please indulge me for a while, she said, her demeanor forlorn. Although Kakashi had assured her that everything was fine, she could not shake off the words spoken by Orochimaru, leaving her in a state of unease. Sasuke's eyes today seemed transformed, reflecting an insatiable thirst for power, rendering him capable of anything. Soon, Naruto and Sakura arrived at Ichiraka Ramen, marking the first occasion where Sakura treated Naruto to a meal. Sakura, do eat up. The chashu ramen here is exceptional, Naruto exclaimed, his usual boisterous self. I truly admire Sasuke. To treat his girlfriend to a meal, Naruto, you are remarkable. The ramen shop owner chuckled. That's not it. What are you saying? Sakura merely has something to discuss with me. She is not my girlfriend. Naruto blushed in response. Let us eat our noodles while we talk about Sasuke. Naruto, not being foolish, understood Sakura's intentions. It all began with that Orochimaru. Sasuke's demeanor had shifted. Though Kakashi-sensei advised against worrying, Sakura stammered, I still Orochimaru. Even without his influence, Sasuke has become quite powerful. He will not be easily swayed by someone like him. I assure you. Naruto asserted with conviction. Meanwhile, in another location, night had fallen. Who are you people? My mood is rather foul at the moment, Sasuke remarked, frowning as he beheld the individuals who had appeared beside him. At this juncture, it is indeed astonishing that ninjas from a neighboring village have infiltrated Konoha, specifically seeking him. Do they yearn for the power of Lord Orochimaru? If so, they should obediently accompany us, Hinata remarked coolly. TCH, Sasuke smirked disdainfully. It is an honor for you that Lord Orochimaru has taken an interest in you. Despite possessing the heavenly curse mark, you are utterly inept at utilizing it. At present, you are nothing but a waste. Hinata's Byakugan began to shimmer, its lustrous ice blue hue strikingly vivid against the night. The Sharingan? Do you truly believe you possess any semblance of strength at this moment? Hinata extended her finger, effortlessly drawing Sasuke's resisting form towards her. Gravitational and repulsive forces are not exclusive to the Rinnegan. The Byakugan can wield these abilities as well. Boom. Sasuke was forcibly hurled against a tree branch and landed awkwardly on the ground. How could this be? Why is this individual so formidable? Blood trickled from the corner of Sasuke's mouth, his heart brimming with frustration. Is this all? I was eager to hear the music you could create with your bones. Zuijin coldly stated, placing a foot upon Sasuke's face. Engaging in frivolous ninja games will only lead to your decay. Did not the third Hokage meet his demise? Join us in following Lord Orochimaru, for he shall grant you power, Muyu added. You lot. Sasuke seethed with rage, the curse mark sealed upon his back beginning to spread. His body was soon enveloped in dark patterns, enhancing the potency of his chakra. The curse mark? You are utterly incapable of wielding it. Entering the curse state recklessly will only result in your chakra being corrupted, ultimately transforming you into a mindless monster driven solely by slaughter. Zuijin also bore the dark markings. Sasuke charged forward, only to be effortlessly tossed back. I will accompany you. After a moment of silence, Sasuke acquiesced. Indeed, his growth within Konoha had been agonizingly slow, and he feared he might not be able to vanquish Itachi. Orochimaru is associated with that enigmatic Akatsuki organization, of which Itachi is also a member. Orochimaru has the capability to slay the 3 Hokage. Itachi's prowess must be formidable as well. A short while later, Hinata and the Sound Ninja stepped beyond Konoha, awaiting Sasuke outside. Karin and J. Maru were also present, granting Sasuke the respect he deserved. At such a late hour. What brings you here? Sasuke, walking along a narrow path, suddenly encountered Sakura. She carried a small backpack, appearing as though she had been waiting for him. To exit the village, one must traverse this route, Sakura murmured. Go back and get some sleep. Sasuke replied nonchalantly, continuing on his way as if unfazed. Why? Why do you always keep everything from me? Why do you persist in silence, never uttering a word? Sakura could no longer contain her tears. Why should I share anything with you? That is precisely why I say you are being overly sentimental. Refrain from meddling in my affairs, Sasuke remarked nonchalantly. I will only serve to irritate you. And do you remember the day we became Chunin? Our first moment alone was right here, and I managed to provoke your ire. I don't recall, Sakura replied despondently, while Sasuke remained utterly unsympathetic. Indeed, that was a long time ago. Yet it was from that day forth that I, along with you, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei, became comrades. Although our missions were fraught with hardship and exhaustion, nothing compared to the joy we shared. I am aware of your family's plight. But vengeance does not yield happiness, Sakura continued. Indeed, I am different from you all. The 4 of us journeyed together, and I once believed that was my path. However, I remain resolute in my desire for revenge, for it is the very reason I continue to exist. I will never be like you or Naruto, Sasuke replied coldly. Are you truly going to isolate yourself once more? Sakura pleaded. I have family and friends, but without you, I would be utterly alone. I cherish you, Sasuke. More than words can express. If we were together, I would ensure you would never regret it, bringing you joy every day. It would be a source of great happiness. I would do anything for you. So I implore you, do not leave. Sakura's emotions surged. I will find a way to assist you with your vengeance. If it proves impossible, please take me with you. At this, Sasuke fell silent, suddenly turning around, his expression as frigid as ever. You are indeed quite bothersome. He stated calmly. Do not go. If you leave now, I will shout. Sakura exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, Sasuke swiftly positioned himself behind her. Thank you, Sakura. Sasuke's expression was complex. In truth, he was not entirely unmoved. He too yearned for a tranquil and peaceful life. Yet he was an avenger, destined since the age of 7 to live for this singular purpose. Without eliminating that man, he could find no peace. Do Do you truly possess the resolve to betray your village? To become a rogue ninja and join Orochimaru's ranks? A chilling voice echoed. Who are you? Sasuke furrowed his brow. Karen, the girl replied with a smile, donning the forehead protector of the Sound Village. Kill this woman to prove your commitment to betrayal. I have the authority to say this. Karen threw a shuriken and continued to gaze intently at Sasuke. Such a peculiar request. Orochimaru's subordinates are far more intriguing than I anticipated. A glint of inscrutable meaning flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Clutching a kunai, he hesitated to strike down Sakura immediately. Merely a woman, and one devoid of worth at that. Could it be that our Sasuke has softened? Have you truly prepared yourself for this? Karen taunted. Very well. A flicker of malevolence crossed Sasuke's gaze. From this day forth, there shall be no more Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha, only the rogue and avenger, Uchiha Sasuke. Thud. A head with pink hair rolled onto the ground. Moments later, Sasuke and Karen slipped away from the village. Lord Sasuke, the four-sound ninja knelt. Lacking the arrogance they previously displayed, save for Hinata and Kimimaro. What trickery is this? Sasuke furrowed his brow. From the moment you stepped out of Konoha, you became our leader, possessing the same heavenly curse mark as Lord Kimimaro, the pinnacle of curse techniques, explained Zaku. Let us commence, Kimimaro commanded. To unleash Sasuke's cursed power, a special technique was required. They would encase him in a jar, consume the awakening pill, seal the jar with the 4 black mist formation, and await his revival. Morning broke at 4 o'clock. The 5th Hokage truly knows how to delegate. She forgets her documents and expects us to retrieve them. 2 ninjas walked along a small path. What is this? They widened their eyes in shock. Beside the path lay a headless corpse, appearing to be a young girl, with a death not long past. A pink-haired head lay on the ground, the scene drenched in blood. Quickly, informed the Hokage. After a brief moment, at the Hokage building. What? Sakura has been killed? Tsunade slammed her palm onto her desk, shattering it. She had rather liked the girl and intended to take her on as a disciple. Soon, the village's elite shinobi were roused. The murder of a ninja within the village was no trivial matter. After discussions and inquiries, it was revealed that Uchiha Sasuke had gone missing, and Sakura's death was likely tied to this event. Was it the doing of Orochimaru's subordinates? They immediately dispatched ninjas to pursue, determined to capture both the culprits and Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, Hokage-sama. The village sprang into action. Sakura, 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 Sakura. Naruto's expression, one of utter desolation, registered the news without immediate comprehension. Just last night, they had dined and conversed together, yet today she was dead. And her demise was linked to Sasuke. No, I must bring Sasuke back and demand answers. Sasuke, why did you not protect Sakura? Given the recent demise of the 3rd Hokage, the village is under considerable strain regarding security and mission assignments, resulting in a limited number of available ninjas. Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Neji comprise the initial 5 tasked with the pursuit, with further reinforcements expected to arrive subsequently. With Kiba and Akamaru's keen sense of smell, alongside Neji's Byakugan and Shikamaru's intellect, tracking down their targets should prove manageable. Exhaustion loomed over them. They had not anticipated that this mission would extend for such an extended duration. A few leaf ninjas found themselves amidst the forest, including Shizune and Nara Shikamaru. Did you hear something? Shikamaru inquired. You and I should investigate, Shizune replied calmly. It appeared that someone was nearby, though their identity remained a mystery in this woodland. The situation was growing increasingly complicated. Mizuki frowned, contemplating the implications. Both Shizune and Shikamaru were elite ninjas from the Leaf. Sound ninja? Shikamaru speculated. Noting the direction of their approach suggested they had originated from the Leaf as well. The pair positioned themselves to intercept the oncoming individuals. Do not waste any time. Eliminate them, Hinata commanded. Understood. The 4 nearest individuals temporarily abandoned Sasuke and unleashed their cursed seals to engage the 2 elite ninjas in combat. Half an hour later, the group continued their journey, while the Leaf ninjas had successfully caught up. Byakugan. Neji maximized the potential of his Byakugan and quickly detected figures several hundred meters away. Among the pursuers, there were members of the Hyuga clan, which momentarily startled Hinata, evoking memories of that fateful day with Honglian, a flicker of murderous intent crossing her gaze. Over the years, as a weapon cultivated by Orochimaru, the number of lives claimed at her hands could be measured in the thousands. Jirobo, you stay behind to hold them off. The rest of us will proceed, Kimimaro ordered. Sasuke is of great interest to Lord Orochimaru. We cannot afford any mistakes. If it were another mission, I might toy with the Leaf Ninjas, but not this time. The priority is to secure Sasuke. Yes, Jirobo acquiesced, activating his cursed seal to confront the 5 approaching adversaries. Earth Style, Earth Prison. A wall emerged from the ground, encircling the Leaf pursuers. Not only was this earthen barrier remarkably durable, but it also absorbed the ninja's chakra, rendering any resistance increasingly futile. Fang over Fang. Kiba and Akamaru executed their jutsu, attempting to shatter the wall. However, the effect was minimal. Although the wall showed signs of damage, it quickly restored itself. Our chakra is being drained, Niji remarked, his expression grave. The continuous siphoning of their chakra through the wall rendered them progressively weaker. Forget it. Let us try again. Kiba attempted Fang over Fang once more. But the outcome remained unchanged. They were unable to breach the wall. We surrender. Please, let us go. Shikamaru devised a clever plan and remarked, "Oh, you seem to be the captain of the squad, yet you are the one leading the charge to surrender. How shameful for a Leaf Ninja. Is this what it means to be a Nin? A person like you would be better off dead." Without much thought, Jirby instinctively replied. The area from which his voice emanated was where the walls had been repaired most swiftly, while the farthest walls had sustained damage that was mended at a slower rate and were thus more susceptible to being breached. After contemplating for a moment, Shikamaru quickly discerned the vulnerabilities of the walls. "I am counting on you, Choji," he said with a confident smile. "Hehehe, just as expected of you, Shikamaru. Watch this, the human bullet tank." Choji utilized the multi-size technique to enlarge his body and then spun rapidly, transforming into a massive ball of flesh. With a resounding crash, he struck the wall with all his might, successfully breaching the earth release barrier. While this technique appeared insurmountable, through careful contemplation and strategic thinking, one could always uncover its weaknesses. "Leave this hefty opponent to me as a delay. You all continue to pursue Sasuke," Choji volunteered. With the enemy having retreated, only one remained to hold the rear. They could not afford to linger here for too long, and sending one person to fight was sufficient. Half an hour later, "That Jirby truly is incompetent," Kimimaro mused, furrowing his brow. Those bothersome Leaf Ninjas had managed to catch up again, akin to relentless flies one could not swat away. "Kidomaru," Kimimaro ordered. "Yes," Kidomaru replied with a grin, halting his advance to pass Sasuke's container to Sakan. Unlike Jirby, he was no fool and would not be bested by these Leaf children. "If you wish to proceed, you must break through my web." Shikamaru, Choji, and the others were forced to stop, as the vicinity was rife with spider webs. "Let me handle him. We cannot waste time. You all continue to pursue Sasuke," Niji Hyuga stated. "Thank you," Shikamaru replied, and with that, Naruto, Kiba, and the trio continued their pursuit of Sasuke. Similar scenarios unfolded repeatedly. MY was also left behind by Kimimaro, showing no mercy. These individuals were subordinates of Orochimaru, and thus they were expected to prove their worth for him. To gain immense power, one must first be willing to sacrifice their body and soul. MY's opponent was Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kiba pressed on. Sakan remained as well, his opponent being Kiba, leaving Naruto as the sole pursuer. Since departing from the Leaf, the time had progressed to midday. It had been half a day since Sasuke's defection. Continue to escort Sasuke away. He is on the verge of awakening. My life is nearing its end, and I shall assist Lord Orochimaru in intercepting the ninjas of Konoha, Komidori stated resolutely. His purpose in emerging this time was to accomplish something meaningful before his demise. Since death was inevitable, he preferred to embrace a demise of significance. "I can walk on my own. There's no need to carry me," Sasuke's voice resonated suddenly. The jar shattered, and he leisurely stepped out, the surge of power coursing through him akin to a rebirth. "Let us proceed," Hinata remarked softly. Karen followed closely behind, and Sasuke joined their ranks. "Sasuke," Naruto's voice echoed. Upon exiting the confines of the forest, a vast plain unfolded before him, where he spotted Sasuke. "Sasuke, Sakura, what is happening? You must explain this to me," Naruto shouted, his eyes aflame with fury. "Heh, trailing at the back, you truly understand nothing," Sasuke retorted, dismissing Naruto's concerns. "You, get back here." Naruto seethed, charging forward, only to be halted by Komidori. "If you wish to pass, you must first step over my corpse," Komidori stated calmly. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto bellowed, as thousands of Narutos materialized across the plain, encircling Komidori in their midst. "Mere numbers alone cannot secure victory. Allow me to demonstrate the elegance of my Tsubaki dance," Komidori replied nonchalantly. "I will slay you." Naruto's eyes turned crimson, the influence of the Nine Tails chakra coursing through him. Without this external power, it would be impossible for Naruto to conjure thousands of shadow clones. Although Orochimaru had utilized the 5-element sealing technique to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, Jiraiya had unraveled that seal, allowing Naruto to once again harness the Beast's power. Kill me? I advise you against uttering threats you cannot fulfill, Chidori remarked coolly, extracting his bones to form a sharp bone blade, a manifestation of his bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, a notably aggressive ability. With each passing moment, Naruto's clones were vanquished by Chidori's bone blade. As Chidori had stated, sheer numbers proved ineffective. Within 3 minutes, all of Naruto's shadow clones were eradicated. Suddenly, a green figure appeared, launching Chidori into the air. Who dares? Chidori furrowed his brow. The splendid azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, Young Lee struck a pose, his demeanor icy. After Tsunade assumed the role of Hokage, he underwent surgery to mend his injuries and could continue his path as a taijutsu ninja. Although the success rate of the operation was low, with failure resulting in death, he was fortunate to have triumphed. Allow me to handle this individual, Naruto. You should continue pursuing Sasuke. I have also heard about Sakura. We cannot ignore such matters without clarity, Lee stated solemnly. Not only does Naruto harbor feelings for Sakura, but so does he, and the revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Yet, this fellow is terrifyingly powerful. Naruto hesitated. Chidori felt distinctly different from the previous opponents. He was a ninja of unimaginable strength. Facing such a person one-on-one, Naruto feared that Lee might fall victim to him. This is a promise among men. I shall confront him while you must ensure Sasuke's return. Go forth, Lee. Then I shall proceed. An hour passed. At the Valley of the End, it is said that this is the battleground of the first Hokage, Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, where colossal stone statues of the 2 legendary ninjas were erected. Sasuke arrived at this very site. Sasuke, you indeed survived, Nightwind remarked, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. TCH, what brings you here? Sasuke replied coldly. Mind your tone when addressing an adult. Red Bean retorted with a dangerous smile. Oh, it's just a rebellious child speaking as such. Speaking of which, the Konoha ninjas remain as tenacious as ever, managing to pursue all the way to this place. Well, look who it is, your old acquaintance, Sasuke, Nightwind chuckled. Sasuke's group stood atop Madara's statue, while Naruto stood by Hashirama's side, separated by a wide river, beneath which cascaded a waterfall. It was a fated encounter, a destined duel. Naruto? Sasuke turned, seemingly unfazed. This fool has such a disposition. It is indeed impressive that he managed to follow me here. Sasuke. Naruto roared from a distance, his eyes a vivid crimson. What shall we do, brother? Hinata inquired calmly. Given Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, capturing him would be a viable option, especially since the Akatsuki would eventually make their move. No, now is not the time to act. Naruto is a crucial piece in this game, capable of causing trouble for those individuals. Nightwind shook his head. Sasuke, this matter rests in your hands. If you cannot handle even this laggard, then you need not return to my domain, Nightwind stated coolly. No sooner had he finished speaking than he, alongside Red Bean, Karen, and Hinata, stepped aside, unwilling to partake in this battle. Should you defeat the current Sasuke, I shall permit you to take him back to Konoha. Observing Naruto, Nightwind began to incite discord. Lord Orochimaru, earlier, Karen seized this opportunity to recount everything, including her impulsive decision to have Sasuke eliminate Sakura. Is Sakura dead? It matters not. If death comes, so be it. A woman devoid of worth. The Night Breeze spoke calmly. His concern lay solely with Sasuke, or more precisely, with those eyes of his. The subordinates of the Sound Ninja Village, their sacrifices were of little significance. Those cursed seals were mere failures, utterly valueless. If one must lament, it is a pity for Kimimura's demise. Had he lived a while longer, he could have become a formidable weapon. Alas, the limitations of his bloodline limit prevented any opportunity for growth. Edo Tensei merely summoned the deceased in their prime state. Once summoned, they could neither strengthen nor evolve. Naruto. Sasuke, are you evading me? Naruto bellowed. Huh, is it you who comes to thwart me this time? Sasuke replied, faintly smiling as he recalled the head of Sakura that he had severed the previous night. Why have you become this way? Sasuke, come back with me and explain what happened to Sakura. Why did you not protect her? Naruto's fury was palpable. Sakura must have attempted to stop Sasuke. Yet the people of the Sound Ninja Village killed her, and Sasuke remained unaware of his role in it. This was Naruto's conjecture. Does my transformation concern you? I have my own path. None have the right to judge my choices, Sasuke retorted coldly. The markings of the cursed seal appeared upon his body. He was no longer the same as he had been the previous night. Those from the Sound Ninja village, aside from Kimimaro, were no match for him. This was the curse of heaven. In plain terms, my game with you tedious leaf ninjas has concluded. Return, Sasuke stated indifferently. He still regarded Naruto as a rival and, in a sense, a friend. He had no intention of slaying Naruto here. To pursue you, everyone has fought valiantly, and their fates remain uncertain, Naruto gritted through his teeth. That truly is a hardship, Sasuke shrugged and turned away. Hey! Naruto roared as he charged forward, pinning Sasuke down and unleashing a flurry of punches. He struck Sasuke until blood trickled from his mouth, even feeling pain in his own fists. Pa! Sasuke spat blood onto Naruto's face, his expression one of disdain. Do you think I can grow stronger by being with you and your so-called comrades? I seek power for vengeance from Orochimaru, Sasuke spoke calmly. That man is the one who destroyed Konoha. Do you think he would grant you power for free? Naruto yelled. Do you think I'm anyone of worth? I am an avenger. I will do whatever it takes for revenge, even if it means selling this body and soul, as long as I can kill Itachi. Sasuke remained composed. This has been a resolute decision since the day I turned 7, one that shall never waver throughout my life. Just as Orochimaru stated. You must conquer me here, or do not even think of persuading me, Sasuke coldly declared. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, seizing Naruto by the collar and lifting him into the air. With all his might, he delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's abdomen, subsequently casting him down into the waterfall below. What is this power? Is this the sensation of becoming stronger? Sasuke clenched his fists, his gaze colder than ever. Naruto's earlier assault had inflicted no real injury, and he quickly regained his composure. With a swift motion, a flurry of dart-like projectiles, entwined with threads, was hurled forth, ensnaring Naruto. Sasuke, are you serious? Naruto spat bitterly. A flicker of hope lingered within him, a notion that Sasuke might refrain from harming him. I have long stated that I do not require a future alongside you all. Sakura was slain by my hand. It was a condition for joining Orochimaru. Yet that woman, in her folly, chose to confront me with her self-righteous words, ultimately leading to her demise. Farewell, Naruto. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a torrent of flames. The fire struck Naruto, and he was swiftly reminded of the sensation from that fateful night. However, unlike that previous encounter, Naruto's defenses were inadequate. He merely possessed a tough exterior and remarkable recovery, yet the agony he must endure was inescapable. Sasuke, what did you say? You killed Sakura. Naruto was utterly shattered. He could have freed himself from the threads before the flames arrived, but Sasuke's words ignited a fury that consumed him entirely. So, how does it feel? Are you beginning to awaken from your delusions? Sasuke delivered a kick to the charred Naruto, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a significant crater. Even if he could not slay Naruto, he would undoubtedly strip him of any capacity to resist. This was still a calculation of Naruto's resilience. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been shattered on the spot. Oh, Sasuke suddenly furrowed his brow. Naruto, who should have been unconscious or gravely injured, was experiencing an astonishingly rapid recovery of surface wounds. This miraculous healing speed was beyond the capabilities of a mere human. The Akatsuki sought to capture Naruto, and it appeared to be due to some abnormality within him. A crimson chakra, resembling frothy bubbles, enveloped Naruto's body, supporting him even as he remained unconscious. His teeth sharpened, his fingernails elongated, and a tail began to form. This overwhelming chakra exuded an ominous and malevolent aura, distinctly eerie. Was this the reason the Akatsuki desired to seize Naruto? Sasuke's expression grew grave. Naruto, at this juncture, it is far too late. You cannot thwart me, Sasuke bellowed. With a swift hand seal, blue lightning erupted, emitting a sharp sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds shrieking. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto was still regaining consciousness, the lightning pierced directly through Naruto's left chest, reaching the protective cloak of Nine Tails chakra. Blood oozed from the wound, and the unconscious Naruto furrowed his brow. Yet, astonishingly, he did not succumb. This chakra was far more terrifying than Sasuke had imagined. Such pain. Sasuke's hand was suddenly grasped by Naruto. The grip so fierce it felt as though it might shatter his bones, an overwhelming strength emanating from him. Sasuke promptly evaded, retreating as Naruto slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were a blood-red hue, filled with rage, resonating with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Sasuke, even if I have to break your limbs, I will not allow you to fall into the hands of someone like Orochimaru. And as for Sakura, I will settle that score with you now. Naruto roared as he charged forward. Despite activating his Sharingan, Sasuke could hardly discern the speed at which Naruto moved. Quick. Too fast. Is this really Naruto? He has transformed entirely. Bang. The two collided, and Sasuke was hurled into the lake. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Naruto charged again, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball. Yet, Naruto barreled through the flames, colliding with him, and the two plunged into the water. The battlefield was once again divided. I considered you a friend, my only friend. And now I have no choice but to end your life, severing this bond with my own hands. Sasuke resolved firmly. The double tomo finally evolved into the three tomo, enhancing the power of his Sharingan. Now, he could finally perceive Naruto's movements. Put on your leaf headband. This is a proper duel. To me. You were still a ninja of the leaf. Naruto's voice was somewhat hoarse. Do you really think you can injure my forehead? Sasuke scoffed. Put it on. Naruto bellowed. Very well. Sasuke retrieved his leaf headband and donned it, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. With his three tomo Sharingan and the ability to use cursed seals, he was certain he would not be defeated by Naruto. Suddenly, everything changed. Naruto's movements were entirely different from before. He frowned tightly. Sasuke, who had previously struggled to respond to Naruto's attacks, now not only dodged but counterattacked as well. Bang! Naruto was struck and fell into the lake. Is it that shadow clone technique again? Does that kid know any other jutsu? Karen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Even if it was just one technique, it was enough to give Sasuke considerable trouble. The Night Wind whispered. Indeed, Naruto's numerous shadow clones posed significant challenges for Sasuke. Not enough, not enough. Kid, you are too weak. Let me give you more chakra. The nine tails within Naruto awakened. In an instant, Naruto's aura surged, seemingly boundless. What on earth is this chakra? Sasuke was overwhelmed with astonishment. Even though he could clearly perceive the movements, it was utterly meaningless, for his strength paled in comparison to Naruto's current might. A single punch would send him flying, and escape was out of the question. Their speeds were in entirely different realms. It appears there is no alternative, Naruto. You have compelled me to resort to this power. Sasuke crawled out from a gaping hole. The black curse mark spread across his body, gradually enveloping his skin in a deep purple hue, while his hair lengthened. In this state, Sasuke's power was magnified to nearly several dozen times its usual capacity. Boom. Naruto launched a punch, only to discover it was intercepted by an enormous, peculiar hand. He was repelled backward, crashing into the opposite wall, creating a substantial hole. Upon seeing the wings sprouting from Sasuke's back, Naruto's pupils constricted slightly. These were massive, black-purple hands that had emerged, resembling a pair of wings. The notion began to form in Naruto's mind. Sasuke had transformed into a monster. Your chakra certainly carries risks, doesn't it? Sasuke remarked. He knew he could not maintain this cursed state for long, lest he lose his sanity. Naruto appeared no different. That chakra was evidently affecting his body. As his left hand had grown rigid and immobile, the chakra of the nine tails was shielding Naruto, yet simultaneously eroding his physique. Do you know? This place is known as the Valley of the End, quite a splendid locale, isn't it, Naruto? Here, I shall sever our ties and put an end to everything, Naruto. Sasuke gazed up at the two colossal stone statues, speaking softly. Chidori. A blue lightning emerged from Sasuke's left hand, transformed into a dark hue under the influence of the curse mark, rendering it even more formidable than usual. The lightning crackled, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Rasengan. Naruto manipulated the tailed beast chakra, forming his own ninjutsu. The Rasengan, condensed from the chakra of the nine tails, shifted from its ordinary blue to a striking purple. Dark lightning Chidori and vermilion Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Valley of the End was engulfed in the explosive aftermath of their two jutsu, even intercepting the cascading waterfall. In the midst of the collision, Sasuke transformed his claw into a fist, ultimately refraining from ending Naruto's life. Meanwhile, in a hasty attempt, Naruto's strike merely grazed Sasuke's forehead protector. Had Naruto not insisted on Sasuke wearing it beforehand, he might have sustained a grave injury. In the aftermath of the battle, Naruto lay gravely wounded and unconscious, while Sasuke was utterly drained. As dark clouds gathered, the sky gradually began to weep. Kakashi was hastening his arrival. Now would be the time to leave, Sasuke. The night breeze emerged, softly speaking. Sasuke responded faintly, his steps unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. You go support him. Everyone else, return to the base, the night breeze instructed Karin. Understood, Karin obediently replied, setting aside her fondness for the one known as Uchiha Sasuke. She dared not disobey the orders of Lord Orochimaru. The pursuit of the Leaf Village had ended in failure. This guy is rather heavy, Karin complained. Exhausted. Sasuke quickly fell asleep on her back. Just as they were about to depart, a figure suddenly emerged from the earth. Things have become intriguing, haven't they? You've abducted his brother. Are you not afraid that Itachi will come after you? A man, half black and half white, appeared, draped in the Akatsuki robe. Itachi Uchiha? I hardly regard him as a threat. The night breeze narrowed his eyes. Sasuke was the perfect pawn, and with him in hand, Itachi would merely be a target for exploitation. A sinister laugh emanated from J-Bai, who soon vanished. As matters settled, the Leaf Village suffered little loss. Nearby, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from the Sand Village happened to be present and thus rescued the Leaf Ninjas. The reasoning behind their intervention was believed to be an order from the 4th Kazekage, but in truth, Orochimaru had killed the 4th and disguised himself as their leader to orchestrate this plan. Hence, both ninja villages were unwitting victims, manipulated by Orochimaru. Currently, the Leaf and Sand villages maintained their alliance, which was why Gaara chose to assist the Leaf. All 5 members of the Sound Ninja were eliminated, while the Leaf's dispatched ninjas sustained minimal injuries, with only Asuma and Kurine meeting their demise. Of course, Sakura was also innocently caught in the fray. Yet, to be honest, what worth did such a woman hold? In any case, her death would go unnoticed, save for perhaps Naruto's sorrow. Returning to the subject of Sasuke, the Night Breeze had prepared numerous resources to cultivate this individual. Beyond essential training and ninjutsu guidance, he had gifted Sasuke several subordinates, including Kirin, Jago, and Suigetsu. What he sought was Sasuke's eyes. Upon acquiring them, he could bestow upon Sasuke another set of Sharingan, ensuring his continued servitude. However, if Sasuke proved unwilling, he would not hesitate to eliminate him once he had served his purpose. He was no longer Orochimaru, he was the Night Breeze. Yet, for his subordinates, there remained little change, for the Night Breeze was a selfish man, unprincipled and ruthless in his quest for power. Once a man acquires power and authority, he swiftly transforms into a tyrant. That night, Sasuke was meticulously positioned within the base. A sensation emanated from the ring, and soon, Nightwind infused it with chakra. Everyone has arrived, Pain remarked indifferently. The plan commences in 3 years. During this time, maintain a low profile. Aside from bounty missions, ensure that the 5 great shinobi villages remain oblivious, especially you, Orochimaru, Pain instructed. Rest assured, Konoha isn't entirely eradicated, is it? I wouldn't dare obliterate Itachi's homeland. Retaliation may ensue, Nightwind retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Itachi merely cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru, remaining silent. Grant me strength, Orochimaru. Sasuke bellowed as he rose from the sickbed. If you wish to avoid losing limbs, it would be wise to comply. I shall provide you with training opponents, who are also your subordinates. You can glean numerous combat techniques from them. If utilized properly, they will become formidable allies in your quest for vengeance. Nightwind snapped his fingers, and 3 figures emerged, Karin, Jugo, and Suigetsu. Karin was relatively obedient, whereas Jugo and Suigetsu were far from it. Among them, Karin possessed exceptional reconnaissance skills and the ability to heal through her blood. Jugo, the first bearer of the cursed seal, could harness natural chakra. He also harbored 2 distinct personalities, one calm, the other bloodthirsty. Previously, Jugo's close companion was Kimimaro, but following Kimamaro's demise while attempting to usurp Sasuke's mission, Jugo became uncontrollable and was thus entrusted to Sasuke. After all, Kimimaro died in pursuit of Sasuke's task, and Jugo would likely embrace Kimamaro's legacy. As for Suigetsu, he was a descendant of the Hozuki clan, possessing a secret technique that allowed him to liquefy his body. His loyalty to Orochimaru was minimal. He was merely captured and confined here, and thus handed over to Sasuke. Pfft, this kind of guy? He is fit to be our leader? Suigetsu scoffed disdainfully. Can't you see how handsome Sasuke is? Karin instinctively shouted. She had never enjoyed a good rapport with Suigetsu. Is this the child Kimimaro brought back from his mission? Jugo observed Sasuke quietly, his eyes glinting with a fatherly affection. Let us fight. Allow me to demonstrate who truly deserves to be the leader. Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru and then addressed Suigetsu. Although it was stated that these 3 were entrusted to him, it was also a means for him to test and hone his own abilities. If he proved too weak, he would merely be bullied by them. Sasuke was not foolish and quickly grasped this reality. Let us fight then. Let us go. Suigetsu chuckled, and the group swiftly departed. Moments later, a voice called out, Sister. Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, burst into the room and leaped into Hinata's embrace. The atmosphere was eerie, and Hinata had become Hanabi's sole pillar of support. Hanabi, let me see your eyes, Night Wind gently requested. Yes, brother, Hanabi cautiously approached. To survive in this place, she had to heed the expressions of this man. Thus she held him in great respect, even fear. Since Hinata called him brother, she too addressed him as such. How beautiful you are, though regrettably. You are a tad too young. Perhaps when you grow up, that battle. Nightwind sighed. In 3 years, Akatsuki would initiate their movements, igniting the fourth great ninja war, and various shadowy figures would emerge. By then, Hanabi would merely be 10 years old, even if she was a prodigy. No. Please don't abandon me. Brother, I will become a useful person. Don't give up on me. Hanabi seemed terrified, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Fear not. For you are the princess of the Byakugan. Your brother will never forsake you, Nightwind reassured, gently patting Hanabi's head. Take her to rest. Tomorrow, I shall go out with Akane. You two may step out for some fresh air, but do not venture beyond the borders of Sound Ninja Village, Nightwind instructed Hinata. Where are you going, brother? Do you not need me? Hinata promptly took Hanabi into her arms and respectfully inquired. Although she possessed the Rinnegan, her spirit of rebellion was minimal. For years, she had been indoctrinated with the idea of obedience and had long ceased to dare defy. The consequences of failure in an escape attempt were unimaginable. Furthermore, they both bore Orochimaru's cursed seal. Although he claimed it bore no ill effects, who could truly know? Should a battle ensue and something within them explode, the Rinnegan would be of no use. Moreover, Hinata only had the Rinnegan, while Orochimaru wielded numerous powers. This mission requires little. Akane and I are sufficient. But don't you wish to spend some time with your sister? Nightwind said lightly. Please take me with you. Brother, Hinata declared resolutely after a moment's contemplation. I have stated before, the matter of Honglien is not your responsibility. You need not bear such guilt. Do you understand? Nightwind scrutinized Hinata, speaking earnestly. I wish to grow stronger, Hinata affirmed. Excellent. Then come along, Nightwind concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. Though Hinata was merely 12 years of age, her Rinnegan had unlocked considerable power, rendering her barely capable of shadow-level strength perhaps akin to the Uchiha Itachi of yore? No. In strict terms, the Rinnegan was far superior to the Sharingan. A night of silence ensued. The star-hidden ninja village, nestled within the territory of the Bear Country, is led by a self-proclaimed leader known as Star Shadow. Despite his inflated ego, he possesses only modest abilities. The village derives its name from a meteorite that fell 2 centuries ago, which is located nearby. Ninjas train beside this meteorite to enhance their strength, mastering an art known as the Peacock Mystique, enabling them to manipulate chakra into various forms for attack and even flight. However, training in such proximity to the meteorite incurs detrimental side effects on the body, ultimately diminishing one's lifespan. This fact remains unknown to outsiders, who are eager to seize the meteorite. Is that a pale yellow mist? Are they using toxic gas to protect the village? A young girl with short dark blue hair, clad in a clean and simple white casual outfit, exudes youthful vitality with her charming face. Beside her stands a mature woman with her hair styled in a bun. Her attire reveals her midriff, and her long legs are elegantly encased in black stockings. In the center is a silent and composed young man, his long hair cascading down to his waist. His pale complexion and slender build give him a fragile appearance, yet his countenance carries an unsettling, sinister aura, reminiscent of a serpent watching its prey. Such childish tricks, Nightwind mused, squinting against the night breeze. The star-hidden ninja village is separated from the outside world by a steep cliff, with a toxic yellow mist wafting through the crevice. This form of defense seems only capable of deterring children. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows whizzed through the air. Nightwind deftly evaded the projectiles with ease. The attacker, a ninja from the opposite shore clad in a gas mask, was fully equipped for confrontation. Shadow Snake Hand. Red Bean unleashed her attack, without mercy, dozens of serpents emerging from her sleeves. The opponent, taken aback by the prowess of the ninja across the chasm, found himself ensnared by the swift serpents before he could mount a defense. Summer. Peacock Mystique. Despite being captured, the ninja resisted fiercely. A pale purple chakra enveloped him, allowing him to break free from the serpentine grasp. Behave yourself. Red Bean huffed in annoyance. As she activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, 3 black petals materialized. Phantom Bloom. The ninja's chakra instantly stagnated, the pale purple energy settling into tranquility. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself thoroughly bound by Red Bean's ropes, transformed into a prisoner of war. Who are you wretches? The youth shouted defiantly. Beneath the mask, a remarkably young boy, no older than 15, revealed himself. With short black hair and brown eyes, he possessed a rather delicate appearance, What is your name? Redbean inquired, her kaleidoscope Sharingan still active. The young boy instinctively replied, falling into a hypnotic state. Is this the hidden star ninja village ahead? Indeed. Tell me everything about that village. I am Ao, a genin from the village. My mother, Natsubi, is a jonin, and the acting star shadow is Lord Akahoshi. A year ago, the third star shadow passed away unexpectedly. Ao quickly divulged all he knew. With an urgent need for a successor to the star shadow position, many were fervently training, constantly honing the peacock mystical arts beside the meteorite. This relentless pursuit came at a cost, as numerous individuals began to suffer physical ailments, often collapsing from exhaustion during their training. What have you done to me? After several minutes, Ao gradually regained his senses. Aren't only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages referred to as shadows? This little village is rather audacious. Akane scoffed. What do you know? Although we may be a small village, we will inevitably rise to stand alongside the 5 great ninja villages. At that time, I too shall become a true star shadow. Ao shouted defiantly, disregarding his bindings. Who do you think you are? Naruto? Nightwind retorted, speechless. Not everyone possesses the protagonist's halo. Tsunade's boyfriend, Dan Cat, and her brother, Nawaki Senju, were always talking about becoming Hokage, yet they ultimately met their demise. You came here for the star, didn't you? Any foreign ninja that arrives is after our village's star. I will not divulge any information. Ao shouted once more. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had already revealed all that was necessary. Bang! Nightwind delivered a swift strike, rendering the boy unconscious. Are we not going to kill him? He has lost all value. Hinata expressed her surprise. Given Orochimaru's modus operandi, this fellow has outlived his usefulness and does not warrant preservation. Someone acted before us and recently took the meteorite. If my instincts are correct, that powerful chakra must belong to his mother, Natsubi, hence we shall spare his life for now. Nightwind spoke calmly. The sage body had seemingly awakened, his eyes transforming into a radiant gold. Different training methods yield different sage bodies. Jiraiya practiced the sage mode of Mount Myaboku, resulting in eyes resembling those of a toad, along with orange markings on his eyelids. Similarly, Sho's utilization of natural chakra manifests as a form of sage mode, altering his body to resemble a monster. Nightwind's physique, akin to Sho's, was not a result of acquired training, but rather an innate quality. However, he did not transform into a monster. Instead, his eyes merely turned golden while in this state, allowing him to sense the chakra of everyone within a vast radius. Minutes passed. Not far from the hidden star village lies a cave. At last, she has obtained it. All that remains is to dispose of this object. The figure, clad in a gas mask, is unmistakably a woman by her physique. Summer, the mother of Ong and a top ninja in the village, is a master of the peacock's secret technique. She did not steal the meteorite for personal gain. Rather, she could no longer bear the village's plight. Encouraged by the Red Star, all the youth are diligently training, inevitably leading to severe physical harm. The hidden star village has risen due to this meteorite, but it will eventually face annihilation because of it. Although the peacock's secret technique is formidable, it is insufficient to bridge the gap between a small village and the 5 great ninja villages. To aspire to greatness solely based on this meteorite is nothing but a fool's dream. Summer has grasped this truth, yet the villagers are unlikely to comprehend it. Thus, she has resolved to steal the meteorite and dispose of it. Where is the meteorite? Hand it over, a voice suddenly echoed. Inside the cave, Summer frowned and turned back, only to find 3 unfamiliar figures who had appeared out of nowhere. Her expression shifted beneath the mask, as these 3 individuals had captured Ong, her son. Hand over the meteorite, or I will kill him, Yefeng threatened. Which village do you belong to? I advise you not to covet that meteorite. It will only bring ruin, not hope, Summer proclaimed loudly, while scrutinizing her adversaries for any sign of weakness. You have 10 seconds. If you do not surrender the meteorite, I will kill him right now, and then proceed to eliminate everyone in the hidden star village, Yefeng continued. You. Summer's face momentarily registered shock beneath her mask. 10, 9, 8. I will bring it out. I am retrieving it now. Summer finally relented, producing the meteorite she had just stolen from behind her. She intended to bury this stone within the cave and destroy it, ensuring that no one would discover its resting place. Those who understand the times are wise. Akadu smiled dangerously as he accepted the package containing the meteorite. Though wrapped, it emanated a peculiar aura, seemingly resonating with the chakra of the human body. Undoubtedly, this was the meteorite. May I have my son back now? Summer asked cautiously. For his sake, she was willing to forego the meteorite. Of course. We can return him to you, Akadu replied with a smile. Red Bean, return this fellow to her. Yes, master, Red Bean responded with a knowing grin, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. With a swift motion, a kunai pierced through Aang's heart, twisting cruelly before she discarded the lifeless body onto the ground. Aang. To their astonishment, Summer was taken aback as these individuals reneged on their agreement, ruthlessly slaying Aang right before her eyes. The instructor merely stated that he would be returned, omitting any mention of restoring him alive. It was remarkably naive of you, as a ninja, to place such trust in your adversaries. Hondo did not forget to deliver a final blow. How pitiful, truly devoid of the value of existence. Terminate her. Hondo cast a glance at Hinata beside her and continued. Since you have accompanied us, you cannot merely stand by and watch. Indeed, Hinata replied, her expression unremarkable. Activating her Tensigen, she swiftly eliminated the grief-stricken Summer. The cave was ultimately obliterated, entombing the bodies of 2 shinobi from Star Ninja Village within. Under the cover of night, the 3 departed from the scene. Later, Ino inquired, Brother, what shall we do with this meteorite? This object may allure ordinary ninjas, yet it holds no significance for Orochimaru. I have no use for it. But others would covet it. The shinobi of Star Ninja Village value it at 50 million Ryo in the underground bounty market. Many from the 5 great nations and various small countries would be willing to pay for it. If I hand this over to Kakuzu, I can enjoy a leisurely respite, replied Yefeng. So it is merely for the sake of idleness, Hondo remarked, a smile gracing her face. Even I occasionally yearn for a break. Spending my days jesting and reveling with beautiful maidens is how time slips by. Yefeng chuckled heartily, ruffling the hair of the 2 girls as they strolled leisurely. A week later, in the Land of Fire, Tsunade stated, I shall be candid. Your mission is a commission from a certain princess of the daimyo, requiring you to act as a shadow warrior. It is unclear how this princess acquired such information, but you bear a striking resemblance to her. Hence the request for your services. She unfurled a document scroll, speaking slowly. A shadow warrior? Has the princess drawn unwanted attention? Ino inquired with curiosity. Typically, one only resorts to impersonation when their safety is at stake. To put it bluntly, it is likely that someone has their sights set on another. Tsunade coughed lightly. Do not fret. You are now a qualified Konoha ninja. Proceed to accomplish this task. Tsunade's expression grew serious. Ino, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further inquiries. And they soon set off. I never anticipated that I would one day receive a commission from a daimyo's princess. Naruto exclaimed, unusually jubilant that day. Accepting such a mission could be seen as a recognition of his prowess by the village, even though his role was limited to protecting Ino and preventing any mishaps. Do not become overly excited, lest you stir up trouble, Ino admonished, adjusting her forehead. If given the choice, she would rather not be paired with Naruto for this mission. This fellow is always so carefree, he might actually cause more trouble. Fear not, for I, Naruto, shall take care of this matter, Naruto declared with great confidence. 2 days later, the 2 arrived in the capital of the Land of Fire, only to encounter an unexpected group of individuals. In a tea house, one person exclaimed, I never expected to see you here. It's been such a long time, Naruto. The night breeze caressed their lips. It is said that the capital is filled with delectable cuisine, so I brought Akamichi here for a respite. I never imagined I would run into Naruto in such a serendipitous manner. It's all your fault that Sasuke defected, and Sakura blames you too, Naruto shouted vehemently. His eyes transformed instantaneously into blood-red slits, his anger resonating with the 9 tails within him. Those nearby, witnessing a fight among ninjas, promptly fled the scene. Naruto, don't go, Ino shouted. Having wreaked havoc in Konoha and being a dangerous individual responsible for the deaths of 2 hidden villages' leaders, Orochimaru was undoubtedly not someone they could confront. Yet, Naruto, consumed by madness, was impervious to Ino's pleas. You little brat, I had intended to reserve this technique for Sasuke, but since we crossed paths, I shall bestow it upon you first. Nightwind's expression darkened slightly as he spoke coldly. His eyes transformed from black to a ghastly crimson, for windmills swirling ominously. Don't. Heavenly God. The most formidable illusion technique, capable of altering one's memories and will. In an instant, Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness. Only Nightwind knew what alterations had been made to Naruto's will and memories. What have you done to Naruto? Ino trembled as she brandished a kunai, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Confronting such a terrifying adversary left little hope for survival. Ah, Ino-chan, what a pleasure to see you again. Akamichi approached with a smile. Contrary to Ino's expectations, Orochimaru showed no intent to attack, and the 2 women beside him remained idle. The somewhat unfamiliar woman displayed an affectionate demeanor toward her. Ino-chan has grown up. Akamichi's laughter was oddly unsettling, even somewhat lewd. Embracing Ino, her hands wandered to her chest. Hey, please don't do that. Ino was baffled, unsure how the situation had devolved to this. You don't remember me? I'm the one from the Red Flower dessert shop, where you often came to indulge in treats as a child. Have you truly forgotten your elder sister? Akamichi said with a beaming smile, pinching Ino's cheek. Sweet. Dessert shop, you're that red sister? Ino paused momentarily, memories from the past flooding back to her. A rather peculiar boy with white eyes. A girl affectionately known as Little Red or Xiao Hong Hong, and the missing heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. Observe the girl with the ice blue irises beside them. She indeed bears a striking resemblance to the Hinata of yore. Though they had crossed paths during the Chunin exams, it had somehow escaped her notice. You are Hyuga Kaze, aren't you? Is this truly Hinata? Ino swallowed hard, speaking in disbelief. Hyuga Kaze is merely a false identity, replied Yakaze with a nonchalant shrug. Hee, this is Lord Orochimaru. My mentor. Back then, Ino-chan was quite naive. Had luck not favored her, she could have been whisked away by my master for human experimentation. Chuckled Akadu with a mischievous grin. What purpose would there be in capturing a woman of no utility? Yakaze shook his head. Do not speak so, master. Ino-chan is rather charming, is she not? Akadu teased, playfully pinching Ino's cheeks. Yakaze, however, chose to remain silent. Lord Orochimaru, you wouldn't harm me or Naruto, would you? Ino inquired cautiously. Despite the reunion with a former acquaintance, she found it difficult to feel joy. Yakaze was an adversary of Konoha and a man of cold ruthlessness. Encountering such a figure while out on a mission with Naruto was a cause for concern. Naruto is rather unique. I have no intention of killing him. Yakaze replied leisurely as he sipped his tea. As for you, I have no reason to take your life. Even if Konoha were to learn of past events, it would change little, and besides, Akadu seems quite fond of you. Yakaze remarked casually. Hinata and Hanabi had long become his, and returning to Konoha was no longer an option for them. As for Ino's demise, that was entirely unnecessary. He was not the sort of man who would slay indiscriminately. Ino-chan. Akadu embraced her tightly, yet the girl wore a complex expression, her smile tinged with uncertainty. Should she feel fortunate or resigned? Discovering that Hyuga Kaze was, in fact, Orochimaru lent an unsettling and eerie twist to her childhood memories. Surviving to this day felt like a stroke of luck. So, how did you come to be in the capital, Ino-chan? Akadu inquired with a playful grin. Well, actually, I'm here on a mission. Serving as a shadow warrior for Her Highness the Princess, Ino replied, patting her chest and sounding considerably more relaxed. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Yakaze set down his teacup, smiling. Let us leave this fellow here and go have some fun with Ino-chan, shall we, master? Akadu suggested. Let us go. Yakaze nodded in agreement. Rising to her feet, she reached out to touch Ino's head, the girl bowing her head in silence. Is it truly permissible to venture forth with the adversaries of such a village? Naruto. That fellow, he shall not encounter misfortune. He will not recall the events that transpired. Nighthawk spoke once more. 3 hours later, under the influence of the dream deity, Naruto was left behind by an individual, while Nighthawk and the others disguised themselves as leaf ninjas, accompanying Ino to the residence of the princess. Having traveled a great distance. Your efforts are commendable, the princess remarked, adorned in a pale purple kimono, her smile radiating warmth. Indeed, she bore a resemblance to Ino, with golden locks and cerulean eyes. Her delicate features hinting at past elegance, though her weight raised questions. Was she 200 pounds? 300? This was inconceivable. How could Ino serve as her shadow warrior? Would she need to employ transformation techniques? Red Bean shook her head slightly. Ino, too, felt her lips twitch in disbelief. Am I truly so corpulent? How could I possibly resemble you? Hee, I know what you are all thinking. Upon seeing my ample figure, you doubt my likeness to a shadow warrior. However, the princess, clearly prepared, presented a photograph. As Nighthawk and the others beheld it, they discovered an image of a slender woman, garbed in attire akin to the princess, resembling a mature Ino to at least 70%. In truth, my transformation commenced after a matchmaking encounter. The suitor was Master Chika from the neighboring land of Udon. Upon gazing at his photograph, it felt as though I had been struck by lightning, and my affections intensified with each passing day. As the date of the meeting drew near, my anxiety surged, my cheeks flushed, my heart raced, and sleepless nights ensued. In an attempt to alleviate the pressure, I inadvertently indulged excessively, resulting in my current state. The princess confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. Indulging too much will surely lead to weight gain. Red Bean quipped. Naturally, I had prepared for this as well, possessing a miraculous weight loss potion capable of intercepting fats and sugars, she asserted, producing a vial. Yet, the potion proved ineffective, did it not? Ino replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Observing the princess's photograph, it was evident that she once bore a closer resemblance. But now, the transformation was alarmingly pronounced. Alas, in my current state, how can I possibly present myself for a matchmaking encounter with the one I admire? The princess sighed. Therefore, returning to the crux of the matter, I implore you to stand in my stead for this rendezvous. It is imperative that this match succeeds. Upon hearing this, Red Bean and Nighthawk exchanged resigned glances. Shadow warriors are typically sought only in dire circumstances, yet the princess, being of noble lineage, wielded influence that rendered her beyond reproach. This matter concerns the happiness of the princess, a matter of great significance, Ino remarked. Can you truly comprehend the depths of my infatuation? Indeed, young ladies often wish for their beloved to behold their most exquisite selves, for it seems that men are invariably drawn to slender figures. After a brief conversation, Inoue and the princess reached a mutual understanding. Inoue would undertake the task of matchmaking, employing a transformation spell to resemble the princess depicted in the photograph. Meanwhile, the princess only needed to shed some weight before the wedding. The plan was impeccably devised. Inoue appeared filled with enthusiasm, declaring, "Let me use my charm to ensure the success of this matchmaking endeavor." "Absolutely. We shall support Inoue-chan," Akadama chimed in. Although the princess would not participate directly in the matchmaking, she planned to eavesdrop from an adjacent room to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. The following day, in the afternoon, within the reception hall of the princess's residence, Inoue assumed the guise of the slender princess, donning an identical kimono. Akadama stood by Inoue's side as a guard, secretly eager to partake in the festivities. "Oh, why have the lights suddenly gone out?" Inoue exclaimed in surprise. The darkened room was soon illuminated again, but to her astonishment, it was the vibrant lights of the ballroom that filled the space. The sound of instruments began to crescendo, heralding the arrival of handsome suitors. How many charming men graced this world! Among the dashing gents, behold me, a flower from the land of Udon, with eyes that resemble autumn waters. The renowned gentleman, Chikurio, has arrived. As two maidens scattered flower petals, a young man entered, a rose delicately held between his lips. Dressed in white formal attire, his self-absorbed expression was unmistakable. To add to his unfortunate appearance, he was quite portly, resembling a sumo wrestler. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, Princess," Chikurio remarked with a modest smile. "You must be Chikurio, the esteemed gentleman," Inoue stammered, swallowing hard as she struggled to comprehend the princess's taste. This man possessed neither physique nor features. What was deemed attractive about him? Surely, if he were to change his attire and blend into a crowd, he would be utterly indistinguishable. As more attendants emerged, scattering petals from all directions, they endeavored to create a romantic ambience. Nevertheless, Inoue's gaze remained one of astonishment. The ideal of beauty she held was certainly not embodied by this man. As for Akadama, she wrestled with the urge to deliver a swift kick. Can this truly be considered a handsome man? The current princess has alarmingly poor taste, she thought. "I beg your pardon, enchanting lady. I am naturally low in blood pressure," Chikurio stated as he sat down, placing the rose aside. "Do you consistently scatter petals in this manner?" Inoue managed to force a smile, though she found it rather excessive to maintain such a continuous display. Flowers are a splendid thing, capable of alleviating both physical and mental fatigue. Do you not find it soothing? Chikurio chuckled lightly, signaling to a nearby attendant, who promptly ceased the scattering of petals and exited the room. "Ahem. This fellow is quite different from what I had heard, resembling a plump red bean," the small voice remarked. "Plump. Ahem. This delicacy is truly delectable." Ino's expression shifted, and she quickly covered the red bean's mouth. How could one utter the term fat pig in front of others? This could jeopardize the matchmaking arrangement. "Let us step outside." Ino chuckled softly and pulled the red bean from the room. "By my woman's intuition, this fellow is undoubtedly of the same ilk as Dingji. Red bean. The word you ought to refrain from is indeed a forbidden term. However, it is curious. I had heard he was a handsome young master, yet upon meeting, he presents such a strikingly rotund figure. Speaking of which, their physiques seem rather compatible. Indeed, he is rather charming. There must be some misunderstanding. How could a woman possibly be enamored by such a person?" Ino shook her head. "Perhaps the princess's taste is simply peculiar," Red Bean retorted. Impossible. Just think. He is both pretentious and vain, a veritable fat pig. He is truly a rare beast. There must be some mistake. Ino and Red Bean ventured into the adjacent room, where they found the genuine princess. What nonsense are you spouting? That person is undoubtedly my beloved, the esteemed Master Qianjiang. The princess replied, somewhat aggrieved. What a dashing gentleman. Alas, I cannot witness his splendor up close. As she spoke, the princess became infatuated. Red Bean shrugged, while Ino began to question her own perception. How vexing. Could it be that my aesthetic senses faltered? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Listen well, you must assist me in fulfilling this matchmaking task. Understood. Ino's response was lackluster. Upon returning to the room, are you still anxious? Music can indeed be soothing. Master Qianjiang smiled. He clapped his hands, and immediately, a band entered, evidently prearranged. No. You need not trouble yourself. Ino hastily waved her hand. Princess Afu, do you fancy roses? Master Qianjiang inquired again. Yes, I adore them, Ino nodded. Splendid. I too have a profound fondness for roses. Their language signifies love. Master Qianjiang continued. However, it appears that the meaning may vary with their colors. For instance, yellow roses convey the message, let us part ways. To differentiate them by color is utterly nonsensical, for flowers are innocent beings. Ino, whose family runs a flower shop, felt an urge to curse under her breath. This fellow is not only ignorant, but also insists on discussing such topics with a misguided sense of romance. Surely, no woman could genuinely find such a person appealing? Yet, recalling her mission, Ino could only endure. Thud, thud. The man suddenly leaped into a dance. A yellow rose delicately held between his lips, his steps confident, his movements graceful, and his smile brimming with an air of self-assured affection. At last. Ino could no longer bear it and dashed out of the room. Meanwhile, Yofeng sat leisurely by the pond, equipped with a fishing rod, basking in tranquility. Brother, are there truly fish here? Hinata inquired, observing him closely. The act of fishing was not about the catch itself. Rather, it was a moment of idle contemplation. Much like many who pursue fame and wealth not for enjoyment, but to outshine others and showcase their prowess, Yofeng wielded his fishing rod. Indifferent to whether the pond harbored any fish, his expression was earnest, yet his words felt peculiar. What significance does this hold? Hinata pouted. The essence of fishing is inherently ambiguous in terms of meaning. Whether one catches fish, is actually fishing, or simply daydreaming, is ultimately inconsequential. Bang, 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 bang. Ino, filled with frustration, pounded her fists against the wall, venting not far away. Look, the princess is akin to a fisherman, with that nobleman Chika as her desired catch, while Ino serves as her fishing rod. Yet, the princess has gravely misjudged the situation. She only recognizes the fish's beauty, oblivious to its habits, preferred bait, or the quality of the rod. She wishes to fish but possesses no actual skill, whereas I remain indifferent to the act of fishing, merely content to sit and daydream. My rod merely a decorative piece. Yofeng squinted, placing the fishing rod aside. He reclined gently, resting his head upon Hinata's lap, gazing at the drifting clouds above. In that moment, he appeared less like an ambitious scientist or a dangerous man, and more like a destitute poet wandering through life. After all this talk, brother, you still haven't made a point. Hinata shook her head, indicating her confusion. So the princess anxiously awaits in her chamber, while I can rest upon the lap of this sweet girl, unburdened by any aspirations. The princess clings to her fishing, while I am not tethered to anything. Therein lies the distinction. Yofeng closed his eyes. He had accomplished much of what needed doing, with future plans neatly arranged. After traversing through the years, he felt the most at ease in recent times. However, brother, you must be wearier than the princess, for she is merely a princess, infatuated with a man she wishes to marry, while your ambitions render your existence more arduous, solitary, and fraught with difficulty. For the first time, Hinata felt a twinge of sympathy for this man. Aside from a few trusted subordinates, perhaps there was no one else in this world who harbored affection for him. Such matters, upon reflection, are quite ordinary, yet they evoke a tinge of melancholy. There is nothing truly sorrowful about it. I am simply the man I am. The night breeze gradually succumbed to slumber. Hinata attentively shielded herself from the sun's rays, drawing closer to listen to the man's deep and tranquil breaths. Time flowed languidly, and the pond lay in serene stillness. Not far away, 2 exquisite lotus flowers bloomed, while a fishing rod rested unattended. Suddenly, Hinata focused her gaze and realized that the rod bore no bait at all. Indeed, This man had not come for fishing. He merely sought to daydream and take a nap. As he had said, the days drifted by in laughter and mirth with a beautiful girl. However, perhaps in a few hours, or merely in a matter of minutes, upon waking once more, the man would revert to being that ruthless, ambitious individual. The world is rife with contradictions, and humanity itself is no less so. 2 hours later. Hey, what are you doing? Chika almost stumbled in the room. And then Ino instinctively steadied him. Subsequently, the true princess could no longer contain herself and rushed out. I apologize for deceiving you. I am the genuine princess, Afu. Black Tiger Afu meow. The princess wore an expression of sincere regret. Yet, upon witnessing the true princess's arrival, Chika's face lit up with excitement. As for Ino, she was entirely disregarded by Chika, too apathetic to even respond. Ah, the superlative figure I have longed for. You are precisely the princess of my dreams. Splendid. Marry me. A cascade of red petals fell as the servants cheered, heralding the emergence of a loving couple. Ino, I pursued someone I do not like. Striving to engage in conversations that please him, and yet I was met with disdain? With this thought, Ino's expression darkened. Her heart, akin to that of a young girl, shattered. No. Surely, men must prefer slender girls. Ino exclaimed in exasperation. Hey, brother, do you favor slender girls? You like me, don't you? You must not wish to spare a glance at a plump princess like her. Ino shrieked as she dashed over and leapt into Night Wind's embrace. After 5 long years, Ino once again called him brother. The difference being, Ino was no longer that mischievous little girl, nor was Night Wind the idle undercover youth he once was. Ino? Indeed, you are quite adorable. The man squinted, choosing not to comment on his preferences, merely ruffling the girl's hair. Let us depart. I have slept enough. Yes, teacher. Yes, brother. The next day at the Temple of Fire. Farewell, Ino. Ado kissed the little girl on her forehead and waved goodbye. Naruto has fallen under the influence of the Kodo Amatsukami, now serving as a hidden card. Outwardly he appears unchanged, yet in truth, he is already aligned with Orochimaru. Farewell, he said with an expression of calm, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Goodbye, brother and sister Honglian. Ino spoke, somewhat anxious, yet managed to voice her thoughts. During this mission, they encountered many unforeseen individuals. 3 days later, near a temple in the Land of Fire, under the cover of night. Teacher, what brings us here? Akamaru inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. The Fire Temple is renowned as the most illustrious shinobi temple in the Land of Fire and is also the mightiest. It is home to a formidable monk named Jiryu, who once served as one of the 12 guardian ninja, protectors of the feudal lord. Asuma had also been among these elite guardians. The Fire Temple holds something I desire. Nightwind replied nonchalantly. What is it? Jiryu? Akamaru asked. It is said that Jiryu has mastered a peculiar and powerful ninjutsu that allows him to strike at enemies invisibly, while also boasting formidable defenses. No, I have little interest in Jiryu. Although his head is worth 30 million ryo, he is not my primary target. Nightwind shook his head. Then who? Sora. Minutes later, the trio arrived at the temple's entrance, clad in their usual attire, foregoing the Akatsuki ropes. With a resounding crash, the enchanted iron gate of the Fire Temple was obliterated. The high walls and gates were specially crafted to withstand even the mightiest of ninjas. Yet they succumbed to Nightwind's power. The strength of the Rinnegan is truly remarkable, he murmured, with the ability to manipulate both attraction and repulsion. It was akin to possessing the Rinnegans Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. The gate has been destroyed. Quick, report to Lord Jiryu. The monks hurriedly scurried away. Soon, the monks gathered behind him, and Jiryu emerged. Why have you come to disrupt the Fire Temple? He inquired, furrowing his brow. The figures before him were unfamiliar, leaving him perplexed. With a new visage, none recognize me. It truly saddens this elder. Surrender Sora to me, unless you wish to face total annihilation, Nightwind threatened. 12 years prior, during the Ninetales turmoil, a portion of the immense Ninetales chakra had overflowed. Some within the temple gathered this chakra, nurturing it until they sealed it within a child. That child is Sora, a youth imbued with a fragment of the Ninetales chakra. Nightwind's primary objective for this visit is indeed that boy. Humph, if it's a fight you seek, then so be it. I shall make you regret your intrusion here. Jiryu retorted coldly. Although Sora is not particularly favored within the temple, he remains a part of it, and it is inconceivable that they would simply hand him over. Then I shall retrieve it myself, Nightwind softly declared. His eyes transformed into an icy blue, reminiscent of Hinata's, adorned with patterns resembling snowflakes. As his chakra cloak materialized, Perhaps due to the chaotic lineage within him, or perhaps for another reason, Nightwind's Rinnegan chakra cloak manifested in a deep purplish black, rather than the usual green. Such an enigmatic chakra, and those eyes. Who exactly is this individual? Although Di-Lu appeared calm, his heart was in turmoil. The enemy's audacity to venture into this place signified an unwavering confidence in their power. Today, the Temple of Fire was in peril. We must leave, Kong, Di-Lu commanded. No, I cannot flee like this. I must protect this place. Kong protested, struggling to break free. He certainly harbored disdain for this location. Yet with the Temple of Fire in jeopardy, he could not abandon it at Di-Lu's behest. What a touching scene this is, Nightwind mused quietly. A black Seeker's Jewel materialized, swiftly soaring toward Di-Lu. Red Bean and Hinata prepared themselves, tasked with eliminating the ordinary monks. Since he had decided to strike, Nightwind had no intention of leaving any survivors. Come forth, Thousand Hands kill. Di-Lu's expression grew grave. In a fleeting moment, a golden light flickered behind him, coalescing into a towering golden Buddha statue. The statue remained motionless, yet an invisible force emanated from it. How intriguing! It can slightly impede the Seeker's Jewel, Nightwind chuckled. Seizing the opportunity afforded by this momentary reprieve, Di-Lu evaded the two Seeker's Jewels launched at him, demonstrating considerable skill. How troublesome! It seems even my techniques cannot shatter them. Di-Lu thought, despair sinking into his heart. He had exerted all his strength, yet those two dark orbs remained utterly unscathed. But what of that? Nightwind narrowed his eyes. A powerful gravitational force suddenly erupted, pulling Di-Lu uncontrollably toward him. A swirling vortex of purplish-black chakra manifested in his left hand, infused with the properties of lightning, a testament to his years of training. The Rasengan itself was a high-level technique, inspired by the tailed beast chakra balls. And with the infusion of chakra nature transformation, its power escalated exponentially. The electrically charged chakra boasted immense destructive potential but was not without its drawbacks. Without a robust physique to support it, one could easily meet their demise before even striking the enemy. Moreover, it demanded exceptional control. A moment's lapse could result in catastrophic failure. Lightning release, Rasengan. Nightwind bellowed. Lightning swirled into a vortex, racing forth with an incessant roar. Di-Lu, drawn closer, turned pale. Just then, a figure dashed forward, interposing themselves before Di-Lu. It was none other than Kong. The empty body was suffused with the chakra of the nine tails, the crimson energy having already manifested into three distinct tails. Boom. Following the explosive sound, the temple was engulfed in swirling dust and debris. After some time, Di-Lu managed to survive this lethal assault, though he was struck by lightning, losing control over his body and collapsing to the ground. Kill those fiends. And remember to bring me back ahead. I will deal with this little one, commanded Nightwind. Understood. Hinata and Anko immediately set off, circumventing the empty vessel. At that moment, the boy bore the brunt of the previous explosion's damage, yet thanks to the protective shield of the tailed beast chakra, he remained standing. Truly, the Nine Tails was remarkable, exhibiting such formidable vitality. Nightwind sighed. Behind the empty vessel, a fourth tail began to emerge. The chakra of the Nine Tails resonated completely with the boy, tearing at the skin of his body. High-density, high-intensity chakra forcibly healed his form, forming a new layer of dark crimson skin on the surface. The empty vessel's aura intensified significantly, roaring with ferocity. This is the host, or rather, a pseudo-host, he declared. With a ferocious roar directed toward the heavens, the empty vessel expressed his wrath. Do you despise me? I have no time to indulge in your games. Each fragment of chakra you utilize is merely squandering what belongs to me, Nightwind replied coldly. Allowing this creature to unleash its techniques would only waste its chakra, which, in essence, meant depleting its own power. Hiss. The blue and purple chakra began to merge, forming a small sphere of purplish-black in midair. Tailed Beast Bomb. You truly have let your anger consume you, but will I grant you the opportunity to use it? Scatter. A tremendous repulsion erupted, sending the four-tailed empty vessel crashing into the structures behind the Temple of Fire. The nascent tailed beast bomb dissipated into nothingness. Boom. The ground erupted suddenly, as two massive hands formed from red chakra appeared, seemingly intent on crushing Orochimaru. Futile, Nightwind scoffed. The repulsion surged again, preventing the colossal hands from nearing him. Come to me. The battle had reached its conclusion. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Temple of Fire had been reduced to a scene of carnage, strewn with lifeless bodies and rivers of blood. Anko found a bag to contain Di-Lu's head, while Hinata, having finished her grim task, displayed an emotionless demeanor. Nightwind extracted and absorbed the tailed beast chakra from the empty vessel before ending its life. A great fire consumed the temple. As the three killers vanished into the flames, the journey of the Temple of Fire had come to an end. A day later, in an underground bounty exchange, leaving Hondo and Hinata to rest in a hotel, Nightwind arrived alone. He had no intention of revealing Hinata just yet. Concealed weapons often prove more effective than those displayed openly. Ah, long time no see, Orochimaru. I didn't expect to find you in the land of fire. Kakuza remarked with a sly smile as he approached. This is the bounty for taking down the Fire Temple's Lu. It's yours. Nightwind produced a large black box and casually handed it to Kakuzu. It's been ages since you last collaborated with Sasori, hasn't it? The organization isn't particularly pleased with you, but considering your generous contribution, I won't hold it against you, Kakuzu said, accepting the box with satisfaction. What does it matter? After all, two people working together only fear being singled out and killed. Let Deidara and Sasori team up. I doubt anyone can take me down, Nightwind asserted confidently. Talking to me is pointless. You need to speak to the leader for it to matter, Kakuzu replied with a chuckle. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Reach out if there's a mission. Otherwise, do not disturb my rest, Nightwind said as he rose and departed from the bounty exchange. Kakuzu nodded absently, his focus on the wealth before him. As for Orochimaru, he could leave if he wished. Even in Akatsuki, each member had their vulnerabilities, Nightwind thought quietly to himself. Though Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, if they were all destroyed, he would perish. Moreover, his greed for money was a significant weakness. As for Haiden, his techniques were merely grotesque. His actual combat prowess was feeble and required cooperation. Haiden was a quintessential example of a mindless fighter, a fact that needed no further elaboration. Sasori's puppet techniques had their limits, and Deidara, while possessing commendable offensive capabilities, lacked adequate defensive measures, making him prone to self-detonation when pressured. Itachi Uchiha was frail and on the brink of death. Had it not been for medication sustaining his life, he would have long since been laid to rest. This was a fitting fate for someone who insisted on granting Uchiha Izumi a flawless Tsukuyomi illusion. Kisame, known as a human-tailed beast, had commendable abilities across the board, but was regrettably too honest. In the end, while others adapted, he still resorted to forming seals and employing ninjutsu. Konan, a wasteful woman, manipulated 600 billion explosive tags through her god-s paper jutsu, only to destroy Obito's single 3-tomo Sharingan. Kakuzu, please activate voice communication. Then, she was silenced by Naruto's words, achieving enlightenment just before her demise. Nagato was merely a pawn, led by Obito and Kagaya's machinations, and he too succumbed to Naruto's words, finding clarity before his end. Obito, similarly, was a puppet in the hands of Madara Uchiha and Kagaya, ultimately meeting the same fate. Then, through Naruto's verbal prowess, he attained a profound enlightenment before his demise. Uchiha Obito, merely a pawn led by Kagaya's will. Naruto's verbal tactics proved ineffective. Kagaya's desire to save her mother was pure. What malice could she harbor? After all, she is but a fragment of Kagaya's chakra, a consciousness with a semblance of independence and personality. Nevertheless, calling her mother seems quite innocuous. In the Sound Village, within the subterranean base, "My lord, you have returned," Kabuto greeted, respectfully kneeling. Nightwind nodded, entering the familiar underground chamber. This is the blood collected from that woman named by. It has been preserved. Kabuto swiftly presented the findings. Had it not been for this individual's reminder, Nightwind might have forgotten that he had once taken this person. Ice release? Merely a trivial acquisition. Nightwind observed the blood bags on the plate, and with deftness, consumed them entirely. The temperature of the blood rose slightly, and within an hour, he had mastered the newly acquired Kekkai Genkai. Ice release was merely mundane ice. No matter how intricate the display, it was still just ordinary ice. Hence, he merely indulged his curiosity before discarding this newfound ability. Eliminate her, Nightwind stated coolly. Understood, Kabuto complied, plunging the scalpel into Bai's heart. The corpse was then carried away by 2 subordinates. Sister! Hanabi rushed over, leaping into Hinata's embrace, nuzzling affectionately, perhaps due to her prolonged stay in the underground base. Hanabi's skin had paled considerably, yet her long hair set her apart from the Hinata of old. Brother, upon seeing Nightwind, Hanabi respectfully acknowledged him. Nightwind ruffled the girl's hair in return. One less person makes it a bit lonely, Akatsuki murmured softly. It's a pity that Honglian is no longer here. Otherwise, the atmosphere would be much livelier. Sasuke, Sasuke, come on. A sultry voice echoed from the corridor. Shut up. I'm going to challenge Jugo to a duel. Annoying woman. Truly. Sasuke remained unchanged in his demeanor towards women. However, despite this, Karen persisted in clinging to Sasuke, who, albeit grumbling, refrained from striking her. Strange girl, Konoha? What purpose do you have there? To transcend the limits of life and science, to explore the mysteries of ninjutsu and the human body. To devote oneself to art and beauty, traversing through flames and blades, the details were murky. To abduct young girls, Konoha. After the demise of the third Hokage, Tsunade ascended to the position of the fifth Hokage, and nearly half a year has passed since then. The world continues to turn. Indifferent to the absence of any single individual, the village of Konoha appears to be as it always was. Recently, Naruto embarked on a training journey with Jiraiya, while the remaining members of Team 12 are diligently pursuing their own training. In the absence of disruptions, the village would have been celebrated for its four beauties, Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, and Tenten. Alas, Lady Hinata was abducted at a young age, Tenten perished amid the chaos of the Chunin exams, and Sakura fell victim to Sasuke's hand. Consequently, Ino has emerged as the undisputed beauty of the village. Recently, she has often been seen with a smile adorning her face, likely due to this newfound recognition. Good morning, Miss Yamanaka. Good morning, Ino. Early in the morning, as Ino took a leisurely stroll, the uncles and aunties she encountered greeted her warmly. This is the privilege bestowed upon a beautiful maiden. Her enchanting presence compels others to smile and offer greetings. In stark contrast, a figure like Naruto Uzumaki, even if he were to vanish, would hardly be noticed by the common folk. Huh, what did you say? Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, that kid with the 9 tails. I had almost forgotten that was his name. So what? What relevance does that have to me? Such would likely be the response of a passerby. Such is human nature. Good morning, Ino. Another voice chimed in. Good morning. Ino replied, a small piece of bread held delicately in her mouth. Oh, do you even remember how many pieces of bread you've eaten before? The voice continued, sounding feminine and somewhat familiar. In truth, Ino was indeed strikingly beautiful. With golden locks cascading down, her azure eyes glimmered like the depths of the ocean. Her features exquisitely sculpted, embodying a picturesque visage. Her figure was graceful, with alluring curves beginning to manifest, prompting anyone who laid eyes upon her to exclaim how adorable or lovely she was. Those familiar with Ino, however, would perceive her as a little enchantress. Ino was often headstrong and rather spoiled. Ino-chan. Someone elongated her name, adding an affectionate suffix. Ino finally sensed something amiss and turned around sharply. Huh? That outfit? Ino exclaimed, puzzled. The upper half showcased a cool and breezy crop top, while the lower half was adorned with black ultra-short shorts, complemented by a bun hairstyle. Despite the slight changes in appearance, Ino recognized her easily, having spent ample time together. This woman, nicknamed Little Red, whose real name is Akane, was known for being troublesome. Hey, don't just come over and mess with my face. That is quite rude. The young girl protested, due to being pinched on the face. Her voice had somewhat changed. We meet again, little girl, remarked the young man with a cheerful smile. His appearance had altered slightly, resembling that of Hong Do. Yet his voice remained familiar. In terms of attire, this man consistently donned a simple black or gray coat, unremarkable in nature. Brother, what brings you to Konoha? Ino inquired cautiously, glancing around. Although these two did not match the descriptions on the wanted posters, the risk of exposure was not negligible. Saving the world. Yefeng replied with a grin. Do you take me for a child? Don't brush me off with such a casual excuse, Ino retorted, pouting slightly. I created peace. Isn't that tantamount to saving the world? Therefore, those who perished before I established peace were contributors to that cause, though no one will remember their names. The man continued. That's quite strange, Ino observed, casting a suspicious gaze at the two, yet hesitated to voice her thoughts. There was little she could do, in fact. She felt fortunate to have survived to this point and was reluctant to interfere in the affairs of these two individuals. Let us go, Hong Do. We still have a walk to take, Yefeng said. All right, Hong Do nodded. The two soon bid farewell to Ino and vanished into the streets of Konoha. The young girl pondered for a moment but ultimately refrained from informing anyone in Konoha, regardless of the intentions of these two. Even if Konoha were to learn of this news, what could they possibly do? If that man were to become enraged, Konoha might not be able to ensure Ino's safety. The air in the forest was refreshingly crisp. A light rain had fallen the previous night, and the soil beneath her feet felt pleasantly soft. From a small hill, one could gaze upon the Hokage Rock, the bustling town, and the iconic Hokage building in the distance. A brown-haired girl was painting there, dressed in a simple blue garment. She appeared to be around 15, in the bloom of youth. A subtle sadness graced her delicate features, her brown eyes fixed intently on her canvas. As someone approached to admire her artwork, she remained silent. The scenery of Konoha? You've captured it beautifully, but aren't there no clouds in the sky now? Hongdo couldn't help but comment. The girl's painting depicted Konoha under a sky thick with clouds, which contrasted sharply with the clear skies of the present. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Indeed, dark clouds began to gather, and the sky unleashed a gentle rain. Wow! Hongdo exclaimed in surprise. Yefeng silently smiled, his expression one of knowing. The girl was named Kuruma Yakumo, the heir of the Kuruma clan in Konoha. Despite possessing a formidable talent for genjutsu, Yakumo's frail health rendered her unable to become a ninja. Once, her mentor had been the renowned Zairi Hong. With a swift motion, the young girl dipped her brush into a generous amount of white paint, letting it cascade onto the canvas. A bolt of white lightning descended from the ominous clouds, striking directly upon the Hokage building. Boom! Indeed, a thunderous clap resounded as a colossal pillar of lightning, several meters in diameter, erupted. Flames engulfed the top floor of the Hokage building in an instant. What on earth is happening? Hongdo was bewildered. What a magnificent painting! Yefeng marveled. The girl continued to admire her artwork, indifferent to the two strangers and unperturbed by the destruction of the Hokage building, her expression remaining remarkably placid throughout. After a brief moment, having tidied her belongings, the girl prepared to depart from the scene. However, midway through her exit, two medical ninjas clad in white lab coats emerged. Without allowing her a word, they administered a tranquilizer and forcibly escorted her away. Clearly, the Leaf Village was aware of the girl's peculiar abilities. Yayun witnessed the entire episode unfold, her expression reflecting a mix of emotions. Teacher, what is that ability? Hongdo inquired. She paints what she wishes to see. And then it becomes reality? It's simply unfathomable. The Amma clan, known for producing a genius every few generations, seemed to have their reputation validated. Yet, this young girl was undeniably terrifying. Hongdo couldn't help but exclaim. That bloodline limit can create a world of illusion nearly indistinguishable from reality. If she desires, she can manifest whatever she imagines, Yefeng explained. Are there no limitations? Hongdo asked. Of course there are. For instance, if she wishes for someone's demise, she must envision that person being struck by lightning or cut by a blade. In reality, lightning may strike, or an inexplicable knife may fall from the sky. But whether that person truly dies depends on their strength. It is not a guaranteed death, Yefeng elucidated. Why did she choose to strike the Hokage building with lightning? Hongdo pressed further. Even in a rebellious phase, such animosity towards the Hokage seems unwarranted. One misstep leads to another, and you can see for yourself. That child's health is quite fragile, Yefeng remarked. Indeed, Hongdo nodded in understanding. As Yayun gathered her easel and tools, the burden felt increasingly challenging. Encountering the Leaf's medical ninjas left her devoid of the strength to resist, and she was swiftly subdued by the tranquilizer. Her frail constitution in childhood made becoming a ninja nearly impossible. Even attending ninja school had been a struggle. And then, if you wish to know more, seek her out, came the reply. The following day, at the Yamazaki Manor. In an effort to restrain Yakumo's powers, Konoha has placed her under house arrest in this secluded villa, overseen by two medical ninjas and a member of the Umbu. However, this strategy has backfired, as Yakumo's resentment towards Konoha has only intensified. Just yesterday, overwhelmed by her pent-up anger, she unleashed lightning upon the Hokage building. Once, she had visits from Yugao, but now, she is utterly alone. Little girl, are you truly destined to reside in such a dreary place? Two unfamiliar figures entered the room. Yakumo glanced at them and recognized them as the strangers she encountered while painting on the mountain the previous day. What a dismal room this is. Those Konoha folks are truly inconsiderate, one of them, Akane, remarked with irritation. The entire chamber was shrouded in darkness, the lighting dim and depressive. Yakumo remained silent. You were once Yugao's student, right? And a member of the Kurama clan? Why did you attack the Hokage building yesterday? Akane asked directly. Are you ninjas? Yakumo finally spoke, her voice tinged with curiosity. Indeed, you managed to evade the Umbu surveillance to come here. Your physique appears fragile. You likely lack the potential to become a ninja. Yet, I am still curious as to why you would strike against Konoha, Akane continued. Are you affiliated with Konoha? The young girl studied the two before responding coolly. No, we are merely intrigued by you, Akane replied. The third Hokage, he dispatched individuals to murder my parents and sought to eliminate me as well. Konoha has long regarded me as a monster, Yukumo lamented. Upon mentioning these past events, her expression finally flickered with emotion. As a child, her family had been engulfed in flames, and she alone survived the tragedy that claimed her parents. She believed that the Hokage at the time feared her bloodline limit and wished to extinguish her life. They labeled it an ordinary fire, yet they concealed the autopsy report and denied me the chance to see the bodies. I loathe this village, Yukumo spoke despondently. Ultimately, do you not lack evidence as well? How can you be certain it was Konoha's ninjas who committed the murder? Nightwind interjected suddenly. At that time, I was frail and incapable of training to become a legitimate ninja. Nevertheless, my bloodline limit and abilities had been discovered. Konoha must surely be aware of my existence. Yukumo asserted with conviction. Truthfully, I also harbor disdain for that old man, but this matter bears no relation to him. At that time, he was likely preoccupied with the troubles concerning the Uchiha. He hardly had the leisure to concern himself with the Kurama clan, Nightwind remarked. Are you deliberately provoking me? Seeking death at my hands? Yukumo's fury ignited, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as she focused on the two before her. You wield the genjutsu that manipulates the five senses, do you not? For a long time, I have yearned to witness this. The night breeze provocatively beckons. Hongdo, in response, merely shrugged without uttering a word. Then you shall perish within this illusion. Yukumo, gritting her teeth, activated her bloodline limit. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed entirely, morphing into a fragmented, imagined realm of illusion. On a patch of land, numerous paintings were displayed, surrounded by a distorted space. Brushes and pigments floated in midair. Every element here was under Yukumo's dominion. Pain, smell, sight, sound, taste should one meet death here. Their physical form in reality would also perceive it as death. One day, I shall exact revenge on Konoha. Individuals like you cannot sway my resolve. Before you perish. Do you have any final words? Yukumo spoke coldly. Unbeknownst to her, the two individuals before her were impervious to the effects of this illusory domain. After all, the kaleidoscope Sharingan is renowned for its prowess in illusion. Is that so? Does this realm truly belong to you? Or is the true master here not you? Hongdo chuckled lightly. With the activation of the kaleidoscope, she became immune to the sensory impacts of this illusion. Is reality truly as you envision? You frequently employ illusions, yet remain blind to the truth. I was once puzzled about what reality entailed, but upon your transportation to this space, the truth became apparent in an instant. Hongdo smiled. TCH, perish. A portrait of Hongdo materialized in Yukumo's hand, and she smeared the paint across Hongdo's head. This wretch would experience the excruciating agony of decapitation, and her physical form in reality would succumb in kind. Futile. You cannot govern my senses. Hongdo's body remained unchanged, intact and unscathed. Such an illusion could only prey upon ordinary ninjas. It was hardly effective against masters of illusion. Without the ability to command her opponent's senses, one could not extinguish the spirit of their foe. You linger in this illusory world yet cannot discern the true monstrosity that surrounds you, Hongdo remarked. What monstrosity? Yukumo furrowed her brow. In that moment of contemplation, the pigments around her began to stir. The colors on the canvas, along with the unused pigments, coalesced into a colossal, monstrous form. The creature resembled a humanoid figure, its skin black as night, with a visage akin to a fiend, crowned by two horns. As the monster emerged, forgotten memories surged into Yukumo's mind. At that time, Yukumo's physique was frail. Her parents and teachers urged her to abandon the path of a ninja and lead the life of an ordinary person. If she were to forcefully pursue the path of a ninja, her health would likely deteriorate further. Since that moment, a monster had manifested within her heart, giving rise to an alternate persona, one steeped in vengeance and fury. This was the very creature that haunted her mental realm. The inferno that claimed the lives of Yukumo's parents was not the result of an external force, but rather the emergence of this very mental beast, which possessed the power to influence the tangible world. Following that tragic event, Yukumo had forgotten the truth, mistakenly believing that assassins from the village had targeted her family. This was the undeniable reality. As the realization dawned upon her, Yukumo found herself awash in tears, engulfed by a tumult of regret, resentment, and shame. A kunai materialized from the void, aimed directly at her own throat. She had lost the will to continue living in such a world. Why? Why? Why would you choose to end your life? The monster spoke with human-like clarity, halting the trajectory of the kunai. It was a fragment of Yukumo's psyche, embodying her darkest and most vengeful spirit. Indeed, it is you. You are the very source of this girl's tragedy. Red Bean emerged, casting a cold gaze upon the creature. Huh? What are you babbling about? I am Yakumo. I am a part of Arima Yakumo. I killed those two people. What difference does it make if it was Arima Yakumo herself who took her parents' lives? The monster cackled with abandon. Yakumo cradled her head in her hands, collapsing helplessly to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Indeed, it was the monster within her that had slain her parents. A manifestation of her own hatred and anger. You are a nuisance. Die. The monster roared, and suddenly a caustic blue liquid filled the surroundings. To perish in this realm would mean death in reality as well. Who do you think you are? Do you believe such tactics can extinguish me? An invisible barrier materialized before Red Bean, thwarting the assault. You must vanquish it. Eliminate this monster within your heart. It is, in essence, your true adversary, is it not? Yakumo, now is not the time for weakness. Red Bean shouted fervently. The monster, originating from Yakumo herself, could only be appropriately extinguished by her own hand. Though she and Nightwind could forcibly invade this space with illusionary arts, controlling the extent of their power would be a formidable challenge. If they overstepped, they risked damaging Yakumo's very psyche. Please, just disappear, my other self. Please vanish. Yakumo cried, seizing a kunai. The monster made no attempt to evade as Yakumo's true self plunged the blade into its head. Why, despite all I have done for you? Do you harbor such hatred and anger? I offered to help you eliminate those who have wronged you, yet you seek to extinguish my life? The creature expressed its confusion. Born of animosity and fury, it could not fathom other emotions, nor could it comprehend the essence of humanity. It was, after all, merely a distorted creation. Nightwind shook his head. Had the monster possessed sufficient intellect, it would have long since seized control of Yakumo's body. Yet it was incomplete and lacked the requisite wisdom. When Yakumo wished to annihilate it, the creature did not even attempt to evade her. The illusionary realm collapsed, and the surroundings reverted to their ordinary state. In Yakumo's studio, 3 individuals gradually opened their eyes. What a good child you are, overcoming the monster within, Hongdo remarked with a gentle smile, patting Yakumo's head. Thank you. The girl replied after a moment of silence, her thoughts lingering for 2 minutes. She had uncovered the truth of her past and vanquished the original perpetrator. Yet she felt no joy. What lay ahead for her? Her family would hardly accept a being such as herself. Teacher Yuhi Kurenai had long since passed away, and the village of Konoha would not nurture her. They would merely assign someone to monitor her around the clock. Come with us. Only by following us can you become a powerful ninja, Hongdo urged. Who are you? Yakumo inquired, raising her gaze to scrutinize the 2 figures before her. They had not clarified their identities, only stating they were not ninjas of Konoha. Did you come for me? You must have heard of this name, one replied. What? Orochimaru? Are you among those who seek to destroy Konoha? You are villains, aren't you? Yakumo gasped in surprise. It was astonishing that Orochimaru stood before her. No wonder her illusions had no effect on these 2. When Orochimaru was still a ninja of Konoha, her parents were likely still children. A legendary Sannin. He had been active during the era of the 5th Hokage. What is wrong with being a villain? Come with us. Only by being near Lord Orochimaru can your body be healed, and you can cultivate to become a powerful ninja, Hongdo continued. My goal is to revive my clan. I will not accompany you. The girl hesitated before resolutely declaring. Joining the ranks of Konoha's rogue ninjas for the sake of power contradicted her original intentions. If that were the case, she would rather forsake that strength. Is that so? It seems you misunderstand the situation. If you do not leave with us, I guarantee that the members of the Karasuma clan will not survive for more than 2 days, Nightwind stated calmly. This young girl's bloodline limit was indeed not formidable. However, aside from her sensory manipulation, her ability to rewrite reality was rather impressive. While not as formidable as Izanagi, it excels in its low consumption and minimal cost. Yakumo's face turned pale. Her already fair complexion appeared even more ghostly. If you do not obediently serve under Lord Orochimaru, your kin may truly be slaughtered. And it is indeed possible that even your parents' graves could be desecrated, Akkad whispered, leaning closer. She held a favorable impression of the young girl and wished to see her spared from death. Then, you must assure me that no harm will come to my family. Yakumo ultimately capitulated. With the 3rd Hokage having perished at Orochimaru's hands, she had no room for resistance or opportunity to fight back. Of course, the next day, at a dessert shop on the streets of Konoha, 2 young individuals savored delectable treats. The man appeared somewhat languid, while the woman wore a beaming smile. Opposite them sat a girl with a downcast expression, devoid of emotion. The bloodline limit of the Kurama family was not particularly strong. Manipulating the senses to kill within illusions was not a noteworthy power. However, the ability to rewrite reality was quite impressive. Although the extent of alteration was limited, one could paint an apple on a canvas and it would indeed manifest. Such a notion resembled a perpetual motion machine. If one could simply conjure food, would there ever be a need to spend money again? It was hard not to concur with Akkad's perspective. Enjoying red bean cakes, a perfect match. Akkad smiled joyfully. Fate is always difficult to decipher. For instance, Ino's flower shop was not far down this very street, approximately 20 meters away. Furthermore, if Ino were to whimsically desire dessert and ventured into this shop, she could easily be caught by Akkad. Ah, Ino-chan. Akkad's excited voice rang out. The night breeze prompted a sudden contemplation. Was Akkad perhaps bisexual? There was something suspicious in her gaze, as if she intended to devour the golden-haired girl before her. Who is this? Ino inquired cautiously. Oh, her name is Kurama Yakumo. She is one we have abducted, Akkad replied nonchalantly. Hey, sister, you truly are a dangerous individual. Aren't you? Was your intent to draw me close for the purpose of abducting me as well? Ino's body trembled slightly. Well, that's not entirely accurate. The primary aim is this child's blood, as my teacher does not entertain idlers, only lab rats. However, if Ino-chan wishes to live with me, I would absolutely welcome you. Akkad beamed with a radiant smile. No matter how one perceived it, there was something unsettling about that grin. Sister, please refrain from speaking so loudly. You might be regarded as a suspicious individual. Ino gradually succumbed to exasperation. In the present-day Konoha, oh, by the way, the fifth Hokage is that woman with a bosomy figure, isn't she? I recall having seen her photograph before. Red Bean, perhaps lost in her thoughts, exclaimed once more. Teacher, do you fancy such a bosomy figure? No, that cannot be right. Indeed, it seems you prefer women with a more balanced physique, she mused aloud. Well, I have an affinity for beautiful eyes. Whoever possesses striking eyes seems to me to be an endearing girl. Nonetheless, that does not impede my resolve to eliminate those who must be dealt with, Nightwind responded after a moment of contemplation. Physical attributes and appearances are ultimately trivial matters. After all, as a doctor, he could easily alter faces or sculpt bodies at will. Isn't there an old saying? The eyes are the windows to the soul. Through them, one can perceive the vastness of the universe, filled with countless brilliant stars. Beautiful eyes always possess a unique allure. Some resemble sparkling gemstones, while others are adorned with rare and vibrant hues, worthy of collection. There are also those that are pure and lovely, invoking a sense of gentleness just by gazing upon them. Yet, such beautiful eyes are a rarity. Most people's eyes are merely dull, as if they could have the word numb inscribed within them. Oh right, Red Bean has transplanted the Sharingan. Her current eyes are no longer her own. Her original eyes remain preserved in the laboratory. Should the day arise when Red Bean is no longer deemed a formidable and useful subordinate, he would perform a surgery to restore that pair of eyes. The gray-brown hue of her irises is indeed quite rare. Ino, your eyes are quite beautiful as well. The man emerged from his reverie, addressing the young girl. What? Ino felt a chill run down her spine, as if being scrutinized by some primordial beast. Indeed, golden hair must be complemented by such deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean. With a slender and proportionate figure, her legs curve like art. Her fair skin radiant in the sunlight, while her golden hair shimmers brilliantly. Although she is the spoiled daughter of a prominent family, her gaze possesses the vastness and profundity of the sea, imbued with gentleness and mystery. This is the essence of a beautiful girl, captivating at a mere glance. Nightwind mused to himself, though he claimed not to be enamored with blondes nor fond of Lolas. Suddenly, his gaze shifted away from Ino, and he took a sip of his juice, continuing to stare vacantly out the window. Not a fan of blondes nor Lolas? What does that imply? You are perhaps an even more suspicious pervert. Ino dared only to think, her lips sealed on the matter. Teacher, I have finished eating, Red Bean announced, placing down her plate before embracing Ino and playfully squeezing her soft cheeks. Nightwind acknowledged with a sound, his gaze traversing the bustling streets outside. Through the throngs of people, contemplating the unknown, Yakumo Arima seemed to possess no presence at all. Unlike the night breeze, Yakumo merely lowered her head, her expression resembling that of a lifeless puppet. Yet, no one paid her any mind. A month later, at the base, Chitos, the blue electric light flickered ominously, and on the other side stood a curse-sealed monster. Too slow. CHGO's movements were ghostly, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only his afterimages in the arena. The two engaged in battle for 5 minutes. Rather than a fight, it seemed more like Sasuke was merely enduring a relentless beating. It appeared dire, yet it was evident that Sasuke had made progress. Previously, CHGO required only one hand to subdue him, then two. And now he had to resort to cursed ceiling. This advancement was rather conspicuous, was it not? Boom. Sasuke coughed up blood, creating a large crater in the wall. CHGO's ability to wield natural chakra rendered him remarkably resilient, making defeat an even more distant prospect. Sasuke, perhaps you should take a brief respite, Karen suggested from the sidelines. Yet, Sasuke remained unchanged, only willing to converse with her during moments of genuine need for rest. You infatuated fool, Mizuki remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. What? Mizuki, do you wish to fight? You scoundrel. I shall no longer require blood donations, Yakov calmly stated as she drank from a blood bag. Yes, my lord, Yakumo replied, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. After a month in this place, she had come to understand its essence. Orochimaru had kept his word, bestowing upon her the blood curse seal, thereby fortifying her frail body. In exchange, she had provided this man with her blood throughout the month. I need a maid, Akane declared. Consequently, Yakumo abandoned any thoughts of murder and entrusted her to Akane from that day forward. A week passed. I shall train my little maid, Akane proclaimed. Yakov nodded, deciding not to bring Akane along this time. Brother, I want to join too, Hinata suddenly exclaimed, rushing forward. Oh, Yakov nodded in acknowledgement. In the land of demons, the time had finally come to awaken the specters with the dark medical ninjutsu devised for tonight and unify the realm with this power. A middle-aged man with long hair stood atop a high cliff, gazing down upon the heavily guarded sealing ground. He infused his chakra into 4 figures clad in white, and under the cover of night, they commenced their assault. This was the sealing ground for the consciousness of the specters. Ah, back in this world again, how nostalgic. He mused. Long time no see, Lord Shry. Who are you? Have you forgotten? I am Yomi. The ghostly legion has been revived. An army devoid of life has returned. These combat puppets feel no pain and can regenerate even when destroyed, embodying true war machines. The last time the Spectre wielded these forces to assault the entire ninja realm, they were ultimately sealed away by the priestess of the land of demons. The souls and bodies were confined within the underground sanctum of the land of demons in the shrine of the land of marshes. Brother, where are we headed? Hinata inquired with curiosity. The ninja world has plunged into turmoil, and many have taken notice of that army. It is evident that Yomi intends to eliminate the priestess, who has inherited the sealing techniques, and retrieve the Spectre-esque corporeal form from the land of marshes. The land of demons, Nightwind replied. Isn't that place embroiled in conflict? It seems many ninjas are flocking there, Hinata continued. To protect the priestess Cheyenne, the land of demons has made extensive preparations. They have recruited numerous soldiers, sought assistance from various nations, and employed ninjas for her protection. It is precisely because of the commotion that we must venture there. Nightwind gently patted Hinata's head, speaking softly. In recent years, he has absorbed a considerable amount of tailed beast chakra, significantly amplifying his own. In terms of sheer quantity, he is not far off from Kisame. However, this is insufficient. To consume stronger and more abundant chakra, he must possess a more formidable body, akin to the immortal forms of the tailed beasts. To become the ultimate being, an indestructible body is essential. Although the 8-headed serpent is a forbidden technique of great power, its combat strength is not particularly formidable, hence he seeks the strength of the ancient creature, the Spectre. Brother, can I assist you this time? Hinata asked again. To grow stronger and become a valuable asset is a fundamental requirement as a subordinate of Orochimaru. Yes, Hinata will undoubtedly be of help. You are already quite exceptional. Nightwind replied softly. Really? Indeed. 2 weeks later, in the land of demons, Yomi subordinates indeed launched an assault here, targeting the current priestess, Cheyenne. The priestess possesses 2 abilities. Firstly, the power to seal resurrected creatures, and secondly, the foresight of certain future events, including the deaths of individuals. Continue. Reinforce the protection of the priestess's chamber. A group of soldiers rushed past with fervor. Despite the formidable enemy, not a single soldier fled. They would rather perish than abandon the priestess. Lady Cheyenne must have foreseen this scene long ago, a guard remarked sadly. The priestess, with her foresight, should have known she would be attacked. It matters not. If this life can be sacrificed for the lady priestess, it is as I wish. Another guard declared. Boom. Four white figures leaped into the air, crashing through the floors, heading straight for Cheyenne chamber. These four were Yomi's subordinates, infused with his chakra, each one immensely powerful. Lady Cheyenne, intruders have breached. Please seek refuge. One by one, the guards fell, and the walls of the chamber lay in ruins. Ha 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 ha. The invader erupted in maniacal laughter. Entering the room, one could see a golden-haired girl half-kneeling on the ground, clad in a white nightgown. She appeared to be around 15. Her slender figure graced with delicate lavender eyes. Four ruthless villains loomed before her, yet Zen remained unperturbed, bearing an expression of resigned acceptance. She was acutely aware of the impending events, thus displaying no urgency. Well, little girl, have you already surrendered? Chuckled a figure in white. With a casual flick, he hurled several shurikens, one of which was intercepted by a guard rising from the floor, shielding himself with his body. Zun's countenance remained impassive. She had foreseen these occurrences long before, yet foreknowledge did not grant her the power to alter fate. From the moment she became a priestess, she had witnessed far too many deaths. To her, the concept of life and death had long since lost its weight. And what comes next? No one will protect you now. The four figures advanced slowly. All the guards had perished, leaving the priestess's life unguarded. Don't celebrate too soon. The priestess will not be handed over to scoundrels like you. A voice rang out. A girl with ice blue eyes stepped forth, enveloped in a green chakra cloak. Clutching two orbs of sage chakra, a man emerged behind her, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue. The blood moon, governed by the five senses. Fused with the lower-tier deity S illusion. Ice release, ice dragon technique. Lightning release, Rasengan. As the main body activated the illusion, two shadow clones simultaneously darted forth, unleashing their jutsu. Silver will rebirth explosion. Hinata released several orbs of sage chakra from her right palm, spinning them with her hands. The orbs were cloaked in green chakra, forming a silver halo that unleashed a tremendous whirlwind. Boom. The entire grand hall was obliterated, reduced to rubble. Damn ninjas. In an instant, 3 of the 4 figures in white were slain, their bodies disintegrated into countless fragments. The sole survivor, having acquired a special power from the underworld, managed to escape with a severed arm. Should we pursue? Hinata inquired. Not necessary. Let us find the priestess, Nightwind replied, shaking his head. As they intervened to intercept the 4 foes, Zun had already slipped out through the back door of the room. Although the priestess was not his primary target, he found her abilities intriguing and could not allow her to escape. The hidden passageway was intricate, ultimately leading them to a waterfall. Why have you stopped? Nightwind and Hinata approached to find Zun sitting on the ground, lost in thought. I lack the strength to go on. After all, you will come looking for me. Zun spoke calmly. Your names are Orochimaru and Hinata, correct? That sealed individual wishes to be resurrected, and your objective is. Zun's voice trailed off. Indeed. There is the ability to foresee the future, Hinata marveled. This was her first encounter with the Oracle, yet the latter seemed already acquainted with her name. It appeared that there were hints of understanding regarding their intentions. You know who I am. So you must also be aware of my purpose for coming to the land of demons. If I do not obtain what I desire, even if the specters do not bring ruin to this land, I shall be the one to obliterate it, Nightwind stated coldly. Yes, Zun nodded silently. Unlike others, she could perceive the true essence of this man at a glance. He was no creature that could be deemed human. Within him resided a twisted soul, a monstrous form bearing 8 serpent heads. After a brief moment, the trio commenced their journey towards the sealed shrine in the land of demons. Can you see the future? Hinata inquired softly, carrying Zun on her back. Yes, Zun replied with calm assurance. Then can you foresee the fate of that resurrected monster? Hinata asked with curiosity. A battle. Zun's response was succinct yet enigmatic. What sort of battle? Hinata pressed on. It is a fierce conflict in the depths of a hellish underground, where the monster awakens after a prolonged sealing. The white serpent and the red serpentine horde clash, with blood flowing like rivers. A millennium has passed, and the people above are as numerous as grains of sand. The specters visit the imprisoned fiend, giving rise to another monstrosity, Zun recounted slowly. Her voice was ethereal and devoid of emotion, resembling that of a marionette. By the way, what was up with that waterfall earlier? It seems rather peculiar to have a waterfall on the escape route, Nightwind remarked casually. That was where I used to bathe, Zun responded. By the way, are we going there with just the 3 of us? Shouldn't we bring some of Zun's subordinates? Hinata questioned. They are merely useless followers. Bringing them along would only be a burden, Zun replied coldly, though deep down, she cared for those who had perished for her sake. Yet, There was nothing she could do, thus she maintained her indifferent facade. If those who had protected the oracle had known the true nature of the one they safeguarded, perhaps they would have forsaken their duty, thereby granting themselves a chance to survive. Truly, a malevolent Asashur. The oracle, too, was a gentle maiden with a cold exterior but a warm heart, which rendered her somewhat pitiable. Oh, by the way, it was Hinata who felt sympathy for the oracle. As for a certain man, he merely admired the oracle's eyes, showing little concern for other matters. Evening fell, due to Ziyuan's need for rest. The three individuals chose to set up camp atop a high cliff, while the ninjas had no trouble traveling for days and nights. Ziyuan's physique was no different from that of an ordinary person. Not to mention enduring several days, even a single night of sleeplessness would leave her feeling fatigued. "Let us rest here for the night," said Night Wind softly. In Hinata's capable hands, 2 tents were erected, one large and one small. Items such as blankets, along with ample food and fresh water, were all stored within the space scroll. Ugh! Ziyuan took a couple of bites from a biscuit, but found it impossible to swallow. She ultimately spat it out and discarded the remains. Truly a young lady, Night Wind chuckled, not at all offended. After all, it wasn't him who was hungry. So what reason did he have to be upset? What would Miss Ziyuan like to eat? Hinata inquired gently, her concern evident. If it was within reason, it would be nice to accommodate her wishes somewhat. "Meat. I want to eat meat," Ziyuan declared, taking advantage of Hinata's gentle demeanor without hesitation. "Oh, meat?" Hinata looked around, activated her Byakugan, and after a few minutes, managed to catch a wild rabbit. "Hey, Hinata, can you cook roasted rabbit?" Nightwind asked, somewhat surprised. "I don't know how, but it shouldn't be too difficult," Hinata replied with a smile. "Rabbits are so adorable. How could we eat rabbit meat?" Ziyuan suddenly interjected. Thud. Nightwind tapped Ziyuan on the head. "Indeed, if rabbits are so cute, how could we consume their flesh? Why not feast on Ziyuan instead? Human flesh should taste quite delightful as well," Nightwind remarked with a sardonic tone. "You wouldn't dare kill me. What good are such threats?" Ziyuan retorted, pouting. The struggle between the resurrected monster and the creature before her remained unclear, yet one thing she was certain of was her will to survive until the end. "Is that so?" Nightwind seized Ziyuan's right hand, and with a kunai, pierced through her palm. "Ah!" The young girl let out a sharp scream, only to have her mouth swiftly silenced with a bandage. "Did you anticipate that you would endure torment? If you disobey, I wouldn't hesitate to sever your hand. Losing an arm wouldn't diminish your abilities." Nightwind licked the blood from the kunai, speaking coldly. Ziyuan's cheeks were adorned with tears, her delicate frame trembling slightly. These two wretched individuals dared to treat her in such a manner. "In my presence, you are no priestess. Do not presume you hold any elevated status, understood?" Nightwind said, as he crushed one of Ziyuan's finger bones. Ziyuan bit her lip tightly, the pain causing her to break the skin, and her body trembled even more violently. Yet, the priestess proved to be far stronger than she appeared, her resolve commendable. Even so, she managed to endure. "Acknowledge me with a nod if you understand, or I shall shatter every bone in your body one by one. With my medical expertise, I can mend your bones, only to crush them anew twice, thrice, 4 times." Crack. Another finger bone crumbled. Ziyuan hastily nodded, prompting the man to loosen the bandages. I understand. Please, cease." Ziyuan cried out. This man was indeed a devil. In her life thus far, she had never endured such physical torment, inflicted by the very person who had saved her life. The goddess of fate certainly had a penchant for cruel humor. She had been spared, yet her future seemed to be handed over to this fiend. "What do you intend to do?" I will be obedient from now on." Ziyuan retreated a couple of steps. As she noticed Yefeng approaching her, a wave of unease washed over her. "Do not worry. My lord has no intention of harming you," Hinata reassured her. "No intention of harming me? What sort of jest is this? This man, Ziyuan gasped as Orochimaru embraced her, sinking his teeth into her neck. Contrary to her expectations of excruciating pain, a peculiar warmth radiated from the point of the bite. Blood Curse Seal, a jutsu formed from Yefeng's unique blood and chakra, akin to Tsunade's creation rebirth, possessing extraordinary healing properties. "Remember, from this day forth, you shall be my subordinate. Henceforth, refer to me as Lord Orochimaru. Do you comprehend?" Yefeng released his grip, stating matter-of-factly, "Yes, my lord," Ziyuan replied, dazed. The wounds on her hands healed at an astonishing rate, leaving no trace of a scar. This man's medical prowess was indeed formidable. Half an hour later, "The roasted rabbit is ready. Brother, Miss Ziyuan, let us all partake together." Hinata exclaimed joyfully. Though it was her first time preparing roasted rabbit, Hinata managed it beautifully. It looked enticing, and the aroma was equally tempting. Thank you, Ziyuan replied, beginning to savor the meat. The flavor was undeniably delightful. Will Lord Orochimaru not eat? Ziyuan inquired cautiously. She had begun to grasp this man's temperament. Any indiscretion in his presence would surely invite punishment. Well, since it is Hinata's creation, I shall indulge a little. Yefeng approached from a distance. After reprimanding Ziyuan earlier, he had been standing by, lost in thought as the cool night breeze enveloped him. As the conversation turned, regardless of which night breeze it was, both were undeniably cool. For they were creatures of cold blood. How does it taste? Hinata inquired with a smile. Not bad, replied Yefeng, finishing a rabbit leg, but leaving the remaining meat untouched. It's best to rest early. With that, the man retreated into the smaller tent, while the larger one was reserved for Hinata and Cheyenne. Orochimaru. It seems he is a rogue ninja from the land of fire. Why would he suddenly involve himself in the affairs of the land of ghosts? Cheyenne remarked pensively. It feels quite unpleasant to be dependent on others, especially when forced into it. If you wish to keep the land of ghosts from being embroiled, it would be wise to follow him obediently. Your role is unique. My brother would not easily dispose of you, Hinata stated, her demeanor turning serious. Sighing, Cheyenne felt a mix of weariness and confusion. I'm going to sleep. Shortly thereafter, Hinata tidied her belongings, and the two girls fell asleep together. Being of the same gender, it felt perfectly natural. The night passed in silence. The following day, after a modest breakfast, the trio resumed their journey. Cheyenne had become notably more obedient, refraining from complaining about the unpalatable rations. With Hinata carrying her on her back, they traversed the cliff's edge, causing Cheyenne to tremble with fear, though she offered only a slight complaint. Couldn't we walk through the forest? Why must we follow the cliff along the river? Her voice quivered. Rest assured, you won't fall, Hinata reassured her with a smile. 3 hours later, as they continued walking, a colossal water dragon suddenly emerged from the river, clearly a trap set by lurking ninjas. Judging by the chakra levels, it was likely the same ninja who barely escaped the previous day. Do they dare ambush us? They seek their own demise, Yefeng scoffed. Ice release. Ice dragon technique. The river surged, forming a lifelike, formidable ice dragon. Boom. The ice dragon collided with the water dragon, shattering it into fragments. The confrontation ended in less than 2 minutes. Although some of the subordinates dispatched by Huangquan possessed the powers of the wraiths, they were still too weak. After resolving this threat, the trio continued on their way. Unbeknownst to them, night fell once more. Brother, there is a strong presence in the cave ahead, Hinata said, pointing towards a massive cavern in the distance while carrying Cheyenne on her back. Outside lay the undead legion numbering in the thousands. It appeared Huangquan had arrived at this location, where the wraiths' bodies were sealed. Yet, it remained uncertain how far along the resurrection of that monstrous entity had progressed. Let us proceed directly, Night Wind commanded. He was not here to vanquish the demons, but rather to absorb their power. This, Ziyuan had already discerned. A mindless throng of soldiers could scarcely impede the trio. While troublesome for ordinary folk, a cadre of animated stone beings posed no challenge to ninjas. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the temperature escalated, the air growing as heated as if it might ignite. Eventually, they entered a realm ablaze with a sea of molten lava, where the corporeal form of the demon, Wraith, lay sealed. The soul of this creature resided within Huangquan, awaiting the acquisition of a physical body for its resurrection. In sheer size, Wraith's form likely dwarfed even that of the tailed beasts. You have matured, resembling Methreya quite closely. A man's voice resonated. It was none other than Huangquan. The Methreya he referenced was the previous priestess, Ziyuan's mother. You may have heard of me. I am Huangquan. My grand ambitions were thwarted by your mother. Do you recall that day? Leading the resurrected Wraith, I am poised to seize a millennium-old kingdom. Without your mother, this world would have long been mine, he proclaimed, lost in his own musings. Oh, it appears you suffer from delusions, Nightwind chuckled softly. Wraith is at best a tailed beast-level force. The notion of conquering the world with such a being is sheer folly, unless one possesses power exceeding the 6 paths. Unifying the world is an impossibility. Wraith and the priestess were originally one entity, both stemming from the same existence. The so-called priestess could seal Wraith merely through the intertwining of their beings, each consciousness suppressing the other. What a pity that those inept fools failed to eliminate you, Huangquan remarked coolly. Yet at this moment, it was not Huangquan himself controlling that body, but rather the soul of the demon, Wraith. At long last, I can reclaim my corporeal form. Oh, And should you wish to attempt sealing me, feel free to do so, Wraith bellowed with laughter. A purplish-black light flickered and then leaped into the molten lava below. No, I did not come here to seal you. This woman is merely my captive. Night Wind replied calmly, casting a glance at Hinata, signaling her to keep Ziyuan close by. He had come to devour Wraith, not to permit Ziyuan to seal it. Ha 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 ha. Human, then what is your purpose in coming here? The voice echoed from all directions. The lava seemed to blaze even more fiercely, gradually stirring to life. A monstrous entity, cloaked in a deep purple-black hue, emerged from the searing magma. Towering over 100 meters, its form was amorphous, as if its purple-black body could shift at will. The serpentine head and body, adorned with blood-red, immense eyes, bore fangs and claws, while its cavernous maw resembled an abyss. Each colossal serpent appeared akin to a frenzied dragon. Together, dozens of these titanic serpents formed the ancient, world-destroying creature known as the Maw of the Abyss. A banquet, a funeral, was about to commence. Oh, insignificant humans, let me witness your capabilities, it hissed. Another beast surfaced from the molten world, as black chakra accumulated in the expansive lava landscape, an overwhelming stench of blood saturating the air, inducing nausea. That is Lord Orochimaru, Hinata gasped, her eyes fixed upon the creature. Cheyenne was rendered speechless, the dreamlike scene now manifesting before her. The magma grew increasingly agitated, the subterranean realm nearly collapsing under the weight of the two monsters. The roars and howls of the creatures pierced the mind, a cacophony of chaos, fury, elation, and madness that felt akin to hell itself. The newly appeared serpent dragged its fearsome tail, moving with remarkable speed as it scaled the rocky walls of the cavern, leaping toward another purple-black monstrosity. The magma surged violently, cascading like torrential rain. Hinata was compelled to activate her rebirth eye, enveloping herself and Cheyenne in a protective cloak of chakra. Roaring. Though both monsters were serpentine giants, their roars resonated with the power of dragons that had trained for millennia. The purple-black serpent resembled an enormous nest, intricately woven from dozens of bodies resembling serpents and dragons. The white serpent, though smaller, was nimbler and swifter, with 8 malformed heads adorning its massive form, each head serving both as a weapon and a limb for climbing. Its elongated neck coiled and unfurled, golden eyes gleaming as though forged from the finest gold. The Yamata no Orochi and the Maw of the Abyss clashed and roared in a fierce battle. The monsters tore at each other's flesh, devouring one another in a relentless struggle. The scales of the Yamata no Orochi were ripped apart, one of its heads severed. Yet it quickly regained its form in a brief moment of respite. Meanwhile, the purple-black creature trembled, its dark and crimson blood mingling as it flowed toward the magma and ground. Indeed, this was a hellish realm. Here, only the slaughter of monsters persisted. Two fiends gnawing at each other. The ground trembled incessantly, the vast cavern teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it could crumble at any moment. Boom. The monsters plunged into the magma, only to resurface moments later, continuing their ferocious battle. The world spun chaotically, rivers of blood flowed. Bang, bang, bang. At last, the cavern succumbed to collapse. Hinata and Cheyenne had no choice but to flee the scene. Yet the monsters continued their furious roars, their voices echoing throughout the expanse. Earthquakes. Mountains crumbled. Volcanoes erupted. The landscape within a 10-mile radius was ablaze, the sky seemingly ignited. Was it the lava that spread in all directions, or the searing blood of a monstrous creature? Hours slipped by unnoticed. The protracted battle had finally reached its conclusion. With the colossal serpent and the frenzied dragon vanished from sight, Hinata followed the lingering aura and stumbled upon a man, immersed in a pool of blood. He was neither unconscious nor gravely injured. He merely sat in the sanguine liquid or lava, lost in thought, silently observing the beauty of this volcanic eruption. Brother, are you hurt? After a span of several minutes, Hinata mustered the courage to inquire softly. I'm fine. That creature was far weaker than I, and from the outset, it stood no chance against me. I merely squandered time digesting its presence, the man replied slowly. The golden hue in his eyes gradually faded, returning to their usual dark state. If one overlooked his entire body drenched in blood, he appeared to be an ordinary man, albeit somewhat fatigued. The volcanic eruption is quite beautiful, he remarked. The word beautiful rarely escaped his lips, typically reserved for describing the eyes of a certain maiden. Such sights are not often witnessed. It is indeed a pity. Nightwind rose gently, cleansing his body and donning a fresh set of garments. He turned a glance at Cheyenne, who had succumbed to unconsciousness beside Hinata. What happened to her? Nightwind inquired nonchalantly. Perhaps the environment here was too harsh, causing her to faint, Hinata responded. The extreme heat and air were indeed arduous for an ordinary person to endure. Had it not been for her chakra's protection, Cheyenne might have been thoroughly scorched. Let us return. Understood. 2 weeks later, the crisis in the land of ghosts vanished as mysteriously as it had arisen. The good news was that the malign spirit had seemingly been vanquished, despite the fact that, by nature, it was not something that could be killed. Nevertheless, dead was dead. And that was a welcome development. As for the bad news, the priestess Cheyenne had disappeared. Rumors suggested she perished alongside the malign spirit, and as the tale spread, it morphed into a widely accepted truth. In reality, the malign spirit had not been slain. Its essence resided within the body of a certain man, to a certain extent. The malign spirit had been reborn, with that man becoming its new vessel. Should that man ever meet his demise, the malign spirit might once again manifest in the world. Moreover, it was indeed a fact that the malign spirit and the priestess originated from the same essence. Were the malign spirit to be defeated, it could only be by one of the two entities opting for a self-destructive end, thereby taking the other with it. Now that the beast's power had been consumed by night wind, that bond persisted. Thus, Cheyenne would not meet her end. Clap, clap, clap. Gentle raindrops fell softly as dark clouds enveloped the sky. In the capital of the land of demons, a funeral was being held today for the priestess Cheyenne. With over 30,000 attendees coming to pay their respects, the crowd was uniformly clad in black, their expressions solemn, regardless of age. The calamity that had befallen this nation had been lifted, and the hero deserved reverence from all. Indeed, the rain seemed fitting for such a day of mourning. Hinata murmured softly, extending her hand to catch the falling raindrops. Amidst the vast assembly, the three of them were merely inconspicuous ordinary individuals, cloaked in black robes and holding a black umbrella. What does it feel like to attend one's own funeral? It was eerily quiet, and they appeared genuinely sorrowful. Yet, Nightwind could not help but chuckle. Who would have imagined that Cheyenne was, in fact, not dead at all, nor had she ever fought against monsters? She had merely succumbed to the heat during a volcanic eruption and nearly met her end from being cooked alive. Brother, please don't mock me. I had a feeling this day would come, Cheyenne pouted, affectionately linking her arm with the man's. Compared to her earlier demeanor, she seemed to have completely transformed. However, this was to be expected. Nightwind had devoured that magical beast, establishing a familial bond with Cheyenne, akin to siblings. In terms of chakra and aura, they bore a striking resemblance. The priestess Cheyenne would henceforth cease to exist. All that remained was Nightwind's sister, Cheyenne. The young maiden appeared to have resolved something within herself. There was no escaping her fate. She was irrevocably entwined with this man. Perhaps it was that her eyes had already glimpsed her future self. I am not as weak as you, dear sister. The man rolled his eyes. Brother. A month later. In the ancient nation of Lulan, within the base. Orochimaru, grant me strength. Early in the morning, Sasuke's voice echoed throughout the facility. What? Is sparring with Jugo no longer sufficient for you? Nightwind climbed out of bed, planting a kiss on Red Bean's forehead. Stepping through the door, he collided with the impatient face of Uchiha Sasuke. Jugo relies on brute strength. Do you truly believe that training under him will transform my body to match his? He may be stronger, but he cannot elevate me further. Sasuke retorted coldly. This boy, merely 13, possessed considerable insight. Very well, I shall find you a suitable opponent. Oh, by the way, let us put this to good use. Nightwind began to form hand seals. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. A coffin rose, and a youthful figure emerged. Uchiha Shisui. Who is this guy? Sasuke furrowed his brow. He had a slight impression of this individual. He was once a member of the Uchiha clan and a friend of Uchiha Itachi, renowned as the formidable Shunshin Shisui. I have resurrected him through the impure world reincarnation technique, making him an ideal sparring partner for you. As Yifeng spoke, he inserted a kunai into the puppet's head. Should you require a training partner, he will always be at your disposal and will show leniency during your practice. However, do not expect to extract any words from the mouth of a deceased. Yifeng patted the puppet's shoulder, and then Uchiha Shisui followed Sasuke away. Retaining his combat awareness and abilities from his previous life, he was nevertheless denied the privilege of speech, permitted only to serve as a training companion. Breakfast is ready, brother, Zishuan said with a cheerful smile. Ever since Zishuan joined the base, it had become lively once again. She often pestered Hondo to learn how to prepare breakfast and desserts. And due to her frail constitution, she would also engage in some physical exercise and play around with Hinata's sisters. Then there was that fellow, Yakumo. Though still somewhat aloof. As a servant, he adequately fulfilled his role in helping tidy the rooms. Hondo's teaching methods were quite effective. Brother, Zishuan affectionately called out, wishing to remain by the man's side 24 hours a day. Don't be troublesome. Yifeng glanced at the girl beside him. Regarding the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, he had recently developed some new insights and ideas. Ordinary possession allows the user to enter a new body and either obliterate or suppress the original soul. But could it be possible to transform obliteration into consumption? Or perhaps to have two souls coexisting within one body? Furthermore, could anyone else besides him master this ninjutsu flawlessly? As time passed, he grew ever more powerful. His physical form might become immortal. However, the same could not be said for his subordinates. To ensure that his valuable subordinates could also attain longevity, he needed to research some new forbidden techniques. Zishuan, where do you think I will go next? Yifeng inquired. The land of wind, the ruins of Lulan, Zishuan replied with a grin. Her prophetic ability was attuned to those around her, thus she was privy to such information. Indeed. Yifeng remarked, patting Zishuan on the head. This girl proved to be exceptionally useful, with the ability to foresee the future. She could clearly discern events that would transpire in the near term. If anyone intended to ambush him, he could prepare in advance. Hinata, you stay here and accompany Hanabi. Yifeng instructed. Yes, brother, Hinata obediently nodded. This trip may bring about some unforeseen circumstances, so I shall not take you with me. Yifeng turned to Hondo and added, if it were merely a leisurely outing, it would not matter how many women I brought along, but this is not the case. All right, teacher, please return early, Hondo replied, equally compliant. Return soon, Lord Orochimaru. Yakumo respectfully bowed, cherishing the rare moment of conversation. A week later, in the land of wind. At the ruins of Lulan, the immense power of the dragon vein lay dormant underground, sealed away by the fourth Hokage. However, the rogue ninja from Sunagakure sought to claim this power, turning traitorous. Though they could not break the seal, they could devour it whole, infusing this power into their puppetry. The entire world would bend to my will. A middle-aged man stood at the center of the ancient ruins, employing forbidden techniques to unravel the fourth Hokage's seal. Boom. A purple beam of energy erupted, radiating an overwhelming force that even the Nightwind found daunting. Hold on tight, Zishuan. Nightwind's dark chakra enveloped both of them, his Rinnegan awakening to its utmost potential. Yes, Zishuan clung tightly to the man's form. Nightwind's chakra brimmed with darkness and malevolence, yet it had no adverse effect on her. Rather, it harmonized perfectly. This was also why Nightwind had chosen to bring Zishuan along. When necessary, he could transform into his true form and consume her to protect her. The purple beam of energy expanded, engulfing the rogue ninja as well as Nightwind and Zishuan, who vanished within its embrace. A radiant glow ascended from Lulan, stirring a whirlwind of emotions. The dragon vein, a treasure to be safeguarded, beckoned. A blade of light pierced the sky as sand and storm converged. The melodious voice of a young girl resonated. Though still the familiar ancient towers of Lulan, they appeared altered, bearing an even more antiquated visage, especially with a girl singing amidst them. Hey, where is this place? Zishuan inquired. For the people of their era, this was merely a relic. For the living Lulan inhabitants, the meaning of this structure remained a mystery. Oh, the red-haired girl, startled by the presence of others, retreated into a nearby passage and fled. Let us exit from above, Nightwind said, disregarding the fleeing girl. Cradling Zishuan, they broke through the structure's upper section and emerged onto the surface. Surrounding them was not the endless yellow desert, but a breathtaking expanse of towering, magnificent edifices. In comparison, the Hidden Leaf Village or any royal city appeared utterly feeble. This was the epitome of a true city. Puppets? It seems enemies approach, Zishuan alerted. Indeed, within a minute, a dozen puppets appeared, advancing toward them. Let us lie low, Nightwind suggested, using earth jutsu to conceal themselves alongside Zishuan, avoiding confrontation with the puppets. The rogue ninja had disturbed the fabric of time and space, transporting them back over a decade, due to the instability of time travel. It is indeed true that Baizu had arrived here many years in advance and assumed the identity of the minister in Lushan. As for the young maiden they encountered earlier, her name is Sarah, the daughter of the Queen of Lulan. Transforming the desert? My queen, my queen, my queen. By midday, the streets were bustling with activity. Tens of thousands gathered around a magnificent and resplendent edifice, eagerly awaiting the appearance of their queen. Isn't the Queen Sarah? Nightwind was momentarily taken aback. According to the original narrative, it should have been Baizu who transformed into in Lushan, clandestinely assassinating Sarah's mother supporting Sarah's ascent to power and subsequently seizing authority for himself. However, the original queen had not perished. He decided to inquire with someone amidst the crowd. Seizing a passerby, Yi Feng employed an illusion to extract the desired information. There was no one Lushan here. The city of Lulan had remained remarkably tranquil. Hey, suspicious individuals. As Nightwind and Ziyuan appeared in the street, their peculiar attire quickly drew attention, starkly contrasting with the locals. Come with us. Soldiers clad in armor emerged, with puppets poised to act at any moment. There is no time to indulge you. The two figures vanished. Within the palace, the Queen of Lulan was attending to state affairs, listening to reports from her ministers. Suddenly, the grand doors of the palace were shattered. Two figures strode in with a swagger. The unexpected emergence of these bizarre individuals left everyone in shock. Assassins! Protect Her Majesty! Guards! Where have the guards gone? The scene erupted into chaos as everyone recoiled, gazing at Nightwind and Ziyuan with palpable fear. Lulan, situated in the desert, had virtually no understanding of the outside world and was completely oblivious to the existence of ninjas. Here, only puppetry was known, the ability to shatter the thick. Towering palace doors was beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. Protect the queen. Two squads of soldiers entered from outside the palace. In the next moment, every mouth fell agape, their eyes glazed over. Bang, bang, bang. Before the soldiers could even approach, they all collapsed. The scene appeared exceedingly surreal. Hundreds of soldiers charged at Nightwind, yet they simply fell to the ground. The queen and her ministers rubbed their eyes, almost doubting their own vision or fearing they were trapped in a dream. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? What did he just do? The hall fell into a profound silence. Rest assured, those individuals are not dead. They are merely asleep, Nightwind remarked nonchalantly. The queen, after all, is a queen. And she soon regained her composure. Esteemed guests, please come and take a seat, she graciously invited, rising from her throne. The display of terrifying power she exhibited left no doubt that no one in the entire city of Lulan could contend with her. Very well, Nightwind chuckled softly, settling himself upon the queen's dragon chair and embracing Ziyuan. You may withdraw. I wish to converse with my esteemed guest, the queen commanded once more. The ministers hesitated, pondering the potential consequences of this man's demonstrated strength. What if he decided to harm the queen? Yet, should he truly wish to act, they would be powerless to intervene, merely forced to stand by and watch. With that thought in mind, all the ministers retreated, with the arrival of a distinguished guest. I wonder what matters I may assist you with, the queen smiled. Nightwind nodded. This woman proved herself commendable, regaining her calm so swiftly. I seek the power of the dragon vein, he stated plainly. However, the queen hesitated at the mention of the dragon vein. For Lulan, it was the very foundation of their existence. She could relinquish other treasures, even her throne, but if the dragon vein were to be taken, Lulan would surely perish in the desert. Yet, this man was so formidable that to refuse him might spell doom for Lulan regardless. Villains, you too. Do you intend to destroy this place? I shall not allow it. Just then, the princess, whom they had encountered earlier, burst forth. It was Princess Sarah. If the dragon vein were taken, would your land truly be doomed? Nightwind inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Our survival hinges upon the dragon vein. Without it, we would be engulfed by the winds and sands. Sarah replied earnestly, having been by her mother's side long enough to grasp the intricacies of Lulan's plight. And what if I could alter the terrain, liberating Lulan from its current predicament? Nightwind replied calmly. Initially, he had intended to seize the dragon vein and depart, confident that no one here could discover or thwart him. However, after admiring the city's beauty, he reconsidered. Impossible. The desert is endless. How could it be changed? If the dragon vein vanishes, we are undeniably doomed, Sarah exclaimed, puffing her cheeks in disbelief, as though regarding Nightwind as a fool. Survival, beyond shielding against the sands, necessitated water, arable land, and sustenance. With the destruction of the dragon vein, all of these essentials would vanish, and Lulan would be swallowed by the encroaching sands. The queen listened to the dialogue between the two without interrupting her daughter. As she realized that Nightwind indeed bore no ill intentions and was not angered, she retorted. How can you claim I cannot alter the desert when you have never witnessed my prowess? Nightwind smiled faintly, finding the girl intriguing for her lack of fear towards him. Humph. Sarah turned her head away, evidently unwilling to continue the conversation. This fool is quite naive. Can humans truly alter something as formidable as a desert? If you doubt it, then accompany me, and I shall demonstrate it for you, Nightwind declared, gently patting Ziyuan's cheek before leading the young girl towards the palace's exit. Observing this, Queen Lulan promptly followed, uncertain of the man's intentions, but curious to see what would unfold. Though Sarah felt disgruntled, she had no choice but to trail behind her mother, eager to witness the man's forthcoming actions. Meanwhile, Queen Lulan pondered more profoundly, questioning the veracity of his words and the motives behind his actions. After all, with his strength, even if he forcibly seized the dragon vein, Lulan would stand powerless to stop him. She could only hope he would show mercy after his potential failure and refrain from claiming the power of the dragon vein. The endless expanse of the desert is beyond human alteration. No matter how many humans there are, one individual is insufficient. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! As the two intruders emerged alongside the queen, the ministers collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that this man was not entirely unreasonable. Having neither committed murder nor engaged in any egregious actions, negotiation seemed feasible without resorting to violence over wealth and status. The golden wheel of rebirth, the guest proffered, claiming he could resolve the desolation surrounding Lulan in exchange for the power of the dragon vein. The queen responded coolly, and her words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The dragon vein? No. Without it, Lulan shall perish. We must resist him. The crowd, both commoners and ministers alike, erupted in vehement protest, filled with indignation. Silence. Let us first observe the guest's actions, the queen commanded. Her authority was palpable, and the populace quickly hushed, albeit still casting wary glances at Nightwind. Your Majesty, what shall we do if he fails? We cannot trust him. No matter how powerful he is, how could he possibly change the desert? Many ministers voiced their concerns as they watched Nightwind and Ziyuan recede into the distance. Silence. The queen's icy gaze swept across the assembly. If he were truly a tyrant, he would have already seized the dragon vein. Do not forget, our soldiers are no match for him, she stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of resignation. Indeed, that unimaginable power would surely lead to the slaughter of any number of soldiers. Let us go and witness it. Yes, let us see what that detestable individual is truly plotting. The ministers followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the pinnacle of the building. Nightwind and Ziyuan ascended to the highest level, where the queen resided, the tallest structure in Lulan, towering over 300 meters. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon the vast and magnificent city. While the area of the Land of Fire may be greater, it pales in comparison to this place. Even the capitals of the 5 great nations appear primitive when juxtaposed with Lulan. How breathtaking! Standing here feels akin to being at the summit of the world. Ziyuan exclaimed in awe. The queen and Princess Sarah approached from behind, accompanied by numerous ministers and guards, all gazing in confusion, unsure why Nightwind had chosen to come to the top floor. The scenery was indeed splendid, but what relevance did it hold to altering the desert? It is coming. Ziyuan squinted her eyes. Nightwind, enveloped in black chakra, had transformed. His eyes were now a brilliant ice blue, adorned with clear snowflake patterns. Harnessing the application of gravity, he soared directly into the sky. He is flying. Is that even possible? How can he ascend like that? Amidst the gasps of astonishment, a green sage orb appeared beside Nightwind, gradually evolving into a golden chakra sword. Golden will rebirth explosion. The golden sword seemed limitless, radiating an infinite array of golden light. In the heavens, Nightwind swung the sword, and in an instant, the entire realm trembled, even the city of Lulan shook. A massive fissure spread forth from the sword's path. In the desert beyond Lulan, the boundless expanse of sand was cleaved apart by the strike. The earth was sliced open, creating a chasm over 500 kilometers deep, while the moon's diameter is merely around 3,400 kilometers. Sand continuously cascaded into the crevice, vanishing at an astonishing rate. The terrain sank, yet the elevation of Lulan remained unchanged, making it appear as if the city itself was rising. Finally, after a span of 2 hours, the cataclysmic transformation ceased. The city of Lulan now stood as if perched atop a grand mountain peak, the chasm filled with an immense quantity of sand. Beneath this mountain peak, the land was faintly visible. The desert had vanished entirely. The sands that had existed for countless millennia around Lulan were altered by human intervention. This was beyond the capability of mankind. It was the power of the divine. The crowd stood frozen, almost resembling statues, utterly speechless. Suddenly, a thought struck Yifeng. The technique of summoning, impure world reincarnation. As 2 coffins rose, powerful figures emerged from within. These were the legendary ninja deities, Hashirama Senju and his brother Tobarama Senju. You summoned us again. What do you want? Tobarama retorted, irritation evident in his tone. The forbidden technique he had failed to complete had now fallen into the hands of this young man. Each time he was summoned, A wave of displeasure washed over him. Hee. Now that you are my subordinates, I expect you both to work diligently. I've heard tales of the first Hokage's unparalleled wood release and the second Hokage's unprecedented water release, akin to a deluge. So, I kindly ask you to fulfill your duties. Yifeng chuckled. Two Kunai, imbued with the power to manipulate consciousness, were driven into their heads, transforming the two reincarnated Hokages into obedient automatons. Their ability to speak was sealed. They could only follow the caster's commands. Go and transform this desert. Utilizing your wood release and water release to reshape Lulan into a brand new nation, Yifeng commanded. The two figures of impure world reincarnation vanished instantly. Lord Deity. It was presumptuous of us to doubt your power earlier. The dragon vein is yours to command at any time. Who were those two individuals? The queen approached. Accompanied by Sarah, and as she spoke, both mother and daughter knelt on the ground. The ministers and guards had already prostrated themselves in reverence. I'm Yifeng. Not a deity. As for those two, well, they are merely puppets tasked with landscaping, lifeless beings like those you have here, Yifeng replied. Puppets, you say? The queen sighed in relief. Would release. Flower tree world. Would release. Tree world. Would release. Great explosive water wave. Water release. The bodies of the impure world reincarnation were filled with limitless chakra. The two Hokages unleashed a flurry of jutsu, and from the heights of Lolan's buildings, one could witness the land transforming into lush greenery at an astonishing rate. Forests, rivers. The queen and her entourage were left in awe, their minds blank. Are these truly puppets? Doesn't Tia appear vastly improved? Yifeng remarked with a light chuckle. Working alongside the first and second Hokages felt uniquely exhilarating. It is a miracle. This is divine intervention. Lord Deity, may the heavens bless Lulan. The citizens of Lulan sensed the upheaval and rushed out of the city, each one exuberantly diving into the rivers, while others dashed into the forests. The peaks where the city of Lulan lies are undergoing transformation, along with the surrounding terrain. With the combined power of two formidable shadow figures, even a vast expanse like this will soon witness a metamorphosis, turning the desert into a lush forest. The omniscient deity, previously known as Sarah, humbly sought forgiveness from Lord Nightwind, her face flushed with shame. She prostrated herself repeatedly, her forehead bruised from the impact. Her heart raced with anxiety, fearing that this esteemed lord might hold her accountable for past transgressions. Moreover, should others be implicated, she would bear the weight of guilt. The queen, too, felt a pang of unease, regretting that she had not restrained her daughter from uttering those words. After all, the girl was young. One could understand her naivety. Indeed, she possessed the makings of a fine queen. Nightwind smiled gently, assisting Sarah to her feet, his expression warm. Once he united the world, he intended to designate Lulan as the capital of his empire. In essence, his actions were ultimately for his own benefit. Lulan had long been regarded by him as his rightful domain. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Sarah exclaimed, almost in tears, nodding fervently. She announced to those below that today's events were orchestrated by Nightwind, declaring that Lulan now belonged to him, and that mother and daughter merely held the throne in stewardship. Do you understand? Nightwind inquired, turning to the queen with a piercing gaze. Yes, Lord Nightwind, she replied without hesitation. She had never been one to covet power. Should a more suitable candidate emerge, she would willingly step aside. Furthermore, Nightwind had already rendered significant contributions to Lulan. I shall absorb the dragon vein. Oh, by the way, this young lady is Yuen, who can be considered my sister, Nightwind declared. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Hey, what do you mean by can be considered? We are clearly bound by blood, Ziyuan remarked softly. Nightwind, a newly arisen wraith, shared an extraordinarily close bond with her. Even those unfamiliar with cultivation could sense the similarities in their auras. Miss Ziyuan, please accompany me back to the palace to rest, the queen respectfully suggested. The ministers stepped aside, parting to create a pathway for Ziyuan. The identity of Lord Nightwind's sister was a source of trepidation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a resounding crash echoed as Nightwind pierced the ground, descending into the depths below. Beneath Lulan, an immense reservoir of chakra lay, nearly boundless in its essence. This was the famed dragon vein, the lifeblood that had sustained the kingdom of Lulan throughout the ages. Yet now, the geographical landscape of Lulan had been irrevocably altered. Even in the absence of this dragon vein, its impact would be negligible. In this moment of absorption, I, too, shall transform into an ultimate being akin to the tailed beasts, and it is a result of my own cultivation. A smile graced Yufeng's face. With a body that is neither mortal nor extinguishable and chakra that is nearly boundless, is this not the very essence of a tailed beast? However, this tailed beast has evolved through relentless consumption, arriving at its current form. Initially, it utilized the forbidden technique of the eight-headed serpent, subsequently absorbing various bloodlines to enhance its physique, and acquiring the innate sage body. It then devoured the ancient demonic entity, the Wraith, as well as the One Tail and Nine Tails, which are indeed fragments of the 10 Tails. The 10 Tails, as a true embodiment of invincibility, symbolizes Kagaya Akatsuki and represents the pinnacle of combat prowess within this realm. Yet, a mere dragon vein could hardly endow Yi Feng with the strength of the 10 Tails. After all, the chakra of tailed beasts is infinite. And even when combining the power of the 9 Tails and the 8 Tails, they could effortlessly overpower all remaining tailed beasts, even with an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Invincibility is not guaranteed. A deep, rumbling roar of a monster reverberated through the air. Within the dark subterranean space, a creature with 8 serpent heads emerged from the dragon vein. A torrent of chakra, vast as the ocean, surged into the creature's being. The monster resembled a bottomless pit, consuming every bit of chakra that flowed into it. Time slipped by quietly, devoid of any concept of its passage, until 6 months later, in the Land of Wind, an oasis had unexpectedly materialized in the desert, with the kingdom of Lulan at its center, stunning the entire ninja world. Many ninja villages dispatched their operatives to investigate. Yet all who ventured forth met with demise. Those harboring ill intentions towards Lulan never returned alive. This was all made possible by the efforts of the first and second Hokage. Cloaked in black robes, they proclaimed themselves as the subordinates of the fabled Yi Fengs, serving as the guardians of this land. Under the rule of its queen, Lulan found stability. Yi Feng's exploits became widely known, yet the enigmatic figure never reappeared. The city of Lulan continued to expand outward, extending gestures of goodwill toward the outside world. High-ranking officials from the Land of Wind visited once, forging an alliance with the queen, ensuring mutual non-interference. Outsiders were forbidden from encroaching upon the oasis, and Lulan refrained from dispatching powerful beings to foreign territories. Thus, 6 months elapsed. 2 grand cities took shape near Lulan, gradually forming a significant presence. One, named Yifeng City, and the other, Ziyuan City. Lulan thrived increasingly, basking in tranquility and harmony. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Ziyuan sat upon the dragon throne, idly toying with her fingers. Surrounding her were numerous guards. Yet none dared utter a word. She is indeed the sister of Lord Nightwind. Not even the thought of her sitting upon the dragon throne would provoke a single word of dissent. Within the palace, no soul dares to show disrespect to Ziyuan. Both the queen and Princess Sarah treat her with utmost courtesy, accommodating her every request. In the depths of Lulan, an almost infinite reservoir of chakra begins to wane, the oceanic force gradually dissipating. Within a cocoon of white energy, a creature as grand as a mountain is faintly discernible, unknown to those above. A colossal serpent lies concealed beneath Lulan. Compared to the previous Orochi, this serpent surpasses even the 9 Tails in size, resembling an unbroken mountain range. Following its recent consumption of chakra, its grotesquely bloated form has undergone a transformation. Like a return to its primal essence, it has evolved into a fundamental serpentine shape, possessing but a single head. Its scales shimmer white, while its eyes gleam with a golden hue, its body stretching over 1,000 meters in length. At last, the moment has arrived. Nightwind slowly opens his eyes, the serpent's gaze radiating an astonishing golden light. The massive form dissipates, leaving behind a mere silhouette in the expansive subterranean space. After half a year, he has finally absorbed the entirety of the Dragon Vein's power, achieving a significant evolution. If he continues to consume and grow stronger, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Kagaya, fully dominating this world, and ascending to the status of a true deity, an omniscient god, an omnipotent god.